The moment the man woke up, he felt as if he had been thrown into a washing machine's spin dryer and spun around for several tens of minutes, feeling dizzy and as if his internal organs had shifted. He couldn't hold it in any longer, and bent over to vomit. He lay on the ground, seeing stars, convulsing, and foaming at the mouth. A full half-hour later, he managed to stand up, trembling, and then bent over to vomit again. After vomiting, he calmed down a bit, looked around, and was suddenly struck by a jolt. This place felt like his home from 30 years ago. The house exuded an air of antiquity. This is an old house built with yellow mud and bricks. The walls are uneven, and inside there is a stove blackened by smoke, with dry straw piled up behind it. Lin Cheng was incredulous, yet incredibly relieved. One second he was struggling in the raging floodwaters, on the verge of being swept away, and the next he had passed out. He paced back and forth in the house for a long time before he truly realized that he had traveled back to his home 30 years ago. This thought made his heart pound, and he almost burst out laughing. Suddenly, a piercing voice rang in her ears. "Shao Qing, it's not that Sister Fang insisted I'm coming at this time, but we're having a tough time lately. Let's pay back the 5 cents we borrowed last time." "Yes, my San Mao, if it's convenient, you can give him that too. What's the rush? My family lent them 1.2 yuan. Pay it back right now." Amidst the shouts, a delicate, trembling female voice rang out. "I'm sorry, but we really don't have any money at home right now, and the baby hasn't eaten yet." The woman's voice was too soft and was quickly drowned out by the noise. "Who cares about your family's situation? Whose family is having an easy time? Lin San has money to gamble away, but no money to pay our debts?" Hearing these words, Lin Qing felt his head spinning. This was exactly what happened back then. 30 years ago, his cousin tricked him into gambling, and he lost all of his family's savings. After losing money, his wife, Su Qing, had to borrow money to buy grain. They could barely make ends meet, but after a few days he stole the money Su Qing had used to buy grain and went gambling again, losing it all. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels fast. The news spread quickly, and the neighbors who had lent money came to demand repayment, leading to today's scene. In her past life, this incident completely devastated Su Qing. That night, she took her child back to her parents' home. On the way, Su Qing lost an arm forever, and her child was left behind forever on that cold winter night. Every time Lin Qing thought of that scene, his heart ached with regret. If only he had been more sensible back then, if only. Now, fate had given him a second chance. A biting wind seeped into the room through the cracks in the door, but Lin Qing stared at the woman in the faded white short jacket, his eyes red with tears. The woman was about 20 years old, without any makeup, yet still beautiful and charming. Looking at the tear-streaked doll in her arms, it was his daughter, whom he had lost many years ago. The people inside were still arguing. "Paying back debts is a matter of course. If you don't pay, we'll take your things as collateral. If you can't pay, then don't block the way." Someone, already losing their temper, reached out and shoved Su Qing, causing the child to cry. Lin Qing suddenly jumped off the bed and shouted sharply, "Let's see who dares!" He grabbed a kitchen knife, pointed it at the woman who had shoved Su Qing, and said in a cold voice, "Try touching her again." The room fell silent instantly. No one had expected him to be so ruthless. Su Qing was also stunned. Since marrying into the family, Lin Qing had only dared to vent his anger on her and the children at home, never uttering a harsh word to them outside. What was wrong with him today? Fangjia, who had been held at knife point, snapped out of her daze and immediately flew into a rage. "Who are you trying to scare? What's wrong with me touching you? Paying back debts is a matter of course." Fangjia was known throughout the village for her sharp tongue, and with her leading the way, the others emboldened. "That's right. If you've got the guts, pay me back." Su Qing fought back tears and tugged at Lin Qing's sleeve. Lin Qing patted her hand and looked at the crowd with a cold smile. "You dare to say such things?" He remembered it all clearly. He used to be a man of few words, but incredibly proud. If someone praised him, he'd rush to do their work. Which of these people hadn't he helped out with? "Sister-in-law Lu, when you were building your house in the spring, I hauled those adobe bricks for you for a whole week, didn't I? Sister-in-law Lu's face changed, and she stammered. That was your own choice. That cart also voluntarily stayed at your house for 3 months? Lin Qing pointed at her nose. Sister-in-law Lu blushed. I forgot. Lin Qing chuckled and looked at the only man on the field. Zhang Laoer, I didn't expect to see you here. You took a homemade cigarette from the convenience store last week, haven't you paid me back yet? Zhang Laoer looked bitter. He usually hung out with Lin Qing not because they were particularly close, but because he knew Lin Qing was easily swayed and cared too much about his reputation. Brother Lin, I'm not here for money. I just came to check on things and help your wife. I'll pay you back in a couple of days. Before he finished speaking, he had already squeezed through the crowd and slipped away. Lin Qing didn't give chase. He could run away, but he couldn't hide. He looked again at Lu Fang, who had been shouting the loudest, and said, Sister-in-law Lu Fang, do I need to say anything more? Lu Fang felt guilty for a moment, but then she thought that she didn't seem to have made him do any work, and her confidence returned. Just say what you want to say. Lin Qing's voice was icy. That vegetable patch behind my house, has it been planted by dogs for 3 years? Lu Fang's face changed drastically. She had noticed that Lin Qing's parents often brought vegetables to his house, so she asked around and started planting vegetables behind his house. Anything else to say? Lin Qing pressed. That's no excuse for not paying your debts. Lu Fang retorted stubbornly. Then let the villagers be the judge, Lin Qing said, turning to walk away and shouting. The crowd's expressions immediately changed. A few cents or $1 was nothing compared to the work Lin Qing had done for them. If things really escalated, they would be the ones who lost face. In an instant, the people who had just been eager to move tables and chairs immediately changed their expressions to smiles and stepped forward to persuade them. No rush, no rush. I just came to take a look today, Lin Qing sneered. Not in a hurry now? Everyone chuckled awkwardly. Lu Fang saw him staring at her and could only force a smile. It was my fault, sister-in-law, don't take it to heart. Didn't she do anything? Wasn't she the one yelling the loudest just now? Pay back the money tomorrow. Lin Qing said no more. After everyone dispersed, he quickly returned to the courtyard. Su Qing had already come to greet him, touching him with a worried expression. Are you all right? After confirming that he was okay, she breathed a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness nothing serious happened. Lin Qing just stared at her, his lips moving slightly. I'm fine, He didn't know what else to say. No amount of apology could make up for the absurd things he had done. In his past life, he owed his wife and children too much. Su Qing snapped out of her emotional reverie, then remembered his gambling, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She had already done everything in her power to keep this family together. Lin Qing lost over 270 yuan in just 3 days, money she had saved for 3 whole years. When Lin Qing saw her crying, he panicked and reached out to hug her. Don't touch me! The usually gentle Su Qing finally broke down, crying and hitting him. I deserve to be hit! I deserve to be hit! But I really won't do it again, please believe me this time. Lin Qing was in tears, as if making a vow. How could Su Qing believe him so easily? Hadn't she believed him enough? Every time, he would say nice things, but it would only last 2 days before he reverted to his old ways. Looking into Lin Qing's eyes, filled with pain and pleading, she finally softened. Okay, I'll trust you one last time. If there's a next time, There won't be a next time, Lin Qing interrupted her directly, saying in a heavy tone. If there's one more time, I'll die. These words were extremely harsh, and Su Qing's heart trembled upon hearing them. Just as Lin Qing was about to say something more, Lin Xiaobao suddenly moved. Su Qing was about to reach out to hug her daughter when Lin Qing took her first. Su Qing naturally couldn't compete with Lin Qing. After all, this was the daughter he had longed for and cherished for 30 years. Xiaobao was only a little over a year old this year, and Lin Qing used almost all his strength to hold her in his arms. The next moment, Lin Qing's tears flowed uncontrollably. Seeing this, Xiaobao immediately reached out his little hand to grab him and said in a childish voice, Daddy, no, don't cry. Okay, Daddy, don't cry. Hearing this, Lin Qing felt his heart soften and quickly wiped away his tears, saying, Is Xiaobao hungry? Daddy will go make you some food. He was about to hand Xiaobao to Su Qing so he could go cook for his daughter. Su Qing took Xiaobao, pursed her lips, and whispered, Could you go borrow 2 pounds of corn cob fiber first, okay? Upon hearing this, Lin Qing suddenly remembered that he had gambled away almost all of his family's wealth, and now they didn't even have corn cobs to eat. He couldn't help but pinch himself hard. Why now of all times? If it had been 3 days earlier, she wouldn't have been tricked into gambling, and things wouldn't have turned out this way. Su Qing went back to her parents' home yesterday to borrow grain, but she didn't get anything. Although the social atmosphere in this era was not as focused on equality between sons and daughters as it is in later generations, the concept that a married daughter is like water spilled from a bowl was still very strong, and Su Qing's mother-in-law was still her stepmother. It's easy to imagine how much Su Qing suffered when she went back to her parents' home to borrow grain yesterday. Not only did her stepmother refuse to lend her a single pound of grain, but she also took the opportunity to give Su Qing a severe scolding. In the rural areas of northern Jiangsu in the 1980s, there was a local saying, Not steaming buns, but fighting for pride. Being laughed at was incredibly embarrassing. In the end, it was Lin Qing's brother-in-law, Su Qing's younger brother, who used his ration of food from his apprenticeship at the steel mill to support them, but that was 3 days later. In this life, Lin Qing would certainly not let such a thing happen again. Xiao Qing, leave the food matters to me, Lin Qing said softly. From now on, you don't need to worry about things at home. Looking at his wife's face, the face he had longed for day and night, he wanted to say something comforting to put her at ease, but in the end he couldn't suppress his emotions. The next second, Lin Qing could no longer hold back. He pulled the woman he had longed for countless years into his arms, and his voice trembled as he said, Wife, I've missed you so much. We'll never be apart. What are you doing? Su Qing never expected that he would suddenly do this when she had only asked him to borrow grain. Her fair face instantly turned bright red. The social atmosphere of that era was far less open than in later times, and people valued modesty. Couples would feel embarrassed to hold hands on the street, let alone hug each other so openly. What's wrong with you? Let go of me. What if someone sees us? Su Qing couldn't help but push him. I won't let go. If I do, I might never see you again. Lin Qing couldn't care less about anything else. He had waited 30 years for this day. Countless midnight dreams were filled with Su Qing's image. How could he possibly resist? Just then, a little boy with a runny nose, carrying a slingshot, rushed in from outside, shouting as he ran. Dad, next door stole my toad. I just caught it. The one who entered was their eldest son, Lin Xiaojun. The child was only 4 years old, the kind of age even dogs wouldn't want to be near, and his big eyes looked exactly like Su Qing's. He stood in the doorway, looking at the two of them. What are you doing? Even Lin Qing felt a little embarrassed, and quickly let go of Su Qing. Being intimate with his wife was nothing, but being caught by his son was a completely different matter. And nothing. Su Qing blushed even more and pinched Lin Qing's waist hard. In this era, children didn't have much entertainment, and if they went out and talked about it, it would be incredibly embarrassing. Lin Qing gasped in pain, but having lived through the ages, he quickly calmed down and said, Your mother twisted her back, and I'm setting her bones. Oh. Lin Xiaojun was only 4 years old and easily fooled. He immediately put on a look of sudden realization and shouted excitedly, Dad, I twisted my back too. I want my bones set too. As he spoke, he clung to Lin Qing's leg like a clingy bug, swaying back and forth. Lin Qing looked utterly helpless. But what could he do? He was his own son. Since his wife left in his past life, his son had never been this close to him. Thinking of this, he complained, but his heart was filled with joy, so he simply picked up his son and spun him around a few times. After spinning around a few times, Lin Xiaojun was so excited that snot bubbles even came out of his nose. Lin Qing initially felt a little warm and fuzzy, but then the kid wiped all his snot on him, making him instantly a little disgusted. He quickly put his son down and said, "All right, take your sister out to play. Your father and mother have something to talk about. Stop playing with the toad. I'll buy you a toy frog later." Lin Shijuan's eyes widened in shock. He was completely stunned. Rural children in the 1980s had never even seen a finished toy. They'd fight over a discarded set. "Why are you buying him that? How much does it cost? Just let him catch frogs to play with." Su Qing frowned. "How much would that kind of toy cost?" "It's all right, I know what I'm doing." Lin Qing waved his hand, indicating that she shouldn't worry. In his previous life, he worked on ships for decades, and as long as there were ships going out to sea, he had the ability to make money. However, now that he's been given a second chance at life, in modern terms, working for someone else is out of the question. He'll have to build his own boat. Su Qing's face fell. Just moments ago, she had been hoping that Lin Qing might actually keep his promise this time, and not be like before. But now it seemed he was still the same as before, making empty promises. Lin Xiaojun didn't care about any of that. When he heard Lin Qing agree, he immediately picked up Lin Xiaobao and rushed out, shouting as he ran, "My dad is going to buy me a frog toy!" Lin Qing's lips twitched at the sound of that. He turned to look at Su Qing, only to see her already sitting on the edge of the bed, her head turned to one side, clearly sulking. Lin Qing then realized that she had misunderstood and thought he was just making a big fuss again. He didn't explain, but walked over and sat down beside her, holding Su Qing's somewhat rough hands, and said softly, "Xiao Qing, please believe me one last time, okay? I really am different from before." Without waiting for Su Qing's response, Lin Qing leaned down and kissed her hard on the lips, then turned and strode out the door. Su Qing never expected Lin Qing to pull such a shameless stunt again. Kissing in broad daylight made her face flush instantly. Although it wasn't the first time she'd been disappointed, Lin Qing's earnest words still gave her a glimmer of hope. If Lin Qing could truly change for the better, perhaps they really could live a good life. No matter how lazy Lin Qing is, he's still a strong laborer in the family, something she can't compare to when she's weaving knits. But thinking of his temperament over the years, Su Qing couldn't help but lower her head, not daring to think any further. Lin Qing, however, was unaware that the glimmer of hope Su Qing had just begun to have for him was quickly fading away. At this moment, he was walking on the muddy country road towards his grandparents' house. Unlike the farmhouses that are now everywhere, Haiha village was still a dilapidated fishing village. Looking around, all you see are mud houses made of yellow earth, and those that are less well off have thatched roofs. As for brick houses, there are only 3 or 4 in the whole village. The electric scooters that were once ubiquitous in later generations were nowhere to be seen. Along the way in Lin Qing, the only bicycle he saw was ridden by Lu Er's husband at the village entrance. What's even funnier is that it's unclear whether the guy was riding the bike or the bike was riding him. He actually carried the bike on his shoulder and carefully made his way across a small mud puddle. Lin Chen watched this unfold, finding it both amusing and secretly smug. Even though he wasn't exactly living a respectable life in his previous life, at least he owned an Emma electric scooter, and had even bought his son a BYD sedan. As he was lost in thought, someone nearby called out enthusiastically, "Xiao Cheng, have you eaten yet?" "Yes, I have," Lin Qing replied instinctively. He looked up and his face instantly darkened. The people who had come were none other than the second son of the Sun family, who had lured him to gamble with his cousin, and his younger brother, the third son of the Sun family. His gambling trip had been a trap set up by this group. Lin Qing, who had spent his entire life fishing at sea, was well aware of this trick. "Go and try your luck again sometime," Sun Lao Er said with his usual enthusiastic smile. "We'll figure out how to get some capital back and break even." Sun Lao Sen also offered suggestions. "Didn't you ask me to help you find a lender last time? I just found one for you yesterday. The interest rate isn't high." Lin Qing said, "Let's talk about it when we have time." The two men were taken aback. They remembered how Lin Qing had begged them for money to recoup his losses so soon, and how long had it been. They both sensed he was different than before, but didn't say much, offering only a few perfunctory words before parting ways. As soon as Lin Qing left, the two began to whisper among themselves. What's up with that guy surnamed Lin? Is he really not gambling anymore? He seemed quite engrossed before. Second brother, did he see through our scheme? So what if he sees through us? Can he come after us to take it back? We didn't build that place. Let him go find whoever he wants, Sun Laoer said with a sneer. I doubt there'll be any profit left. Sun Laosen stared at Lin Cheng's retreating figure, then suddenly remembered something and lowered his voice, saying, Who said that? I think Lin Cheng's wife is quite fair-skinned. He owes a debt, maybe we can. Maybe I won't even have to wait until next year to kill you bunch of bastards, Lin Cheng thought with a ferocious grin. As someone who had been reborn, he naturally knew that a crackdown would begin next year. He secretly calculated that if he could implicate these people, they wouldn't be able to get out for 20 years. However, this matter couldn't be rushed. The most urgent task was to get the grain first, and then get a ship that could go to sea as soon as possible. After all, Lin Qing didn't have any other skills. He had only attended school for 2 years, making him practically illiterate. Even in later generations, it took him 2 months to figure out how to use a smartphone. His only truly valuable skill lay at sea. Lin Qing returned to his hometown. There were 3 south-facing mud-brick houses with a vegetable garden in front. Lin's father was working in the field, bent over. He was of medium height and had dark skin, like a piece of charcoal tanned by the sun. Upon seeing Lin Cheng arrive, Lin's father didn't even raise an eyelid. Instead of greeting him, he gave a cold snort. Lin Cheng was somewhat embarrassed but had nothing to say. After all, what he had done was truly outrageous. He had gambled away the entire family fortune in 3 days. Father, I've come to borrow some grain from you, Lin Cheng said in a low voice. His father ignored him and continued working. Only after finishing tending the land did he find a small stool to sit on, take out his pipe, and slowly smoke. After a moment, Lin's father finally spoke. Fine. Kneel down in front of your grandparents and slap yourself. For every slap, I'll give you a pound of cornmeal. For every number of slaps, you'll get the same amount. If you don't slap, you won't get a single grain of rice, so forget about it. Lin Cheng had anticipated this outcome and readily nodded. Okay. He now understood why his father was punishing him this way. His grandmother had fallen seriously ill from his anger and was still bedridden. In his previous life, Lin Qing was immature and, at the age of 18 or 19, stubbornly refused to admit his mistakes. In the end, his father was so angry that he was determined not to give him any food, and Su Muqing had no choice but to go back to her parents' home to borrow some. Actually, the elderly couple were just being stubborn. They had been secretly helping them out all along. Otherwise, the younger brother's allowance alone wouldn't have been enough for the family of 3 to get through the winter. Having experienced the coldness and warmth of human relationships in this life, how could Lin Qing refuse? He didn't understand before, but now he understands that sometimes, the people who scold you are the ones who truly care about you. After finishing speaking, Lin's father came to his senses and almost choked on his smoke. What did you say? You're going? Lin Qing said matter-of-factly. I made Grandma sick. I did something so wrong. Isn't it only right that I admit my mistake? These words stunned Lin's father. This was his son. The day before yesterday, he had beaten this kid with a shovel, and he refused to kowtow and admit his mistake. Only 1 day had passed, and he seemed like a completely different person. You're not thinking of smuggling the grain away and then exchanging it for money to gamble, are you? Lin's father's face was grim. Dad, do you really think I'm an animal? Lin Qing couldn't help but cry out in protest. Aren't you one? Lin's father's temper flared up again. Thinking of what he had done, he wanted to slap him twice more, but in the end he held back. Let's talk about it another day. Your grandmother just lay down. Lin Qing had wanted to see his grandparents, but upon hearing this, he had to give up for the time being. He shamelessly said, Dad, can you take 2 pounds back with me first? Xiao Bao is hungry at home. You know there's no food at home? Lin's father cursed. When you were gambling, didn't you think about your wife and children going hungry? You son of a bitch! He cursed in anger. He couldn't understand how he could have raised such a useless youngest son. Despite his scolding, the father couldn't bring himself to be harsh. He finally said, "Then wait here. Your mother went to your second brother's house to make steamed buns. She'll pack them for you when she gets back, and she'll also bring you a few hot steamed buns." After saying that, Lin's father went back to tend the vegetable garden. Nowadays, every household in the countryside grows their own vegetables, and there's no concept of supermarkets yet, so the vegetables are very healthy. Moreover, Lin's father didn't expect Lin Qing to help. He knew his own son well. From the communal dining system to earning work points in the production team, this kid had never been diligent. He was almost 20 years old. Why would he expect him to do any work? Lin Qing had never worked in the fields. He knew how to fish, but he really didn't know how to farm. However, he didn't leave. He went closer to his father and whispered, "Father, didn't Grandpa have that old broken sampan? Can I borrow it for a while?" Chapter 4. Lin Qing had just returned from the beach when he asked to borrow a sampan, saying he wanted to go out to sea by himself. His father was stunned. Lin Qing's father frowned and asked him what he needed the sampan for. Lin Qing replied that he wanted to earn money at sea, of course. In his mind, this was not a difficult task at all. In his previous life, he had been a fisherman all his life. Even if he went to the sea empty-handed, he could still bring back some seafood, let alone having a boat. In this day and age, the ocean's resources haven't been overfished. You can easily find something just by digging in. But having a boat and not having a boat are two completely different things. Lin's father, however, refused outright. He knew his son too well. Now that he suddenly wants to borrow a sampan to go out to sea alone, he thinks it's most likely that he wants to sell it for gambling money. Besides, the sampan is less than 5 meters long and wobbles precariously. He dares not let his son take that risk. Lin Qing looked helpless and could only explain that he genuinely wanted to make money. He had already planned it all out in his mind, his target being that floating reef from his previous life. The small rocky island exposed at low tide was densely covered with abalone. His friend discovered the sea area back then, and thanks to the seafood there, he built 3 tiled houses the following year. Some people were envious and reported him for smuggling, so his friend had to reveal the location of the reef to prove himself. After their location was exposed, the villagers swarmed in and looted the entire reef, leaving no chance for anything else. Now that he's been reborn, how could Lin Qing possibly let go of this incredible opportunity? But Lin's father didn't believe him at all. He just coldly told him not to try anything funny and that if he wanted to make money, he should honestly come with him to sea. He knew that his image in his father's eyes had fallen to this level. If he had been reborn 2 days earlier, his family's meager savings could have bought a second-hand wooden boat, instead of being unable to even borrow a sampan now. He had no choice but to compromise and agree to go to sea with them, hoping to slowly earn back their trust. Lin's father was somewhat surprised that his son had agreed. Fishermen's lives are hard. They work from dawn till dusk, exposed to wind and sun, and their livelihood depends on the weather. His son's initiative to speak up today might actually indicate a change in his ways. But the duty roster had already been arranged, so he could only go out to sea with the ship the day after tomorrow. Just then, a thin old woman slowly walked into the courtyard. It was Lin Qing's grandmother. Lin's father quickly went forward to help her up. Lin Qing quickly stood up and carefully helped the old woman sit down. Although Grandma was over 70 years old, she was still quite healthy. Her sudden fainting was actually caused by his previous gambling. The old man immediately scolded his son, saying he was sleeping soundly, and was woken up by his son's cursing. But when he turned to look at Lin Qing, his face was full of affection, and he asked him if he had been injured. Lin's father's face darkened further, and he couldn't help but complain, saying that this kid still had the nerve to come back asking for food to save his life. But the grandmother wouldn't listen, and instead defended her grandson, saying that it's normal for young people to make mistakes. Lin's father was stunned, but dared not argue, and could only stand aside in silence. From childhood to adulthood, every time he wanted to discipline Lin Qing, he knew that bringing it up now would only cause trouble. Grandma turned to Lin Qing again, her tone serious, telling him never to gamble again. Lin Qing gripped her hand tightly, nodded solemnly, his voice tinged with suppressed bitterness. Including his previous life, he hadn't seen his grandmother for nearly 10 years. In his previous life, she worried about him her whole life, and before she died, she gave him all the money she had saved, afraid that he would suffer. Seeing him again now, Lin Qing felt a mix of emotions, only wanting to make amends. His grandmother, however, believed in him as always, and when she heard him say he had changed for the better, her face lit up with a childlike smile. Lin's father pursed his lips, secretly wondering what was so good about this kid, but ultimately dared not say it aloud. He only asked Lin Qing to call his mother back, so as not to trouble his grandmother. Lin Qing refused to leave, wanting to spend more time with the elderly woman, saying he missed his grandmother. This struck a chord with the old lady, who then scolded her son for being harsh with his grandson. Lin's father was completely shut down by the phrase, "If you won't go, I will," and had no choice but to leave. After everyone left, Lin Qing chatted with his grandmother. He made the old lady laugh heartily with just a few words. He said that once he made money at sea, he would buy his grandmother malted milk powder and white rabbit candy so she could enjoy a good life. His grandmother, however, patted him and said those things were too expensive. Lin Qing told her that she still had to watch over Xiao Jun and Xiao Bao as they got married and established themselves. The old lady couldn't help but smile. She softly agreed, saying she would keep busy for her grandson for another 30 years. A rare warmth and quiet filled the house. Lin Qing decided that in this life, he would support this family. He needed to make money at sea, dig for abalone to turn his life around, compensate his wife and children, and take care of his elders. He had to take things one step at a time. Since he couldn't borrow a sampan for the time being, he would go to sea with his father and earn back his father's trust. When the time is right, he must find that floating reef before everyone else. This is Lin Qing's first test in the second life. It is also the beginning of his transformation and changing his fate. Chapter 5: Taking the Lead. Two figures approached from a distance, Lin's father and a middle-aged woman named Huang Tsuixia. She wore a worn-out coarse cotton-padded jacket and carried a bag of steamed buns, still giving Lin Qing a cold look. Huang Tsuixia turned and went into the small kitchen, where she filled 10 jin of cornmeal. Before leaving, she reminded him that the steamed buns were specially brought by his second sister-in-law and that he should take them back for Su Qing and the children, and not eat them all by himself. A dozen or so vegetarian steamed buns filled with wild vegetables might not seem like much in later generations, but in an era of oil and grain shortages, they were a precious commodity. Moreover, the two sons of my second brother's family were at an age where they could eat a lot, making it truly a rare treat. Lin's mother repeatedly reminded him to be careful with his food, and that she would try to get him some sweet potatoes in the afternoon. In the end, she brought up the gambling issue again, telling him to stop being so foolish, as there were still Xiao Jun and Xiao Bao at home. Lin Qing responded in a low voice, then brought up the important matter, saying he needed her help with something. He briefly recounted how several neighbors had come to collect debts, without embellishing the story, simply explaining what had happened. Huang Tsuixia was furious upon hearing this. Although she was just an ordinary rural woman, she was adept at relaying messages and discussing matters in the village. As long as she walked around the village entrance, it wouldn't be long before the whole village knew the ins and outs of the matter. Lin Qing did this to seize the initiative. Those neighbors, having suffered a loss to his face, would inevitably gossip about him behind his back. In those days before telephones, reputation was paramount. He couldn't allow himself to be smeared. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother was so angry that she didn't even bother to pack up the steamed buns and turned to head towards the village entrance. Lin Qing wanted to follow, but his grandmother stopped him, saying that it was best for his mother to handle this matter, and that he would only cause trouble if he went. Lin Qing was still a little worried, but his grandmother smiled and told him to check the results again that evening. After exchanging a few more casual words, she told him to go home and cook, and to come see him again in a couple of days when he felt better. Only then did he say goodbye and leave. As I passed the village store, before I even got close, I heard a lively discussion. The topic was the few people who had come to collect debts, who had taken advantage, and who was heartless were being discussed in great detail. It was quite a spectacle. Some said Lu's wife was greedy for small gains, others said the Lu family was putting on an act, and still others mention that Lin Qing used to keep quiet, which is why he was easily bullied. This time, he's finally woken up and will no longer let himself be bullied. The conversation quickly turned to his gambling. Some people called him a loser and said he was a gambling addict. Lin Qing, however, felt at ease. He was the one who gambled, and he accepted the criticism. As long as the story of those few families spread, he wasn't afraid of being misrepresented. As he approached the convenience store, more than a dozen pairs of eyes turned to him, creating an awkward atmosphere. Lin Qing almost stumbled, inwardly marveling at how such a spectacle never happened in later generations. The crowd quickly changed the subject, gossiping about other people's business. He breathed a sigh of relief and continued walking home. Just as he reached the door, he heard Lin Xiaojun banging on a bowl and complaining that he was hungry. Lin Xiaojun asked when his father would be back. Su Qing immediately scolded him for banging on the bowl. Xiaojun then muttered under his breath that said his father had gone gambling again. Su Qing scolded him for talking nonsense, but her heart tightened involuntarily. She knew Lin Qing wouldn't do such a thing, and thinking about the tragedy in the neighboring village, she became increasingly uneasy. Just as she was feeling restless, Lin Qing walked in carrying a cloth bag. Su Qing relaxed completely when she saw him return. Seeing her complicated expression, Lin Qing said, half with heartache and half with amusement, "You're not really going to sell your son, are you?" Before he finished speaking, Xiaojun had already hugged his leg, his eyes fixed on the cloth bag in his hand. Steam rose from the cloth bag. Xiaojun smelled the steaming buns and excitedly handed the bag to Su Qing, saying, "Dad brought back something delicious, even steamed buns filled with wild vegetables." Lin Qing felt a little helpless, but he didn't mind. At least the child knew to give them to his mother first. Su Qing lifted the bag and saw neatly arranged white flour steamed buns, feeling both surprised and puzzled. In those days, white flour was a refined grain, not something one could eat casually. She couldn't help but ask where they came from. Lin Qing explained that his second sister-in-law had distributed them. Lin Qing said he would try to earn money at noon and repay the favor later. He spoke calmly, but it wasn't just empty talk. Although he hadn't managed to borrow a sampan this time, he had been a fisherman for 2 lifetimes, and not having a boat didn't necessarily mean he couldn't catch seafood. Chapter 6: Steamed Buns. Su Qing hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Her family already owed a mountain of favors. One more wouldn't matter. In her current situation, she had no other choice but to trust Lin Qing. Su Qing told the 2 children to wash their hands first, and that each of them could only eat half a piece to tide them over, and they could eat more after the porridge was cooked. After saying that, she patted Lin Xiaojun's hand, handed Xiaobao to Lin Qing, and turned to go to the stove to add firewood and start a fire. Lin Xiaojun tilted his head back, staring longingly at Lin Qing, muttering that his hands were clean and he could eat it directly. He rarely had such a good opportunity. He had been craving it for ages. Lin Qing looked at the kid, his memory hazy, but he found it amusing. He deliberately put on a stern face and said, "If you're not afraid of getting a beating, don't wash your hands." Lin Xiaojun immediately obediently went to the water tank to scoop water to wash his hands. Lin Qing wet a towel with hot water and first wiped the baby's hands and face. The little girl had been quiet just now, but as soon as she smelled the aroma of the steamed buns, she immediately squirmed in his arms, calling out for steamed buns. Lin Qing's heart softened immediately. He took out a steamed bun, carefully broke it open, blew on the filling to cool it down, and only placed it in his daughter's small hand after confirming it wasn't too hot. He fed her while wiping her face, his movements incredibly gentle. Su Qing, standing by the stove, was slightly stunned by the scene before her. In all their years of marriage, this was the first time she had seen Lin Qing display such tenderness. In that instant, a long-lost sense of peace welled up within her. Lin Xiaojun rushed back after washing his hands and was stunned to see the father and daughter being affectionate. He clearly remembered that he couldn't eat without washing his hands, but his sister was already eating. Lin Qing didn't even look up, just casually told him to eat half a piece, not to be greedy, and joked that if he got too fat, he wouldn't be able to find a wife in the future. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself when he thought of his son in his future life who weighed 200 pounds. Lin Xiaojun was completely confused. What did wife and fat mean? But he quickly stopped thinking about it. The aroma of the steamed buns was too tempting. He grabbed a bun and wolfed it down, his face glowing with satisfaction. Not satisfied after finishing his meal, he eagerly asked if he could have another one. Just as Lin Qing was about to respond, Xiao Bao suddenly cried out, his voice trembling with tears, that his brother had taken his steamed bun. There was only one steamed bun on the table, and Xiao Bao thought it was the only one in the family. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt, and snot bubbles were about to come out of his nose. Lin Qing said there were still plenty of steamed buns, and even broke off half for Xiao Jun. Only then did the two little ones quiet down. Xiao Bao stopped crying and started laughing, even giving Lin Qing a quick kiss, saying, "Daddy's the best." The little girl was so pretty and her voice was so sweet and innocent that Lin Qing's heart melted, and he couldn't help but kiss her back. Lin Qing casually promised to buy her milk powder and chocolate when he earned money. Although Xiao Bao didn't understand what those were, she only heard that they were delicious, so she nodded repeatedly and kissed him, making Lin Qing beam with joy. Xiao Jun, standing to the side, suddenly found the steamed bun in his hand less appealing. What was milk powder? What was chocolate? They sounded like food for the gods. He immediately leaned over and said he wanted some too. Lin Qing looked at the face that had just been sniffling and felt a chill run down his spine. He raised his hand and flicked the boy on the forehead. Xiao Jun looked aggrieved and said that his sister got a treat if she kissed him, so he could kiss her too. Lin Qing was speechless for a moment. Lin Qing changed his mind and said he would buy Xiao Jun delicious food if he got a perfect score on his exams next year. Xiao Jun was still confused as to why a kiss from his sister would make him happy. Lin Qing could only explain that his sister was too young. Lin Qing continued feeding his daughter. The 2-year-old could easily feed herself, but he just wanted to spoil her a little longer. He wanted to make up for all the time he missed. Seeing the father and daughter's close interaction, Su Qing inwardly resented his empty promises, but a smile still crept onto her lips. Lin Xiaojun moved closer to her, quietly bargaining for snacks. Lin Xiaojun looked on expectantly, and even sniffed hard. Su Qing looked at his dirty little face and the snot about to slide down his nose, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her son was her first child, and when he came up to her for a kiss, she couldn't resist. The smell of cooking and the baby's noise mingled in the room, creating a long-lost sense of liveliness and warmth. Chapter 7. Preparing to set sail. When Lin Xiaojun heard from his mother that the family had no money, that his father had gambled it all away, and that he could only ask his father for money to buy snacks, his eyes instantly dimmed, but he still nodded in agreement. He sniffed hard, secretly wondering when he could go back to school, but before he knew it, the snot went straight into his mouth. Su Qing was always very clean, but she had been delayed by debt collection today. Seeing her son like this, she angrily grabbed his ear and told him to wash his face immediately. Lin Xiaobao didn't escape either, and his face was wiped back and forth with the towel, which frightened him so much that he kept burrowing into Lin Cheng's arms. After all the fuss, the sweet potato and corn porridge was finally cooked, and everyone was served a large bowl. Lin Qing had the most sweet potatoes in his bowl, followed by Lin Xiaojun, but Su Qing had the fewest. She shared a bowl with Xiao Bao, and there were only 3 sweet potatoes in it. Lin Qing looked at the allocation and felt a lump in his throat. He asked her why she had given him so much. Su Qing said in a low voice that he hadn't eaten last night, and that he wasn't tired from weaving nets during the day, so eating less wouldn't hurt. These words pierced Lin Cheng's heart like a knife. Would have thrown the pot and smashed the bowl long ago if they had a gambling and wasteful husband, but she was still worried about whether he was hungry. Lin Qing didn't say anything, just put the 2 sweet potatoes back in her bowl and buried his head in his porridge. Su Qing wanted to take another bite, but he had already finished it in a few bites, put the steamed bun in his pocket, and left. Su Qing stood there stunned. It was the first time she had seen such a heavy expression on her husband's face, and she felt flustered. As soon as Lin Qing stepped out of the yard, he slapped himself hard. He could now clearly see how much of a scoundrel he had been in his youth. His wife worked hard to support the family, while he ate the most food like a king. At that moment, only 2 words occupied his mind: making money. No amount of sweet talk mattered. His family couldn't even afford enough to eat, so talk of the future was just empty words. His daughter, who should be drinking formula, was eating sweet potato porridge every day. He needed to earn the money back as soon as possible, at least to solve his basic needs. He had originally planned to go beachcombing with the villagers or make a bamboo pole to fish, but now that seemed too slow. There are too many people going beachcombing. Although you can find a lot after the tide goes out, it's all about luck. It's common to not find more than a few cents a day. Fishing is even more dependent on the weather, and without proper equipment, it's simply not feasible. After going around in circles, he still had to find a way to get a boat. The family's sampan was out of the question for the time being. His father simply didn't believe him unless he showed genuine repentance. His 2 older brothers had gone out to sea in a tin boat, and the rest of the relatives were all busy making a living, so no one would easily lend him a boat. Lin Qing smiled bitterly. Now he couldn't even find a boat to go out to sea. Just then, he suddenly remembered someone, Jiang Ping. His childhood friend, who had been tricked into gambling a few days earlier, also had a spare sampan at home. Jiang Ping lost over 100 yuan, got scolded by his wife, and beaten by his parents. He's probably still recovering at home. But this guy is bold, impulsive, loyal, and most importantly, people listen to him. Since he wanted to turn his life around, he should lend a hand to his brother. With that thought, Lin Qing immediately put on his rubber boots and headed towards Jiang Ping's house. After walking for a few minutes, he saw a small courtyard surrounded by a fence, with similar mud houses behind it. A young woman was weaving a net outside Jiang Ping's door. Seeing him approach, her face immediately turned cold. She told him directly that Jiang Ping wasn't there, and that he should leave. Lin Qing knew that Jiang Ping had gone gambling with him. Just as the woman was about to start yelling, a short figure walked out of the house and loudly told her to be quiet, saying that Lin Qing must have come with important business. Lin Qing was stunned for a moment, thinking that this woman's position in the family was too strong. Jiang Ping pulled him into the house and offered to pour him tea. Lin Qing looked at the dilapidated stove in his house, waved his hand, and said there was no need to be polite, and to get straight to the point. He asked if he could borrow the sampan for a few days. Since they were borrowing the boat, they naturally had to take Jiang Ping along. Jiang Ping was stunned when he heard they were going to sea, thinking he was joking. Lin Qing smiled wryly, saying that he had truly woken up after being ruined by gambling this time. He wanted to go to sea to make money, but his family didn't believe him, so he had to ask his brother for help. After listening, Jiang Ping's expression turned serious. He also regretted the gamble and even considered working as a porter at the docks to earn money. Lending the boat to Lin Qing was no problem, but he was worried that Lin Qing wouldn't be able to manage alone. Lin Qing smiled and said, "Isn't there you?" Jiang Ping thought about it carefully and realized that he was a good swimmer and could cast and trawl nets effectively. Moreover, fishing is significantly more profitable than carrying loads. With good luck, a single net can yield a large grouper or yellow croaker, which can be worth a considerable sum. With bad luck, it's all for nothing, but since they use hand-crank sampans, there are no fuel costs. Thinking of this, a light gradually appeared in his eyes. Since he was going to turn his life around, he might as well go all out. Jiang Ping was always straightforward, and he immediately agreed, telling Lin Qing to go to the dock and wait while he went to get the net and tools. Chapter 8. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Lin Qing didn't dare to delay and rushed home immediately after making up his mind. After all, the small fishing boats of this era were completely different from those of later generations, especially the small sampans that relied on oars to move forward. If even one thing was missing before going out to sea, it could cause delays. When he rushed home, Su Qing and Lin Xiaobao had just finished eating and were about to go weave a net, but Lin Xiaojun had already run off somewhere. Seeing him rummaging through drawers and cabinets as soon as he entered, Su Qing couldn't help but ask him what he was looking for. While searching for his things, Lin Qing simply replied that he was going out to sea. He then asked if there was only one pair of fire tongs, and that he also needed to find a bucket, a urea bag, a rope, and a headlamp. His tone was clearly anxious. Su Qing was taken aback. They usually went out to sea at 3 or 4 in the morning, and it was already noon, but she knew that this matter could not be delayed, so she quickly put down what she was doing and turned around to help him find the things. She rummaged through the cabinet next to the stove and pulled out 2 snakeskin bags tied with hemp rope. She then handed the fire tongs from the stove to Lin Qing, picked up the headlamp and looked at it, saying that the batteries inside were almost dead and asking if he wanted to go to the convenience store to buy a new one. Lin Qing took the things, calculated the time, and said he would probably be back in the afternoon. He added that they didn't need to buy batteries, and they had enough for everything else. He then quickly kissed Su Qing on the cheek, a move so fast that no one could react. Su Qing blushed instantly. In broad daylight, with the door open, how could this person just show up like that? She raised her hand to hit him, but Lin Qing had already slipped out the door with his things. She stood at the door, angrily spitting out a curse under her breath. Then, Lin Xiaobao, who was in her arms, saw this and followed suit, pouting and calling out in a childish voice for a kiss. Looking at her daughter's soft little face, Su Qing couldn't bear to refuse. She immediately lowered her head and kissed her face several times, her eyes filled with smiles. But the next second, as if she suddenly remembered something, she hurriedly went back to the stove, grabbed a bag, and chased after the child. On the other side, Lin Qing walked along the road, his steps so light they almost carried the wind. In their past life, because of Xiaobao, Su Qing and he had been cold to each other for almost her entire lives, and she never truly forgave him until her death. This life is completely different. Not only can she speak normally, but she can also make him feel close to her. Thinking of this, the emptiness in his heart that had been suppressed for decades seemed to be filled. Just then, Su Qing's voice suddenly came from behind him. Lin Qing subconsciously turned around, wondering if she was coming after him to ask him to kiss her again. As a result, Su Qing ran up to him and stuffed the bag of steamed buns left over from lunch into his arms, saying that she didn't know when he would be back, and that he should take them with him so he could eat them at sea if he got hungry on the way. Lin Qing then realized that this was why she had chased after him. Although he felt a little disappointed, he was also warmed by her thoughtfulness. He was about to reach out and hug her when Su Qing nimbly dodged and pinched his waist. Lin Qing feigned grievance, saying it was normal for a couple to be intimate. Su Qing blushed deeply, and whispered a rebuke, saying what kind of couple would act like this in broad daylight? If he did it again, she would beat his son next time. Lin Qing wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he casually replied that Xiao Jun was thick-skinned and could be beaten easily. Then, he deliberately lowered his voice and asked if it would be okay tonight. Su Qing blushed even more at his words, her face turning as if covered by a blush, even her ears turning bright red. She hurriedly said that it wouldn't work tonight either. Looking at her like this, Lin Qing almost wanted to lean in and kiss her again, but he managed to hold back in the end. He just told her to go back quickly because it was getting chilly, and she shouldn't stay out in the wind. After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed Lin Xiaobao's little face, then told her to listen to her mother at home before turning around and walking towards the village dock. Seeing him turn to leave, Lin Xiaobao thought her father was playing with her, and immediately cried out in grievance that she wanted to go with him. Su Qing hugged her and gently explained that her father wasn't going to play, but to earn money, and that he could come with her when he grew up. Lin Xiaobao became serious after hearing this, saying that she wanted to grow up quickly so she could earn money too. Su Qing's heart softened, and she could only coax her to eat more so she could grow up faster. After seeing Lin Qing off, Su Qing stood there watching his retreating figure, feeling a strange sense of reluctance. Before, when Lin Qing went out, she only found it annoying, but today, for the first time, she felt that he truly acted like a husband. When we arrived at the small dock, it wasn't time for the boats to return yet, so there were only a few small boats scattered around the harbor, but a lot of people had already gathered on the shore. Some people were waiting for their families to return, some were helping to repair the boat, and others were guarding the boat, afraid that the oil in the engine would be stolen. Most people were gathered around a few fishing huts, chatting about the day's fish prices. These fishing huts are similar to the collection points of later generations. Most of the fish caught at sea, unless they are particularly valuable, are sold directly here. Although the price is a little lower, it saves the trouble of going to town. When Lin Cheng arrived, Jiang Ping hadn't come yet, so he went to the spot where his father usually sold his goods to check the prices. But what he saw almost made him choke on the spot. Inside the fish shed, someone was doing the accounting. Lin Cheng stared at the price board and couldn't help but shout out, "The large yellow croaker is only 42 cents a pound. This price is outrageous." Lin Dufu, who was working on his abacus, was startled by the shout. He looked up and scolded him for being so dramatic, saying that the price was already very fair, as it was only 37 cents last month and had even increased once since. Lin Cheng was stunned. In his memory, in the future, a pound of large yellow croaker would cost hundreds or even thousands of yuan, and the price would rise even more if it was slightly larger. Now, it was only selling for a few cents. But the people around him all seemed to take it for granted. Some even said that this was the price all along, and that people shouldn't shout things if they didn't understand. Some even recognized him and started teasing him with smiles on their faces. Zhou Jiang was also in the crowd. He spoke in a sarcastic tone, saying that the third son of the Lin family now knew how to come to the fish market to check prices. He wondered if he had lost all his money and finally remembered that even a few cents were money. Several people close to him chimed in, saying that Lin Cheng could gamble hundreds of yuan a night without batting an eye, so why would he care about a few cents a pound of yellow croaker? They even deliberately mentioned that his family was now struggling to afford food. Some even said in front of everyone that Su Qing had married the wrong person, and that anyone else would have been divorced long ago. The words became increasingly offensive, and even Lin Dufu couldn't stand it anymore, banging on the table to tell them to shut up. He turned to Lin Cheng and asked him why he had come here today, whether he was looking for his family, and reminded him that Lin's father and two older brothers had not gone out to sea today. Lin Cheng ignored the sarcastic remarks from those around him and calmly said that he was there to go out to sea and check the prices beforehand so he wouldn't be caught off guard on the way back. After saying that, Lin Dufu was stunned, and even the people around him stopped. Zhou Jiang burst out laughing, saying that if someone like Lin Cheng went out to sea, he'd probably fall into the ocean before he even set sail. Lin Dufu, disregarding everything else, quickly advised him not to act recklessly, saying that the sea was not a place to joke around, and that without experience, and without someone to guide him, it was easy for an accident to happen if he went out carelessly. Lin Cheng knew he was genuinely concerned, so he explained that he wasn't going alone. He was accompanied by others, and they were only using a rowboat. They wouldn't go far, just casting nets near the shore and picking up some shellfish to eat. He spoke casually, even casually asking Lin Dufu to give him a fair price later. Only then was Lin Dufu relieved, patting his chest and assuring him that everyone in the village knew he was fair in his purchases. Lin Cheng inwardly rolled his eyes. In later years, Lin Dufu's son had bought several houses in the city and drove BMWs. Who would believe he wasn't making money? However, he didn't expose him, but simply kept the price in mind and turned to go to the dock. But Zhou Jiang wouldn't stop. Seeing that he was ignoring him, he continued to make sarcastic remarks behind his back, saying that there were so many strange things happening this year, and that all sorts of people dared to go out to sea. He wondered if they might actually drown in the sea. These words finally made Lin Cheng stop in his tracks, his eyes turning cold. He could tolerate a few muttered words, but this going on and on was truly excessive. Before he could even speak, a bamboo basket suddenly flew from the side and hit Zhou Jiang directly in the face, knocking him off the bench. Before Zhou Jiang could react, Jiang Ping had already rushed over, oar in his left hand and kitchen knife in his right, standing aggressively in front of him, and started cursing, saying, "Try saying another word." Zhou Jiang immediately cowered. He dared to provoke Lin Cheng, but he didn't dare to mess with Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping's family background was undeniable. His maternal uncle was the former village party secretary, and his sister was married to a border policeman. Few people in the village were willing to cross him. Zhou Jiang was still unwilling to give up, stubbornly insisting that he hadn't provoked him. Jiang Ping retorted directly, saying that he was the one who went to sea with Lin Cheng, and that cursing Lin Cheng to drown was just cursing himself in the process. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiang was completely speechless. He never expected that Lin Cheng's partner would be Jiang Ping, and could only lower his head and admit defeat. Jiang Ping pointed a kitchen knife at him, telling him to watch his mouth from now on, or he wouldn't be so polite if he heard it again. Zhou Jiang readily agreed, and the others who had been jeering earlier quickly slunk away. After leaving the fish hut, Lin Cheng still thanked Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping rolled his eyes and said that with their relationship, there was no need for thanks. If he really wanted to thank him, he shouldn't have left him alone next time he stole peaches. These words immediately brought back old memories for Lin Cheng. Although he was quiet and reserved in his youth, he did plenty of idle things, picking melons in the east and husking corn in the west, often with Jiang Ping. Unfortunately, he was timid and always the first to run away when something happened, leaving Jiang Ping to take the blame in the end. Thinking about all this, Lin Cheng could only admit his mistake. The two chatted and laughed all the way to the dock. Jiang Ping found his own small sampan and skillfully untied the mooring ropes. But when he actually stood on the side of the boat, Jiang Ping began to feel a little uneasy. He had spoken with great confidence before, but now, looking at the vast blue sea in the distance, he suddenly felt uncertain. He asked Lin Cheng in a low voice whether their relationship was feasible. He himself had only been to sea with his family a dozen times, so he was only half-baked, let alone Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng didn't give him a chance to back down. He jumped onto the boat directly, extinguishing any hesitation and leaving only a decisive sentence. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Going to sea. Chapter 9, A School of Yellow Croakers? We've struck it rich. The small sampan was only a little over 4 meters long. As soon as Lin Cheng jumped onto it, the boat started to sway from side to side, as if someone had pushed it off the water. Damn it, slow down! Jiang Ping was so scared that he quickly moved to the middle of the boat, spreading his arms to maintain his balance, afraid that he would be thrown into the water before he even set off. Lin Cheng laughed heartily, asking him if he was just bragging about his swimming skills. Standing on the sea, his sense of belonging grew stronger, as if his whole being was one with the ocean. Jiang Ping scolded him irritably, saying that no matter how good a swimmer is, you can't go into the water before you've even set off, especially in this freezing weather. He added that he had never heard Lin's father say anything about the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish, and that everyone stays home during typhoons. Lin Cheng was momentarily speechless. He had learned this phrase from watching TV dramas in his later life and often used it to joke around when going to sea. He had forgotten that Jiang Ping couldn't understand it at all, and could only vaguely say that he was talking nonsense. Jiang Ping rolled his eyes, saying he was out of his mind from losing. Despite saying that, the two quickly stopped joking and put their hands together in a low prayer. May Mazu bless us with peace and safety, and a bountiful catch of fish, Jiang Ping prayed devoutly. Lin Cheng's face also turned serious. As fishermen, most of them have a belief. The sea both nourishes and devours people, and they don't feel at ease if they don't pray before going out to sea. Mazu is the sea goddess in the hearts of most fishermen, and some locals also believe in Lord Chu and the Dragon King, but they all pray for the same thing, a safe return. After the prayer was finished, Jiang Ping took the lead in rowing the boat. The small sampan left the shore and slowly paddled towards the boundless sea. After the initial panic subsided, Jiang Ping calmed down. Having grown up by the sea, drinking salty water since childhood, he wasn't really afraid of going out to sea. Needless to say, Lin Cheng spent his entire life as a fisherman, and the oars in his hands seemed to have a rhythm. The sampan gradually moved away from the dock, like a grain of pepper sprinkled into a soup pot, drifting on the golden sea. Before noon, the sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm glow over the sea. The chill subsided somewhat, and even the cries of the seagulls sounded gentle. Lin Cheng couldn't help but exclaim, "How beautiful!" He didn't have any fancy words. He just felt that everything before him was expansive and real. Jiang Ping hesitated for a long time before finally saying it was true. He then urged him to shake the machine quickly, as it would get dark soon. The two were heading to the place where Jiang Ping's father often went fishing. That location happened to be north of the floating reef in Lin Cheng's memory. He didn't mention it beforehand, intending to consider it a chance encounter since it was on the way. However, A metal boat with an engine and a hand-crank sampan are completely different things. An hour passed, my arms were aching, and I still couldn't see the end of the sea. Jiang Ping began to wonder if he had gone to the wrong place. Lin Chung looked back at the dock, which had become a black dot. He then looked at the sun to estimate the direction and said that the direction was correct, and it would probably take another half-hour. Jiang Ping couldn't help but complain that it would be great if he could borrow a tin boat. Rowing was just too tiring. Lin Chung shook his head. Don't be fooled by the fact that both families own tin boats. They're considered prized possessions in the village. There are only 20 or 30 boats in several hundred households, and even second-hand ones cost over 2,000 yuan. That was the savings accumulated by several families over many years. Who would dare to lend it? Who would have the nerve to ask? If something goes wrong, can you afford to pay for it? Jiang Ping, panting, said he didn't know how his father went to sea before there were iron boats. Lin Chung said that further ahead, there were few even large wooden boats, let alone iron boats. All the boats were large, 4-meter-long sampans that were hand-cranked. This boat was left by his grandfather, and his father continued to work on it for many years. 2 years ago, he gritted his teeth and bought a second-hand iron boat. Now he still owes more than 200 yuan in debt. At this point, both of them fell silent for a moment. Having lost all their savings gambling, they felt somewhat uneasy. Jiang Ping suddenly realized what he was feeling guilty about. It was clearly Lin Chung who was taken to gambling by his cousin, and that's why he went along. Thinking about this, he became increasingly indignant, grabbed a ladle, scooped up a bowl of seawater, and splashed it over the other person. Lin Chung shivered from being drenched, and cursed him for being crazy. Jiang Ping said he wanted some interest. If he hadn't gambled with him, he wouldn't have lost so badly. Lin Chung was also holding back his anger. He hadn't originally planned to gamble so much, but Jiang Ping went home to get money to win back his losses and even won 2 rounds, which got him hooked too. The two were not convinced of each other's superiority, so they each scooped up water and splashed it at each other. Before long, the sampan became a battlefield, and both of them were soaked. A cold wind blew, and I was shivering from the cold. They could only glance at each other before bursting into laughter. Between brothers, a fight can break up the relationship if they get angry. After laughing, Jiang Ping sighed and said that this time was really bad. He almost had his leg broken. Lin Chung also said that he was even worse off, as he made his grandmother sick with anger, and when he went back to borrow grain, he was forced to kowtow and apologize, each kowtow costing £1. Jiang Ping shook his head and said he really deserved to be beaten. Then he asked with a wicked grin if it was even harder to coax his wife. Lin Chung blushed and retorted that he would definitely kneel down to sister-in-law Yu. Jiang Ping was so anxious that he became incoherent, and refused to admit anything. Amidst the banter and laughter, they finally approached their destination. Jiang Ping stood up and looked for his father's tin boat. Lin Chung squinted, searching for the floating reef in his memory. Logically, it should be nearby, or a little further north. He came here in his past life. He shouldn't be mistaken. But I searched for a long time and couldn't find it. Just as he was wondering if he had gone too far, a strong impulse suddenly rose within Lin Chung. He decided to log off right there. This feeling came inexplicably, yet was unwavering. Having already experienced rebirth, he placed great importance on his premonitions. He suggested we try casting a few nets here. Jiang Ping was taken aback. The spots left by the older generation were always more reliable. If you just threw a net randomly, you might not even catch any water plants. Lin Chung said he had a premonition that he would reap rewards. Hearing this, Jiang Ping readily agreed. Strength is the least valuable asset, and casting 2 nets wouldn't be a loss. Jiang Ping straightened the net, and asked who would come. Lin Chung took the net. This was his first net since his rebirth, and he wanted to make a good start. He weighed the net in his hand, making sure the weight and the beginning and end were in good condition, then took a step back and turned around. The net stretched out in the air into a near-perfect circle before falling into the sea. Jiang Ping was stunned on the spot. They grew up together. Before, Lin Chung had trouble even standing on the boat, let alone throwing a net. But this toss was clean and swift, like an old fisherman's. You can't throw it like that without dozens of practice sessions. Jiang Ping couldn't help but ask him when he learned it. Lin Qing pretended to be relaxed and said that this thing is not something that can be done by just having hands. Jiang Ping almost lost his temper. Lin Qing added that he might have a talent for fishing. Jiang Ping didn't understand the concept of talent. He simply attributed it to divine intervention. Lin Qing simply explained it as becoming enlightened. Jiang Ping nodded immediately. The word enlightenment can be used to describe any kind of change. The two were talking when it was almost time. Lin Qing estimated that the net had sunk to the bottom and began to reel it in. As soon as he exerted force, his arms sank. A faint golden hue peeks through the sea. As the network port tightened, that golden hue grew larger and larger. The next instant, the blue sea surface was lifted, and a school of golden fish emerged. Jiang Ping suddenly let out a howl. "Swarm of large yellow croakers!" His voice was trembling. Lin Qing's face turned bright red, and his heart pounded like a drum. A net full of wild large yellow croaker. At that moment, his mind went blank. Only 2 words remain. It's been sent. Chapter 10, Yellow Croaker. There's no need to even calculate the price of the larger fish. Even if they were all priced at 800 per gene, approximately 400 grams, just these 70 to 80 gene of large yellow croaker would be enough to turn him and Jiang Ping upside down. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, Lin Qing froze. No, it's 1982 now. There's no boss buying large yellow croakers for 800 yuan a pound. The buying points only pay a little over 40 cents a pound at most. At that moment, he really wanted to travel back to the future and sell this net of fish for an astronomical price. But thinking of his daughter at home, he suppressed his impulse. 4 cents was fine. At least it could help in an emergency. But upon closer inspection of the fish, he suddenly realized something was amiss. This fish doesn't look like a large yellow croaker at all. The next second, he cursed out loud. It's little yellow fish. Don't be fooled by the fact that they only differ by 1 word. The price difference can be drastic. At Uncle Fu's place, small yellow croakers cost only 21 cents a pound, which is more than half the price of large yellow croakers. Jiang Ping understood as well, and almost burst out crying. Who wouldn't feel bad if half the money was gone? But he quickly cheered up again, saying that small yellow croakers were also valuable, and this net weighed 70 caddies, worth at least 10 yuan. Lin Qing thought about it. In this day and age, every penny is precious, so a dozen yuan is indeed not a small amount. Moreover, they were just using a hand-thrown net, so catching this many fish in one net was incredibly lucky. However, he didn't rush to pull him, but instead reminded Jiang Ping not to act rashly. The net is too full. If you pull it too hard, you might break it. Sea fish are wild and strong. The real problem is that the net can't support them. Lin Qing steadied the rope, loosening and tightening it intermittently to exhaust the fish underwater. After several attempts, the fish gradually lost their energy, while he himself was exhausted and covered in sweat. He let Jiang Ping take over so he could catch his breath. Jiang Ping tied the rope around his waist, leaned back, and used his body weight to pull himself up. With their combined efforts, the two finally managed to get the net onto the boat. Their eyes lit up when they saw the lively fish. This is all money. Jiang Ping asked, panting. Is something wrong? It's much more tiring than when my dad and the others are closing the net. Lin Qing stretched his arms and said that the iron boats used trawl nets, and some were even equipped with net lifting machines. Jiang Ping was stunned when he heard about the internet machine. He asked what it was, and whether it was specifically for helping to pull nets. Lin Qing nodded and said that with that thing, fishing would be much easier. Jiang Ping's eyes lit up, and he asked where he could buy it, and how much it cost. Lin Qing poured cold water on the idea, saying that there probably weren't any in the town, but there were machinery factories over Taihu Lake that offered them, with prices starting at 3,000 or 4,000. Jiang Ping jumped up and down, saying that the money was enough to buy 2 iron boats. In the 1980s, anything related to industry was incredibly expensive. Black and white TVs cost several $100s, and you need a ticket. Jiangping gave up completely, and said that he should let his father continue to work hard. As they talked, the two poured the fish into the hold and began to tidy up the casting net. Since we've encountered a school of fish, we can't just scoop up one net and leave. September to November is the fishing season for small yellow croakers, and we clearly encountered it today. Just as they were hauling in the net, Lin Qing suddenly noticed something pressing down under the fish hold. When he lifted it up, he almost laughed in anger. Below was a large trawling net. The ship had a trawl net, but they spent ages struggling with a cast net instead. Jiangping was also bewildered, saying that the boat hadn't been used for a long time, and he had no idea it had a trawl net. Lin Qing gritted his teeth and told him to stop talking nonsense and hurry up and get the net out. The fish are still there, you'd be missing out if you didn't. Jiangping hurriedly pushed the small yellow croakers aside and hauled the trawl net out. He realized what was happening, handed the net to Lin Qing, and said he would row. Lin Qing sensed the school of fish. He felt Lin Qing was luckier. Lin Qing didn't stand on ceremony and walked to the stern of the boat with the net and bamboo pole. He then realized that the bamboo pole wasn't for propelling the boat, but for using with a trawl net. Manual trawling nets have a simple structure but are highly efficient. Lin Qing set the net according to standard procedure, secured the rope, and called for Jiangping to row. The small sampan began to move on the sea, and the trawl net opened a gap of more than 6 meters. Schools of fish were constantly being pulled into the net along the way. Now it all comes down to Jiangping's strength. The two took turns paddling, putting all their strength into it. Of course, the farther the trawling net is cast, the better. But after only 7 or 8 minutes, the boat could no longer be rowed. Jiangping's expression changed, worried that he might get stuck with something. Lin Qing was also nervous, afraid of getting caught on the rocks. But when he looked at the sea, he suddenly understood. It's not hanging on the bottom, it's completely full. Golden stripes of water appeared on the sea surface, teeming with small yellow croakers. Some even jumped directly out of the water. The fish were so densely packed it was frightening. Lin Qing's eyes turned red, and he immediately shouted to close the net. The two tried desperately to pull back, but found they could barely move it. It weighs at least 300 or 400 pounds in the net. The boats were being dragged forward. Lin Qing could only use the old method, loosening the rope to exhaust the fish. It took several attempts to drag the net to the side of the boat. But a new problem arose: how to get it onto the ship. With hundreds of pounds of fish weighing down the net, the two men were so exhausted that their hands were shaking. But with the money right in front of them, no one was willing to give it up. They tied ropes to their bodies and strained as they flipped the net. They managed to drag this huge bag of fish onto the boat. The boat rocked violently. Jiangping was so frightened that he kept shouting for him to slow down. Lin Qing laughed and said that no matter how dangerous it is at sea, once you're on the ship, you're cargo. The fish were poured into the hold, and the boat became stable. The hold was piled high with small yellow croakers, like a small mountain. Jiangping stared blankly at the fish hold. Roughly calculated, it weighs at least 500 kilograms. Even at 2 cents a day, it's still over $100. For the two who had just lost all their savings, this was a lifesaver. Chapter 11: A full pocket of fish. Uncle Jiang was stunned. Although Jiangping appeared to be fine at home after losing money, and even dared to yell at his wife, he had actually been having a very difficult time these past few days. The couple had already argued many times because of his idleness, and this time, after losing so much money, the conflict at home could no longer be contained. The couple had argued countless times and even hit each other more than once. That's why Lin Qing never saw his daughter when he visited his home before. The child had long been sent to her grandmother's house to avoid being caught in the middle of her parents' lives and being frightened every day. So when Lin Qing arrived that day, although sister-in-law Jiang's face was grim, she didn't kick him out directly, which was actually quite considerate of Jiangping. Now, looking at the nets full of small yellow croakers in the boat, the pent-up frustration in Jiangping's heart finally began to dissipate. Although it's not yet time to make up for all the losses at once, at least this trip home today will give me an explanation to my family, and I won't be facing my wife's cold face empty-handed. Thinking of this, he became very alert, and even began to imagine the look of surprise and delight on his wife's face when he brought home a large sum of money. How will she make herself kneel on the washboard then, and how will she keep mentioning divorce? If they really divorce, where will she find a man who can earn so much money again? Lin Chim was unaware that his mind was already racing with fantasies, but he was equally overjoyed at the moment. In his later years, he spent decades at sea, and when the market was good, it wasn't uncommon for him to earn 20 or 30,000 a month. Logically speaking, this boatload of small yellow croakers, worth a few hundred yuan, would be nothing in the modern world. But when it comes to money, the most crucial factor is the era. It's 1982 now, and everything is different. Take Su Qing's brother-in-law, who works at a steel rolling mill, for example. A regular worker's monthly salary is only 32.5 yuan. Their catch of fish is equivalent to 3 months' income for an average worker. How could Lin Ching not be happy? Moreover, this money wasn't just a number to him. It was Su Qing's new clothes, Xiao Bao's milk powder, the frog toy Xiao Jun kept talking about, and the nutritional supplements his grandparents would be able to eat in the future. Thinking of all this, his arms, which had been sore and swollen, seemed to regain their strength. He gritted his teeth and urged Jiang Ping to continue, saying that he would try to pull 2 more nets before sunset. Jiang Ping, who was already exhausted and collapsed on the boat, almost popped his eyes out when he heard this. Are you coming again? Even seasoned fishermen who have been fishing for years would find it difficult to keep up with such continuous trawling, let alone the 2 of them who were known in the village as lazy bums just a couple of days ago. Seeing his expression, Lin Ching knew that he was getting lazy, so he simply took drastic measures. He said that each haul would bring in tens or hundreds of yuan, and if he could catch a few more, he could just go to the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow and take a bicycle home. These words were like a hook, completely seducing Jiang Ping. His eyes instantly reddened at the thought of the bicycle. In the entire Haihe village, fewer than 10 households own bicycles. If someone rides one out, people will stare wherever they go. If I could actually get one to take home, that would cause quite a stir. Thinking of this, Jiang Ping gritted his teeth, forced himself to get up from the bottom of the boat, and said, "Stop talking nonsense and keep going." Driven by their burning desire to make money, the 2 of them dragged their nearly broken bodies into the net once again. This time, Jiang Ping didn't complain about being tired because he understood that he was now earning money by working hard, and with money right in front of him, it would be unreasonable not to give it his all. As the 2 rowed frantically, the trawl net quickly sank to the point where it could no longer be pulled. Once the net was pulled in, the boat was full of small yellow croakers again. Jiang Ping was so excited that his voice became hoarse, and he kept laughing and urging them to continue. Then they pulled 2 more nets, and although the quantity wasn't as exaggerated as the first net, each net still yielded around 300 jin, 150 kilograms. By this time, the 2 of them were truly exhausted. My arms felt like they didn't belong to me. I was slumped in the boat, gasping for breath, slowly recovering with the help of the sea breeze. Jiang Ping gritted his teeth and asked if they should continue. Lin Ching replied with only one word. Come. And so it was one net after another. By the 7th net, the fish had clearly dispersed, and it took more than 10 minutes to catch a few dozen kilograms. Fortunately, that's all they have left. Otherwise, given their current condition, they might not have the strength to close the net. As the 2 were slowly loading the fish into the boat, Lin Ching suddenly noticed a hole in the edge of the trawl net, so he called Jiang Ping over to take a look. Jiang Ping glanced at it, and didn't take it to heart at all. It was broken once it was exposed. A net wasn't worth much. What he earned today was enough to buy dozens of nets. He could just have his mother repair them when he got back. But Lin Ching shook his head, saying that one thing should be kept separate from another, and that the money should be deducted from the fish money, as a cost shared by the 2 of them. He had experienced too many conflicts over money disputes, so he knew he couldn't afford to be careless in this kind of situation. The two had agreed before setting sail to split the catch 50/50ths, and this rule had to be upheld. Jiang Ping didn't mind, saying that any calculation was fine, but the profit-sharing ratio had to be changed. Lin Cheng was taken aback, thinking that he was complaining that he hadn't taken enough and was about to give him an extra 10%. However, Jiang Ping said that Lin Cheng found the fish and Lin Cheng was in charge of directional control of the trawl. He said that he had only put in the effort and that taking half would be too much. He directly proposed that the profits be split 60/40ths, with Lin Cheng getting 60% and him getting 40%. Lin Cheng laughed after hearing this, saying that there was no such thing as bargaining like that. Others would want to take as much as possible, but he was doing the opposite. The boat belonged to him, and he provided the people, yet he was still willing to give them up. Jiang Ping said that this was a principle his grandfather taught him when he was a child. One should not be too greedy, and one should only eat what one puts in. Moreover, since we'll be going to continue sailing with Lin Cheng in the future, it's only right that we get a bigger share. He also joked that he had tried going out to sea alone before, only to earn 4 cents a day. He said that he was able to achieve this much today thanks to Lin Cheng's shipping. Lin Cheng didn't argue after hearing this, only saying that we could do it this way in the future, but today's transaction would still be split equally, and starting from the day after tomorrow, it would be split 60/40ths. Jiang Ping readily agreed, then asked why it wasn't to continue tomorrow. Lin Cheng cursed at him and told him to touch his arm first. Jiang Ping then realized that his arms were so sore that he could barely lift them. Just now, I was driven by the thought of making money, but now that the energy has passed, the pain has immediately surfaced, and I started wailing on the spot. Lin Cheng ignored him and urged him to hurry back to the dock, as it would be too late to find his way around in the dark. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping's face fell again. When they came, they were full of energy and rode for 2 hours to reach this area. Now they are so tired that it's hard to say whether they can even make it back by night. Fortunately, just as they were worrying, a tin boat from the village happened to pass by in the distance. The two men knew the people on the boat. They were distant relatives of Jiang Ping. When the middle-aged man saw them rowing their small sampan so far in the middle of the night, he immediately started cursing, saying that the two boys were courting death. Although he spoke harshly, he was very kind. He not only agreed to take them back, but also poured them some hot tea, which was actually just hot water. Jiang Ping was overjoyed to have found a ride on their coattails, saying that they also wanted to make money and that they just happened to run into their third uncle. Uncle San scoffed after hearing this, saying that one of them was idle and the other was notoriously lazy. What kind of fish could they catch? They'd be lucky if they didn't fall into the sea and feed the fish. This is actually the view of many people in the village. Lin Cheng and Jiang Ping were never considered respectable people in the village. They relied on their families and wives, and no one thought they could achieve anything. The son next to the third uncle also laughed, his eyes full of disdain. Jiang Ping said this, and immediately winked at Lin Cheng, signaling him to show the item to everyone. Lin Cheng rolled his eyes inwardly, knowing that this guy was showing off again. But with so many fish, they couldn't be hidden anyway, they'd have to be seen once they got to the dock. So they didn't stop them and just pulled off the tarpaulin covering the boat. When the flashlight beam shone on him, Uncle Jiang was stunned. The entire small sampan was filled with a golden glow, with countless tiny yellow croakers almost covering the bottom of the boat. In that instant, his voice changed, and he blurted out, "Is it a big yellow croaker?" His son was stunned, his eyes almost popped out. The sight of the entire ship covered in golden scales reflecting the light is enough to leave anyone speechless. The fact that the fish was caught by Lin Cheng and Jiang Ping, two notorious scoundrels, makes it even more unacceptable. However, his son quickly noticed something was wrong, saying it wasn't a large yellow croaker, but a small yellow croaker, and that its size and mouth were different. Uncle Jiang took a closer look and then breathed a sigh of relief. I felt much better knowing it wasn't a large yellow croaker. But the next second he realized something. Even if they are just small yellow croakers, this boatload is still valuable. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but blurt out another sentence. Holy crap. Chapter 12, your father is dead. Jiang San looked at the basket full of golden yellow croakers, and his chest suddenly felt tight. He had been in a good mood, and before going home, he had even caught half a net of prawns. These things are valuable everywhere, at least 30 yuan a day. With the day's catch, he had made at least 50 yuan today, and he was planning to sell them and buy some meat to treat his father and son. His joy was short-lived, however, when he ran into Lin Cheng and Jiang Ping. A boatload of small yellow croakers lay before him. Even if the two split it, each would still get over 100 yuan. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became, and his face darkened. His son, however, had a good attitude. After his initial surprise, he quickly recovered and asked with envy if they had encountered a school of fish, saying that their luck was too good. Lin Cheng's heart tightened, fearing that Jiang Ping might blurt out something about a thriving maritime trade. So he quickly smiled and explained that it was their first time sailing alone, and that they were lucky as newcomers. Jiang Ping realized what was happening and quickly followed up, saying that it was probably just a lucky break the first time, and he might not have the same luck again. He also praised his third uncle for going out to sea in his tin boat every day, easily making over 10 yuan a day, which was equivalent to a worker's monthly income in 2 days. These words clearly struck a chord with Uncle Jiang. He said he was just trying to make a living, that oil was expensive, and that women didn't earn much at home weaving nets, but today he had indeed made a small profit of 40 or 50 yuan. His tone was humble, but his face revealed his pride. After all, there aren't many tin boats in the village, and their efficiency far surpasses that of rowing. It's not uncommon to earn 300 to 500 yuan a month, and during the flood season, that number can double. Taking the opportunity, Lin Cheng inquired about the recent flood season. He had been reborn for so long that many specific months were now hazy, so he could only ask around. Uncle Jiang didn't hide anything, saying that the jellyfish season is at the end of June and the beginning of July, while the small yellow croaker season is divided into spring and autumn seasons, with the spring season from the end of April to June and the autumn season from September to the beginning of November. They guessed that they had caught the tail end of the autumn season. Then they talked about the fishing seasons of ribbonfish, pomfret, Spanish mackerel, and even large yellow croaker. Lin Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. Large yellow croakers actually have a fishing season? Are resources really this abundant these days? In later times, let alone the large yellow croaker season, even ordinary fish would struggle to reach significant numbers. To catch a large quantity, one would need large ships sailing to the open sea. No wonder they don't fetch sky-high prices now. Seeing the change in his expression, Uncle Jiang thought he wanted to keep an eye on the croaker season. He shook his head and advised him not to have too high hopes, saying that when he was a child, the sea was full of croakers during the peak season, but now he could hardly hear them all year round. If this continues, there might not even be a flood season in 2 years. Lin Cheng nodded to indicate that he understood. Overfishing was inevitable, but he hadn't expected things to change so quickly. The large yellow croaker is golden and looks like real gold. Which Chinese person wouldn't want to take a bite for good luck? The temptation is indeed hard to resist. As they chatted, Uncle Jiang and his son began to re-examine Lin Cheng and Jiang Ping. The villagers all say they are idle and lazy, but this boatload of fish can't be caught by luck alone. Uncle Jiang had been rowing a sampan for over 20 years and knew better than anyone the hardships of rowing. Just in terms of enduring hardship, these two lads were no less capable than the old fisherman. It's true that he lost money. The Lin family even called the police a few days ago. But his current attitude doesn't seem like that of a coward, as rumored. As he was pondering this, the lights of the distant dock finally came into view. The small dock, however, was not so relaxed. Su Qing held her daughter, her eyes red-rimmed, staring intently at the dark sea. She held Lin Shijun's hand with one hand, biting her lip to keep herself from crying. Lin Cheng has been out at sea for a full 9 hours without any news. If she were traveling on her father-in-law's tin boat, she wouldn't be so panicked. Going out to sea is inherently time-consuming. It's common to set off in the early morning and return at night. But Lin Cheng was in a rowboat. It was only 4 or 5 meters long, poorly resistant to wind and waves, and couldn't go far. Even a slightly larger wave would rock it violently. And his swimming skills were only SOSO. What if something happened? Even the people waiting to buy fish at the dock couldn't help but discuss it. Some people are worried, saying that the sea is dangerous, and that someone fell into the water in Jotsuan last month and has not been found. Some people advised against saying anything unlucky and expressed their hope for a safe return. Most people are still forgiving. Everyone is trying to make a living in the sea. Today it's lynching, tomorrow it might be themselves, so there's a sense of shared fate. But there are always people who have a sharp tongue. Some people say that if you don't have the ability, you should try to go to sea and deserve to get into trouble. Some people agreed, saying that if you run far away on your first try, it's no wonder something bad happens. The children nearby overheard these words and started repeating them. An ignorant child ran up to Lin Xiaojun and shouted that his father had died at sea. Chapter 13. No Rush. Your father is the one who's dead. Although Lin Xiaojun was only 4 years old, he was already quite sensible. He was so anxious that his eyes turned red. Upon hearing this, he immediately raised his fist and punched the man on the head. Believe it or not, kids these days are really tough. They didn't even cry after being beaten up, but instead fought back against Lin Xiaojun. It wasn't until Lin Xiaojun punched her in the nose and she couldn't bear the pain anymore that she started to cry loudly. Seeing this, the woman next to him immediately became displeased and said, "What are you doing? Who told you to hit my son?" As he spoke, he was about to take sides. Seeing her like this, Su Qin could no longer hold back and said, "Your son is talking nonsense and deserves to be beaten." She used to be the quietest person around, and she rarely even argued with outsiders, let alone argued with them. But with her husband's life at stake, Su Qin couldn't care less about anything else. She felt a terrible panic and couldn't help but want to vent it. But Su Qin was mistaken. While the village women might lack other skills, when it came to being unreasonable and argumentative, none of them could hold back. They immediately started shouting. "So what if my son said something? Was he wrong? Your husband hasn't come back yet. He's practically dead. Do you still dream of him coming back? I reckon he won't even." However, just as she was venting her anger, another anxious and angry voice came over. "I'll tear your mouth apart. You surnamed Lu, has your mouth been eating shit? It stinks. You dare to curse my son? Believe me or not, I'll demolish your house later." Along with the sound came hurried footsteps, led by the Lin family father and son, who had just arrived home, received the news, and returned. Leading the group was Lin's father, followed by Lin Cheng's 2 older brothers, Lin Dong and Lin Tian, as well as Lin's mother who was shouting and cursing, and her 2 sisters-in-law behind her. The Lin family wasn't a major clan in the village, but they could still muster several dozen people, so Lin's mother wasn't intimidated at all. Plus, with their superior numbers and the support of her 2 sisters-in-law, they quickly verbally abused the other side until their faces turned red. "Your whole family is like rats in the field. Every single one of you is a bad thing. With such a venomous tongue, constantly cursing people to die, aren't you afraid your children will be born without an anus?" Finally, even Lin's father couldn't stand it anymore. He tugged at his wife and said, all right, what's the use of cursing now? Let's find Xiao Sanzi first." Upon hearing this, Lin's mother seemed to lose all her strength, staring blankly at the dark sea. Although she usually scolds Lin Cheng the most, and this time she was furious, no matter what, he is still her youngest son, the flesh and blood of her womb. What if it really is? Lin's father took a deep drag on his pipe, his face covered in deep wrinkles. Lin Tian and Lin Dong also gazed at the sea. As brothers, they naturally had some complaints about their younger brother's idleness. After all, the money earned from the family's iron boat was split equally between their father and the 3 brothers, but they were the ones who went out on the boat the most. The youngest brother only went out 2 or 3 times a month. Because of this, the wife had already secretly expressed her dissatisfaction. If the boat hadn't belonged to their father, they probably would have already divided the work among themselves. But when it comes to caring for their younger brother, the 2 of them are no less than anyone else. They would always remember to send him any good food they could find. After all, he was their younger brother whom they grew up with, and they were blood relatives. How could I not feel bad seeing his life hanging in the balance? Not to mention that Xiao Jun is only 4 years old and Xiao Bao is only 2 years old. Just thinking about it makes one feel sad. Just then, Lin Xiaojun raised his head and asked, "Second uncle, is my father really not coming back?" Lin Dong's face stiffened, unsure of what to say, and he could only say, "How could that be? Your father grew up by the sea, he could swim back even if he had to." Hearing this, Lin's father, not wanting to wait any longer, took a deep drag on his pipe and said, "Let's not wait any longer, let's go search at sea." Upon hearing this, the people nearby all changed their expressions and said, "Old Lin, it's already completely dark. Going out to sea is too dangerous. Don't get yourself killed." The equipment on fishing boats today is not as advanced as it is in later times. Forget about maritime radios, some don't even have a compass, and they rely entirely on experience to go out to sea. Setting sail at night, what if we get lost and encounter some storms? Moreover, the ocean is vast, even a cargo ship weighing hundreds of tons wouldn't make a ripple, let alone find a person. It's truly no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. To put it bluntly, there's a chance that Lin Qing might not be found in the end, and you might even get yourself involved. But Lin's father was quite adamant, and showed no intention of discussing it with anyone else. He took his 2 sons and headed off to buy oil. They had been fishing at sea all day, and by then the oil on the boat wouldn't have gone very far. Lin Tian and Lin Dong did not hesitate at all. "Kobayashi! Don't panic!" But just then, a voice suddenly stopped him. Mr. Lin frowned, his anger almost reaching its peak. "What kind of nonsense is this? My son is missing, and you're telling me not to worry?" But the moment he saw who it was, he froze. But then they saw an old man, around 60 years old, with gray hair, a wrinkled face, wearing a military overcoat and carrying a pipe, walking towards them. He looked just like an old farmer. "Secretary! What brings you here?" Upon seeing this person, Lin's father instantly suppressed his anger and hurriedly greeted him. The people around quickly made way for him, and it was the village's old party secretary who had served for many years. If you ask who is the top leader in the county, people may not know, but if you ask who everyone should listen to, everyone knows it must be the person in front of them. After all, Secretary Huan had been the village secretary since the founding of the People's Republic of China. Not to mention his qualifications, he had fought against the Japanese, the White Dogs, and even the Americans. In the village, he led everyone through the most difficult times and managed to prevent a single person from starving to death. Because of this, in the village, let alone county leaders, even official documents are not as effective as his words. "My grandson and nephew went out to sea together with Lin Qing, so of course I had to come and see them," Secretary Huan explained, pointing to a woman with red eyes standing beside him, who was Jiang Ping's wife. Clearly, Jiang Ping's prolonged absence and the numerous rumors about his death had completely thrown her into a state of turmoil, prompting her to run directly to Jiang's maternal uncle, Secretary Huang. "Huh! Jiang Ping and Lin Qing went out to sea together?" Mr. Lin was pleasantly surprised. The message he received was that Lin Qing had borrowed a sampan and gone out to sea, and had not returned yet. If Jiang Ping is still around, then there's not much to worry about. After all, although Jiang's son is one of the idlers in the village, he is much more sensible than his own youngest son. At least he goes out to sea more often and is more skilled. He may not be a very experienced fisherman, but at least he won't not come back. Secretary Huang nodded and said, "That's why I said there's no need to rush, let's wait and see." Chapter 14. The crowd was stunned. As everyone was talking, the sound of an engine came from not far away. Everyone remained frowning. After all, Lin Qing and his group had come out to sea in small wooden boats, and they couldn't possibly fish an engine out of the sea and install it there. But just then, a joyful voice suddenly came from the back of the boat. "Uncle? Wife? What are you doing here waiting for me? Did you know I caught a fish and came to pick me up?" That voice belonged to Jiang Ping. Ever since he caught the small yellow croaker, Jiang Ping had been holding back his excitement, having no one to share it with. Now that he saw his family, he was incredibly excited and wanted to shout it out. Jiangping? Upon hearing that familiar voice, his wife trembled and cried out in delight. Su Qing and the others were also shocked and hurriedly looked in that direction. Then they discovered that there was a small wooden boat being towed behind the iron boat, with 2 people standing on it. Who else could it be but Lin Cheng and Jiangping? Lin Cheng! Upon seeing him, Su Qing couldn't hold back any longer, and tears streamed down her face. Honey! What brings you here too? Lin Cheng was wondering why the party secretary and his sister-in-law had come, when he saw his wife and their baby daughter in her arms. He couldn't sit still any longer, and jumped ashore before the boat had even come to a complete stop. He quickly put his arm around her and said, Why did you come all the way to the beach to wait for me? It's so cold, and you even brought the baby along. It wouldn't be good if she caught a cold. He instinctively wanted to hug his daughter, but he couldn't muster any strength in his arms. He could only lower his head and kiss his daughter's face several times. The moment Lin Xiaobao saw his father, he wiggled his little body and cried out in a childish voice. Daddy! Daddy! Hug me! Okay. Since his daughter had said that, what could Lin Cheng do? With his last bit of strength, he held his daughter in his arms and teased her as if to comfort her. It's only been a few hours, and you already miss your dad that much? The little guy nodded vigorously, his small body trying to snuggle against Lin Cheng, as if trying to burrow into his heart, and stammered. They said Daddy fell into the sea. He's not coming back. I don't want Daddy to fall into the sea. He won't fall. Ah? Lin Cheng looked completely bewildered. What the hell? I just fell into the sea? I just went out to sea. Who's spreading rumors that I'm dead? But after glancing at the sky, he understood. I was just about to explain. A deafening scream rang out. Father! Then Lin Xiaojun, his face covered in dirt, rushed over like a cannonball, grabbed his leg, and said, I knew you would come back. They were all lying to me. Dad, it's so good that you're back. You brat! Lin Cheng couldn't help but laugh and scold him, feeling a warmth in his heart. After all, he was his own son. What happened to your face? I fought with Dajuan. That guy said you were dead, so I beat him up. Lin Xiaojun said angrily, then turned around and looked for Dajuan, wanting to fight him again. You're not allowed to go. Su Qing immediately raised her eyebrows. Previously, she was so worried about Lin Cheng that she didn't have time to stop her son. Now that her son wants to go again, she is naturally unhappy. Really? Lin Cheng nodded, then added, But if he dares to say that again, you can keep beating him up. Of course, he wouldn't encourage his son to fight, but Lu Jia's son, Dejun, really has a sharp tongue. In his past life, it was because of his mouth that his son's 2 blind dates were ruined. Okay. Lin Xiaojun was overjoyed to receive his father's praise and jumped around excitedly. Lin Cheng finally had time to say a few words to his wife, and was just about to tell her that he had worried her. Lin's mother came over, scolding angrily. You brat, are you trying to scare your father and me to death? Even setting out to sea in a wooden boat takes until the middle of the night. Do you have a death wish? She was genuinely terrified and, forgetting that her son was already 20, grabbed his ear. Mother! Mother! Be gentle! Lin Cheng immediately felt a little embarrassed. He'd be 50 years old by now, almost a grandfather, and he was too embarrassed to have his ear pulled like that in front of everyone. You'll realize you were wrong now. Lin's mother, who was never one to let things go once she was in the right, pinched him several more times until Lin's father spoke up, at which point she finally let him go. Lin Cheng then noticed that not only his parents had come, but also his eldest and second eldest brothers, as well as his 2 sisters-in-law. Finally realizing that she had really worried her family this time, she said with some emotion, Big brother, sister-in-law, second brother, second sister-in-law, I'm sorry to have worried you. Why are you saying all that as a family? As long as you're back safe and sound, that's all that matters. Lin Tian shook his head. He was a calm and honest man, and had always been the one in the family who resembled his father the most. Lin Dong was much more relaxed, saying, "Luckily you came back in time, otherwise father would have taken us to the sea to look for you." "Yes, as long as they come back safely." The two sisters-in-law, though following the trend of the times, could be seen to have a hint of dissatisfaction in their eyes. It's not that it's targeting Lin Xing, but this brother-in-law is just too much of a worry. Not only did he lose all the family's money a few days ago, causing a huge uproar in the whole village, but today he stirred up this mess again. After all this commotion, it's no wonder no one is happy. "Thank you so much, sisters-in-law." Lin Xing showed no resentment whatsoever. Instead, he sincerely thanked him. After all, true friendship is revealed in times of trouble. Although his two sisters-in-law are somewhat annoyed with him now, in his previous life, after his family encountered trouble, it was precisely his two sisters-in-law who were busy helping him. Both sisters-in-law were stunned for a moment. Lin Xing has always been the most irresponsible one in the family. He's usually so quiet you can't get him to say a word. He doesn't care about anything except hanging out with his cronies and trying to appease the old lady. Has he changed his ways today? He even knows to thank us? Seeing that it was getting late, Lin's father interjected. "All right, it's completely dark now. Let's talk about this tomorrow. Let's go back first." "Wait, Dad, I haven't sold the fish on my boat yet." Lin Xing quickly stopped him, saying, "Why don't you and Mother help me check the fish?" He had worked hard all day, and his net was all torn. If he didn't sell the fish, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? Fish? Lin's father was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Lin Xing to bring back much fish at all. After all, it was already a blessing from Mazu that he was able to come back after all this trouble. Besides, fishing in a small sampan requires a lot of experience, and Lin Xing doesn't have that skill. "Father, you'll see for yourself." Lin Xing didn't explain, but simply told his father to go and see for himself. After all, no matter how impressive the words are, it's not as good as letting the father witness his son's abilities firsthand. "This will be a good opportunity to change my dad's opinion of me." Lin's father looked at him with some doubt, but eventually took a flashlight and went to the side of Lin Xing's sampan. But as soon as he lifted the oilcloth and shone the light on it, he was completely stunned. The sight of the hold full of golden fish almost blinded him. A whole warehouse full of large yellow croakers? Chapter 15 Pride. At this moment, Jiang Ping had finished talking to his uncle and was showing off his catch to his wife. Just then, he saw the golden yellow croaker shining through the light of Lin's father's flashlight, and his eyes widened instantly. This whole hold of large yellow croakers, you caught them all? Sister, you even forgot to cry. Don't be fooled by the fact that large yellow croakers seem worthless now, only worth a little over 40 cents. That's in comparison to later times. Nowadays, dock workers only earn a little over $1 a day. In other words, a 2-pound yellow croaker is equivalent to a worker's day's work. Not to mention her, even the villagers who were watching the commotion were dumbfounded. No, you actually caught a fish? They thought that Lin Xing and the others were already lucky to be alive, thanks to the blessing of Mazu. Suddenly, a whole hold full of big yellow croakers appeared. Who wouldn't be wide-eyed? My God! How much will this boatload of yellow croakers fetch? Enough to build a house. Yes, judging by the depth of the draft, it must weigh at least over 1,000 kilograms. That's 800 or 900 yuan. Wow, they're rich! They're rich! Where did these two get this? They're so lucky! The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Of course. Jiang Ping finally found an opportunity to show off, and said smugly, "They were all captured by me and Qingzi. Aren't you amazing?" He then looked at his wife and said, "Still calling me a good-for-nothing? I'm not saying anything more." Sister-in-law, you kept shaking her head. A whole warehouse of large yellow croakers. Not only could it make up for the losses of the more than 100 companies that Jiang Ping had previously lost, but it could even save some of it. Her attitude immediately changed 180 degrees and she said, "Honey, you're amazing!" That is. Jiang Ping is still bragging. However, someone on the field had already noticed something amiss, saying, Wait, this isn't a large yellow croaker, it's a small yellow croaker. Look, its mouth still has. Yes, not large yellow croakers. Where would so many large yellow croakers come from to catch these days? They're all small yellow croakers. Lin Qing took over the conversation with a bit of a headache. Old Jiang was good in every way, except he couldn't keep his mouth shut and loved to boast. Don't you know the saying? Don't flaunt your wealth. Although there's no worry about robbery in the village, it's annoying enough that someone will follow you around while you're fishing. Fortunately, the price difference between the large and small yellow croaker is double, and it is currently the tail end of the autumn fishing season for the latter. Many people have caught a lot of small yellow croaker before, so Lin Qing can barely make ends meet. These two kids found the tail end of the flood season. They're so lucky! Yes, the flood season this year has been alright. A few days ago, the Su family in Baihe village also repaired a boat. His boat is made of iron and it hauled up a full 3,700 jin. Even so, some shameless people still asked. Lin Qing, where did you catch these? Take us there tomorrow so we can catch some too. Yes, let's all get rich together. We're not going out to sea tomorrow. My arms are too tired from pulling, I can't take it anymore. Let's rest for a day. Lin Qing chuckled, his refusal was quite clear. But some people still wouldn't let it go, even resorting to moral blackmail. What rest? So many people are waiting for you to lead them to wealth. Just come along on the boat and show us the way. Hearing him say that, someone couldn't help but speak up. Have you no shame? Why don't you just ask them to give you half of the catch on this boat? I'll take you there anyway. You're so beautiful. Why haven't you told anyone about the place where you catch swimming crabs? The man immediately blushed deeply and said, How can my situation be the same? Oh, it's different when it's you. Everyone else is treated like a dog. Hey, why are you swearing? So what if I scold you? I'll hit you too. The speaker was one of Lin Qing's cousins, who was happy for his younger cousin's reformation when he suddenly saw such a shameless person and immediately started fighting with him. Seeing this, Lin Qing and his two older brothers couldn't just stand by and watch, so they quickly went forward to help. Fortunately, those who came today were all relatives of the Lin and Jiang families. They all joined forces and quickly beat the man until he begged for mercy. Finally, it was the old party secretary who spoke up, and the farce finally came to an end. After doing this for a while, Lin Qing finally had a chance to explain the boatload of fish to his family. Dad, these were all caught by Jiang Ping and me, not just mine alone. I need 55 points. Lin Qing rode. He was afraid that his family might have some kind of conflict with the Jiang family over the fish catch. This wasn't just him being overly pessimistic. These days, people kill each other for a few dollars, let alone a boatload of small yellow croaker worth a few $100s. Fortunately, the Lin family has always been upright. Lin's father had no intention of taking more than his share. He even said, The boat belongs to him, and the net belongs to him. Isn't taking 50% a bit too much? Why don't you lower your offer? Although you're good friends with him. Having worked on ocean-going ships in his early years and eaten for so many years, he was all too familiar with the scene of friends turning against each other due to unequal distribution of benefits. It's all right, Jiang Ping and I agreed on this beforehand, Lin Qing said with a smile. Does he not know what kind of person Lao Jiang is? If he were really the kind of person his father described, he wouldn't have gone to his door. However, to prevent his family from overthinking, he didn't reveal that Jiang Ping wanted to split the business with him 46 because of his powerful shipping company. After all, this thing is too mystical. If Jiang Ping hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't have believed it. All right, as long as you friends agree on this. Lin's father nodded without saying much, and immediately called Lin Tian and Lin Dong to get on the boat to collect fish, and then called his mother to go home and get the basket. The fish caught in the sea are not like those farmed in fish ponds. A single net can be full of fish, especially with trawls. They catch everything from seaweed and clams to crabs and miscellaneous fish. Lin Qing and Jiang Ping had planned to catch the fish themselves, but firstly, they didn't bring enough baskets and didn't expect to catch so many fish, and secondly, They were too weak to lift them all onto the boat. Yes, hurry up and get ready. I'll go call Dafu while I'm at it. Lin's mother has always been a very energetic and outgoing person, and she also loves to show off. Seeing her son make such a great appearance, she was naturally pleased and quickly headed home. Even from a distance, you could hear her talking to her aunts and uncles, saying, "Oh my, how did you know my youngest son caught a whole boatload of small yellow croakers? They were so heavy the boat almost couldn't make it back." Lin Qing felt both helpless and delighted upon hearing this. After all, as a son, he finally did something that made his parents proud. Chapter 16. Earning 200 yuan a day. I'll go help too. Seeing her father-in-law busy running around, Su Qing couldn't wait any longer and wanted to board the boat to help. What are you going to do? Lin Qing stopped her, saying, The boat is only so big. You'll just cause more trouble if you go up. Here, Xiao Bao, you can hold him. My arms are so sore I can't hold him anymore. Good. Afraid that Xiao Bao would fall, Su Qing could only hold him in her arms. Watching the baskets of small yellow croakers being unloaded from the boat, she finally couldn't help but ask, Lin Qing, how did you catch so many small yellow croakers? If an experienced fisherman had caught such a large amount of fish, she wouldn't have thought much of it. But Lin Qing has hardly ever been out to sea. How did he manage to do that? Of course it's because your husband is more capable. Lin Qing raised an eyebrow. Despite his calm demeanor throughout, he had actually been wanting to surprise his wife for a long time. Now that his wife was asking him first, it was so much more effective than him showing off. So he immediately pretended to be deep and said, I'll let you in on a secret. Your husband is now the godson of Mazu. My maritime shipping skills are incredible. Whenever I go out to sea, I can catch countless fish. Catching small yellow croakers is nothing. It wouldn't be surprising if we caught a dragon one day. Nonsense! Su Qing couldn't help but pinch him. Such words shouldn't be said carelessly. Okay, I won't talk nonsense. Lin Qing's hand was already sore, and when he was pinched, he shrank back and dared not spout any more nonsense. He said, Actually, it was just good luck. I cast my net a few times at sea and found a school of small yellow croakers. Then I started trawls. I guess I was a newbie with good luck. He had nothing to hide from Su Qing. After all, she was his wife from 2 lifetimes. The key is that shipping is too mysterious. Even if I told my wife now, she wouldn't believe me. Only after repeated facts have proven it will she believe it. That's good too. Su Qing thought so too. After all, there had always been such a saying in the area, but looking at the fish being unloaded from the boat, her eyes still couldn't help but sparkle. This boatload of small yellow croakers, even if divided between 2 people, would cost at least 200 yuan per family. Now, Xiao Cheng has recovered most of the money he lost, and his family's situation is much better. Just as she was thinking this, she suddenly felt her hand being held. Su Qing thought it was Lin Xiaojun who had run back because he was tired, but she found out that the person who arrested her was actually Lin Qing. What are you doing? She quickly tried to pull her hand back. Her face flushed slightly, and she spat in a low voice. Although it's nighttime, there are lights on the pier and so many people. Lin Qing noticed the surprised looks from the people around him and felt a little embarrassed. He took his hand back and pretended to be very serious, saying, I saw a flying insect on your hand, let me remove it for you. Su Qing had no choice but to go along with him, but she was still angry, so she secretly pinched him lightly, avoiding his arm. This had no effect on Lin Qing, of course. He played with his daughter a bit more, and seeing that the fish on the boat were almost cleaned, he found Lin Dafu, who had arrived earlier. Uncle Fu, you have to weigh it higher for me. It's not easy to catch such a small amount of fish. You call this a little bit? Lin Dafu almost laughed out of anger, saying, Today, you and Jiang caught the most fish at the entire dock. If you call that too little, then all the others who caught fish weighing a total of 30 or 40 catties are probably dead. As for the ranking, don't worry. We're all from the same village. If I were to cheat in this regard, my hut would have been smashed up countless times by now. It's not as exaggerated as you say. It looks like a boatload of fish, but it has to be split between 2 people. Lin Qing didn't want to draw attention to himself, so he said, As for the price, I've already calculated it quite high. Can you give me a little more? How about adding a few cents? Although 21 cents is a decent price, it's still far from the figure in Lin Qing's mind. In later years, the price of small yellow croakers right after they landed, not even counting fresh ones, but even those caught on fishing boats and still chilled, was between 80 and 150 yuan per jin, 500 grams. With a price of 21 cents, Lin Qing was really struggling to keep up. Huh! At 3 or 4 cents? Do you think I'm some kind of exploiter? I earn my money through hard work, you know. Upon hearing this, Lin Dufu almost jumped up and down, counting on his fingers as he explained to Lin Qing. I have to store the fish, call the tractor, and hire people to help, and I can't even earn a few dollars a day. If I had that, I really won't make any profit at all. I don't believe you for a second. If you really only earned a meager living, where did your son get those houses in the provincial capital in your later years? Lin Qing couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just as he was about to retort, he saw the people next to him also speaking up for him. Indeed, Afu is quite fair, much better than that Xiao Bing from before. Of all the fishermen in the area, he is the fairest. Yes, calling a tractor is very expensive, it costs 2 or 3 yuan per trip. Lin Qing was completely dumbfounded. Dude, are you guys taking the side of the owner of the purchasing point? But everyone spoke with such certainty that he had no chance to interject, and could only nod in agreement helplessly. He thought to himself, These days, people are so honest and kind. No wonder everyone says business is so good now. However, no one is stupid. Everyone has legs and occasionally goes to town. If Lin Dufu's purchase price is too low, no one will sell to him. Therefore, his price should be fair. It's just that Lin Qing can't quite accept it. But there's nothing I can do, that's the price now, so I can only agree. However, he made up his mind that if he ever caught any rare fish in the future, he would still have to go to the town or county to find a purchasing station or hotel to sell it. Otherwise, if it were sold for a few cents or a few dollars, he really couldn't accept it. It's time to weigh yourself. It's time to weigh yourself. Make way. After receiving Lin Qing's approval, Lin Dufu immediately called for help to lift the basket, placed a wooden plank horizontally, and pulled it onto the scale to weigh it. The first frame weighs 117.6 jin, approximately 68.8 caddies. The frame itself weighs 3 jin, approximately 1.5 kilograms, and the wooden planks weigh 1.2 jin, approximately 0.6 kilograms. The second basket weighs 95 jin, 42.5 kilograms. It took about 20 baskets to finally fill up all the small yellow croakers. Lin Dufu then prepared to weigh the other small fish and crabs, saying, I'll give you 3 cents a pound for the miscellaneous fish, and 3 mao a pound for the 12 swimming crabs. This crab looks like a mud crab, which isn't commonly seen around here. I'll go ask about the price later. Come on, weigh it. Weigh the miscellaneous fish, and weigh the swimming crabs and mud crabs for me, but I'll keep them. Lin Qing stopped him. He thought that his parents and 2 older brothers had been busy for almost an hour, so how could they leave empty-handed? They should at least take 2 items home to eat. As for weighing it, naturally the money would be calculated and then split equally with Jiang Ping, since it was agreed that it would be split 50/50. As soon as he finished speaking with Jiang Ping, Lin's mother glared at him and said, Why keep them? Sell them all. You think you're so precious? A single crab of this size costs 3 or 4 cents. You'll eat them, won't you feel bad? It's not for me, it's for you, Dad, and my 2 older brothers. Lin Qing explained. We definitely won't eat it. Lin's mother scolded. Aren't there enough sweet potatoes at home for you? You want to eat crabs now. Lin's father and 2 older brothers nodded in agreement. Yes, Xiaocheng, don't keep it. It costs 3 mao per pound. What's the point of keeping it? If you want to eat them, just ask Mom to find a few deserted islands and dig up some seashells. The people of Linqing were all numb. Can a seashell be compared to a crab? I've made several hundred yuan worth of crabs, can I even share a few with my family? In future generations, if you catch a boatload of small yellow croakers, you'd be qualified to eat not only 2 swimming crabs, but also Australian lobsters. There's nothing I can do about it. In the end, even Su Qing tugged at his sleeve, looking at him with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Lin Qing could only nod helplessly. After all, no matter how big the world is, my mother and wife are the most important. They had no choice but to sell them all to Lin Dufu. That's right, what fisherman eats swimming crabs all the time? They're expensive. 3 of them cost a day's wages for a worker. You can't be that picky. These few crushed yellow croakers are enough for you. Lin Dufu also muttered along, and finally lowered his head to calculate the accounts on carbon paper with a ballpoint pen. Lin Qing rolled his eyes. That sounds nice. You just want to make more money. But thinking about it carefully, for Lin Qing, eating a few swimming crabs is nothing, but for Su Qing, that might be all the income she earns from weaving nets for 2 days. How could she possibly bear to part with that? Jiang Ping, standing nearby, also shrank back. He actually wanted to get some crabs to eat, but seeing the state of Lin Qing's house, he didn't even dare to think about it. Sure enough, as soon as he turned to look at his wife, he saw Yu's wife silently mouthing the words. Don't dream about it. Jiang Ping could only follow Lin Qing and watch Lin Dufu fiddling with an abacus. A total of 2,132 jin and 4 liang. Let's call it 2,133 jin. Lin Dufu calculated for a long time and finally gave the number, saying, 12 swimming crabs, 6 jin and 7 liang, and only 1 mud crab, I'll give you 8 mao. I really haven't seen it much in this area, I'll take the loss. You won't suffer any loss. Lin Qing almost cursed. The fact that mud crabs are not produced locally does not mean that they are worthless. In Fujian and Zhejiang, they are an important catch. Even now, a mud crab weighing almost 2 pounds costs at least 2 or 3 yuan. Never mind then, I'll keep it to eat at home. Xiao Bao has caught a bit of a cold recently, so I'll give her something nourishing. Lin Qing casually made up an excuse. Using Xiao Bao as a starting point, the parents were speechless, leaving only Su Qing feeling bitter and resentful. Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is food. This is worth 80 cents. You might as well eat me. But since her parents didn't say anything, she couldn't stop them, so she could only secretly pinch Lin Qing. But soon, she couldn't care less about that, because it weighed over 2,000 pounds. How many? Lin Qing's eyes widened as well. He hadn't used this kind of wooden boat and manpower to trawl nets for many years, so his weight estimate was a bit off. Normally, 1,700 jin would have been considered a lot, but he never expected it to be more than 2,100 jin. Even at a price of 0.21 yuan, 2,133 jin of small yellow croaker would still cost 447.93 yuan. Even if the 2 of them split it, each person will still get 220 yuan. Jiang Ping's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He knew that going to sea with Lin Qing this time would be a huge profit, but he didn't expect to make this much. Earning over 200 yuan in one go. A flying pigeon bicycle costs only 160 yuan. It's out! He put his arm around Lin Qing's and, in the simplest of words, uttered the most delighted sound. Su Qing, standing to the side, couldn't help but grip Lin Qing's hand tightly. At this moment, she no longer cared about being in public. Her eyes were sparkling as she looked at Lin Qing. If no one was around, she might very well have taken the initiative to kiss him. Chapter 17. Tricking his wife into going to the county town. Hey, don't ruin my reputation! My scales are always the most accurate. Lin Dufu, thinking Lin Qing and the others thought he was playing tricks, immediately pulled out carbon paper. You guys calculate it yourselves, it's absolutely accurate to the last penny. The fisherman's hut is in it for the long haul. They wouldn't dare resort to such underhanded tactics. Uncle Fu, don't get agitated. We didn't say there was something wrong with the scale. We just didn't expect there to be so many fish. Lin Qing hurriedly said. Yes, Uncle Fu has been doing this for so many years, we trust him, we just didn't expect there to be so much money. Jiang Ping chuckled twice and then said impatiently, Uncle Fu, shall we settle the bill? I need to hold on to this money in my hand to feel at ease. It's over 200 yuan. What's the rush? Lin Dafu said. 4 orders over 200, you can get paid the next day. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the capital to cover the costs. But there's no need to rush. I'll settle the bill once the tractor comes tonight to transport the fish away. You can get the money tomorrow, so it won't take up any time. Lin Cheng was dumbfounded. Then it dawned on me that things weren't like later generations where big bosses were flying around everywhere, and those who dared to buy goods were all incredibly wealthy. Lin Dafu must have money to open a fishing shed, and he has earned quite a bit over the years, but compared to the daily catch of so many fish, it's nothing. After all, their village is a traditional fishing village, and almost every family owns a boat. If all payments were made in cash, it would be possible to earn several thousand or even tens of thousands of yuan a day during the flood season. So the rule has always been that he pays for the tens or hundreds of yuan at a time, and the rest is settled after the catch is hauled away. There have been no problems over the years. Dafu wasn't lying to you, it's really true. Mr. Lin nodded, indicating that this was indeed the case, and said, Last month, the Zhou family brought up 3 stingrays, and they only came to collect the money a day later. All right. Lin Cheng smiled helplessly. He was planning to take the money to the market and buy some things for his family while he wasn't going out to sea tomorrow, but it looks like he'll be delayed by a whole day. Fortunately, Lin Dafu understood young people. He smiled and counted out some money, divided it into 2 portions and handed them out separately. Here, I'll settle part of it for you first. Including shrimp, crab and all the other things, the change is 67.93 yuan. I'll give you 68 yuan, 34 yuan each. Here, count it. Then thank you very much, Uncle Dafu. Lin Cheng was amused, thinking he could just give them a portion, but just as he was about to take the money back, Lin Dafu slapped his hand away, saying, Is this something you can move? As he spoke, he handed the money to Su Qing and sister-in-law Yu, who were standing next to him. You still want to touch the money? Sister Yu glared at Jiang Ping with annoyance, then immediately grabbed the money in her hand. Although Su Qing gave Lin Cheng face and didn't say anything, she held onto the money tightly, not giving him a chance to touch it at all. I carefully counted the money to make sure it was correct before carefully putting it away close to my body. Lin Cheng's lips twitched. Is it really necessary? He made 2 mistakes before, but he shouldn't have done it more than 3 times. At least give him another chance. Su Qing didn't care about anything else. She took the carbon copy of the money and felt relieved. The bills were settled, and the villagers, having nothing more to see, chatted for a bit before dispersing. Looking at his 2 older brothers bustling around, Lin Cheng sincerely said, Thank you for your hard work, brothers. I'll buy some good wine and food later, and we'll have a good drink together, including Dad. Don't mention it, we're not strangers. I'm leaving now. The 2 older brothers chuckled, seemingly not tired at all, only pleased with their younger brother's progress. Lin's father, needless to say, glanced at his son and said, Don't get complacent just because you're lucky. Do you think there will be good goods every day? If there's no typhoon, the right way is to honestly go out to sea every day. Yes, father. Lin Qing replied helplessly. Although my father meant well, the way he said it with that dark expression was really unpleasant to hear. Humph, it's only because the old lady isn't here, otherwise I would have filed a complaint against you. Lin Qing muttered something to himself and was about to look for his mother when he discovered that she had long since disappeared, though he could still faintly hear her signature voice. Oh my, you wouldn't believe it! My little rascal went out to sea today and brought back a whole boatload of small yellow croakers. Lin Cheng was numb. Good heavens, I caught fish, not gold. Is it really necessary to brag like this? But that's just how his mother is, and Lin Qing couldn't do anything about it. He packed his things and went home with Su Qing. Su Qing's expression was unreadable until they were alone on the street. She could no longer hide her joy, her eyes narrowed with happiness, and she even hummed an unknown tune for the first time ever. Lin Qing listened for a while but still couldn't figure out what song it was. He only knew that his wife was in a good mood, so he took the opportunity to say, "Xiao Qing, look how well I've performed this time. How about you approve some money for me?" "Don't even think about it." Before he could finish speaking, Su Qing covered his mouth with her hand, glaring at him with her beautiful eyes and saying, "If you dare to take any more money, not even a single cent, I will take Xiao Jun and Xiao Bao back to my parents' home and never come back." Lin Cheng was dumbfounded. He knew that once the money was in his wife's pocket, it would be difficult to get it out again, but he didn't expect her to be so ruthless. He said, "I definitely won't take the money. This is what we discussed. If you're worried that I'll squander it, let's go shopping together." "Why would you go out to the street for no reason?" Su Qing frowned. Ever since she lost her family's wealth, she had avoided all activities that cost money. "They're not perfectly fine. It's already November, and Shi Juan's cotton-padded coat still doesn't cover his feet. And Xiao Bao, her hair is turning yellowish. The newspaper said it's malnutrition. If she doesn't get some good food soon, things will get really bad." Lin Cheng deliberately exaggerated the situation. "Yeah?" Su Qing was startled, then asked in confusion. "But aren't you illiterate? How could you understand the newspaper?" Lin Cheng paused for a moment. "I can listen to others even if I don't understand. Malnutrition is really serious, and the department store in the county town is huge. It has a lot of things, all kinds of things from all over the country. You haven't been there yet, so it would be good to broaden your horizons. Upon hearing this, Su Qing hesitated. After all, it involved Xiao Bao, and no matter how reluctant she was, she had to make the decision. Besides, she's just a girl under 20, and who doesn't like shopping? After thinking for a moment, she said, "Well, let's go take a look tomorrow and see if that milk powder you mentioned is expensive. If it is, then let's not buy it." Lin Qing chuckled. "Once you get there, will you still have a choice?" Moreover, he didn't think it could be that expensive. Based on the price ratio between later generations and now, milk powder would at most cost 2 or 3 yuan. He had a full haul on this ship and could buy whatever he wanted. As for buying anything else, does any woman not like shopping? My wife will probably be overwhelmed with choices. Then it's settled. I'll get up early tomorrow morning and go find Uncle Zhou and his tractor. Lin Qing seized the opportunity to build a railway. The Uncle Zhou he mentioned is a tractor driver in the village, who is currently hauling sand for the renovation of the Mazu temple in the village. Good. Su Qing nodded. The two returned home under the moonlight. The two little ones had played at home all day, and then were carried to the dock and tossed around for more than an hour. They were already exhausted. Xiao Bao fell asleep in Su Qing's arms on the way, and Xiao Jun, being led by Lin Qing, was also drowsy. Lin Qing, on the other hand, was not sleepy at all. After all, I caught so many fish today, so I'm in a great mood. Besides, as the saying goes, when you're well fed and warm, you think about. Looking at his wife, who was pretty and charming even without makeup, he couldn't help but feel a little restless. Because of his gambling, Su Qing hadn't allowed him to go to bed for several days. Since he behaved so well today, she should reward herself. Chapter 18. Time to Sleep. Honey, I behaved so well today, can we go back to bed now? Lin Qing whispered. His house only has 2 rooms. The small kitchen is tiny, used for cooking and eating, and also for storing miscellaneous items. The main room is larger, but it's still cramped because it needs to sleep 4 people, adults and children. Last year, Lin Xiaojun grew up, so the couple added a small wooden bed for him. These past few days, Lin Qing has been sleeping here with his son. If you want to go back, then go back. Su Qing blushed slightly. She knew exactly what Lin Qing was thinking, but Lin Qing had indeed performed well today. He not only made up for the huge loss to his family, but also seemed to have turned over a new leaf. She thought it would be good to let him come back. Okay. Lin Qing's eyes lit up immediately. However, food is essential for life. You need to eat well before doing heavy work. Su Qing heated up steamed buns for Lin Qing in the small kitchen. Lin Qing took the now completely asleep Lin Xiaobao and carefully placed him at the very back of the bed where they were sleeping. Lin Xiaojun was simple. Boys are very resilient. As soon as you put him on the bed, he rolled into the blankets himself. After all, he expended a lot of energy today. He not only had a crazy day of playing around, but he also got into a fight. Lin Qing woke him up again. Wait until you brush your teeth and wash your face before you go to sleep. Do you want to lose all your teeth when you grow up? Half asleep, Lin Xiaojun complained. Dad, the water's so cold. Can I wash it tomorrow morning? Lin Qing didn't refuse, but instead tried to entice her. It's okay if you don't want to wash it, but your mother is going to the market tomorrow and will only take clean children. Do you want to go to the market? Ah? Lin Xijuan's eyes widened instantly, all sleepiness gone, and he exclaimed, I want to go. I love cleanliness the most. Dad, are you really going to town with Mom? Take me with you. I really want to go too. De Bao and the others said there are so many people in town, lots of food and fun things to do, and even sugar figurines. Then go brush your teeth obediently. Lin Qing smiled and said, And you have to scrub carefully up, down, left, and right. Once you've scrubbed it well, I'll take you there tomorrow. Yes. Dad, you can't lie to me. Lin Xiaojun ran to brush his teeth immediately, squeezing out a lot of toothpaste. He was scolded by Su Qing, but he didn't care at all. After brushing his teeth clean, he came back, grinning, and said to Lin Qing, Dad, look how clean I brushed my teeth. Okay, wash your feet and go to sleep. I'll take you shopping tomorrow. Lin Qing promised. Lin Xiaojun nodded like a chick pecking at rice, being incredibly obedient. He ran off to wash his feet, then came back to pour the foot bath water for Lin Qing and massage his shoulders. He was sweating a bit from all the work before finally going to bed. At this point, Lin Xiaojun realized something was wrong and asked stupidly, Dad, why do I have to be clean before I can go out? But why can my little sister just go to sleep and wait to go out tomorrow? Su Qing returned with hot steamed buns and saw her son being bossed around like a dog by her husband. She said irritably, Because you're stupid. I'm not stupid. Lin Xiaojun was unhappy and grabbed Lin Qing's arm, saying, Dad, I'm not stupid, right? Grandma used to say I could go to university. Lin Qing almost burst out laughing. Although it's a bit immoral to laugh at your own son, this little rascal is going to grow seaweed someday. He's not even as cultured as his father. What university should I apply to? The Earth-Digging University? Yes, don't talk nonsense about your mother. Xiaojun is the smartest. He will go to university and bring honor to the family, and then he will work in an office in the city. Lin Qing smiled and patted his son's head. Aha! Lin Xiaojun immediately became incredibly excited, saying, I'm going to make sure Dad and Mom live in a big brick house every day and ride bicycles. Lin Qing burst into laughter again. But let me tell you, Xiaojun is exceptionally filial. The woman he chose was great in every way, and she liked him too. But because she looked down on him and his mother, she dumped him without a word. All right, let's eat. Su Qing rolled her eyes, interrupting the father and son's daydream, and said, The steamed buns will get cold if we don't eat them soon. They're here. Lin Qing was also hungry, so he told his son to go to sleep while he ate a hot steamed bun. Su Qing had already eaten, so she didn't eat anymore. She just sat next to him and blew on the tea in his bowl to cool it down. This was just a typical scene of a fishing family returning home at night, but Lin Qing found it exceptionally heartwarming. Oh, right, when you go to the county tomorrow, remember to remind me to bring some seafood for my brother-in-law, and then ask my mother for some dumplings or something. In his past life, his gambling troubles were all saved by his brother-in-law, so he had to show his gratitude. No need for seafood, he doesn't cook in the dormitory. Su Qing was somewhat tempted. After all, he was her own younger brother, but in the end she shook her head. Your information is outdated. Your brother moved out of the dormitory a long time ago. Lin Qing said casually. Huh? How come I didn't know that? Who told you? Su Qing was stunned for a moment. Oh, it was that guy who said that, Nyoda from the next village. I met him today while I was trawling at sea. Lin Cheng's lips twitched. Has this affair involving the brother-in-law not been exposed yet? Actually, it's nothing serious. It's just that this guy hooked up with a female employee of the supply and marketing cooperative. If that's all, it's not a big deal. But the other person is several years older than him, and they even share the same surname. This might not be a big deal in the city, but in the countryside people will talk about it for a long time. One reason is that people with the same surname cannot marry, and the other is that the woman is too old. Then I'll ask when it arrives tomorrow. Su Qing had no idea about any of this and thought it was pretty good, because having a single dormitory room was always better than being crammed together. Lin Qing responded and finished the last vegetable bun in 3 bites. Finally feeling full and with a bit of strength restored, he couldn't sit still any longer. He looked around and noticed that Xiao Jun seemed to be asleep as well. He reached out his hand to Su Qing and whispered, "Wife, it's getting late. Let's go to bed." Chapter 19, Instantly. Su Qing blushed. How could this person be like this? But after all, they were an old married couple, and Lin Qing had begged for so long today, so in the end he just gave a soft, But soon, she added in a low voice, You go take a shower first." Okay. Lin Qing had been waiting for these words, so he immediately went to the small kitchen and took a quick shower using the remaining hot water from the thermos. It's really inconvenient not having a shower, but there's nothing we can do about it. Every household is like this now. Those public bathhouses with big pools and showers are rare, not only in villages but also in towns, and they're ridiculously expensive. After washing up and changing into clean clothes, Su Qing had already cleaned up the dishes, wiped her daughter's face, washed herself, and gone to bed. The lights had long been turned off. Lin Qing felt a surge of excitement, and with a flick of the covers he crawled onto the bed like a cicada nymph. Because he was afraid of waking his sleeping daughter, he was especially careful and lingered for more than 10 seconds before reaching Su Qing's side. Su Qing had already clutched the blanket tightly, burying herself in it like an ostrich. Although they have been married for several years and have 2 children, Su Qing is naturally shy, especially during intimate moments. Seeing that Lin Qing was about to hug her, Su Qing said in a flustered voice, "Xiao Chen, how about we call it a day? You're so tired today. Let's do it another day, okay?" "Another day? Another day is more like it." Lin Qing thought to himself. The arrow is already on the bowstring, how could I possibly let go of the little white rabbit I've got? But having been married for many years, he knew he couldn't rush things at a time like this. Instead of being rough, he gently pulled his wife into his arms and stroked her soft, long hair to ease her tension. Sure enough, Su Qing was particularly susceptible to this tactic. Her stiff body quickly softened, and she took the initiative to hug Lin Qing. Lin Qing felt her body and whispered, "Wife, you smell so good. Did you put on face cream?" "No way." Su Qing felt embarrassed by the compliments, but she felt sweet inside. After all, what woman wouldn't like to be praised by her husband? But soon, her face flushed, and she shifted uncomfortably, grabbing Lin Qing's restless hand and saying, "No, our son isn't asleep yet. That brat's been asleep for ages. Do you think he's not tired? He's been playing like a man all day." As Lin Qing was speaking, a voice came from the small bed opposite. "Dad! I haven't gone to sleep yet. I'm not tired at all. I'll definitely be the first one up tomorrow morning to go to the city." Lin Qing was almost scared to death. "What the heck? Didn't you fall asleep while you were eating steamed buns?" "Yes," Lin Xiaojun said somewhat aggrievedly. "But Dad, the steamed buns smelled so good that I woke up again just from the smell of the filling." Lin Qing looked helpless, but he couldn't just ignore his son, so he said, "There's still one left on the table, go and eat it." "I'm not eating," Lin Xiaojun insisted. "I can't sleep if I eat, and I want to be the first one up tomorrow." "Then go to sleep quickly." Lin Xiaojun's somewhat aggrieved voice came again, saying, "But I can't sleep when I'm hungry." Silence is Cambridge tonight. The people of Linqing are really exasperated. So, are you going to eat it or not? Your dad is exhausted after a long day. Can't you just be quiet and let me and your mom have some time together? Especially now that I have your soft, sweet body in my arms, all I need is a quiet environment. He truly wished he could conjure up 3 large brick houses right now and drive his son away. There's a saying that a half-grown boy can eat his father out of house and home. Lin Xiaojun was at the age where he was growing, so Linqing eventually made him get up and eat. The brat didn't hesitate. He jumped off the bed, grabbed a steamed bun, and started eating. He even asked, "Dad, if I eat this steamed bun, can I still go to the city with you tomorrow?" "Of course you can." "Then I'll eat the whole thing." "Thank you, Dad." Meet up. "Dad, the moon is so big tonight." Dad, the neighbor's dog has been barking for ages. Shall we go check it out?" Linqing was truly numb. Why make such a fuss over eating a steamed bun? Even Su Qing, who was standing nearby, got tired of listening. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Shut up! Go to bed after you finish eating. If you can't get up tomorrow morning, I'm not taking you to the city." Sure enough, it still comes down to a strict mother. One sentence was enough to shut up Lin Xiaojun, who was full of nonsense. He finished his steamed bun in a few bites and scrambled to bed, not daring to utter a single fart. And contrary to his own claim that he couldn't sleep after eating, he soon started snoring like a pig after lying down. Su Qing laughed in exasperation, and complained in a low voice. "It's all your fault. You gave him too much of a hard time today. Don't you know that children are the most likely to take advantage of you? I was just trying to be nicer to my son, wasn't I?" Linqing was also a bit dumbfounded. "Why haven't I seen you before?" Su Qing had only spoken half of her sentence when she suddenly let out a soft hum, her face flushing red again. "Don't move your hands around. If I don't move, I'll become a vegetable." Linqing chuckled softly, then, as if about to take charge, opened his mouth wide and kissed him. "Don't." Su Qing wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. She could only weakly punch Linqing's back twice. 2 minutes later, Su Qing opened her eyes in surprise. Linqing's face turned bright red, and he was extremely embarrassed. He said, I'm not feeling well today." "Holy crap! How did I become that kind of person? It wasn't like this before I was reborn. Linqing cannot accept this." "It's okay." Su Qing chuckled softly, then reached out and hugged him, gently comforting him. "You're so tired today." "It's related." Linqing couldn't accept it. After all, he was still old and eager to prove himself before his rebirth. How could he be incapable of it now, at just over 20 years old? "Wait for me to rest for a bit, then we'll start another game," Linqing said fiercely. "No, I don't want it," Su Qing whispered, trying to dissuade her. "It's really okay, it's already much better. I heard what my second sister-in-law said about them." "No! Just wait. I need to recover for a bit." Linqing couldn't stand this humiliation. It was a matter of his manly dignity. But the next second, his attention was drawn to his wife's words, and he couldn't help but ask, "What did your sister-in-law say?" Su Qing was too embarrassed to say it, but after being pressed several times, she finally said with a blush, "Anyway, it just means a few seconds." "Holy crap, you mean second brother? He always seems perfectly healthy, how could this be?" Linqing was shocked. Although it was a bit immoral, he couldn't help but want to laugh. His second brother was the strongest of the 3 brothers in the family. When they were kids, even his eldest brother and Linqing combined couldn't beat him in a fight. So, he turned out to be a quickie guy. Chapter 20. Nighttime Conversations Between Husband and Wife. Seeing Linqing's barely concealed expression, Su Qing patted him and said, "Don't go around saying this. Otherwise, your second brother will be very embarrassed, and you're not much better off." "What you're saying?" Linqing's smile vanished instantly. He said, "Didn't I already say I'm just not feeling well today? I'm exhausted from fishing all day. It's not like I'm like this every day." Okay, I know you're amazing. Su Qing didn't believe the man's nonsense. She pushed him and said, "Stop fooling around. I'm going downstairs to wash up." "Who's messing with you?" Lin Qing couldn't stand this insult, so he immediately turned the tables and fought back. "You know, youth is a wonderful thing. I just finished one session, and I'm already fully recovered." "Ugh, slow down." Su Qing hadn't expected Lin Qing to come back so soon. She could only bite her lower lip slightly, afraid of making a sound and waking her son and daughter. This time, Lin Qing finally did not disappoint him and Su Qing. 40 minutes later, feeling refreshed and invigorated, he hugged his wife and said, "How about that? Now you know how amazing I am, right? Get away!" Su Qing was so exhausted from his antics that she could only blush and gently bite his arm. Lin Qing was also enjoying himself, saying, "This is my true strength. Feeling good? Uncomfortable?" Su Qing's face turned even redder, but she stubbornly said, "Get out of the way, I'm covered in sweat and it's so uncomfortable." "You were biting your pillow the whole time, and you were sweaty everywhere, some parts were." "Go to hell!" Su Qing couldn't hold back any longer. Her face flushed red, and she bit Lin Qing hard this time, saying urgently, If you keep talking nonsense, you're not allowed to sleep with me anymore." Okay. Lin Qing quickly shut up, no longer daring to tease Su Qing. After all, women these days are conservative. If we say anything more, they might really get angry. "I'm not going to say anything more, let's hug for a while." Lin Qing lowered its requirements. Su Qing responded softly, burying her head in Lin Qing's shoulder, her beautiful eyes slightly closed, enjoying the tenderness between husband and wife. Outside the window, the fishing village enjoys a peaceful night, with a slight sea breeze adding to the tranquility. Su Qing hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time, and couldn't help but kiss Lin Qing on the cheek, whispering, "Xiao Qing, let's always be like this, okay?" She was 1 day older than Lin Qing, so after they got married, she started calling him Xiao Qing, just like her family. Lin Qing felt both warm and heartbroken upon hearing this. He knew what Su Qing was worried about, that he would revert to his lazy self after one night. "Okay, I promise you." Lin Qing nodded heavily and kissed her on the cheek as well. Having received his promise, Su Qing finally nestled contentedly against his chest. Lin Qing didn't let her off the hook, saying, "But you have to promise me one thing first." "What?" "Grow old together with me." "What?" Su Qing had no idea that Lin Qing would suddenly say such a cheesy pickup line, and said shyly, "I'm already your wife." Lin Qing raised an eyebrow and said, "Stop talking nonsense, just tell me if you agree or not." "Promise." How could Su Qing possibly refuse? She responded in a barely audible whisper, her face burning red, almost too embarrassed to look Lin Qing in the eye. As I said before, expressions of affection in this era are far too reserved. Plus, she married Lin Qing at the tender age of 17, practically a blank slate in terms of romantic experience. But Lin Qing's sweet words were irresistible, and with her husband's reformed ways and commitment to the family, she felt she had never been so happy in her life. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but didn't know how. She could only hug Lin Qing's neck tightly and whisper, I'll stay with you for the rest of my life." But these simple, unpretentious words instantly ignited Lin Qing's passion, making him wish he could go out to sea right now and cast a couple more nets. "I must have accumulated a lot of good karma over many lifetimes to have found such a wonderful wife. Should we do it again?" Lin Qing couldn't help but feel a little tempted again. "No, I don't want it." Su Qing's face flushed red, but she refused firmly, saying, You're not allowed to come again. It'll hurt your health." After saying that, she didn't give Lin Qing a chance at all, put on a t-shirt, got out of bed, and went to take a shower. There's a story in their village about a fox spirit, the gist of which is that if a man doesn't know how to control himself, he'll be drained of his life force. Su Qing didn't understand science, but whatever had been passed down must be true, and she was determined not to let it happen a third time. Lin Qing could only choose to respect his wife's wishes, After all, there was plenty of time in the future, and a day or two wouldn't make a difference. However, to be fair, his body is much stronger than before since his rebirth. Let's not talk about tonight's events. Just talking about fishing, when Jiangping came back, his arms were so sore he could barely lift them. But after he reached the shore, he wasn't so tired anymore. By the time he got home and ate some steamed buns, he had almost fully recovered. Could it be that my rebirth improved my physical abilities? Lin Cheng was pleasantly surprised. If that's the case, then fishing would be much easier. These days, even boats like Dad's, which are only a dozen meters long and made of iron, only have winches and no net hauling machines. If there are too many fish in the trawl net, it takes a lot of effort to pull it up. Sometimes, if there are too many fish in the net, it may not be able to be pulled up at all. So, fishing is definitely a physically demanding job. If you have superhuman physical strength, you have a huge advantage over others. Just then, Su Qing returned after washing up and urged Lin Qing to hurry up and wash as well. Lin Qing had no choice but to leave the warm bed, quickly clean himself up, and then go back to bed to hug his wife. This time, Lin Qing didn't cause any more trouble, but Su Qing seemed to still be feeling the afterglow of what had just happened. Her face was still a little red, and she snuggled affectionately in Lin Cheng's arms like a little kitten, her head resting on his arm. Lin Qing leaned over and kissed her, saying, "Wife, you've worked so hard all these years. It's good that you know." Su Qing pursed her lips and gave a slightly aggrieved hum. If Lin Qing were still the same as before, she wouldn't have shown such an expression at all, because there would be no point in saying anything. In this day and age, tears are the cheapest thing. So what if Su Qing felt wrong before? She still had to swallow her pride and bear it all. But things are different now. Lin Qing has turned over a new leaf and not only made amends for his mistakes, but he also took on the responsibility of supporting his family like a real man. This made her feel 10 times lighter in an instant, and it also brought to the surface all the bitterness and grievances she had suffered over the years. She thought of all the hard work she had put into weaving the net, giving birth and raising the child, tending the vegetable garden, cooking, and taking care of Lin Qing. If this guy hadn't changed for the better, she would have even wanted to bite him hard. My wife is the best. Lin Qing naturally knew how much of a jerk he had been in his youth, and said with heartache, "Don't worry, I won't make you work so hard anymore. Just wait to enjoy your life. Don't you know what a man you are capable of? Who knows how long it will last?" Su Qing was secretly pleased, but stubbornly replied, "What if it's like your first time today, only a few minutes?" "Hey! What are you saying? You can't insult someone without bringing up their weaknesses. Let me show you how powerful your husband is." Lin Qing immediately became unhappy and started acting strangely. Su Qing was no match for him. Her face flushed red in no time, and she grabbed Lin Cheng's hand, pleading, "I was wrong, I was just joking. I really won't be coming today. Was it really a mistake? You were really wrong. It's not enough to just admit your mistake, there must be punishment." Lin Qing whispered a couple of words in Su Qing's ear. "You tomorrow night." "No!" Upon hearing this, Su Qing's face flushed red like a sunset. That was just too disgusting. Where did this small town learn these tricks from? They're so shameless. Then don't blame me. Lin Chen was about to continue his mischief. Just as Su Qing was about to give in, Lin Xiaobao, who had been placed in the innermost part of the room by the couple, suddenly blinked and turned over. The couple immediately snapped to attention, either daring to make a move, and both closed their eyes in unison. Anyone who has had children knows that what's scary is when a child suddenly wakes up, but when the child wakes up and you're not asleep next to them. Then you can just wait and see what happens. Sure enough, Lin Xiaobao rubbed his eyes with his little hands and realized that he was not between his father and mother. He immediately became unhappy and was about to cry. But seeing that her parents were asleep, she forced herself to hold back her tears. She used her hands and feet to roll over Su Qing and get between Lin Chen and Su Qing. She buried her head in her mother's chest, pulled her father's hand over herself, and then closed her big eyes and went back to sleep peacefully. Moreover, she falls asleep extremely quickly, within 2 minutes. She even started talking in her sleep, chanting in a childish voice. Big crab, we'll eat big crab tomorrow. Su Qing almost burst out laughing under the covers, only managing to hold it in by biting her lip. Lin Qing also looked helpless. What a glutton! Even while asleep, she couldn't stop thinking about the blue crabs she brought back. He originally planned to keep the crabs for a couple of days before making a decision, since mud crabs are not common in the area. But since the girl really wanted to eat them, he decided to steam them tomorrow. Chapter 21. Just listen to me. After confirming that his daughter was asleep, Lin Qing suddenly remembered something and asked, By the way, honey, have we paid for the crabs? Although there's only one, and according to the price Lin Dafu offered, splitting it would only amount to 40 cents, since we agreed to split it equally, we have to keep things separate. It was given. Su Qing wasn't one to take advantage of others, so she nodded and said, When I left I gave sister you 50 cents, but she refused, saying it was just a crab. In the end, I forced it on her. That's right. Lin Qing nodded. If it were just Lao Jiang, it wouldn't be a problem. The two brothers wouldn't be short of a few cents. But Jiang Ping also has a family, and he has to consider sister-in-law Yu's feelings. Like Su Qing, she was in a state of shock after being cheated by her husband, and she wanted to hide every penny, because it would be too much of a loss to cause trouble over such a small amount. Lin Chang added, And wife, bring more money tomorrow, buy some cloth and cotton, and make a cotton-padded jacket for you and the two children. Xiao Jun's jacket is a bit thin, and the one you're wearing, if I remember correctly, is the one you wore the year you married into the family. I don't want it. Make it for Xiao Jun and Xiao Bao, and for you too. You already have so many patches on your body. Su Qing shook her head vigorously, saying, My cotton-padded coat is perfectly fine, why do I need to make a new one? You can make one for me. She's not a stingy person, especially since she earned over 200 this time, so she became quite generous. I don't need to. I float on the sea every day. Why would I dress up so nicely for the dragon girl? Lin Qing joked. Besides, what if there really is a dragon girl, and I'm dressed so beautifully that the Dragon King takes a liking to me and wants to make me his son-in-law? Even if you like me, you're not allowed to go. Su Qing pouted, clearly unhappy. Hee, I was just kidding. No matter how beautiful that dragon girl is, can she be more beautiful than my wife? Lin Qing grasped her hand and said, All right, stop arguing with me. It's settled then. I'll make a cotton-padded jacket for you and Xiao Jun and Xiao Bao each, so you'll look better when you go back to your parents' home for the new year. I don't need one for myself. Also, once the money from the fish comes out, let's buy some cotton and make a quilt. It's getting a bit cold, and this quilt isn't warm even after being aired out. I really don't. Su Qing wanted to say something more, but perhaps moved by the words about going back to her parents' home, she finally chose to accept, silently nodding and saying, Okay, but it doesn't need to be too thick. It won't be that cold at home when I'm not at sea. As for the quilt, we don't need to buy it. Xiao Yu sent me a message last month saying that their factory is giving out welfare benefits, and they have an extra quilt for us. We can pick it up when we go there. A steel mill offers this kind of benefit? That's great. Lin Qing nodded, feeling a pang of envy in his heart. These days, workers are highly sought after no matter where they are. They get government-subsidized grain rations, holiday bonuses, and even large items like blankets are provided. It couldn't be better. Don't be fooled by the seemingly unremarkable cotton quilts of later generations. They were quite expensive and sought after back then. Even city workers need half a month's or even a month's salary to buy it. Take winter quilts, for example. A 7-pound quilt can easily cost 30 or 40 yuan, and that's with a ration coupon. If you don't have a coupon, it's even more outrageous. It can sell for 60 or 70 yuan on the black market. It's absolutely terrifying. Even if you buy the cotton yourself and make it, it will still cost a considerable amount of money. Therefore, in rural areas, quilts are considered a major asset. People won't buy them unless absolutely necessary. Basically, if a quilt gets a bit too hard, they'll take it to a cotton fluffer to have it fluffed again. Yeah, isn't my brother amazing? Su Qing couldn't help but feel a little proud. What she was most proud of was having a younger brother who worked as a factory worker in the city. Although he was still just an apprentice, it was a job that many people envied. Yes, your brother is the best. Lin Qing smiled and agreed. He wouldn't be jealous of his brother-in-law. Besides, Suyu may be young, but he's really good at handling people and things. He helped his family a lot in his past life. Then we should bring him even more things. We can't take advantage of him for nothing. Lin Qing thought for a moment, then coughed, and said softly, Oh, Su Qing, I want to buy some nutritional supplements for Grandma, what do you think? The cheapest malted milk powder costs several yuan per can, which is not something that ordinary families can afford. So Lin Qing had to discuss it with his wife. I was thinking that Su Qing would be reluctant to part with it, but I didn't expect her to agree so readily. Good. He added, While you're at it, buy some more cotton and make Grandma a new cotton-padded jacket. I noticed that Grandma's clothes are quite old, with 7 or 8 patches on them. Lin Qing knew his wife was virtuous, but he didn't expect her to be this good. He couldn't help but kiss her again and said, Wife, how can you be so good? I'm fine. Su Qing snorted and said, Besides, Grandma loves you the most in the family, so of course you should take the opportunity to show your filial piety. But are you sure Grandma is willing to eat it? Don't let Xiaobao and the others eat it all in the end. The old lady had done this more than once. Mr. and Mrs. Lin had also prepared many good things for her, but the old couple never ate them themselves and gave them all to the younger generation, especially Lin Qing and his son and daughter. Even if they didn't eat them, the old couple still couldn't bear to eat them. Once, they even let the pastries spoil. Don't worry about that. Lin Qing smiled smugly. When it comes to fishing, there may be people in the world who are better than him, but when it comes to coaxing his old lady, he is definitely the best in the world. Even his father can't compare. There's one more thing. You and your sisters-in-law usually do trawling, right? Lin Qing asked. Yeah, what's wrong? Su Qing asked, puzzled. Do you know how to make longline fishing nets? You mean longline nets, the kind specifically for holding hooks. I think I saw my second sister-in-law do it once. Su Qing thought for a moment and said, Is it the kind of net with lots of fish hooks hanging on it? Yes. Lin Qing nodded and said, As long as second sister-in-law knows how to do it, that's fine. Tomorrow, you can talk to second sister-in-law and ask her to make a few for me. I'll pay her the same amount of money as others. Good. Su Qing didn't know much about fishing. She was from the other side of the county, not near the sea at all. Before she married into the family, her family were farmers. But over the years she had learned quite a bit about fishing. She asked doubtfully, But it seems like everyone uses trawls more often. Is that okay? Why don't you just keep using the trawling net? I've never done longline fishing before, and it's doing so well today. You don't understand. If you want to catch fish in a small wooden boat, you have to use this kind. Lin Qing explained. Trapping is good, but you need a tin boat to do it. Like today, you have to encounter a school of fish and you have to use all your strength. Seeing that Su Qing still didn't understand, Lin Qing changed his approach and said, Just think of longline fishing as fishing with a hook, but specifically for catching big fish. Su Qing finally understood completely. But still somewhat worried, he said, But... No buts, just listen to me, go to sleep. Lin Qing had been busy all day and had been intimate with his wife twice, so he had no energy left to explain. He kissed his wife's cheek twice, then took her downstairs, closed his eyes, and fell asleep in less than 3 seconds. Su Qing, who was standing next to him, was so angry that she wanted to bite him. Why didn't I add you when we were doing that just now? And you were so impatient. What a scoundrel. Chapter 22, My Daughter Wet the Bed. The next morning. When Lin Qing opened his eyes, Su Qing was no longer on the bed. Only her lingering warmth remained, along with a tiny bundle of baby Lin Xiaobao, who was fast asleep, clutching his hand. Woke up! Su Qing happened to come in from outside. Seeing Lin Qing open his eyes, she said, Wake Xiaobao up too, let's wash our faces and brush our teeth together, and get ready for breakfast. Don't rush, let her sleep a little longer. Look how soundly she's sleeping. Lin Qing was unwilling to do so. He wished the little guy could stay in his arms forever. If you let her keep sleeping now, she won't sleep at night. Are you going to coax her then? Su Qing said helplessly. Children have a lot of energy. The reason why Lin Xiaobao fell asleep so quickly yesterday was because he stayed up too late. Normally, he would linger in bed for a long time before falling asleep. I'll coax her then. Lin Qing didn't think there was anything wrong with it. On the contrary, he was enjoying it. Looking at his daughter's delicate and beautiful face, he felt that everything about her was incredibly cute. Her small nose, big eyes, pink lips, and he even couldn't resist touching her eyelashes. He couldn't help but gently kiss her forehead several times, feeling as if he had the whole world at that moment. But soon, things started to go wrong in his world. As he moved, he felt a slight dampness from the sheet on his arm. It's almost winter, and it's never this damp. Did you spill water? He came up with several reasons for himself, but they were all proven false, and he eventually had to confirm one fact. My daughter wet the bed. Xiao Qing, come quick. Lin Qing had no choice but to call for help, saying, Your daughter wet the bed last night. Ah? Su Qing was just about to leave when she saw this and couldn't help but rub her forehead, because this was the second time this month, so she quickly came forward to tidy up. She patted Lin Xiaobao's bottom to get her up, then gave Lin Qing a shove, saying, You get up too. When things are fine, she's your precious daughter, but when something happens, she's my daughter, right? Get up now. Go to the fish market and buy some fish. Isn't this something I can handle? Mua! My wife is the best. Lin Qing chuckled, gave Su Qing a big kiss on the cheek, and then got up. Although Su Qing was somewhat used to Lin Qing's sudden displays of affection, she still couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. But since they were at home, she didn't say much, only pinched Lin Qing's waist. Unexpectedly, this made Lin Qing quite excited. After all, he was a 20-year-old young man, at the peak of his virility. How could he not be tempted by his beautiful wife's sweet talk so early in the morning? He immediately and lewdly nudged Su Qing from behind several times, and even took the opportunity to grab her private parts. Get away from me! Su Qing was both ashamed and angry, but since she had her back to Lin Qing, she couldn't reach him and could only keep telling him to leave. Will you dare pinch me again next time? Dirty! Ugh, I'm just vulgar. The couple was bickering when the little one on the bed, no longer clinging to their arms, and with the bed swaying back and forth, finally woke up. Before even opening his eyes, he murmured, Mother! Let go! Xiaobao is awake! Su Qing was now really worried. It would be incredibly embarrassing if her daughter saw this. Lin Qing also quickly stopped, washed his hands on the side, and dressed and washed up as if nothing had happened. Mother is here. Su Qing, concealing her slightly flushed expression, hugged her daughter and asked, Are you awake? Lin Xiaobao nodded, opened his arms and hugged Su Qing's neck, saying, Darling mother. Still kissing you? Su Qing said irritably. Do you know what you did yesterday? As she spoke, she lifted the blanket and pointed out a clearly wet patch to Lin Xiaobao. This is the second time this month. You're already 2 years old, and you're still wetting the bed. I don't know. Lin Xiaobao shrank his neck, clearly knowing what was wrong, but pretended to be stupid. Don't know? If you don't know, I'll still put you in bed. Su Qing pretended to throw her over there. No. Lin Xiaobao quickly hugged Su Qing tightly, trying to awaken his mother's love for him. Su Qing didn't give her a chance to act coquettishly and continued. What did I tell you last time? Although Lin Xiaobao was young and still at an age where he couldn't speak properly, he had a good memory. He whispered, Mom said that if I wet the bed again, she'll spank me. So, are you going to get beaten up this time? Want? Lin Xiaobao pouted, tears welling up in her eyes, and raised her head, saying, But Mom, I'm afraid of pain. Can you hit me a little less hard? Upon hearing this, Lin Qing could no longer hold back. He knew that a doting mother often spoils her child, and that children should be disciplined at times like this to teach them a lesson. But Xiao Bao was different. She was his own daughter, the daughter he had missed for 30 years. Who said your mother was going to hit you? She was just joking. Xiao Bao is so cute, who would have the heart to hit him? Lin Qing had just finished dressing, not even having put on his cotton-padded coat yet, when he appeared in front of Su Qing as if in a flash, took Lin Xiaobao into his arms, kissed him several times, and said, "Xiaobao, don't be afraid, Daddy's here." Turning to Su Qing, he said, "Why do you keep scaring her? She's only 2 years old. If she wets the bed, just let her. It's not something she can control. She'll be fine when she's a little older." Lin Xiaobao was also the type to bully others by relying on his father's power. Seeing that his father was backing him up, he immediately nodded vigorously and said in a childish voice, "That's right, hitting people is wrong, Mom." Seeing the father and daughter singing in unison, Su Qing almost laughed out of anger. "So you think you can just stand there and talk without any remorse just because you don't have to wash the sheets and blankets?" Especially Lin Xiaobao, that traitor, who always calls her Mom, and practically clings to her every day. Now that she's in Lin Cheng's arms, it only makes her angrier. Ignoring everything Lin Cheng says, she lightly smacks Lin Xiaobao's bottom twice, then glares at Lin Cheng and says, "Take your precious daughter to the fish shed. If you say another word, I'll wash both of your sheets and blankets. Let's go." Lin Cheng dared not really argue with his wife. He shrank back, uttered such a harsh remark, washed his daughter, and then carried her toward the fish hut. The sun had just risen, and it was still a little dark, but the village was already bustling with activity. When Lin Qing came out carrying his daughter, many people who were eating at their doorsteps greeted him warmly. After all, the news that he and Jiang Ping caught a boatload of small yellow croakers last night had already spread. That's just how reality is in rural areas. If you are capable and talented, you will have many friends. Even the fishermen who usually ignored this scoundrel would greet him a couple of times when they saw him. Lin Qing didn't put on airs and greeted everyone with a smile, but his mind was mostly on his daughter. This was the first time Lin Xiaobao had been carried out like this by Lin Qing. Usually, Su Qing would carry him. The angle was higher, and everything seemed new and exciting to him. He chattered away with Lin Qing the whole way. "Dad, are we having crabs today?" "Dad, Mom just said she's going to the market today, is she?" Lin Qing agreed, and as soon as he reached the vicinity of the fish shed, his gaze was drawn to it. Chapter 23: The Giant Stingray. In front of Lin Dafu's fishing hut, 2 dark-skinned fishermen, both around 30 years old, were carrying a large flatfish that was nearly a meter long. Their faces were beaming with joy, and they kept asking people to make way for them. The area was filled with onlookers, and even people from the nearby purchasing points were peering in this direction. Lin Dafu saw the large shipment, and hurried over to greet it. The 2 men quickly called out, "Ah Fu, come quick! Don't say we're not being fair. We brought in a huge load today and didn't even bother with the trawler. We came straight to you. That's so kind of you. You're so kind. Let me see what kind of fish it is." Lin Dafu couldn't stop smiling. With seafood, except for special varieties, the bigger the fish, the more valuable it is. This applies to yellow croaker and other fish as well. If he gets his hands on some rare catch, he can make a profit even if he's just a middleman. But when he saw what the fish looked like, his expression immediately fell, and he said, "John C., you've been fishing for almost 7 or 8 years, and you can't even recognize a ray? This thing is worthless. If it were a grouper like the wrasse or a super-sized grouper, it wouldn't just fetch a high price, it could even attract hotel owners from the county to bid for it. However, rays are not very valuable in Jiangsu province. The official purchasing point only offers 9.2 cents per pound, while the price in their fishing village is slightly higher, but still only 10 cents. This fish looks big, but it only weighs about 70 or 80 pounds. It'll only cost a few dollars." "I know that rays are not worth much," old Zhang explained. "But this ray isn't ordinary. Look at its size. A typical ray is at most 50 centimeters long, but mine is almost a meter long. If you send it to the county, Those shop owners will go crazy fighting over it for good luck. Seeing this, another fisherman quickly chimed in. Yes, Uncle Fu, take a good look. Everyone says that the bosses in the county like to buy big catches. This is a real big catch. It must weigh over 100 pounds. Now that you mention it, it does make some sense. Lin Dafu hesitated for a moment, looked at the nearly 1-meter-long manta ray for a long time, but finally shook his head and said, No, I'll take it if the price is a little higher, but I won't take it if the price is too high. It wasn't that he was deliberately trying to lower the price, but rather that the flesh of the ray was too coarse and had a strong urine smell, so not many people liked it. The onlookers around also began to gloat. Hey, I thought it was some big attacking fish, it's just a regular ray. Exactly, even we don't like to eat them at home, so we sell them to bosses in the county town. But they are really big. What's the use of being big? It's so thick and coarse, and it smells like a toilet. Did the boss pay to smell this stench? People around them started talking about it, and some even made jokes. Get out of the way! This is none of your business! Old Jean was already annoyed, and hearing everyone's words, his brows furrowed so deeply they looked like flies were trapped in them. He looked at Lin Dafu and said, Afu, then tell me what price you charged. 12 cents. Lin Dafu gave a number. Impossible! Old Jean almost choked with anger. This is a manta ray that's almost a meter long. It took the two of them a lot of effort to pull him out of the water, and they didn't even bother to catch any more fish. They went straight back to the dock, and all they got was 1.2 pounds. All things considered, this whole fish only cost less than 10 yuan. Although this price is already quite good, many people don't even make 10 yuan a day from fishing. The problem is that their previous expectation was that a single fish would cost 100 yuan. How can people accept such a tenfold difference? You should at least give me 30. 12 cents a pound, that's way too low. Old Jean goaded him. If you don't give it to me, I'll sell it at other fishermen's huts. Then go ahead. Lin Dafu shook his head and said, John Lousy, I've been running this fishing hut for so many years and I've never cheated anyone. This thing may be big, but it really won't fetch a good price. 12 cents is already more than I'm paying. You can go and ask if you don't believe me. This? Jean Lousy was immediately put on hold. If he really went, and then sold it to Lin Dafu later, it would be quite embarrassing. He really couldn't bear to sell it for 10 yuan. It was a super big catch. As far back as he could remember, no one in the entire Haihe village had ever caught such a large ray. Just as he was hesitating, his companion said, Then let's go ask. If all else fails, we can take it to the county town to sell. Aren't those big hotels always buying large quantities of goods? All right. Old Jean thought about it for a moment, and felt that it made sense. Besides, it's still early, and the rays are still alive. Why insist on selling them here at the small dock? You can easily take them to the county town. His family also has bicycles, so they can save money on the tractor and just sell them in the county town. After discussing it for a while, the two quickly carried the fish away. Lin Dafu wasn't annoyed. He watched the two leave, then turned back to the fisherman's hut, where he happened to see Lin Qing. Xiao Qing? What brings you here? Lin Dafu said. They're not coming to ask for money so early in the morning, are they? I definitely won't give them any. It's a long-standing rule that you don't have to pay in the early morning. Business people always follow this principle. I'm not that immature. Lin Qing smiled and said, I've come to give you money. Take your wife to the county town to visit your brother-in-law and get him some seafood. That's great. What would you like? The tractor just left in the early morning, so they didn't collect much right now, mostly just fish traps. How about a few swimming crabs? These two eels will also work, from this side. Lin Dafu led him into the fish hut, introducing it to him as he did so, and asked somewhat curiously, We're going to see your brother-in-law today, so why didn't you save some for him yesterday? Legitimate purchasing points don't engage in this kind of business. Firstly, the accounts are easy to get messed up. Secondly, the fish sheds buy fish from the fishermen, and then sell the fish back to the fishermen. Isn't that ridiculous? But Lin Qing was related to him, so there weren't many problems. In the past, when Mr. and Mrs. Lin visited relatives, if they couldn't find any good deals recently, they would buy directly from him. As a relative, Lin Dafu didn't engage in any buying low and selling high. He would sell to you for the same price he paid for the purchase. I would like to, but who would give me the chance? I wanted to keep 2 spiny scorpions, but my mother was so angry she wanted to put me in a steamer. Lin Qing shook his head helplessly and said, Get some swimming crabs, all female crabs, and some small yellow croakers. If you have any clams, get some too. Second female crab refers to a female crab that has not yet fully matured. Its meat has the tenderness of a male crab, while also containing the roe of a female crab. People who are not experts usually do not choose this type of crab. You certainly know how to eat. Lin Dafu chuckled and said, There were 3 gene of small yellow croakers. They were all taken away this morning. I was planning to keep some for myself, but I'll give them all to you to take with you later. The clams haven't arrived yet, but would you like some ribbon fish? The ones you collected today are especially beautiful, and they're quite large. Then take 6 ribbon fish. Lin Qing glanced at it and found that the color was indeed very good, silvery and shiny. He then said, If you have pomfret, get me some too, and 2 caddies of prawns as well. ? Lin Dafu was stunned for a moment, and almost couldn't help but ask, You're not going to do it, are you? It's just visiting the brother-in-law. Visiting the father-in-law is about the same as visiting the father-in-law. Lin Qing shook his head, not explaining his wife's family situation. After all, family scandals should not be aired in public. He simply said, Uncle Fu, just give it to me. I told my wife before I came. All right. Lin Dafu nodded, then lowered his voice and said, But you need to be careful. Don't go overboard just because you have some money. He didn't continue speaking, clearly to save face for Lin Qing. Lin Qing used to be that type. He didn't even need to be tricked. Just a few words of flattery, and he would foolishly pay for cigarettes and drinks. Uncle Fu, don't worry, I've already said I'm turning over a new leaf. Lin Qing said with a smile. It's no wonder Uncle Dafu is so successful in business. He's truly impeccable in his character. If it were anyone else, nobody would care what they do or don't do, and saying too much would only make them resentful. Okay. Seeing that Lin Qing didn't seem to be faking it, Lin Dafu nodded with some emotion and went to get him the fish. Before leaving, he took an extra large sea bass, saying, Don't refuse, it's not for you, it's for my grandniece. It's the first time I've seen you bring her to the fish farm. I can't leave empty-handed. That won't do. Lin Qing quickly declined, explaining that sea bass was now more expensive than yellow croaker, costing 70 cents to 1 yuan per gene, 500 grams. This sea bass looked to be over 2 gene, so it would cost at least 2 yuan. Take it if I tell you to. I run a fish collecting station. Do you think I'd be short of a single fish? Lin Dafu didn't give him a chance to refuse. He strung the fish on a straw rope, wiped it dry, wrapped it in a clean cloth, and handed it to Lin Xiaobao to hold. He then said to Lin Qing, Take your things and go back quickly. If you catch any fish in the future, please patronize my business. The other person had already stuffed the fish into his daughter's arms, so what could Lin Qing say? He could only agree. Suddenly he remembered something and whispered, Uncle Fu, let me remind you, you could have taken that stingray from us. It would have been worth 30. Putting everything else aside, just the size of that thing alone would be enough to attract a lot of people. At the very least, it could be sent to a museum. I heard the city is working on that recently. Lin Dafu was able to open a purchasing point at the dock, and his goods were usually delivered to the city. His vision was much higher than that of ordinary fishermen, and he was naturally more well-informed. How could he not know? The reason I didn't catch that fish was simply because I didn't want to take the risk. However, he had only recently heard about the museum road, which surprised him greatly. He said, You've really got some skills lately. You're quite impressive. Where did you find out about this? Read the newspaper. Lin Qing chuckled and chose to play dumb. Thank you, but even if it can be sent to the museum, I won't accept the fish if it costs more than 15 yuan. Lin Dafu shook his head and said, Let's not even talk about the city. The bosses we cooperate with all deal in bulk and don't have time for this. Hotels are another story. They only buy from people who really like it. Even though the weather isn't hot, the fish will only stay fresh for a few days before it gets stale. Who has the time for that? As for museums, well, that's ridiculous. Someone sent one to that Fishery Resources Museum in the city before. They sent them some rare fish and only gave them 5 yuan and 2 enamel basins. They gave it to them 3 months later. Anyone who sends that is a fool. Lin Qing was stunned for a moment. He really didn't know that museums were so stingy these days. In 2008, he caught a blue shark, the most common kind that wouldn't fetch any money at all. The aquarium took a liking to it, and apparently wanted to make it into a specimen. They gave him 20,000 yuan right away. Fine, I guess I was overthinking it. Lin Qing shook his head, wanting to chat with Lin Dafu a little longer, when Lin Xiaobao couldn't help but cry out for help. Dad, it keeps moving. I can't hold it anymore. At first, the little one thought it was so novel and fun, and how interesting it was to have a big fish moving and jumping around in his arms. But her good fortune didn't last long. The wild fish was strong enough, and weighed over 2 pounds. Soon, it slapped her so hard that she started to cry. All right, Dad will get it. When his daughter spoke up, Lin Qing no longer cared about Lin Dafu or Lin Erfu. He quickly took the fish, raised his hand and punched it twice, saying, You dare to jump around like that? Still jumping around? You're bullying my daughter, don't you want to live anymore? After saying that, he handed the fish back to his daughter, smiling and saying, Little Bao, look, it knows it was wrong. It's not moving anymore. Yes, Dad is the best. Lin Xiaobao immediately beamed with joy, then picked up the fish again, occasionally lifting the cloth to look at it. This scene left Lin Dafu, who was standing nearby, completely dumbfounded. Is this Lin Qing? Do you have to spoil your daughter like this? He didn't even comfort his own son like this when he accidentally broke his arm last time. And if he wasn't mistaken, Lin Qing's strength was truly terrifying. He killed the fish with just 2 punches. Lin Qing felt nothing at all, and even felt that he had gone too lightly. After all, what if the fish is just playing dead and wakes up and slaps her daughter? However, since he already had his daughter in his arms, Lin Qing wasn't going to spoil the mood. He immediately picked up the bag with one hand, held his daughter in the other, said, Uncle Fu will keep track of the accounts. We'll settle them together when we get back tonight. And then strode home. At home, Su Qing was searching everywhere for things to bring for her younger brother. We definitely need to bring some cornmeal and sweet potatoes. Even though we don't have much at home, these things are cheap in the village. Everything is ridiculously expensive in the city, so we should try to save our little brother as much as possible. Also, he mentioned last time that he wasn't used to the pillow, so we need to get him a buckwheat one. Don't forget that either. We only have the cornmeal and sweet potatoes that Mom brought yesterday, which is definitely not enough. We need to go to my second sister-in-law's house to buy some. We also need to go to Mom for the dumplings that Xiaoqing mentioned. We have prepared the pillow, but where did we put it? The more she searched, the less she could find. Frustrated, she couldn't help but blame Lin Qing. If it weren't for him suddenly saying he was going to the county town last night, she wouldn't have been in such a hurry. When visiting relatives, who doesn't prepare a week in advance? Just then, she saw Lin Qing carrying a bag in one hand and holding Lin Xiaobao, whose little tongue was practically slurred with laughter, in the other. The latter's cotton-padded coat was soaked with water, but she was still laughing loudly. Lin Qing was completely unaware, and took out a swimming crab from the bag to scare his daughter. Su Qing felt like her eyes were about to burst out of their sockets. The next second, a furious roar erupted from the depths of her teeth. Lin Qing! Lin Xiaobao! Don't you guys think this is fun? Chapter 24, Persuasion. Faced with the shrewish roar of the father and daughter, they immediately quieted down, becoming as obedient as quails. Especially Lin Xiaobao, who, I don't know where he learned it from, struggled to get out of Lin Qing's arms, held the bass in front of Su Qing, blinked his big eyes, and tried to awaken his mother's love in his childish voice. Mommy, this is a big fish that Uncle Dafu gave us. Even if you bring back a whale, You won't escape this beating today. Su Qing gritted her teeth and said, I just washed your cotton-padded coat, and you've already gotten it all dirty. Come here. As she spoke, she grabbed Lin Xiaobao's buttocks, which were right in front of her, and slapped them hard twice. Although it didn't hurt much through the cotton pants, Lin Xiaobao still couldn't help but tear up and keep looking at his father for help. But Lin Qing is as cowardly as he was when he beat the fish earlier. After all, he can't run away himself. Sure enough, after dealing with Lin Xiaobao, Su Qing immediately turned her gaze to Lin Sheng and said angrily, Is this how you take care of children? How old is she? You're holding such a big fish for her? And you're teasing her with crabs, what if she gets pinched? I was wrong about the crab, but the fish really wasn't mine. Uncle Dafu insisted on letting her play with it, and he even wrapped it in cloth. I saw that Xiaobao liked it, so... Lin Qing spoke in a softer voice, then quickly added, But I've already stunned that fish with my hammer. Knock you out? Why don't you just knock yourself out? Su Qing was so angry she didn't know what to say, and immediately reached out with her two little hands to hit Lin Qing. Hey, honey, don't fight like that in public. Give me some face, okay? After a long while, Su Qing finally stopped, panting heavily. No wonder the old folks always say not to let men take care of children. It's only been a short time since I took the baby out, and it's already turned into this mess. If they weren't about to go to the county town, she would have definitely given this unreliable father a good lesson. But business was more important. Su Qing told her husband what they were missing, and Lin Qing immediately said, All right, I'll go find my second sister-in-law and the others to buy sweet potatoes and corn right now. I'll also ask my mother about dumplings. If they don't have any, then forget it. If the buckwheat pillow doesn't work, I'll give mine to my brother-in-law first, and I'll find some more later. You've been using that one for ages, and you were used to sleeping on it, so how could I possibly give it to him? Su Qing frowned and said, Let me look again. If it doesn't work, I'll just bring Xiao Jun's to him. He hasn't been using that one for long. I just changed the pillowcase the day before yesterday. That's okay too. Lin Qing nodded in agreement. Su Qing finally calmed down, turned around and took the things Lin Qing was carrying, and said with concern, Didn't I tell you to just buy some of the small yellow croakers from yesterday? Why did you bring back so much? In this weather, seafood simply won't keep. Even if Xiao Yu were a pig, he couldn't eat that much by himself. She opened it as she spoke. And with just one glance, her face flushed slightly. A swimming crab? What's wrong with you? This stuff is so expensive, Su Yu doesn't deserve to eat this. Puff! Lin Qing had just gotten a bit thirsty and was drinking water when he heard this, so he spat out a mouthful of water. What kind of talk is that? That's your own brother. So what if it's my own brother? Even if it were my dad, he couldn't eat it like this. These are all female crabs, each one should cost at least 50 cents. Take them back and return them before they die. Su Qing looked at the two female crabs in the bamboo basket and almost felt heartbroken. Fishermen don't actually lack fish, shrimp, and crabs to eat, but they can't sell them for a good price. For example, tofu fish or crabs that have been crushed and are missing their legs. Who would eat swimming crabs that can be sold for money? And there are even two female crabs. Giving these crabs to relatives would be even less cost-effective. They could buy more than 10 kilograms of rice. It's not that expensive. Seeing that his wife was about to get anxious, Lin Qing quickly said, Honey, don't worry. Uncle Fu is a good person. He didn't charge me such a high price. He gave me the price of a regular female crab. Besides, you've been married into the family for so many years, and we haven't even visited him once. Wouldn't it be appropriate not to give him something nice as a gift? Hearing this, Su Qing's expression relaxed slightly, and she muttered, You don't need to buy so many, they're ridiculously expensive. It's just this once, how can I deliver every day? Lin Qing continued to reassure him. Besides, you don't know this, do you? Your brother is not only living outside now, but he also has a girlfriend. As his older sister, if you don't bring something nice when you go over, what if people look down on you? He didn't want to say it so soon, since there were some opinions in his village about older women marrying younger men, especially since they shared the same surname. But in order to get his wife's approval, he had no choice but to betray his brother-in-law. Ah! Hearing this, Su Qing's attention was immediately drawn, and she completely forgot about the seafood. She bombarded Su Qing with questions. Xiao Yu found a boyfriend? What kind of person is he? Is he also a full-time worker? Where is he from? What does he look like? How tall is he? Don't ask me, I just heard it from someone else. I've never seen them, but they said the two of them have been dating for several months, so it doesn't seem fake. Lin Xing continued his nonsense. Otherwise, why do you think I bought so much stuff? I'm not stupid. You always have so many reasons. Su Qing gave a soft snort, pouted, and was clearly still a little unhappy. But they didn't mention returning the goods again. Together with Lin Xing, they packed up all the seafood they had brought back, tying ropes to the crabs and bagging the small yellow croakers and ribbonfish. After the two finished their work, Su Qing washed her hands and suddenly remembered something. She said, "Oh right, I just paid off all those debts from yesterday. Remember to get back the money you owed Zhou's guy for the Hongmei cigarettes. That carton cost several yuan." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Lin Xing nodded. "That kid can't escape." "Okay, just don't forget." Su Qing was just giving a reminder. Ever since her man brought back a boatload of small yellow croakers from overseas, she was willing to give him a little more trust. Lin Xing washed his hands and said, "Then let's get ready to leave. Give me a few yuan, I'll go to my second sister-in-law's house to get some sweet potatoes and cornmeal, and I'll also ask about Nian Tuanzi. Judging by the time, Uncle Zhou's side will be leaving soon too." "Good," Su Qing agreed. However, she was always very careful when it came to money. She took out a purse from her bosom, carefully took out 3 yuan from it, and calculated for a while before saying, "Buy 20 jin of cornmeal, 1 mao per jin, totaling 2 yuan. Sweet potatoes are 2 fin each, take 30 jin, 6 mao. Remember to bring me the remaining 4 mao when you come back." Lin Xing opened his mouth, as if to say, "Give me 2 more yuan, so I can have some money in my pocket too." But thinking about his past misdeeds, he didn't dare to speak in the end. After all, gambling twice and emptying his family's savings was something only a superhuman could do. It would be abnormal if a wife didn't keep an eye on him. However, looking at his wife's empty purse, Lin Xing couldn't help but say, "Xiao Qing, is it too much for you to go out with so little money? Take all the money from yesterday with you." He was from that era too, and he could tell the numbers inside at a glance. There were at most 3 10-yuan bills inside, and the rest were all 5 mao and 1 yuan bills, adding up to no more than 3 yuan. He guessed that it was what was left over from when everyone was paying off their debts in the morning. 30-odd yuan isn't enough?" Su Qing said irritably. "Go buy your food, you're not allowed to touch any money." Lin Xing smiled wryly. "It's not about money. Besides Grandma's milk powder, we also need to buy fabric and cotton for you, her, Xiao Jun, and Xiao Bao to make cotton-padded jackets. What if we can't afford it when we get there?" "Impossible, I've already asked. Things are cheaper in the county than in town. Work cloth only costs," Su Qing said with a hint of smugness. "Don't let her seemingly secluded lifestyle fool you. She's actually quite knowledgeable about these things. After all, she followed her sister-in-law and the others to weave nets every day. Besides everyday family matters, they talked about who had made new clothes and who had specially gone to the city to order furniture. She was very familiar with prices." Now it was Lin Xing's turn to be dumbfounded. "Didn't you say you didn't want to make cotton-padded coats? How come you know so much about prices?" But Lin Xing wanted to buy too many things, so he had no choice but to confess. "Wife, I also want to buy some other things, like the frog toy I promised our son. But all of that costs money. So please be kind and bring the money from yesterday's fish." "That only costs a few cents, why would you need so much?" Su Qing frowned. "It's always better to be prepared," Lin Xing said. "Besides, don't you know me? Apart from those 2 times I wasted money gambling, have I ever squandered any money?" "That's true," Don't be fooled by his tendency to act big and enjoy being flattered. He's not really stupid. He'll be happy with small favors if someone flatters him, but he knows he won't squander big money. This gambling was entirely orchestrated, and I got carried away. Su Qing fell silent. She knew Lin Cheng's personality. He had been talking about it for so long because he really wanted to buy something, and he had a legitimate reason for it. The problem is, she can't bear to part with it. This is all the family has left. We haven't even gotten the money from the small yellow croaker yet. Honey, I know you have concerns, but haven't I turned over a new leaf? Lin Cheng hugged his wife and said, Think about it yourself. I only went out to sea once and earned more than 200. If I go 20 times a month, I might be able to make a fortune in 2 months. You'll be counting money until your hands cramp up, believe it or not? Boast! Su Qing was amused by Lin Cheng. Where are you going to catch a boatload of small yellow croakers every day? Do you think the ocean is your private property? And as for those with 10,000 yuan in assets, there are only a handful in the whole county. They'd be in the newspapers. Whether I'm bragging or not is another matter. Let's just say I legitimately go out to sea and earn 100 a month, okay? Seeing that his wife's attitude had softened, Lin Cheng immediately pressed his advantage, saying, Not to mention others, just look at my second brother's family. Even without counting my second sister-in-law's income from weaving nets, they still received 170 last month. Their family owned a tin boat, so they naturally earned a lot of money. The family rule was that the 3 brothers would take turns going out to sea with their father, learning fishing skills on the one hand, and working together on the other. After deducting fuel costs from each month's income, the father takes 50%, and the remaining amount is divided among the 3 brothers according to their contribution. Lin Cheng was too lazy to go before, and would only go 3 or 4 times a month at most. However, he happened to be caught in the croaker season, and his father gave him more than 20 croakers at once. That was the time when Lin Cheng was tricked out of a pack of cigarettes by the 3rd son of the Zhou family, who was the same person who had come to collect a debt before. Even if I only go out to sea for 10 days, $100 in the end isn't too much, is it? These words completely persuaded Su Qing. Because it's true, my father-in-law's family owns a tin boat, so they earn more than other families. If my husband is willing to work hard, earning 100 yuan a month is really not a problem. Then, I'll bring $10 more, but no more. Su Qing hesitated before agreeing, but added a condition. And you have to promise me that you will work hard from now on and not be idle every day anymore. Haven't I tried hard enough these past 2 days? If you hadn't refused me this morning, Lin Cheng said with a grin. Get out of here! A blush crept onto Su Qing's fair face. She slapped him several times and said, Don't say such dirty things. Besides, you can forget about getting any more money from me. Okay, I won't say any more. Lin Cheng chuckled and took the opportunity to kiss Su Qing, saying, I knew my wife was the most generous. And if you asked me, you really shouldn't be stingy with money. As the saying goes, money is a bastard, you can always earn more. We've just earned such a large sum of money, if we don't let her spend it, how will we have the motivation to continue going out to sea to make money? You can just wait to become a boss's wife. You can just lie at home all day. I'll hire a nanny for you then. You can get up to eat when it's time, and if you enjoy your meal, you can continue lying down. He bragged about it to his wife. Am I a pig? I sleep, eat, and then sleep again. Su Qing was amused and gave Lin Cheng a beautiful eye roll. She hugged him and said, All right, you know how amazing my husband is. Hurry up and go to your second sister-in-law's house to buy cornmeal and sweet potatoes. If you delay any longer, you'll miss the deadline. Good to know, Lin Cheng said. Okay, then keep looking around at home and see if there's anything else you need to bring for your brother. After saying that, Lin Cheng went out and headed towards his second brother's house. When I arrived at my second brother's house, I happened to see my second sister-in-law weaving a net at the door. She was accompanied by Lin Cheng's niece, Lin Xianqian, who was not yet 7 years old, but she was also weaving a net. Xiao Cheng is here? The second sister-in-law was a little surprised to see Lin Cheng, since he didn't come very often, but she still greeted him and said, "Your second brother went out to sea with father and isn't home." "Third uncle." Lin Qianqian also greeted her politely. "Yes, I know." Lin Qing patted his niece's head and said, "Second sister-in-law, I came with you to get some cornmeal and sweet potatoes. Xiao Qing and I are going to the county town to get some things for her brother. We don't have enough at home, and we don't need much, so there's no need to go out of our way to buy them." "Sure, no problem." Without saying a word, second sister-in-law clapped her hands and went to the kitchen to pack things for Lin Qing, asking, "How much do you need? My family just sent a lot over in the fall. You can get 100 caddies if you want." "We don't need that many." Lin Qing waved his hands repeatedly and said, 20 caddies of corn stalks and 30 caddies of sweet potatoes will suffice." As he spoke, he took out some money and handed it to his second sister-in-law. "We're family. Why would we need the money? Just take it." Second sister-in-law said politely. "No way, there are so many things, how can you take them away empty-handed?" Lin Qing exchanged a few polite words, then took the things and said, "Thank you for your trouble, second sister-in-law. I'll be going now, or the tractor won't be able to wait." Then, turning to Lin Qianqian, he said, "Qianqian, you should also listen to your mother. When your third uncle comes back from the county town, he will bring you something delicious." "What should I bring her?" The second sister-in-law was about to refuse. Lin Qianqian's eyes lit up immediately, and she quickly replied, "Yes, yes. I'll definitely be good. Thank you, third uncle." "They're gone." Lin Qing waved his hand with a smile. He truly adored this niece. After all, she was the first college student in the Lin family. Moreover, 20 years later, his good-for-nothing son was able to find a partner entirely thanks to this cousin's introduction. Now that he has some ability, of course we should take better care of him. Chapter 25: Bicycle Tickets. After a long and tiring process, the Lin family of 4, carrying large and small bags, with even Lin Xiaobao carrying a small package and following behind, finally set off. They arrived at the Shou family's residence. "Uncle Shou." "You've arrived, Xiao Qing. Have you eaten yet? If not, have some here." When we arrived, Zhou Ping, who was tractor driving, was eating breakfast at the door. He greeted us. "Have eaten." After exchanging a few polite words, Lin Qing pulled out a pack of Harvest cigarettes and gave it to him. Zhou Ping was overjoyed to see Lin Qing being so polite. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he accepted the gift. This year, land has been distributed to individual households, but large items like tractors still belong to the village. When he takes villagers to the town or county seat, it's considered polite if a family gives him 2 cigarettes. Some less considerate people won't give him a penny. Lin Qing gave him a pack of Harvest cigarettes for 30 cents, which was quite generous. He was certainly not a sucker. Firstly, it was his family of 4 carrying so much stuff, so paying a little extra for the fare would make it easier for the driver to take them directly to their destination once they reached the county town. Secondly, there are only 2 tractors in the village, and they will be needed in many places in the future. It is very necessary to build a good relationship with the driver. Moreover, he remembered that after the village disposed of the tractors after the new year, Uncle Zhou bought this machine with his own money. "All right, I've finished eating too. Let's not waste any more of your time. Hurry up and put the stuff in the truck bed, let's go." Having cigarettes clearing the way made all the difference. The piping hot sweet potato porridge was devoured in just 3 bites. He then told Lin Cheng and the others to put their things down while he added warm water to the tractor. This was a traditional method used in winter during that era. When the tractor wasn't in use at night, the water was drained, and warm water was added back in before use, saving money on antifreeze. Then comes the much-anticipated cranking of the handlebars. Lin Cheng, being a strong laborer, was naturally called upon by Uncle Zhou. The 2 of them got into position and exerted force in the same direction, shaking the tractor faster and faster until it made a loud thump-thump-thump sound. "Mom! That sound is so loud!" Lin Shijuan's eyes were practically shooting out laser beams. Lin Xiaobao danced with joy, clutching her mother's sleeve and watching intently. "Sit right next to me later, okay?" Su Qing covered her daughter's ears and said to her son, "If you fall, your legs will break." "Yes, yes, I'll do whatever you say, Mom." Lin Xiaojun nodded repeatedly. This is a trip to the county town by tractor. Very few children in the village have had this experience. "All right, get in the car." Seeing that the tractor was fully running, Zhou Ping called out and went back inside. Lin Qing first carried his daughter and son into the back of the truck, then helped Su Qing up, and finally climbed into the truck himself. Just as he was about to get his daughter to hug his leg, the effect of the pack of cigarettes he had given her earlier came in handy. But Zhou Ping, who had returned to the house, brought out 2 small stools. "Here, it's not comfortable standing, sit on these." "Thank you, Uncle Shou." Lin Qing expressed his gratitude. "No need to thank me, it's just a matter of bringing 2 extra stools." Zhou Ping waved his hand and reminded him. "It's cold in the morning, so you should sit with your back to the baby while holding him." "Good." Lin Qing agreed and hugged his daughter tightly in his arms, afraid that she would catch a chill. But Lin Xiaobao was not one to stay still. He kept squirming in his arms, craning his neck to look outside. "Dad, I want to see! I want to see! What's so interesting about the village? Let's see!" Okay. Lin Qing could only take off his woolen hat to cover half of his daughter's face, and then turn her towards the outside. If the youngest daughter was like this, then Lin Xiaojun was even more so. He clung to Su Qing like a maggot, constantly struggling. "Mom, I don't need you to hold me. I can hold on to the railing. Don't fall." "No, I'll just hold Dad's hand when I get there. Dad's strong, I definitely won't fall." As he spoke, he took 2 steps to the edge of Lin Qing, had his father grab him, and then looked around. "Hold on tight, we're off." Seeing this, Uncle Zhou immediately stepped on the gas, and the tractor sputtered off. "Let's go! Let's go! We're getting on the tractor!" Lin Xiaojun, already excited, became even more thrilled, grabbing his father's hand and shaking it repeatedly, saying, "Dad, how is the tractor so amazing? It pulled all 4 of us away in one go. I wish I could ride in a tractor every day." Lin Qing almost spat out his water. "I don't know whether to criticize my son or admire his ambition." Su Qing, on the contrary, was quite serious and said, "Then when you go to school in 2 years, study hard. Driving a tractor requires education." That's absolutely true. Don't underestimate the tractor just because it's nothing in later generations. In today's world, it's a precious machine. Even Zhou Ping was able to become a tractor driver in the commune because of his junior high school diploma and connections. "Yes. I'll definitely study hard. I'll become a tractor driver when I grow up." Lin Xiaojun nodded heavily, his eyes sparkling, as if he could already see himself driving a tractor in style in the future. Just then, a few village children passed by, and Lin Xiaojun immediately shouted, Look this way, my dad is taking me to the county town on a tractor. He even said he'd buy me a frog toy." Actually, there's no need for him to shout. Nowadays, kids don't have many entertainment options, and they stare at even a passing tractor. If you see a large Jiefeng truck or even a small car, you'll definitely chase after it. Your dad is too good to you. I'm so envious. I also want to go to the county town, but my dad never takes me with him when he goes there. A frog toy. I want one too. A few words drifted on the wind, and Lin Xiaojun was so happy that his back teeth almost showed. After all, he was usually the one envying other children, and this was the first time he had something that others envied, so he couldn't be happier. Therefore, even though the wind made his nose run and his mouth water, he still stood by the pallet, waiting for children from his village to pass by. Lin Chen, watching from the sidelines, could only watch helplessly. However, since his son was happy, he didn't want to spoil the mood, so he let him be. As the tractor moved forward and approached the village entrance, a sound came from behind. "Uncle Shou! Wait for us! Uncle Zhou, it seems there are still people who need a ride." Lin Chen called out for help, then looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was not a stranger, but Jiang Ping, with his wife by his side. The two of them came running over, panting. At this moment, Uncle Zhou also stopped the tractor. When he saw that it was Jiang Ping, his attitude was naturally very warm. After all, this is the old party secretary's own nephew. Xiao Jiang, come on up. Why didn't you tell me you were going to the county town sooner? I just forgot. Jiang Ping chuckled and, like Lin Qing, handed Zhou Ping a pack of cigarettes. It's even higher class than Lin Qing's. It's a 50-cent Dakiaman. Why would we need this? Hey, I know the rules. I can't let you waste your energy and oil. Jiang Ping exchanged a few polite words with him, then forced the cigarette down his throat and climbed into the back of the truck. Qingzi, did you bring your whole family? You've got some money and don't know what to do with it, huh? Jiang Ping had already spotted Lin Qing, chatted with him briefly, and then greeted Su Qing and the two children. Aren't you the same? Lin Qing rolled his eyes in annoyance. If they were childhood friends, then they must be birds of a feather, a den of worms. Hee, I'm not going to banter with you. I have serious business to attend to in the county town. He proudly showed off a receipt like it was a precious treasure, saying, Open your eyes wide and look carefully at what this is. What can you possibly do? Lin Qing was about to give his childhood friend a disdainful look when he suddenly paused and said, Wait a minute, bicycle tickets. Where did you get them? Chapter 26, Egg-Laying Hens. My uncle's old comrade-in-arms gave it to him. He knew I wanted it, so he gave it to me. How about it? Are you in or not? Jiang Ping said with a hint of smugness. It's all right, I guess. Lin Qing pursed his lips, but there was definitely a hint of envy in his tone. After all, this was a ticket that could buy a bicycle. Unlike later generations, many children in his fishing village dreamed of owning a bicycle. It's no exaggeration to say that riding one now was almost as cool as driving a BMW in later times. Even if you own a bicycle, it's easier to find a woman, a wife, than for others. Moreover, bicycle tickets have another advantage. You can buy bicycles at the official price, which is 60 or 70 yuan cheaper than on the black market. Of course, for him, who later owned an Emma electric car and even bought a car for his son, bicycles were not what he mainly envied. What he mainly envied was that old Zhang's family was wealthy enough to spend as much money as they could earn. Yesterday they split the catch equally, and both gambled away their entire fortunes. Lin Qing had to be careful with his money, even begging his wife for an extra 10 yuan when going out. On the other hand, Lao Jiang just got on a bicycle right away. You know, even with the ticket, that thing costs 160 to 180 yuan. Jiang Ping naturally saw through his childhood friend's insincerity, and winked, saying, You're just being stubborn. When I ride back, I'll ride past your house every day and you'll be so envious. Are you even human? Lin Qing laughed in exasperation. Jiang Ping chuckled and said, Hey, you're right, I'm not human, I'm a god who owns a bicycle. Hey, if that's how you put it, then I'm a god too, a god who has milk powder, frog toys, and cotton-padded coats. Seeing the two of them arguing, Su Qing, who was standing to the side, said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, all right, how can you start arguing in the street? You're acting like little kids. It's okay, we're always like this. Lin Qing chuckled and said, There's a saying that goes, a man is a boy until he dies. Yes, my brother and I were just joking around, sister-in-law, you don't need to take it to heart. Jiang Ping said. But speaking of which, Qingzi's face is really white, like a young girl's, not at all like a fisherman. That's true. Among the local fishermen, it's hard to find one who isn't dark-skinned, let alone one with fair skin. The Lin family was the same. From Lin's father to his eldest and second eldest brothers, they were all dark-skinned. Only Lin Qing was fair-skinned and delicate from birth, like a porcelain doll. This was one of the reasons why his grandmother favored him since he was a child. Even now, Lin Qing's skin is still fair. If he wore glasses, he could pass for an intellectual. Yes, Qingzi, you have such a beautiful face. Not only are your features well proportioned, but you're also very fair-skinned, almost as fair as your sister-in-law. Yu's sister-in-law couldn't help but say. Hee, it's innate, there's nothing you can do about it. Lin Cheng was quite proud when he mentioned this. After all, without this face, he would never have been able to marry such a good wife. Don't believe what people outside say about how rural areas prefer strong, capable men. If there were pretty girls, who wouldn't like them? In particular, Su Qing is not only beautiful but also virtuous. With these two qualities combined, she has countless suitors. Not to mention those from her own village, there are 3 or 4 suitors even from her own Haihe village. One of them was the foolish Shou Jiang, who repeatedly sent his family to ask a matchmaker to propose marriage. If Lin Qing hadn't had a distant aunt in Su Qing's village who was also her neighbor, this good thing would never have happened to him, which is why Zhou Jiang hated him so much. Of course, the most important thing is Lin Qing's fair-skinned appearance with thick eyebrows and big eyes, which perfectly matches the aesthetics of girls nowadays. He is simply a fair-skinned version of Zhu Shimao. Anyone who takes a look at him will think that he must be a good young man. In addition, the Lin family also owned an iron boat, making them one of the most prominent families in the surrounding area. The Su family, being a snobbish stepmother, naturally had no objections, and the marriage was arranged just like that. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Su Qing married into the family with a mix of shyness and anticipation, only to discover that she had been tricked. Lin Qing is simply born with good looks. Not only is he lazy and good for nothing, but he's also obsessed with saving face. He's too cowardly to utter a sound in public, only acting like a bully at home. She was so upset after only a week of marriage that she almost wanted to go back to her parents' home. In this day and age, urban girls with more open-minded attitudes might choose to divorce if they are unhappy, but in the countryside, this is simply impossible. There is no such option unless your husband dies. Otherwise, not only your husband's family but also your own family would be ashamed of you. With the addition of a child, Su Qing could only silently support the family. Several years passed, and she had already given up hope, resigned to living her life in a daze. Unexpectedly, this gambling experience completely changed her husband. He's not only hardworking and ambitious, but he also dotes on himself and his daughter, as if they've just gotten married. Especially that line, "Wife, I was a jerk before, but from now on, I'll take care of everything," really made her want to cry, feeling that all her years of perseverance had not been in vain. Of course, his lustful nature remained the same, and even intensified. Especially what this guy said last night made Su Qing's face flush instantly. She couldn't help but glare at Lin Qing, thinking to herself, "If that brat Lin Qing really dares to make me bite him hard." Why is she both crying and laughing? Lin Qing was just about to brag a bit more, and have his wife give him face when he noticed her like this, and wondered if she had caught a chill from the wind. "Honey, what's wrong? Did you catch a cold? Here, take my coat," Lin Qing asked with concern. "I'm not cold." Su Qing secretly rolled her eyes, clearly having no hope that Lin Qing would understand her feelings. "As long as it's not cold." Lin Qing glanced at him and found that he didn't look like he had a cold, so he didn't make a fuss about it. After all, women have those few days every month, and they might just have an upset stomach or something. It's best not to mess with your wife. He immediately started chatting with Jiang Ping again. The two were childhood friends, so they naturally had a lot to talk about. From picking watermelons in the west to picking corn and roasting it in the east, one story after another completely awakened Lin Qing's long-dormant memories. Su Qing also adjusted her mood and chatted with sister-in-law Yu about what to buy in the county town. Sister-in-law Yu, speaking with the air of someone who's been through it all, advised against it, saying, "Don't buy that milk powder. It's not worth it. You should help Grandma recover. Wouldn't it be better to buy 2 laying hens? Together they can lay at least 30 eggs a month, and Grandma can eat them every day. Isn't that better than that money-grabbing milk powder?" But Xiaoqing said that milk powder is more nutritious. "What nutrition is that? Those laying hens lay eggs every day, but once that milk powder is gone, it's all gone." Hearing this, Sister Yu couldn't hold back any longer and said, "Qingzi, listen to your sister-in-law, don't buy milk powder, buy hens. I'll be blunt, but if you buy milk powder, will your mother be willing to drink it? It'll probably all expire. It's better to buy 2 hens to lay eggs." Chapter 27. Setting sail at 3 o'clock? This? Lin Qing hadn't really thought about this. He turned to look at Su Qing, who was also clearly tempted. After all, milk powder was gone once it was finished, but eggs were a continuous source of energy. Su Qing quietly offered a compromise suggestion. How about we buy a chicken and a box of milk powder? Okay. Lin Qing nodded without much hesitation, since what Sister Yu said made sense. Milk powder is such a precious thing, the old lady would definitely be reluctant to drink it, and even if I bought it, I would have to go through a lot of trouble to persuade her. It's better to just buy a chicken and a can of milk powder. That way, I'll have a reason to fool her, and say that I bought the milk powder for the baby and that I'm just giving her some too. After that, the two women started talking about the gambling incident, since they were both victims and naturally had something to do with it. Sister-in-law, has Uncle Jiang replied to our conversation about Huang Bai? Huang Bai was the cousin who had dragged Lin Cheng and the others to gamble before. After Lin Qing and Jiang Ping lost all their money, he disappeared without a trace. As for Jiang Ping's second uncle, he was another member of the Jiang family, a policeman at the border post. Without mentioning this, Sister Yu, who was just overjoyed about going out to buy a bicycle, suddenly frowned so much that she could kill a fly. She said, "His second uncle said that bastard ran away that very day. He wanted to get people to investigate, but they were stopped by his superiors, apparently through the border defense. Isn't that obvious? A casino that could stay open for so long would have been shut down long ago if it didn't have connections." Jiang Ping interjected. Lin Cheng nodded to himself. Don't be fooled by the fact that the small casino they went to was just located on the edge of town and looked inconspicuous. It was actually quite big. Dock workers who had worked all day and wanted to try their luck, gamblers, and small business owners from the town with money. It was no exaggeration to say that the daily turnover could reach tens of thousands. In an era where the average wage is 30 or 40 yuan, how can you possibly keep such a lucrative job without some strong connections? You think you know everything? Sister-in-law Yu was instantly enraged. She pinched Jiang Ping hard and said, "Why didn't you know when you were gambling? Now you're showing off to me. If you're so capable, go ahead and get your money back." Su Qing felt a pang of heartache at what was said, and her gaze towards Lin Qing became aggrieved. That's over 200 yuan. She saved up her money by scrimping and saving and painstakingly weaving nets for almost 3 years. But this guy. Are you out of your mind? The people of Lin Qing were all numb. How could I have such a terrible teammate? Gambling is a taboo subject between both families. It's fine if your sister-in-law says a few words, but you have to show off your limited knowledge. Jiang Ping, who was standing nearby, also realized what was happening and immediately looked embarrassed. If it were just his wife alone, she would definitely apologize and admit her mistake right now. But Lin Cheng's whole family was there, including 2 little ones. How could he afford to lose face like that? He immediately straightened his face, forced a cough, and said, "What business is it of yours how a grown man behaves? So what if I lost? Didn't I win it back?" You. Sister-in-law Yu was almost furious and wanted to punch him on the spot, but she knew her husband's pride better than anyone, so she took a deep breath and stopped talking, waiting to settle the score when they got home. But this completely emboldened Jiang Ping, who looked at Lin Cheng with a smug expression and said, "See? You can't spoil a woman. Do you think I'm lying to you all the time? This is only true in public." Ahem, that's enough. Seeing the murderous intent in Sister Yu's eyes, Lin Cheng coughed and quickly changed the subject, saying, "I know you're awesome. Hey, about that thing I told you before, did you go and ask about it?" I asked. Jiang Ping was actually a little guilty, so he went along with it and said, "It's just a few fish traps, right? I got 20 from my second sister's house to use first, but this isn't very useful, is it? Sometimes we don't catch many fish in a day." After being bombarded by schools of small yellow croakers, Jiang Ping had become somewhat disdainful of such small jobs, feeling that when going out to sea, one should only do big trawling. It can be done little by little, and it doesn't conflict with trawling. You can put it out one day and collect it the next. Lin Cheng explained. Fine, whatever you say. Jiangping nodded in agreement. He didn't consider himself particularly capable anyway, so he figured he could just listen to those who were. Then, following up on the conversation, he asked, So, shall we wait for the tide to rise tomorrow at noon and go out to sea? Leave at dawn, go a little further away, to the places your father and the others often go. Lin Qing rowed. He kept talking about the abalone on the reef, unwilling to give up until he found a place. Okay, I'll get up at 2:30. See you at the pier at 3 o'clock. As the two were talking, Su Qing and sister-in-law Yu couldn't help but exchange a glance. Is this Jiangping? Is this my husband? Although Lin Qing repeatedly said that he had truly turned over a new leaf and had indeed brought back a boatload of small-time swindlers, Su Qing really couldn't believe that he would actually become so hard-working. After all, working hard for 3 days and resting for 2 has been Lin Cheng's consistent behavior over the years. Now they actually have to set sail at 3 p.m. Thinking of this, a soft feeling welled up in Su Qing's heart, and she was immediately moved. That bad man, he finally knows how hard I've worked. She snorted softly to herself, but couldn't help secretly taking Lin Cheng's hand that was leaning against the side. Lin Qing didn't think it was anything special. After all, even in the technologically advanced future, fishermen still had to get up before dawn to go out to sea. On ocean-going fishing boats, they could only sleep for a few hours a day in shifts, so it wasn't hard work at all. Therefore, when he felt Su Qing holding his hand, his first reaction was. He found an opportunity and lowered his voice to say to Su Qing, Wife, don't worry, we'll go home tonight. Get out of here. Su Qing's face was flush red with embarrassment, and she wished she could kick Lin Cheng off the tractor. What is all this about? Hiss. Lin Qing gasped as he was being choked, and quickly looked around to hide his unusual behavior. Dad, what's wrong? Lin Xiaojun noticed and asked with concern. Are you cold? Here, take my hat. No, Dad isn't cold. You can take care of yourself. Lin Qing shook his head, thinking to himself. Why does this brat always bring up the most awkward things? Okay, Dad, then tell me if you're cold. Lin Xiaojun, however, felt that he was very filial and that his father must like him even more, so he grinned from ear to ear. Then the little girl in her arms reached out and grabbed her woolen hat, wanting to hand it to Lin Qing. She clearly learned it from her brother. Father, father! Wow, our little one is so caring now! With almost the same actions, Lin Cheng's expression became incredibly interesting. He quickly held her little hand, kissed her face several times, and then said gently, Thank you, little treasure. But Daddy's not cold, so make sure you wear it properly. Uh-huh. Good girl. Then the father and daughter started talking to each other, their voices filled with affection. This scene left Lin Xiaojun somewhat stunned. Wait, I also gave Dad a hat, so why isn't he praising me? Fortunately, there was no time for his little brain to think too much, because they had arrived at the county town. Chapter 28. Uncle, I'm here too. For Lin Qing, there's nothing interesting about the county town. It's just that there are more people, and the pedestrians' clothes have more colorful patterns than in the countryside. You can also occasionally see food stalls. The rest was no different from the countryside. After all, from the perspective of later generations, the tallest building in Haiyan County was only 5 stories high, and there were only 2 cement roads on the main street. Everything was dusty and grimy, not even comparable to the developed towns of later generations. But for others, it's a different story. They even feel like they don't have enough eyes to see everything. Oh my, why are people wearing skirts in the middle of winter? Xiao Qing, look at that woman over there, she's wearing a bright red dress. It's so eye-catching. I wonder where she bought it. There are so many people. It feels like there are more people than everyone in town combined. Yes, there are so many bicycles. Jiangping exclaimed. City people are really rich. Our village only has a dozen or so bicycles, but you can see them everywhere here. Is it possible that everyone has one? That's a bit of an exaggeration. Although Haiyan is a coastal county with 7 or 8 factories, it's still quite different from southern Jiangsu in terms of development. How could everyone afford a bicycle? They just happened to be there during rush hour. However, for most people, this is still quite exaggerated. The two children didn't know where to look. The county is indeed a county. It's far more developed than the village. The two children had only ever seen mud brick houses and brick houses since they were little, and the latter were already considered wealthy. But here, there are cement houses one after another, and roadside vendors doing business with workers. Everything feels novel. Father! Father! Suddenly, Lin Xiaobao saw something and started tugging at Lin Cheng's sleeve and shaking it. Lin Cheng looked closely and couldn't help but laugh. It turned out to be a stall selling fried dough twists. The golden and crispy twists were emitting a fragrant aroma, which immediately attracted his little gluttonous daughter. Hungry? We're not in a hurry. Dad will buy you some when we get there. I'll buy you a big bunch. Aha! Lin Xiaobao had an innate trust in Lin Cheng, so he nodded heavily and then turned his little head away with great perseverance. Su Qing, standing to the side, said helplessly, "Why do you agree to everything? She'll take it seriously, and children can't eat this." Yeah? Lin Cheng was taken aback. He really didn't know there was such a problem, but it didn't matter. He said, "That's fine. Buy a little less and let her soak it in tea before eating it, or buy her some other good food." Let's make tea. Lin Xiaobao wasn't very clear about other things, but when it came to food, he was an expert, nodding his little head like a chick pecking at rice. Seeing the father and daughter so affectionate, what could Su Qing say? She could only shake her head helplessly. As the cycling frenzy subsided, Uncle Zhou, to avoid being scolded, waited by the roadside for a while until the crowd thinned out before continuing his journey. Incidentally, tractors were not yet banned from entering the city at that time. If you're going to the department store, then we'll drop you off on Jiefeng Road? Uncle Zhou, you can just drop us off on Yuhe Road, Lin Cheng said. We also need to bring things over to my brother-in-law's place. It's a bit far, and it's inconvenient to carry them around. The steel plant in Haiyan County is a bit far from Yuhe Road, and even further from the department store. It takes about 10 minutes to walk there. But Uncle Zhou was just giving them a ride. He wasn't a full-time driver, so of course we couldn't trouble him any further. Good. Uncle Zhou nodded. The steel mill was indeed a bit far away, so he didn't stand on ceremony. Soon, the tractor arrived at Yuhe Road, and Lin Cheng got off the tractor with his wife and children. If you're going back at noon, wait for me at the department store at 12 o'clock. If you're going back in the afternoon, wait for my second trip. I'll be heading back around 4 o'clock, still at the department store. I'll wait for you until 5 o'clock. Uncle Zhou gave his instructions. Good. Lin Cheng agreed, waved goodbye to Lao Jiang, picked up 2 large bags full of things, and headed towards the steel mill's residential compound. Soon, we arrived at our destination. The old man guarding the gate stopped them. What are you doing? I'm visiting relatives. I'm looking for my brother-in-law Suyu. He's a worker who joined the steel mill the year before last, Lin Cheng said familiarly. Suyu? Oh, Xiao Su's relative. He happens to be off today. You can write your names here. The old man nodded, not showing any sign of difficulty. After all, he had his family with him, and he was even holding a little kid in his arms. He didn't look like a bad person at all. Thank you for your trouble, sir. Lin Cheng painstakingly wrote down his name, and only then could the family of 4 continue their journey. It's no wonder that factories were so popular back then. The residential areas not only had concrete roads, but also plenty of trees, and there were 2 security guards on duty in shifts. Some communities in later years don't even have this kind of setup. The Haiyan Steel Plant residential compound is quite large, but Lin Cheng had been there many times in his previous life, so he wasn't worried about not finding it. This is it. Soon, Lin Cheng brought his wife and children to a row of bungalows. After looking around to make sure it was number 133, he prepared to knock on the door. Just then, a young man came out of there, holding 2 movie tickets, and happily prepared to leave. It was Suyu who arrived, dressed in a standard gray worker's uniform, with a face somewhat similar to Su Qing's, looking about 18 or 19 years old. Who else could it be but Lin Cheng's brother-in-law, Su Yu? Sister? What brings you here? Upon seeing his sister, Su Yu's face lit up with surprise and delight. When Deng Deng saw his brother-in-law and two nephews, his expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he blurted out, "My brother-in-law didn't gamble away the house, did he?" The gambling and lynching had spread far and wide, and Su Yu had already been informed by the villagers who lived in the county town. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to bring back grain later. So when I saw my sister's whole family had come, my first thought was that my brother-in-law had gambled away the family fortune. Otherwise, why would they all come? This family must have been unable to stay in the village any longer. With all those bags and packages, they look exactly like they're fleeing famine and seeking refuge. Can't you speak like a human being? Lin Qing wanted nothing more than to smash the sweet potato in his hand over. I've brought you 2 female crabs, ribbonfish, and yellow croaker, and you're really looking forward to it all? How dare you speak like that? Su Qing was both amused and exasperated. She said, "Your brother-in-law and I went to the county town to visit you and bring you some things." As she spoke, she peered into the house, trying to find the girlfriend of the younger brother that Lin Cheng had mentioned. For this reason, she specially changed into her most presentable outfit today. Oh! Su Yu then realized that he had made a fool of himself. But his attitude towards Lin Qing remained indifferent, showing no enthusiasm whatsoever. It's no wonder he was unhappy, after all. When his sister married into the family, Lin Qing had patted his chest and promised to give her a good life. As a result, his life has become a complete mess, and now he's even addicted to gambling. How can he possibly be enthusiastic about anything? However, he was much more affectionate towards his 2 little nephews. He first picked up Lin Xiaobao from Su Qing's arms and said affectionately, "Xiaobao, do you still remember your uncle?" "Yes." Lin Xiaobao also gave him face, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons as he said, "Uncle Sugar." Ha ha! No one can resist a warm and adorable baby. With just those words, Su Yu was completely charmed and immediately said, "Uncle will buy you candy later. And we'll treat you to a state-run restaurant for lunch." Aha! Lin Xiaobao didn't stand on ceremony and kept nodding his little head. The uncle and nephew became so affectionate that Lin Xiaojun, sitting below, felt wronged and said pitifully, "Uncle, me too. I'm here too." "Oh, Shijuan's here too." Su Yu smiled a little awkwardly and said, "Uncle will buy you candy too. I won't favor one over the other." Lin Qing almost couldn't help but laugh. Although it's very unethical, this isn't the first time my son has encountered something like this, which makes it hard not to laugh. Chapter 29 is no pushover. Su Qing didn't have time to pay attention to their interaction. She just kept looking into the room. "Look at my head!" Su Yu slapped his head, quickly made way, and said, "Come inside quickly." "Sis, you don't know yet, but I just applied for a single dormitory last month. Uncle Zhang, who's in charge of assigning rooms, is from our hometown of Haihuai, so he took special care of me and gave me the biggest room." He kept talking to himself, like a child showing off his achievements to his parents. And that was indeed the case, even though Su Qing was only a year and a few months older than him. But the saying, "An elder sister is like a mother," is really true when it comes to them. The Su family's situation is complicated. In short, the brother and sister lost their mother at a young age. Their father remarried and started a new family with a woman who had a child. The 2 of them later had another child, so the brother and sister were naturally not well taken care of. They relied entirely on Su Qing, the older sister, to take care of the younger brother. Even this opportunity to work as a factory worker was given to Su Qing by her maternal uncle's family out of pity for the girl who had no mother, but in the end she resolutely gave it to her younger brother. Su Yu naturally regarded her sister as her closest person. That's a good thing. Seeing that her younger brother was doing well, Su Qing was overjoyed and said, "Work hard at the factory, don't fight with anyone, listen to your superiors, and make sure you eat your fill." Lin Qing, who was listening nearby, almost burst out laughing. This sounds like nagging kindergarten kids. Don't fight with other children at school, listen to your teacher, and eat your fill. But with Su Qing's level of education, she wouldn't know how to come up with any career development plans. Sister, don't worry, I'm doing fine here. How are you doing? Is your husband still the same? Su Yu, in front of Lin Qing, clearly gave him some face and asked a rather subtle question. No. Lin Qing couldn't hold back any longer. People can look at someone with new eyes after just 3 days apart, but you seem to think I've been a lazy bum my whole life, right? Shut up! Su Qing couldn't hold back any longer. She smiled, nudged Lin Qing to stop him from talking back, and said somewhat embarrassedly, Your brother-in-law has changed a bit recently, and he's managing to get by. What do you mean by some improvement? Lin Qing couldn't hold back any longer and said, I've clearly turned over a new leaf, okay? Yesterday I even brought a boatload of small yellow croakers, which not only patched up the hole in the house, but I also have money to bring you so much seafood. Come and see for yourself, female crabs, ribbonfish. As he spoke, he pointed to the many bags he had just put down. Huh! These are all seafood? Su Yu was taken aback. In the past 2 years, my sister has asked people to bring him a lot of things, but most of them were things like cornmeal and dried radish. Now she's bringing so much seafood? As the saying goes, those adorned in silk robes are not the ones who raise cicadas. Haiping County is indeed a coastal area and a region for marine fishing, but the price of seafood has never been as cheap as people inland might imagine. A swimming crab, even a male one, costs 3 or 4 mao per jean, 500 grams, and ribbonfish and pomfret are also not cheap. Looking into the bag, it was piled high with countless items, including swimming crabs, small yellow croakers, and even prawns. Especially prawns, which are something that locals only eat when they're hosting a banquet. Brother-in-law you. Su Yu was truly shocked. My brother-in-law's boat didn't just catch small yellow croakers, it's landed on gold. Why all this? You think a boatload of yellow croakers is a joke? Over 2,000 pounds. The boat's about to be full of water. How about it? Want to come? Lin Qing crossed his legs. He had spent decades with this brother-in-law in his previous life, and they would drink and boast during holidays. Naturally, their conversations were not as polite and distant as those between ordinary relatives. Of course I have to pretend a little. Su Yu was speechless and immediately gave a thumbs up. He both loved and hated his brother-in-law, Lin Qing. He loved him because Lin Qing wasn't like the men of that time who acted like they were the head of the household, and would beat their wives for no reason. Lin Qing respected his sister to some extent. The reason for the hatred is that this guy is too lazy and likes to show off. He has an iron boat at home and still manages to live such a miserable life. Now that he suddenly received such a surprise, he's naturally overjoyed. But he was still a little worried and said, Sis, has brother-in-law really changed? What if it's the same again? I don't know either, but he promised me that he would take good care of the family in the future. As Su Qing spoke, she glanced at Lin Qing. Lin Qing looked helpless. How could he not understand what his wife meant? She clearly didn't believe him and wanted him to swear an oath to her again in front of his brother-in-law, so that his brother-in-law could vouch for him. This is the advantage of having your family backing you up. What can we do then? Of course it was sent. Lin Qing gave a wry smile, and then solemnly reiterated his intention to turn over a new leaf, vowing to treat his wife even better, while also asking his brother-in-law to keep an eye on him. Are you relieved now? Lin Qing said helplessly. I was already at ease. You were the one who swore the oath, so it has nothing to do with me. Su Qing's little scheme was exposed, and her face immediately turned red. She said, Besides, what do you mean by for my own good? You're clearly doing it for Xiao Bao and Xiao Junai. I don't need you to be good to me. Really? Then I'll go back to Widow Wang's house in the village. You dare! Su Qing immediately grabbed Lin Qing's waist. Widow Wang was a notorious woman in the village, rumored to have ambiguous relationships with 5 or 6 men. The key was that she was also quite pretty, with 2 round, plump breasts like winter melons. Suyu was dumbfounded when he saw his brother-in-law and sister flirting and teasing each other. It's just that he hadn't heard of it, otherwise he would have sung it at least once. I shouldn't be in the car, I should be under the car. Ahem, sister, brother-in-law, please sit for a while. I'll go find someone to exchange some meat coupons. We'll go to a restaurant for lunch. Suyu was about to get up immediately. No need to bother, we'll just grab something quick for lunch. We're going to the department store later. Lin Qing quickly waved his hand. He knew his brother-in-law's financial situation well. He was a worker who had been in the factory for less than a year, and his basic salary was 31.6 yuan. Even with benefits, it was barely enough for him to live on. He also had to subsidize his sister in the countryside and support his girlfriend. He was living a very frugal life. Yes, why would a family go out to eat? Su Qing didn't want her younger brother to spend money, but she was mainly concerned about something else, so she asked, I heard that you're dating someone. Ah? Suyu was stunned for a moment, and his handsome face flushed slightly. He said, No, that's not true. I just started working at the factory. Where would I find a girlfriend? Then Xiaoqing told me that you seem to have been dating someone for quite a while. Su Qing didn't believe his nonsense. If her younger brother blushed, he was definitely lying. Question mark. A question mark slowly appeared above Suyu's head. She couldn't help but look at Lin Qing. Aren't you always loafing around in the village? How did you know? And you exposed me? Lin Qing pretended to be dead. I'm sorry, brother-in-law, I had no other choice but to use you as a scapegoat. Faced with his older sister's questioning, Suyu could no longer pretend and could only stammer out his explanation. Well, I do have a friend I get along with quite well, but we're not at the stage of being in a relationship yet. Su Qing naturally entered battle mode as well. How old are they? What do they look like? What do they do? What are their family's circumstances? The series of questions left Suyu completely overwhelmed, and he repeatedly winked at Lin Qing for help. He's really only been dating for 2 months. It's not even close to meeting the parents yet. And the girl's age. Xiaoqing, Suyu and his girlfriend probably haven't reached that point yet, so don't keep asking. Lin Qing couldn't just stand by and watch, so he said, How about this, let's go to the department store and buy the things first, and then talk about this when we get back. If we're late, the black market next door might be closed. He said this to give Suyu some time to discuss with his girlfriend whether or not to meet today. After all, this is no small matter. The woman needs some time to prepare. Oh well. Su Qing was still somewhat reluctant, but she agreed nonetheless. After all, she was never an aggressive person, she was just a little overly concerned about her only brother. Then let's go to the street first, and we'll talk again when we get back at noon. Okay. Suyu was immediately relieved, as if he had been granted a pardon. He didn't mention going shopping together anymore. After spending some time being affectionate with his 2 nephews, he saw Lin Qing and the others off and then hurriedly went in another direction, obviously to discuss a plan with his girlfriend. Lin Qing could naturally guess what was going on. As soon as he stepped out of the family compound, he laughed and said, Look at you, you were in such a hurry, you scared your brother-in-law half to death. It's all your fault. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have been in such a hurry. Su Qing said irritably. Although she wasn't a brother-supporting demon, how could she not care about her only brother, with whom she depended on each other for survival? I'm worried he won't find a partner, and I'm also worried he'll be deceived by bad women. Okay, it's my fault. Lin Qing gave a wry smile and said, But you don't need to worry, I heard that this girl is a pretty good person. Chapter 30. No hitting or abusing customers. Really? Who told you that? Su Qing was skeptical. Lin Qing had been a good-for-nothing in the village since he got married, so how could he know whether the girls from the city were good or not? It's what someone I know said. How could I take something like this lightly? Lin Qing shrugged. This isn't just something he made up. Although his sister-in-law is quite a bit older than him, she's a really good person. Just one thing is certain, the couple has been married for decades and has never had a single argument. That's something many families can't achieve. Isn't this a perfect match? Moreover, it is said that Suyu later said that his sister-in-law gave up a job as a section chief at a plastic factory that her family had arranged for her to marry, all for him. She's gentle and easy to get along with, and they're truly in love. Aren't they a good match? Or are they a killer? Well, if we meet later, I'll tidy myself up beforehand to leave a good impression. Su Qing relaxed a little upon hearing this, but then became concerned about her appearance. She turned to look at Lin Cheng's drab gray clothes and messy hair, and complained. And you look awful in this outfit. Why don't you dress up a bit? What should I dress up as? Lin Cheng said, both amused and exasperated. It's not like we're looking for a partner, so we don't need to go through all that formalities. Just dressing cleanly is enough. He knew what his wife was worried about. She was worried that Su Yu's girlfriend was from the city and would look down on them because they were from the countryside, which would embarrass his younger brother. He immediately took her hand and said, It's okay, Xiao Qing, don't worry. So what if you're from the countryside? We're just country folk. If people really look down on us, does dressing up really matter? The fact that that girl can get along with Xiaoya proves that they don't care about these things. Besides, do you believe that in 20 years, a rural household registration will be more valuable than an urban household registration? I don't believe it. Su Qing gave Lin Cheng a mothball. Nowadays, a city household registration that can afford to eat commercial grain costs more than 2,000 yuan. How could it be inferior to a rural household registration? However, listening to what Lin Cheng said, she gradually calmed down. That's right. Xiao Yu has been smart since she was a child, and she is now a formal worker in the steel factory. Her conditions are already very good. What is there that she is not good enough for? If all else fails, we can find someone in the village. The youngest daughter of the Zhang family is a good choice. She's strong and healthy and can do almost as much work as 2 men. The second daughter of the Huang family is also quite nice. She has a particularly large bottom, so she'll definitely be able to give birth to a boy. Snap out of it! We've arrived! Lin Cheng reached out and waved his hand in front of Su Qing, who was lost in thought. What are you doing? Su Qing was having a good time when she was suddenly interrupted, and she muttered unhappily. You're a black-hearted kid too, right? Lin Cheng was amused. He's also an internet surfer. When he's at sea, he's often glued to his phone scrolling through downloaded TikTok videos, so he knows this meme all too well. What little black guy, big black guy, I don't understand at all. Su Qing snorted in annoyance. She discovered that ever since he swore an oath to her yesterday, Xiao Cheng had become smooth-talking and was no longer the quiet, reserved person he used to be. He often said strange things. Lin Cheng didn't care about all that. He just tugged at her sleeve and said with a smile, What I mean is, we've arrived. It's time to take my dear wife shopping. You mustn't! Su Qing was immediately overwhelmed. This is still on the street, and although there aren't many people around, it's still not possible to. Before she could speak, Lin Xiaobao in her arms and Lin Xiaojun by her hand both rebelled at the same time. Mother! Mother! There are so many people! Dad, is this the department store? It's such a tall building. It's almost as tall as the sky. Both children were very excited, especially Lin Xiaojun, who almost jumped up. Few children in the village had ever been to the county town, but one of them happened to be someone he knew who had been bragging to them about the department store for ages, making him incredibly envious. Now that he could come himself, of course he was happy. Most importantly, Dad promised to buy me a frog toy. Mother, let's go quickly! Lin Xiaojun raised his head and looked at his mother with longing in his eyes. Su Qing, who had been blushing, forgot about it after the commotion and said, Okay, then remember to hold on to your mother's hand tightly, okay? Otherwise, if the kidnappers abduct you, you'll never see your mother again. Lin Xiaojun was startled and hurriedly nodded heavily, but he didn't expect that his movements were a bit too big, and even snot bubbles came out of his nose, which made Su Qing have to take out a handkerchief to wipe it clean for him. Lin Cheng also instructed, Xiao Qing, you stay close to me too. This was the year before the crackdown, a time of utter chaos and disorder. Not to mention stealing things by blending into the crowd, it's not uncommon to see people kidnapping children, or even trafficking women in public. 2 years ago, in the village next door, a young woman was abducted less than 2 weeks after her wedding. I heard she was sold directly to a mountainous area and hasn't been found yet. Her husband's family and her own family are devastated. Su Qing no longer cared about being angry, and abandoned her shyness. She took the initiative to lean against Lin Cheng. The two of them leaned against each other, and they actually looked a bit like a young couple strolling together in later times. Okay, let's go. Lin Cheng was pleased and led the mother and her 2 children into the department store with the crowd. From a modern perspective, the Haiyan County shopping center at that time was quite ordinary, even inferior to a modern chain supermarket. It was a 5-story cement gray building with a gold-plated signboard at the entrance and a large red-painted door. But this unremarkable shopping mall was the busiest place in the entire county. As for why there are so many people, of course they're here to spend money. Although the average income per capita is not high now, the situation in county towns is different from that in rural areas. The average income per capita has long exceeded 50. After all, most of the people working in the city are employees of various factories and companies, and their spending power is incomparable to that of people in the countryside. If it's a dual-income family, with slightly better benefits, the income can be over 100 yuan. Their spending power is naturally strong. As soon as the family of 4 entered the house, they were greeted by a mixture of smells from candy, paint, soap, and more. The first floor is for daily necessities and general merchandise. Lin Cheng peered through the crowd and saw a food stall on the side. Loose fruit candies, animal-shaped cookies, dried plums, and dried bananas were all packaged in glass jars. To the right were shampoos and similar products. Bee Flour, a brand his future wife often used, was also on display. Around it were soaps, face creams, and clam oil, which he hadn't seen much in his future life. There were also enamel basins and jars, all printed with bright red, double happiness, characters and peony flowers. The variety of items wasn't particularly extensive or flashy, but it still gave the country folk a dazzling feeling. Su Qing even felt like she didn't know where to look. However, her gaze eventually fell on the 2 counters displaying face cream. After all, what girl doesn't love beauty? Especially Su Qing, who is only 20 years old, is the most youthful age for a woman. How about we buy some face cream? Lin Cheng offered his suggestion. Don't want. Su Qing shook her head firmly. That 1 bottle costs a lot of money, and it won't last long. Why buy those? It's not as expensive as you think. Lin Cheng, without saying a word, led her to the counter. He knew the price of this stuff. A bottle only cost a few cents. Su Qing tried to struggle, but she had already been dragged to the front of the counter. Now that there were people all around, she felt a little embarrassed to speak anymore. Afraid of losing face, she could only secretly pinch him, and made up her mind that if it was too expensive, she would not allow Lin Cheng to buy it, even if it was embarrassing. Lin Cheng remained calm and waited until the person in front of him finished buying before asking, "Hello, comrade, how much is the face cream?" The saleswoman was a woman in her 40s, eating sunflower seeds. She seemed quite friendly, not at all like the stereotypical woman who would punch a customer. However, instead of introducing herself directly, she started chatting with them. "Haha, young man, you're buying face cream with your wife? That's good, you're a man who cares about his wife. Men these days are getting worse every year. I met a couple the other day, the wife's ears were frozen, and he still wouldn't buy her clam oil. Meeting a man like that is the worst luck imaginable. Never choose a man like that." Hee hee. Lin Cheng gave a dry laugh. "What the heck? Hey lady, I was just buying some face cream, why are you bringing up finding a man with me?" But since they were speaking so kindly, he couldn't just ignore them, so he could only give an awkward smile. The older woman continued, saying, "Girl, you've found a really good boyfriend. He's handsome and knows how to cherish you." Su Qing was a little embarrassed. It was the first time she had ever been praised like that. Some people nearby were a little unhappy. Can you hurry up? Why are you bringing this up when we're selling things? I need to buy other things after I finish this. If you can't wait, don't buy it. The woman, who had been so kind and friendly just moments before, suddenly changed her expression, slammed the sunflower seeds on the counter, and said, I'm introducing products to customers. Is that any of your business? You're not introducing a product. This isn't just chatting. That person was furious. Isn't chatting a way of introducing the product? If you can't wait, get lost. Buy it somewhere else. The older woman looked at him with disdain. After saying that, she picked up some sunflower seeds and started cracking them open, spitting out a shell with a pooey sound. What kind of attitude is this? With that attitude, take it or leave it. I'm going to file a complaint against you. You said it, go now. Our boss's office is on the 5th floor, in the northwest corner. If you don't go, you're no good. The people of Lincheng were stunned. What the heck? I just bought my wife some face cream. Why are you acting like we're about to fight? Chapter 31, Milk Powder arrived. Better than ever. You. That person was completely out of ideas. We can't really go, can we? These days, sales clerks are all employed, and those who get such lucrative jobs at department stores all have connections. Even if he complains, it won't make a ripple. There are all kinds of people in the world. Seeing that the man had left, the older sister smiled smugly and then lectured Lincheng, saying, Remember this, you can't tolerate this kind of person in the future. If you back down even a little, they'll just push further. Lincheng was completely dumbfounded and dared not say anything. He could only nod repeatedly. Suqing was also stunned by the older sister's fighting stance and obediently responded. Then the older sister chattered on for a long time, waiting for Lin Xiaobao and Suqing's arms to get restless before introducing the products to them, saying, We currently have 6 kinds of snow cream. By Keiling Skin Cream, which comes in this small round tin box, is the most affordable at 24 cents a box. Yishuang's porcelain bottle, which is a bit more expensive at 32 cents, and Friendship Skin Cream, which is more expensive at 40 cents. I recommend you use Pecoin. It's cheap and affordable, and it's best to use it in winter. I use it myself. Then this one will do. Lincheng glanced at the classic white lettering on a blue background, accompanied by a picture of 4 birds, and without hesitation asked, If we need it for one winter, would 2 boxes be enough? Why use so many? The older sister shook her head and said, If it's just for your wife to use, 1 jar will be enough for the whole winter. Then we'll just take 1 can. Suqing interrupted. Although the price of 24 cents was acceptable, he was afraid that Lincheng would just buy 2 cans. Okay, here you go. The older woman took the money and the goods, still in a leisurely manner. After chatting for a while, she finally said, Alright, is there anything else you want to buy? Sister, let's go buy frog toys and milk powder. Lin Xiaojun, who had been waiting on the sidelines for a long time, was so bored that he shouted with joy when he heard this. You even know about baby formula? The eldest sister glanced at Lincheng's family, dressed in rural attire, and could hardly believe it. Moreover, milk powder is something that city dwellers are reluctant to buy. We didn't know either. We heard about it from someone before, and since my mother hasn't been feeling well lately, we thought we'd buy some of this to help her recover, and also give some to the kids. Lincheng explained. He is a filial son. The older woman then understood and asked, Do you have tickets? Do you need tickets again? Lincheng was shocked. He knows you need a ticket to buy industrial goods, but milk powder isn't exactly scarce, is it? How fresh! The older sister chuckled and blurted out in Beijing dialect. The regulations on baby formula are stricter than you think. You can't even find a few cans on the black market. Lincheng is now in a bit of a bind. It seems I really should do as sister you said and buy 2 laying hens. Okay then. The older sister looked at Lin Xiaobao, thought for a moment, and said, Go to the 5th floor and find our manager, surnamed Wu. Tell him I asked him to find you and ask him to help you find a ticket. I can't accept this. The unexpected surprise left Lin Qing a little stunned. This stranger was such a kind person. You can go. My daughter-in-law gave birth to twins today, a boy and a girl. Seeing your two children makes me feel so happy. The older sister chuckled and explained her reasoning. She then patted Lin Xiaobao's soft hair, her eyes practically disappearing with laughter, and said, Hurry up, or there might be no stock left. Lin Qing then realized that he had benefited from his daughter's good fortune, and thought to himself that the girl was truly a lucky star. He said, Then thank you very much, big sister. We certainly won't accept this for nothing. He lowered his voice for the last sentence. After all, reselling tickets was illegal. Also, we still don't know your name, big sister. My surname is Wu, and my name is Wu Chunxia. Just mention my name when you go there. The older sister didn't want to talk about these things, so she waved to Lin Xiaobao and said, Goodbye, little one. Goodbye, big friend. Lin Xiaobao was at the age where he was just mimicking others, and he actually said this in a childish voice. The older sister was taken aback, then laughed so hard she coughed a little, looking at Lin Xiaobao with obvious delight. After another round of noise, the Lin family of 4 finally headed to the 5th floor. On the road, Su Qing said with some emotion, Big sister is such a kind person. She even helped us find tickets. It doesn't seem like what Mom and the others said, that salespeople are all arrogant. Have you forgotten about the customer who got yelled at just now? Lin Qing complained. That's because he was pushing me too hard, that's why my older sister got angry with him, Su Qing said. This is a classic case of, your position determines your perspective. If Su Qing were one of the people waiting on the sidelines, she probably wouldn't have said that. However, they were indeed lucky, as they happened to run into the eldest sister's family having a happy occasion, and she even helped them get tickets. Remember to remind me when you get back to bring some seafood this afternoon to thank my older sister. Lin Qing thought for a moment, and said, It's not just about thanking the older sister, but also about trying to make her acquaintance. Don't underestimate the saleswoman in later generations, she's quite remarkable now, and it's very difficult for people in the countryside to get to know her. Good. Su Qing understood this principle as well. Soon, the family of 4 reached the 5th floor. Compared to the general merchandise on the 1st floor, this area is much more upscale, with counters selling all kinds of watches, black and white televisions, radios, and even sewing machines displayed here. Under the wary gaze of the sales clerk, Lin Qing asked for directions to their leader's office. What are you people doing? After knocking, a young man came out and said in a rather unfriendly tone, We don't accept complaints today. Lin Qing's lips twitched. This is a bit too incredible. They won't even accept my complaints. If that person had actually come to complain, they would probably be incredibly frustrated. Fortunately, they weren't there to complain. After explaining their purpose, they said, Sister Wu from the 1st floor asked us to find a manager. Oh, you should have said so earlier. The young man immediately became enthusiastic, ushering Lin Qing and his group in while calling out, Manager Wu, Sister Wu sent them to see you. Manager Wu was a middle-aged man with a square face who looked somewhat similar to Sister Wu. He paused for a moment upon hearing this, and asked with some confusion, Why did second sister ask you to call me here? That. Lin Qing explained the situation, and seemed a little embarrassed. After all, I had only met them and Sister Wu by chance, yet I helped them with this favor. Oh, I understand. Manager Wu was initially a little confused, but when he saw Lin Xiaojun and Lin Xiaobao, he immediately understood and said with a smile, Okay, leave this to me. Xiao Shang, take them to the back room and get 2 cans of near-expiration milk powder at the purchase price. Okay. Xiao Zhang, the same young man from before, immediately agreed and led them down to the 1st floor, to a place that looked like a warehouse but wasn't quite, and told them to wait at the door. Before long, he came out with 2 cans of milk powder and said, One can cost 1.5 yuan, so take 3 yuan. Okay. Lin Qing quickly gestured for Su Qing to take out the money. Su Qing was still a little confused. Wasn't it supposed to cost 3 or 4 yuan per can? How come 2 cans only cost 3 yuan? But outside she still trusted Lin Qing and quickly took out 3 yuan from her pocket. Don't tell anyone, this is Manager Wu's own quota, no one else gets it. The young man gave his advice. Don't worry, boss. We definitely won't talk nonsense, and we won't bring other people to buy. We certainly won't cause Manager Wu any trouble. As Lin Qing spoke, he pulled out a pack of economy brand cigarettes from his pocket and said, There's nothing good about country folk, so please don't look down on us, leader. What kind of leader am I? I'm just someone who runs errands for Manager Wu. The young man waved his hand, but his expression showed that he was very pleased. Seeing that Lin Qing was so understanding, his attitude became even better. He said, This milk powder is said to be near its expiration date, but it's actually still a long way off. You can drink it without worry when you get back. Okay. Then I'll be going now. I still have a lot of things to do upstairs. Remember to exit from the back. Okay, don't worry, boss. You go ahead with your work, we'll go from the back now. After Lin Qing finished speaking, he took his wife and children out of the back door and went straight to the street. Holding the baby formula, Su Qing still couldn't believe that they had actually bought the precious formula for just 3 yuan. This milk powder isn't fake, is it? They gave it to us for such a low price. Su Qing looked at the words, Bright Dairy Full Cream Milk Powder, on the tin can and belatedly realized what was going on. Although 3 yuan for 2 cans is still considered high-end, it's still much cheaper than the 4 or 5 yuan price on the shelves that requires a receipt. What are you thinking? Manager Wu looks like a high-ranking official at the department store. Do you think he'd cheat us out of a few dollars? Lin Qing chuckled and whispered, This is probably something within their ranks anyway, it has nothing to do with us. As long as we can benefit from it, that's fine. Okay, then I must thank Sister Wu properly. Su Qing said. Yes, I know what I'm doing. I'll bring her the bag of small yellow croakers that my brother-in-law gave me later. Lin Qing pondered. The reason he brought so much seafood to his brother-in-law was not only to express his gratitude, but also because he wanted him to give him gifts. He needed it himself, so he could use it first. Good. As Su Qing said this, she glanced at the milk powder again and said with some heartache, Just this one tin can cost 1.5 yuan. I really don't know who can afford it. You, Lin Qing shamelessly said. When we're rich, I'll let you eat your fill every day. I won't need that anymore. I've had better food before. Get out of here. Su Qing's face flushed red instantly. How could she not know what her father had drunk that was even better? Chapter 32, Finding a Bargain. The couple played around in the deserted alley for a while. Finally, Lin Qing noticed his son staring at him expectantly. He slapped his forehead and remembered that he had promised to buy him a toy. He said, Let's go thank Sister Wu and buy Xiao Jun a tin frog while we're at it. Let's go buy some cloth. Buying the fabric is the most important thing. Su Qing blushed and responded, realizing that she seemed to become increasingly unsteady when she was with Lin Qing. She doesn't look like a mother of 2 at all, she looks more like a teenage girl who's just started dating. They can even start fighting on the street. It's all your fault, my hair is all messed up this morning, Su Qing muttered. Then I'll buy a better wooden comb later. Lin Qing followed suit. He knew all too well that combs would be incredibly expensive in the future. 20 years from now, when his son was dating, the wooden combs he gave his girlfriends would cost several hundred yuan each. It would be such a bargain to buy one for just a few cents now. No! We have some at home! Su Qing refused without even thinking, and even got a little anxious, saying, Why do you always want to spend money? I didn't even want the face cream in the first place. If you keep wasting money, I'm really not going to talk to you anymore. Fine, I won't buy it then. Lin Qing didn't dare to push too hard. After all, it's hard to change people's spending habits, and they'd only caught a few small yellow croakers once. They hadn't saved up any money yet, so it was normal for his wife to worry. But we still have to buy the frog, I already promised Xiao Jun. That one too. Su Qing wanted to refuse, but seeing her son's pleading eyes, she finally softened and said, Then you can only buy this one. Don't see anything else and want it too. I don't want anything else. I just want the tin frog. Lin Xiaojun nodded excitedly. Let's go then. The family of 4 went into the department store again, but this time there were no special offers. A tin frog cost Su Qing 40 cents, which almost broke her heart. What's worse, Lin Qing said it wasn't fair if Xiao Jun had won but Xiao Bao didn't, and he insisted on buying her a colorful roly-poly toy, which cost another 50 cents. The two together cost $1. But the girl was so happy, squealing, and clearly loved it so much that she couldn't bring herself to refuse. As a result, Su Qing could only secretly resolve in her heart that she would never let Lin Qing take money again. After the couple thanked Sister Wu, Lin Qing suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, where are Lao Jiang and the others? They bought their bicycles here, right?" He had been planning to meet up with Jiang Ping and the others here. "They must have gone to the hardware store," Su Qing said. Although their family didn't own a bicycle, many people in the village had bought one. The process of buying a bicycle had naturally spread far and wide with the hype. For example, hardware stores also sold bicycles, and they had more styles and stock than department stores. "All right." Lin Qing nodded, about to say something. Su Qing suddenly said, "You're not allowed to even think about the bicycle. We don't need it at home." "What would I need that thing for?" Lin Qing pursed his lips. Did they really think he was a country bumpkin? These days, no matter how fancy the Flying Pigeon or Phoenix cars are, they're not as good as his little electric scooter that he could just twist and go in later generations. Su Qing found it a little strange. Lin Qing used to love bicycles. He would often fantasize at home, saying things like, "When I have money, I'll buy one too, and it has to be a forever brand." Why does he suddenly not like them anymore? But that's not the point. The point is that Lin Qing doesn't spend money recklessly, and that makes her very happy. The group walked along and soon arrived at Haiping County's famous Black Market Street. This place is called a black market, but it's practically an open market. The authorities basically turn a blind eye to it. After all, with the country opening up, coastal areas are the first to feel the wind direction. However, despite the talk, no one dares to actually open a shop. Most of what's on the street are just street stalls. They sell all sorts of things: homemade winnowing baskets, brooms, bamboo baskets, peanuts, sweet potatoes, ready-made clothes, and more. Among them was the cloth that Su Qing was most concerned about. "Don't talk nonsense if you're not going to buy. Did you wash your hands? Why are you touching things like that?" The stall owner seemed to have a bad temper. The stall in front of him wasn't very big, only about 5 or 6 square meters, and he only had one kind of dark blue cloth, yet it was surrounded by a huge crowd. Lin Qing was initially wondering, what kind of business is this? Will it even sell? But they snapped it up like crazy. Su Qing, who was standing nearby, was also a little confused. She leaned over to take a look, and her face turned red with excitement. She snatched Lin Xiaobao from Lin Qing's arms and grabbed her son, who was playing with a frog nearby, saying, "Quick! Squeeze forward! Make room for me!" "Ah?" Lin Qing was stunned for a moment, not knowing what was going on, but what could he say when his wife spoke? He used the same strength to haul in over 100 pounds of fish in one net, ignoring the complaints around him, and managed to squeeze out a spot outside the stall with his wife and children. It wasn't until he got close that he understood why the big guys were so crazy. Dicot. Only 60 cents per foot. This was the most popular fabric for making cotton-padded jackets among ordinary people at that time. Because of the cotton-polyester blend, this fabric was not only very durable and windproof, but also had a particularly good shape, making it very crisp to wear. Moreover, when things were at their most expensive 2 years ago, they even sold for 1.8 yuan per foot. Even on a normal day, it cost 90 cents, so who wouldn't be excited about such a big discount? Su Qing, in particular, hadn't dared to consider polyester fabric because she only had a little over 20 yuan left. She was thinking of buying some corduroy or cotton fabric, both of which were relatively cheap. But she didn't expect such a pleasant surprise, so of course she couldn't bear to miss it. "Boss, we need 28 feet. Su Qing was pulled to the front, already panting heavily, and said, her breath uneven. "There are 35 feet of blue left, not for sale individually," the shopkeeper said without looking up. "Ah." Su Qing immediately frowned. She had calculated that 28 feet was just enough to make a cotton-padded jacket for each member of the family. If there were 7 feet of extra fabric, it would be a bit of a waste. "Our family doesn't have enough money to make 2 new cotton-padded coats." Moreover, she only had a little over 20 yuan left. If she spent it all, she wouldn't be able to pay for lunch. This was something he and Lin Cheng had agreed upon beforehand. If Xiao Yu's girlfriend came, they would pay the bill, since they were essentially the groom's parents. 35 it is, I'll buy it. Lin Cheng made the decision directly. Putting aside the fact that it was a good deal, he was from the future, and knew all too well how terrible the prices would skyrocket afterward. 6 cents? Maybe it will be 2 yuan per foot in the future. Moreover, having an extra 7 feet isn't a bad thing. It'll be perfect for making a new cotton-padded jacket for my father too. After all, Grandma dotes on Lin Cheng, and Grandpa has also shown him a lot of care. They should be treated equally. Chapter 33, Clean Up. Su Qing was also reluctant to part with such cheap polyester fabric. In the end, she counted out 21 yuan and bought the 35 feet of fabric. As a result, her originally thick purse was left with only a few loose 3.4 yuan. She was heartbroken and pouted. After all, making a cotton-padded jacket involves more than just the outer fabric. It also requires an inner lining, and the cost of cotton alone adds at least 10 yuan. "All right, isn't there some extra income tonight?" Lin Cheng comforted him. "Besides, I'm going out to sea at night. What if I get caught in the net again? Then good luck." Hearing this, Su Qing couldn't help but feel hopeful. After all, she had already spent the money. Suddenly, she thought of something and said, "How about I go out to sea with you? I can help you out or something?" "What are you going to do?" Lin Cheng refused without even thinking, saying, "You just stay home and take good care of the kids." "Are you kidding me? The sea is very dangerous. Not to mention newcomers, even many veteran fishermen have had accidents. Moreover, there's a saying here that it's unlucky for women to go out to sea to fish. More importantly, he was reborn to make up for the regrets of his previous life, so what kind of nonsense is it to have his wife go to sea with him? Don't worry, I'm going to sea with Chiang Kai-shek. 2 grown men are strong enough." "All right." Su Qing was just saying that. After all, she didn't grow up in Haihe village. She married into the village on the other side of the county town, where people mainly farmed and had no fishing skills. "Let's head back first, we're about to burst with all this stuff." Lin Cheng glanced at the sky. He had originally planned to browse the black market to see if there were any things that couldn't be found in later generations. But this roll of cloth in my hand emptied my wife's wallet, so what's the point of looking at it? Su Qing's crossbody bag also contained 2 cans of milk powder, and she also had to hold the hands of 2 little ones, so she was a bit overwhelmed. After discussing it for a while, the couple headed towards the brother-in-law's dormitory. "Sister, brother-in-law, you're back already?" Su Yu returned from outside at that moment. "I came back after I finished shopping." Su Qing asked. "What did your girlfriend say? Can we have dinner together today?" "I just asked her, but she has to work overtime today, so it'll probably have to wait until next time," Su Yu said in a low voice. Su Qing immediately frowned, but she didn't know what to say. After all, she couldn't very well ask someone to quit their job to come and meet her. "But she specifically asked me to bring something." Su Yu then took out a cloth bag and handed it to her sister. Su Qing took it and was somewhat surprised, because inside were 2 glass jars with packaging paper printed on them, which read, "4-dimensional malted milk powder." "Malted milk powder?" "Yes, you came in a hurry, and she didn't know what to bring, so she thought of bringing this for Xiao Jun and Xiao Bao." Lin Cheng was also a little surprised. This stuff was more expensive than the milk powder he bought. It costs 4 or 5 yuan a can. This girl is really willing to spend a fortune. Now it was Su Qing's turn to feel embarrassed. She said, "How can we accept something so expensive? Please return it to us and say that we appreciate your thoughtfulness. These toucans might cost 10 yuan. Sister, it's okay. I bought this with her, and I also contributed some money." Su Yu said, "Just consider this a gift from your uncle to your nephew. Come on, Xiao Bao, Xiao Jun, each of you take a can." The two little ones naturally accepted it with great joy, thanking their uncle repeatedly. For them, even milk powder couldn't compare to this, because last year, when Lin's father helped tow an anchored boat back to the dock, the person gave him cigarettes, alcohol, and this. The dozen or so younger members of the family each shared some, and Lin Xiaojun still fondly remembers the sweet taste. "Then take it." Su Qing wanted to take it back, but Lin Cheng had already spoken. "While malted milk powder may not have much nutritional value, isn't it sweet enough? It's good to give my daughter some sugar." Su Qing was naturally furious, but since the couple had just reconciled, she couldn't argue in front of her younger brother, and reluctantly put up with it. Since Su Yu's girlfriend wasn't coming, Lin Cheng and the others naturally wouldn't linger any longer. He immediately carried his bags and headed back to the department store. Although Uncle Joe said he would be waiting for them at 12 o'clock, it's only 10 o'clock now. But we don't even have a mobile phone right now. What if something happens and we get delayed? So we better be early than late. Su Yu naturally accompanied Lin Cheng this time, helping him carry the heaviest 35-foot piece of cloth. He even bought a bag of candy for Xiao Bao and the others along the way, insisting that since they hadn't eaten yet, their uncle would definitely make it up to them next time. With malted milk powder and fruit candies, he managed to coax the two little ones into believing that their uncle is the best person in the world. Uncle Joe arrived less than an hour after we waited on the west side of the department store. "Uncle Joe, why are you back so soon? Didn't you say you were going to haul sand this morning?" Lin Cheng asked curiously. "See, sand has too high a salt content to be used directly as building material, so the village had to buy sand from outside to build the Mazu temple." "What are we waiting for? The person in charge over there suddenly said they're raising the price, by 10 yuan per truckload. How can I make a decision?" Uncle Joe cursed. "Damn it! A state-owned sand pit, and they're raising prices on a whim. And nobody's doing anything about it. What kind of logic is this?" Normally, a tractor load of sand 2 tons would cost about 36 yuan. Now it's 45 yuan, so of course he can't keep hauling. "This is so unreasonable. Even if the price goes up, they should have at least towed it away for us as promised." Su Qing couldn't help but say. "That's right. I argued with him for a bit, and he even told me to get lost if I didn't pull him." Uncle Joe was seething with anger. Lin Cheng remained silent, thinking to himself, "This is nothing. The real danger will come in 2 years when prices skyrocket." Many people's hard-earned savings have become worthless in just a few days. However, these things have little to do with him. After all, he was just a fisherman. He had neither the ability to come up with any policies nor the capacity to get people to listen to him. The only thing to do is to get your family and friends to exchange their money for goods before prices skyrocket. After waiting another 20 minutes, Jiang Ping and the others also arrived here to wait for the tractor. "Didn't you go to buy bicycles? What's going on?" Lin Cheng asked curiously. Today on the bus, Lao Jiang was bragging to him that he was going to ride his bike back from the county town with his wife. "Don't even mention it, the hardware stores don't have it either," Jiang Ping, with a sour face, said. "They told me to come back next Tuesday." "So you came empty-handed and came back empty-handed?" Lin Cheng couldn't help but laugh. "Aren't you the same?" Jiang Ping was about to speak when he suddenly saw what was in the truck bed. His eyes widened. "Holy crap, you're not going anywhere? Malted milk powder, and so much fabric. It's polyester. 6 cents a foot, how about that?" Lin Cheng said smugly. "How much? Did you force someone to sell it to you at knife point?" Jiang Ping asked incredulously. The cotton-padded jacket he was wearing was also made by his wife. In other words, these days rural people mostly make their own clothes and rarely buy ready-made ones, so they naturally know the price of these fabrics. You don't understand. People thought I was handsome, so they wanted 1.2 yuan, but they insisted on 6 mao, 0.6 yuan. The two families chatted idly along the way, and the tractor soon arrived at the village. Don't forget to go out to sea tonight. Lin Qing rode. Don't worry, I might forget about this even if I forget to eat, Jiangping replied. The two families parted ways. Lin Qing arrived home carrying large and small bags. After several hours of travel, he finally made it back. Although the house is terribly dilapidated, home is home, and no matter how good the county town is, it can't compare. However, this mud brick house was really not good. Even though the windows were covered with newspaper, they were still drafty and very cold. I need to hurry up and make money to build a house. Ideally, the new house should have a stove and chimney so it won't be cold in winter. He learned this from a Xinjiang guy on the ship in his later years. Although it consumed a lot of coal, it was really warm, much better than any air conditioner. Just then, Qianqian from my second brother's family ran over and said that Grandpa wanted him to go back to the old house. Okay, I'll go in a bit. Lin Qing agreed and called out to her. Wait for Qianqian. After saying that, he grabbed a handful of fruit candies for her. He had promised to buy her something delicious, but unfortunately, he had run out of money and could only use these to make up for it. No need, uncle, give it to Xiaojun and the others. Just take it. Thank you, uncle. Lin Qianqian couldn't refuse, so she could only take the candy with her hands, carefully put it in her pocket, and her eyes were almost squinting into crescents. By the way, what does your grandpa want with me? It was lunchtime in the village, so why did his father want to see him? Lin Qianqian whispered. From what I heard from Grandpa, it seems like he wants third uncle to apologize to great-grandma. Lin Cheng's expression froze instantly. What the heck? This is all in the past, isn't it? I've already turned over a new leaf. Why are you still punishing me? Chapter 34. Am I the only one who doesn't have it? Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Cheng agreed. After all, she was his grandmother, so it was normal for her to kowtow. He could also deliver the gifts to her. Actually, besides the cloth, all I had was a can of milk powder and a can of malted milk powder. If this were in later times, it wouldn't even be presentable. You would at least bring 2 boxes of milk and some fruit. But nowadays, these 2 things are quite good. If you happen to be in the right place, you can even use them as cigarettes. After all, a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes only costs 1.2 yuan, so these 2 cans together would cost 10 yuan. Of course, whether or not you can actually buy a Zhonghua cigarette is another matter entirely. After telling Su Qing, who was busy preparing lunch, Lin Qing carried his things and headed towards the old house. Lin's father was furious when he saw him from a distance. Yesterday I saw him come back with a boatload of fish, and I thought he had turned over a new leaf. But this morning I heard he went to the county town, and is now carrying big bags and small packages, which look like he just bought them. You think you're so great just because you have a little money? Who else is like you, spending money like water as soon as you earn a little? But he hadn't finished speaking. Then Lin Qing said, Mom, this is polyester fabric that Xiaoqing bought. I'm going to make a cotton padded jacket for you and Grandpa and Grandma each. See if it's enough. He himself never made new cotton padded coats. After all, he was at sea every day, and it was good enough if he had anything to wear. It would be better to make a set for my mother. This was his original plan. How could he forget his mother for something good? When Lin's mother saw this scene, she was already frowning, feeling that her youngest son didn't know how to save money. Upon hearing that the fabric was for clothes she was buying for herself, she retorted, Why are you wasting money like this? I just refurbished my cotton padded coat last month, why would I need a new one? But actually, the corners of his mouth were already turned up, and his face was full of happiness. After all, it's a son buying something for his mother. And it was a surprise gift, so what mother wouldn't be happy? Especially since this is polyester fabric. The cotton padded jacket she's wearing now is still made of pure cotton, which is not as durable and crisp as this one. But soon she felt a pang of regret and said, I remember this fabric costs 1 yuan per foot, right? Buying so much is such a waste. 6 cents a foot. Lin Cheng's words were concise and to the point. He knew his own mother all too well. Arguing with her about anything else was useless, but talking about this would definitely work. How much? 6 cents? Sure enough, Lin's mother immediately stopped nagging and exclaimed with delight. 6 cents is really a bargain. It's worth the price. Did you buy it in the county town? Do you have any more? I should have asked your aunt to go too. She's also planning to make a cotton-padded jacket this year. Do you have any there? It's gone. Lin Cheng shook his head and said, How could there be any left at this price? When I went there, I had to fight for them to buy the last few. As he spoke, he handed the cloth to Lin's mother and said, Mother, you have a keen eye, please take a look. Is it enough to make one set for each of Father, Grandma Yu, Xiao Jun, and Xiao Bao? And the cotton-padded jacket and lining, could you give me an estimate as well? I'll have Xiaoqing go buy them later. There's definitely enough cloth, since neither your grandma nor I are very tall. Lin's mother, without looking up, calculated and said, About 5 caddies of cotton should be enough. We don't need to buy lining, we have some left over from making clothes last time. I'll go find some. As she was calculating, her grandparents heard the commotion and came out of the old house. Upon seeing Lin Cheng, the elderly couple both smiled. But when she heard that clothes were to be made for them, Grandma's face immediately changed. She said, Why would you make me a new cotton-padded jacket? No way. I'm almost in my coffin, isn't this a waste of money? Say Xia, don't make them for me, even if you do, I won't wear them. Grandma's attitude was very firm. Grandpa just shook his head. Older generations of rural people, especially the elderly, are mostly reluctant to spend money. Besides the fear of being looked down upon for spending too much money, there's also the reluctance to burden the younger generation too much. Especially for the elderly couple who were used to hardship and raised 4 children, they really wanted to make every penny count, so they were even more reluctant to use such expensive fabric to make clothes. Xiao Linqing, quickly take the cloth back. Grandma has something to wear, so she doesn't need any more. You make another set for your wife. You really don't want it? Don't want? If you don't want me, just throw me into the sea. I wouldn't want you even if you threw you into the sea. Good. Without saying a word, Lin Cheng picked up the cloth and headed towards the sea. You child! Seeing this, the old lady immediately became anxious. Her legs and back no longer ached. She rushed over in 2 steps, grabbed Lin Cheng and said, Are you trying to make your grandma angry? Lin Cheng blinked and said, Wouldn't you be less angry if you got a new cotton-padded coat? Grandma almost laughed out of anger, and said earnestly, Xiaoqing, Grandma is old, you really don't need to dress so nicely. This is something your mother made for you last year. My mother is my mother, and I am me. This is what I made for you. As Lin Cheng spoke, he actually pretended to walk towards the sea, saying, Anyway, if you don't want it, I'll just throw the cloth away and see if it ends up in the hands of some scavenger. Okay, Grandma's all set now. Grandma was really out of options, so she could only hit him several times. Lin Cheng chuckled to himself, finding it quite adept at dealing with the old lady. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fool his grandmother so much when he was little, and she would have spoiled him like a little grandson. Oh right, Grandma, and this milk powder and malted milk powder, you and Grandpa remember to drink them every day. I'll come to see you every day. If you give them to someone else, I'll pour them all out to feed the fish. Seeing Lin Cheng pull 2 more expensive jars out of his bag, the old lady nearly died of anger. She exclaimed, Why are you spending money on these things? Are you trying to drive me crazy? You can't blame me for this. I told you before that I would earn money to buy you milk powder, and you agreed at the time. Lin Cheng chuckled. I never agreed to that. I've been saying no. You should return it immediately. It can't be returned. I scratched the packaging, so they definitely won't give it back. Grandma, you should just drink it. What a terrible thing to do! The old lady glanced at it, and found that Xiaoqing had indeed scraped a ring around the tin can and glass jar with a wire. She felt like the sky was about to fall. She had always been frugal, never spending money on food or other necessities, and now, in her old age, they'd given her such expensive things. How could she possibly eat them? 5 yuan a can. What's the difference between taking a sip and committing a sin? Take this back and give it to Xiao Bao to drink. Xiao Bao already has it, Grandma, you can have it. If you don't drink it, I won't go fishing, I'll go back to gambling. Lin Qing used his trump card. Not only was Grandma stunned, but even Grandpa next to her was dumbfounded. How could someone threaten someone like that? But since her grandson had already said so much, it was clear that she had no choice but to accept the milk powder and malted milk powder. She persuaded him. Grandson's filial piety is evident. Old woman, don't argue. Just accept it. I'm being stubborn? You're just talking without understanding the situation. It's 5 yuan a can, and each bite costs 10 cents. How can you possibly eat that? The old lady had no way to deal with Lin Qing, but she was very good at scolding the old man, leaving him speechless with just a few words. Then what do you suggest we do? Grandpa said helplessly. Grandma was speechless. After all, everyone knew her grandson's temper. Since the things had already been bought, there was no way she could take them back. The thought of consuming such precious food still made her extremely anxious. They're arguing non-stop over here. The neighbors who were watching the commotion couldn't resist any longer, and some even came out with their rice bowls to join in the fun. Second Grandma, what kind of trouble has your Xiaoqing gotten into this time? The child is still so young, there's no need to hit him. His words implied a sense of mockery and ridicule. After all, gossip is the most popular thing to spread in rural areas. Lin Qing was a good-for-nothing before, and he had just lost so much money, so naturally he became the topic of conversation for everyone. The first thing everyone thought of was what trouble he had caused to make the old lady angry. The old lady dotes on her grandson the most, so naturally she doesn't like to hear these things and argues with people every time. However, Lin Qing was too disappointing before, so she could never win an argument with him. But this time it's different. The old woman said with a troubled expression. What else could it be? My little grandson, he's made a little money and doesn't know what he's got anymore. He insists on making new cotton-padded jackets for me and his grandpa. Not only did he buy a whole roll of polyester fabric, but he also bought malted milk powder and milk powder that even city people can't afford. As she spoke, she held up the 2 jars and said, Look at this, how could 2 old fogies like us possibly eat this? They were afraid we wouldn't eat it, so they scratched the jar. We're practically halfway to our deaths, what a terrible thing to do! When the neighbors heard that Lin Qing had given them new cotton-padded coats, they already sensed something was wrong. When I heard about milk powder and malted milk powder, I was completely stunned. Either of these costs 4 or 5 yuan a can. But a whole chicken only costs 3 yuan. Not to mention the old men and women in the village, even the able-bodied men have never eaten this before. Lin Qing is really too generous. In an instant, everyone felt a mix of bitterness and resentment, yet they still had to flatter her, saying, Oh, second grandma, this is a good thing. What's there to be upset about? It shows that Xiaoqing is a filial son. He hasn't forgotten you 2 old folks after making money. It's all been worth it for you to have cared for him all these years. Yes, they're so filial, thinking of you all. The Xing family in the back village, they thought their 2 old folks were useless, and they actually let their old lady starve to death. It's unbelievable. That kid from the small town is really good. A few kind words made the old lady's wrinkles crack into a smile. For her, it made her much happier to hear people praising Lin Qing than to hear them praising her. Meanwhile, Lin's father, hearing everyone praising his youngest son, couldn't help but smile. Despite his constant cursing, what father doesn't want the best for his son? But soon, he realized something was wrong. Dad, Mom, Xiaojun, Xiaobao, and their wives and daughters-in-law all have new cotton-padded jackets, so why don't I have one? Chapter 35, Lin's father was stunned. Lin's father immediately felt a little jealous. Although a father doesn't expect anything in return from his son, it's still wrong to single him out for some minor issues. Dad, I was in such a hurry when I went to the county town this time that I forgot to bring you anything. I'll definitely make it up to you next time. Lin Qing even came over to add a sentence. It almost made Lin's father die of anger. Nonsense, I forgot. You went there first thing this morning. If you really wanted to buy it for me, would you have forgotten? This brat is clearly doing this on purpose because of that beating he got the day before yesterday. But with his mother right there, what could he say? He could only put on a serious expression and say, "Don't waste money next time. Is it easy to earn money? Save it properly. You're spending money so extravagantly now. If you come to borrow grain again next time, the family won't lend you any." These words were clearly a way of bringing up the topic of Lin Cheng's gambling incident again. But Lin Cheng had been around for decades, so how could he be fooled? He grinned and said, "It's okay, my grandma is here. She definitely won't let Xiao Qing and Xiao Bao go hungry." Of course. Grandma was deeply moved when she heard this and said loudly, "Even if I starve to death, I won't let the two little ones go hungry." Lin's father was dumbfounded. His idea was to have the old lady teach Lin Qing a lesson and tell him to stop being so arrogant. Now it's turned into a competition of family affection. What's wrong with this brat? He used to be a quiet, reserved person, and all he knew how to do was coax old ladies. How come he's changed now? Just as he was a little stunned, Lin Qing knelt down in front of the old woman and kowtowed heavily, saying, "Grandma, I was wrong before. I stole money from home to gamble, which made you sick. Don't worry, Grandma, I swear I will never gamble again and will work hard to earn money at sea." He had no intention of getting away with it. After all, his grandmother had almost fallen ill from anger, and only survived because she was physically strong. He would not run away from such a situation if he were a normal person. Similarly, it can be seen as him cutting ties with his past as a lazy, good-for-nothing. Okay. Grandma was heartbroken and quickly helped him up, saying, "Grandma believes in you, child, get up quickly, the ground is very dirty." "Why?" Lin Qing chuckled and agreed, then got up and opened the jar, saying, "Mom, is there any tea at home? Make a cup for Grandma first, I'm afraid she won't drink it later." "I won't drink it. I just ate lunch." The old lady was indeed unhappy. She was thinking that she couldn't stop her grandson from buying things, but she could secretly give the younger generation some to drink, or secretly exchange it for money and give it to her grandson later. But now she just opened it and drank it. Have. Lin's mother naturally knew the old lady's temper, so she quickly went to find tea in a bowl. Lin Qing immediately poured some milk powder into the bowl, made 3 bowls in total, and handed them to his grandmother and grandfather respectively. Then he said, "Mom, you should try it too. They say it tastes pretty good." "I won't drink it." Lin's mother hesitated for a moment. "Just try it." Lin Qing simply shoved the bowl into his hand. He knows his mother's personality well. If she doesn't taste it and find out what it's like, how can she brag about it when she goes out? "Then I'll try it." Lin's mother blinked. She had never actually drunk milk powder before. She had only heard people say that it was nutritious, but she didn't know what it tasted like. She blew on it and then took a sip. The taste is slightly fishy, but strangely sweet, with a very strong milky aroma. Lin's mother blinked, somewhat surprised. "Of course, it's all made by drying milk into powder and then adding other ingredients. Lin Qing is talking nonsense." He didn't really know, but it was pretty much the same. Hearing them say that, Grandpa also tried it and nodded, saying, "It really is. It's almost exactly what Xiaoqing said. It tastes like milk. There used to be a dairy cow at the educated youth settlement. I got a sip of milk from them and it tasted pretty much the same. Old woman, you should try some too. You drink first, I'll let it cool down." The old lady said this, but she felt extremely awkward and couldn't bring herself to eat it. This bowl only costs 2 cents. Lin Qing didn't care. He figured Grandma wouldn't want to throw it away after he'd already made it. Instead, he pretended to be annoyed and said, "Oh dear, how could I forget about Dad? Dad, I'll make it for you." As he spoke, he made a move to go to the small kitchen to get another bowl. I don't drink this stuff, Lin's father said with a stern face. All right. It was just a polite gesture, but unexpectedly Lin Qing actually sat down. This almost made Lin's father die of anger. I said I wouldn't drink it, and I really won't. Everyone in my family has one, but I don't. When other people see me, they think I'm not part of this family. Lin's mother, who was standing nearby, almost burst out laughing. She said, All right, why are you still so angry with your father? He used to beat you because he was afraid you would go astray and even gamble. Hee, just kidding with Dad. Lin Qing was just being playful. He quickly and efficiently made his father a bowl of milk powder and said, Dad, your son isn't capable now. When I make a lot of money in the future, I can only afford to give you this. When I make a lot of money in the future, I'll buy you a Shanghai watch. He knew that his father's greatest wish was for a watch, a wish that wasn't fulfilled until 1989. Okay, I'll wait. Lin's father is now immune to Lin Qing's changes and said irritably, Remember to build it all in steel. It would be best if you also built me 3 big brick houses, so I won't have to go out to sea to fish anymore, and I can just sit and wait to eat every day. Okay. Lin Qing blurted out an English phrase. While the father and son were making a fuss, the old lady stared at the teacup for a long time before finally picking it up and drinking it. It tastes just like Xiaoqing described. It's really sweet with a strong milky flavor, even sweeter than candy. In the steamy atmosphere, the old lady's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. She had worked hard all her life, saving every penny, but she never expected that she would be enjoying such a blessing in her old age, with new cotton-padded coats and milk powder. How is it? The taste is all right, isn't it? Just accept it as a token of your grandson's filial piety. Grandpa was also sighing with emotion. Like his grandmother, he doted on his grandson. Besides Lin Qing's sweet talk, it was mainly because when Lin Qing was born, his parents were busy with childbirth and had to leave the care of their grandson to the elderly couple. They watched Lin Qing grow up, so naturally they would spoil him even more. But it was precisely because he was spoiled too much that Lin Qing developed a lazy and idle habit. This time, he even went gambling. The old man was still blaming himself, but unexpectedly, he turned over a new leaf in the blink of an eye. Not only did he go out to sea to fish, but he also became more filial. That's a token of my filial piety. You old fool, just have a taste. If you dare to drink it secretly, I'll kick you out of bed in the middle of the night. The old lady was interrupted from her thoughts and retorted irritably. What kind of talk is that? Grandpa couldn't hold back any longer and said, This was bought for me by my grandson, wasn't it? Ask him who he bought it for. The elderly couple were also bickering, which almost made Lin Qing burst out laughing. They have this good quality, unlike old-fashioned families where men make all the decisions and women can also have a say. Soon, the gossip was over, and Grandpa said, Little San, why don't we let Xiaoqing take that sampan we had before? I don't use it much anyway. The old man originally intended to sell the sampan, and even the neighbors came to ask about the price. However, he decided not to sell it because he wanted to use it occasionally to set fish traps. But as he got older, he stopped going to sea as often, and the sampan gradually sat at home without being used. Lin's father hadn't given it to Lin Qing before because he was afraid Lin Qing would use it to exchange for money and gamble it away. Now that Lin Qing has turned over a new leaf, it's better to give it to his younger son first. I think it would be better to let him partner with the Jiang family boy. Lin's father had a different opinion, saying, Dad, you know more about fishing than I do. Just because they're doing well together doesn't mean they can do it alone. I think it's better to let them continue for now, and they can come out to sea with me when they have time. This? The old man looked at Lin Qing. Lin's father's words made sense, because fishing at sea, which is entirely dependent on the weather, is ultimately a matter of metaphysics. Otherwise, so many people on the coast wouldn't worship Mazu. However, it still depends on the town's own opinion. I'll partner with Jiangping first. I feel that it would be a good idea for the two of us to run a shipping business together, build up our foundation, and not need to use our family's boat for now. Lin Qing thought for a moment and said, As for the boat with father, I won't go for now. Let my eldest and second eldest brothers take turns going with us. It's already difficult to manage a sampan by oneself. You always need to bring someone along. It doesn't matter whose boat you use. Besides, Lao Jiang and I agreed on a 64-50 split, so there's no need to split up. Furthermore, he had promised to help his childhood friend out. There's no reason to abandon him after just one voyage. We can talk about parting ways later when we've saved enough money to buy a tin boat. As for his father's tin boat, he was even less willing to go. Besides not being able to make their own decisions, income was also a big problem. The iron boat earned a lot, but it also consumed a lot. Not to mention the fuel costs, the three brothers took turns going with their father, which meant working 1 day and resting 2 days. They also had to deduct the money owed before dividing it up. It would be better to give it up myself so that my older brothers can earn more. That works too. Lin's father nodded and said, You and Jiangping must be careful not to row too far. The sampan can't withstand the wind and waves. Don't worry, Dad, we know what we're doing. Lin Qing nodded. He still held the sea in great awe, having experienced it in his previous life. Okay, I'll head back now. Lin Qing glanced at the time, guessing that lunch was ready at home, and said, Grandma, remember to drink it with Grandpa every day. I'll be angry if you give it to someone else. I know. The old lady replied repeatedly. Take care on your way. Okay, I'll buy you more after you finish drinking it. What else are you buying? Don't waste money, these 2 big jars are enough. Grandma was about to say something when Lin Qing waved his hand and disappeared into Nangangtu. This child? The old lady panicked and tried to chase after him. This can cost 5 yuan, and every sip costs several cents. It's practically like taking her life. Mother, please drink it. Lin's father pulled him along, saying, After all, it's a small town's way of showing filial piety. Besides, it's better to let him buy milk powder or something than to let him throw the money away at the casino again. Grandma couldn't speak anymore. Yes, compared to Lin Qing's previous gambling, she would rather suffer and drink this. But she really couldn't bear to let her grandson pay for it. Especially since he had just gambled away his entire fortune, and now he had to spend so much money on this old hag. Old man, your grandson spends so much money buying me things, are you just going to sit back and watch? I'll pay 5 yuan. The old man had anticipated this scene and readily agreed. The old woman then looked at Lin's father and said, And you earn so much a month, don't you help your youngest son out? He works so hard, going out to sea to fish, raising his young son, and taking care of us 2 old folks. Then I'll also pay 5 yuan? It's a soft voice, Lin's father said. Well, that's not necessary. Just secretly give Xiaoqing 4.5 yuan. The old lady pondered. It wouldn't be good to let him not pay anything, he would definitely be unhappy. Let him pay 50 cents, that way he won't feel like it's your money. Lin's father was dumbfounded. So Lin Qing got all the favors but only contributed 50 cents, leaving my dad and me to pay the bulk of it? Chapter 36. Even a single sip hurts. Lin Qing, of course, had no idea that his grandmother had divided the money among herself again, and returned home in high spirits. Then they saw that Su Qing had already prepared the meal and was putting it on the table. It was the same old 3 dishes, dried radish, green vegetables and tofu, and rice. The only dish that could be considered meat was the big blue crab that Lin Qing brought back, but it was steamed. Honey, I've started earning money now, shouldn't we fry the tofu in oil? Lin Qing was dumbfounded. They were in such a hurry that morning that they only had a bowl of porridge to eat, and they were already very hungry. Seeing such healthy food at noon, it's hard not to feel a little overwhelmed. I added oil? Su Qing was somewhat puzzled. Lin Qing explained. It's not about adding oil, it's about frying it in oil. You first lightly fry the tofu in oil, then stir-fry it with some scallions, ginger, and chili peppers, and then stew it. It tastes amazing. Won't this require a lot of oil? Su Qing then understood and said, Isn't this how everyone eats tofu? It's alright, we should eat well. And this mud crab is so big, it would be delicious as a spicy crab dish. Steamed crab doesn't taste very good. I'll show you how to make it sometime. Okay, I'll wait. Su Qing quietly pouted. Married for several years, Lin Qing has never cooked a single meal. He even tried to show off his skills, which was more like making a fool of himself. Lin Qing was about to say a few more words when Su Qing called out towards the door. Lin Xiaojun, come back for dinner! After that brat got the tin frog, he ran off to play with other kids and hasn't come home yet. Yes, mother! Hurry up! We're just waiting for you. Yeah. Lin Xiaojun verbally agreed, but in reality, he didn't move at all, just playing around with a snot running down his face. Su Qing finally grew impatient and grabbed a feather duster to go outside. I'll count to 3. Mom, I'll be right there. I know I was wrong. I'll come home for dinner now. With a scream from Lin Xiaojun, the mother and son quickly appeared in front of the door. Go wash your hands. Aha! Lin Xiaojun went off like a chick pecking at rice, and only sat down at the table after everything was tidied up. Cuckoo! Naughty! You'll get a beating! On the table, Lin Xiaobao, sitting in Lin Cheng's lap, watched her brother being scolded and was grinning foolishly for some reason. But soon, her smile faded as Su Qing came over with a towel. You should wipe your face too. Father! Father! Lin Xiaobao panicked and buried his head in Lin Cheng's arms. Because every time Su Qing washed her face, it was like scrubbing pigskin, as if she wanted to rub the skin off completely, and she even claimed that this was the only way to get it clean. I'll do it. Lin Qing couldn't bear to see his daughter suffer, so he took a towel and gently wiped her face and hands until she was clean and smelled nice before returning her to Su Qing's arms. You're spoiling her too much, or she'll be pestering you to wash her face every day, Su Qing said irritably. She's my daughter, and I love her. Lin Cheng was quite proud of himself, saying, I'd be willing to wash him until I'm 80. Okay, then you can wash her until she's 80. Su Qing laughed when she heard this. The family immediately began eating. The crab claws, being quite hard, were naturally taken by the husband and wife, one each. Their son, with his strong teeth, took half of the crab's body, while Lin Qing took care of extracting the meat from the other half and feeding it to his beloved daughter. Unfortunately, this crab was large, but it didn't have much roe. My son and daughter each took a little, and that was it. Lin Qing and Su Qing also tried a taste. Even so, Su Qing's eyes lit up, and she said, This crab tastes really good. The hairy crabs I ate at my uncle's house before seemed to be much worse than this. The meat is also very firm. Of course, Lin Qing said. The varieties are all different. We don't produce this here at all. You can only find more of this in Fujian and Zhejiang. The meat was firm and the crab roe was rich and fragrant. I don't know how I managed to scoop it up. Lin Xiaojun didn't understand, but he knew it tasted delicious. With hopeful eyes he said, Dad! This is so delicious! When can we eat big crabs again? Then you'll have to wait and see when another blind blue crab comes along, Lin Qing said with a smile. They don't produce mud crabs locally, so even if he had the money, he wouldn't know where to buy them. All right. Lin Xiaojun pouted, but he wasn't disappointed for long. Eating crabs is like celebrating the new year these days. No one looks forward to it every day. He quickly finished the last bowl of rice and rushed out to play. Are you full? Su Qing wanted to call him back, but Lin Qing stopped her, saying, Let him play. It's not easy for him to find a toy to play with his friends. Hurry up and eat yours, give me the girl. You're so busy feeding her that you don't even have time to eat yourself. As he spoke, Lin Qing took his daughter into his arms and fed her little by little with chopsticks. Mommy, hug me. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaobao, who usually likes Lin Qing very much, was unhappy and pouted, asking her mother to feed her. Lin Qing had no choice but to send his daughter back again, looking at her helplessly. How about it? You got a cold shoulder after trying to be friendly, didn't you? Su Qing couldn't help but tease. I'd like to. Lin Qing stubbornly insisted, but inwardly he was puzzled. Why was the girl no longer affectionate with him when it was time to eat? Was it because he wasn't feeding her well? But he hadn't even given her a single bite yet. Soon, he had an idea. He took out the malted milk powder that his younger brother and sister-in-law had given him that day, made a bowl of it with tea, and then deliberately blew it in Su Qing's direction. This stuff naturally has a strong malt aroma, mixed with the flavors of milk powder and a hint of cocoa powder. Anyone who's tried it knows that a cup of this stuff fills the whole room with fragrance. Lin Xiaobao was happily eating the crab meat his mother fed him, his little mouth agape. Suddenly I smelled the scent, and my nose started twitching as I quickly locked onto the target. As the saying goes, whoever feeds you is your mother, let alone a little baby who doesn't remember much. The little guy, who had just been clamoring for his mother, immediately opened his arms and called out to Lin Qing. Daddy! Hug! Hug! What's wrong? Is the crab meat not tasty? Let Daddy get you a piece of tofu. Lin Qing pretended to be stupid. No, it's not. Lin Xiaobao was almost in tears, pointing at the teacup on the table and shaking his arm incessantly. Seeing his daughter like this, Lin Qing couldn't bear to tease her anymore. He smiled and took her from her, asking, Is this what you want? Uh-huh. Then give your dad a kiss, and Dad will give you the drink, okay? Good. Lin Xiaobao gave Lin Qing a quick kiss on the cheek. Although his mouth was still covered in food crumbs, the latter didn't seem to mind at all. He was so happy that his back teeth were almost showing. He said, Wait a minute, it's hot now. Dad will feed you when it cools down. Lin Xiaobao was unusually obedient this time, holding Lin Qing tightly with both hands and staring intently at the teacup. When Lin Qing saw this, his heart melted. He couldn't bear to keep his daughter waiting any longer. He practically turned his mouth into a hairdryer and started blowing on the malted milk powder until it was ready to be eaten. Open your mouth, baby. Lin Qing scooped up some soup with a spoon, blew on it twice, and then fed it to his daughter, reminding her. Drink slowly, don't choke. How is it? Is it good? Delicious. Lin Xiaobao responded in a childish voice, and after taking only one sip, he opened his mouth again for the next. You have to kiss your dad after every sip. Smack. Can you please stop being so disgusting? Su Qing, watching from the side, found it both funny and exasperating, saying, It's just a bowl of sweet soup, why did it turn into this? Don't rush, I'll feed you next. Lin Qing raised an eyebrow. Get lost! Who wants you to feed them? Su Qing spat. It's not like we haven't fed them before. Lin Qing blinked and said, I remember the year Xiaobao was born we still. Shut up! Su Qing blushed instantly and said, If you say that again, I'll hit you. Okay, I won't say any more. Lin Qing didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore and said, But you should really try this malted milk powder, it tastes pretty good. Although as a person from later generations, he knew that this stuff was honestly not very nutritious and was far inferior to milk powder. But the taste was indeed quite good, and it also replenished my sugar levels. After feeding my daughter, I put the remaining half bowl in front of my wife and said, Try it. I won't drink it. Su Qing shook her head and said, This stuff is so expensive, it costs a dime for just one sip. And what's so great about sugar water? You can keep feeding Xiaobao. Hurry up, she can't drink anymore. I don't. Su Qing tried to back down, but Lin Qing pressed her down onto the stool and held the bowl to her mouth with his other hand, saying, If you don't drink, I'll feed you. You. Su Qing couldn't really let Lin Qing feed her. That would be too embarrassing. So she pinched him lightly, carefully picked up the bowl, and took a small sip. How was it? Not bad, right? Su Qing felt a little embarrassed, but seeing that her husband didn't have a mocking expression, she whispered, It tastes sweet, like maltose, and it has a powdery texture when you drink it. Right, otherwise how could they dare to sell it for several dollars a can? Lin Qing said. From now on, you three should remember to drink a little of these 2 cans every day to replenish your nutrition, especially you and Xiaobao, your hair is all yellowish, how can you grow properly? Su Qing wanted to say she wouldn't drink, but seeing Lin Cheng's glaring eyes, she felt a warmth in her heart and said, "Fine, I'll drink. Why are you being so fierce?" "You can drink if you're not fierce?" Snort. Su Qing snorted, then immediately felt sorry for herself and said, "But it's really expensive. I feel bad even if I take a sip." Chapter 37. A Sudden Beachcombing Experience. So what if it's a bit expensive? It's not like I drink a can every day. I can make up for it by spending a couple more times. Lin Cheng said. Besides, isn't the point of making money to give your family a better life? If you can't bear to part with this or that, what's the point? You always have so many twisted logics. Su Qing felt a sweet warmth in her heart from his words. After all, Lin Cheng had never acted like this before. She couldn't help but snuggle closer to him and said, "I know, I'll definitely raise your daughter to be chubby and healthy, okay?" "That's right." Lin Cheng kissed his wife on the cheek and said, "And you, don't skimp on food and clothes. Who are you saving money for? Your children and grandchildren have their own lives to live. Taking good care of yourself is what really matters." The two chatted for a while longer, and Lin Cheng, who had just finished eating, said, "All right, you can eat slowly. I'm going to Uncle Dafu's to get the money back, and while I'm at it, I'll see if my sister-in-law has finished making the fish traps. I'll bring back as many as I can tonight." To everyone's surprise, Su Qing, who had just been all gentle, suddenly changed her expression, her eyebrows furrowing as she said, "No! You're not allowed to touch the money yourself. Wait until I finish eating, then I'll go with you." Lin Cheng was taken aback. That's when I remembered I was still on the blacklist. Even though I had improved my credit score by catching the small yellow croaker, I was still only allowed to skin shared bikes. "Okay, then you can come with me." Su Qing immediately ate quickly, and in the end, she didn't even bother to clean up the table. She hugged her daughter and followed Lin Cheng closely, afraid that he would secretly take the money away by himself. The three of them made their way to the dock. Because it was just past noon, only those who had set sail early last night and had a good catch were returning in 2s and 3s. Uncle Dafu's fish stall wasn't doing much business. He was sitting at the door with a hot water bottle in his arms. When he saw Lin Cheng, he immediately stood up and said, "Little Cheng, you're here. Have you eaten yet? If not, have a bite here and pay the bill while you're at it." "Have eaten," Lin Cheng responded, took the girl from his hand, and had his wife bring out the previous receipts before going inside together. "It's 400 in total. 200 of this is Jiangping's family's, and this 200 is yours. However, Shaoqing took 3 caddies of swimming crabs and 5 caddies of small yellow croaker from me this morning, which is a total of 25.2 yuan. Let's just call it 25. So you should get 175 yuan in total." While calculating, Uncle Dafu took out 3 large 10 yuan bills from the 200 yuan he had given to Lin Cheng and the others, put on a 5 yuan bill for a steelworker, and said, "That's 175 yuan in total. Count it." Su Qing knew that what Lin Cheng bought in the morning must not have been cheap, otherwise he wouldn't have bought such a big bag of it. But she didn't know it would cost 25 yuan. She doesn't even earn 50 cents a day. Even outside, she couldn't resist and stomped hard on Lin Cheng's foot. "Isn't this to visit my brother-in-law? He probably doesn't come here even once a year. I definitely won't buy so much next time." Lin Cheng hadn't expected it to be so expensive, but after looking at the bill, he realized that Uncle Dafu hadn't ripped him off, so he could only smile and appease his wife. With Uncle Fu right there, Su Qing couldn't say anything more. She could only suppress her unhappiness, thinking she would deal with Lin Cheng when she got home. She grabbed the money and counted it carefully 3 times, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Fu, the money is correct. No need to thank me, just let Xiaoqing catch more fish in the future and support my business." Uncle Dafu chuckled and said, "Then I'll cross the bill off here. Also, regarding Zhang's matter, are you going to take it to them, or should I amend the receipt?" "Let's change it. It's so much money, if something gets lost or less, we won't be able to say anything." Lin Cheng rode. "Okay, I'll change the ticket." Lin Dafu took the receipt, wrote another line on carbon paper, and handed the receipt back to Lin Qing, saying, "Take this to Jiangping later and tell him to come and collect the money when he has time." "Good." Lin Cheng agreed. The family of 3 was on their way home when they suddenly noticed a number of people searching for something on the beach not far away. "What are they doing over there?" Lin Cheng asked with some curiosity. Beachcombing at this time of day is long over. Locals usually go beachcombing in the early morning or evening, and the timing varies depending on the tides. But no matter how much it's postponed, it's impossible to be beachcombing right after lunch. "I don't know, I'll go ask." Just as Su Qing was about to ask someone she knew, she saw Lin Erge and his wife hurrying over from the village with buckets in their arms. "Second brother, where are you all going? Why are you all running towards the beach?" Lin Qing asked. "I just asked Shan Qian to go find you." The second brother was so busy he didn't even have time to catch his breath. He said, "Something strange happened at the beach. A whole bunch of fish washed ashore. Wang Laosi even found 3 groupers there. Now a lot of people from the village are coming. Hurry up. If you're any later, you won't be able to find any." "Huh? Is that so?" Lin Cheng's eyes widened. He had heard of fish being washed ashore during local typhoons, and he had also heard of red tides causing fish to be washed ashore due to lack of oxygen, but this was the first time he had ever seen fish suddenly appear out of nowhere. "Let's go too." Lin Cheng made a decisive decision. "I'm holding the baby. And we don't even have a bag." Su Qing panicked when she heard this. What's the difference between this and picking up money? Especially grouper, not to mention rare varieties, even the most common mud grouper, also called green grouper, is being offered 6 or 7 yuan per jean at the purchasing point. This is because Jiangsu province doesn't produce much of this stuff. It's only abundant in Lianqing, which is why the price is extremely high. In the market, it can even sell for more than 10 yuan per kilogram. "I'm going to find Uncle Fu to get a bag of urea." Lin Qing quickly came up with an idea and turned to run towards Uncle Fu's fishing hut. Moreover, there were quite a few clever people. When they heard that there were fish to collect at the beach, everyone rushed over to borrow them. Fortunately, Lin Qing and Uncle Dufu had some relatives, so they got a bag first, and it even came with a pair of fire tongs, which they could use to rummage through the mudflats and dig under the rocks. "Come on, honey, you just hold the baby and help me see where we are." Lin Qing grabbed the fire tongs and rushed onto the beach with his wife and children. Because we arrived relatively quickly, there weren't many people on the beach yet. And just as my second brother said, there were quite a few sea fish scattered on the mudflats. What else is there to say? Let's get started. Lin Qing took the lead, using his pliers to grab the nearest dragonfish and tossing it directly into the bag. Locally, they call this thing shrimp chan, and it's one of the most common types of fish. Of course, the price is also shockingly cheap, only 2 cents per pound, and at most 3 cents. But even the cheapest deal can't compete with getting something for free. Su Qing had originally agreed to just help watch the fish, but seeing so many fish, she couldn't resist. She put her daughter aside and squatted down to start putting the fish into the bag herself. 2, 3. In no time, the bag was filled with more than 10 fish. Although they were all worthless shrimp, there was an unexpected surprise. A silvery pomfret, weighing almost a pound, was offered a high price of 1 yuan by the purchasing point. Su Qing was so happy that her eyes turned into crescent moons. "Shu so fish!" Suddenly, Lin Cheng's attention was drawn to a flat, long, bluish-gray fish. Tung so. Also known as flounder, it is a very expensive fish in this area, costing 8 yuan per pound. This one is quite big, weighing at least 1.5 pounds, and costing at least 10 yuan. Now I have the 2 cans of baby formula. Even an old fisherman like Lin Qing couldn't help but exclaim, "We're rich! We're rich!" Su Qing blushed deeply, wishing she could grow 4 hands to adorn herself even more. Unfortunately, such a good thing cannot be kept to oneself. In just over 10 minutes, the beach was packed with people. It felt like the whole village had come. Lin Qing even saw his own mother. Lin's mother also saw him and immediately came over with her assistant Jian Qian. How much did the small town collect? There were less than 20, mostly shrimp, but one flounder was all right. That's great. Hurry up and put in more effort, maybe we'll find a grouper. Lin's mother said excitedly. Where are you going to look? Mother, look how many people are on this beach now. Lin Qing said helplessly. He just saw 3 people rushing towards a single shrimp, their fire tongs almost clashing together. It's all your grandma's fault. She insisted I finish cutting the fabric before leaving. I was so anxious. Lin's mother complained. Lin Qing dared not get involved in this kind of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law war between the previous generation. Pretending not to hear, he said, Mom, then I'll go back with Qing first. I've brought Xiao Bao with me, and I'm afraid it will be crowded again. Oh, right, you don't need to provide the lining and cotton for the clothes. Just leave them to your family. Xiao Qing can bring the 2 children over to take their measurements later. Lin's mother said without looking up. Okay, thank you, Mother. Lin Qing thanked him, thinking to himself that he had saved more than 10 yuan. He then picked up Xiao Bao and went to find Su Qing, who was still some distance away, and called out, Wife, there are too many people. Let's go and sell these goods first. Are we leaving already? Su Qing was still a little reluctant to part with it. Look around, are there any fish left on the mud flats? We'll be heading out to sea soon. Lin Qing pointed to several people in the distance whose water was already up to their calves and said, We can't possibly take Xiao Bao into the sea, can we? All right. Su Qing looked up at the growing crowd and the villagers still arriving in the distance. She knew that it was indeed as Lin Qing had said, so she had no choice but to give up. She put the 2 small fish she had just picked up into her pocket, wiped her hands, and picked up her daughter. Why are there so many people? Who wouldn't want free money? Lin Qing chuckled. Not to mention the villagers, even though he's a reincarnated person, he still came running over without batting an eye. However, I quit not because there were fewer fish, but more because I was worried about fish stealing incidents. After all, the beach isn't full of shrimp that cost a penny or 2 per pound. There are precious fish that cost several dollars, or even $10 per pound. Finding just one is equivalent to half a month's wages for a worker. Who wouldn't want that? It's only a matter of time before I get red-eyed. Sure enough, Lin Qing and his group hadn't walked more than 20 meters from the beach when they heard a series of curses and shouts from behind. Damn it, I saw that silver pomfret first. Get lost. What nonsense are you talking about? I grabbed it with my tongs first, okay? You're the one who should die. I'll go first. I'll go first. It wasn't even for the extremely expensive grouper and flounder. A single silver pomfret was enough to make 2 grown men fight over it. What followed was naturally the act of calling on friends, exchanging insults, and then getting into a physical fight. Lin Qing's eyelids twitched as he watched, but thankfully he had taken Xiao Bao and left first. Seeing that his mother and second brother hadn't gotten involved and were staying far away, he was completely relieved. Let's go, don't get involved. This kind of thing can probably only be resolved when the village secretary arrives. Such incidents have happened frequently in the village. In the past, fights could even break out over the threshing ground. Su Qing was also filled with lingering fear. She tightened her grip on the baby in her arms and followed her husband closely. We arrived at Yuliao. Only Uncle Dufu was guarding the beach. Clearly, money was a powerful lure, and everyone else was still battling it out on the beach. Xiao Qing is back already? Yeah, there were too many people, and they even started fighting. We still managed to sell out quickly. You're so smart. Lin Dufu gave a thumbs up, took the bag, and looked at his haul. Shrimp, silver pomfret, red eel, and pufferfish, that's impressive. And flounder too. Just this one costs over 10 yuan. Hee, I'm lucky. Lin Qing smiled slightly. He hadn't expected to catch such a large tongue sole. The shrimp is divided into 5 pieces, and there are more than 3 caddies here. There are 2 silver pomfret, but this one is missing its tail and can't be collected, so this one will weigh 1 caddy and 2 tails. Lin Dufu held on to each of them, then kept turning the abacus, finally giving a number, saying, 19 yuan and 46 fen, that's about the same as someone going out to sea for a day. Good luck, good luck. Lin Qing, not wanting to draw too much attention, said. The Wang family is truly impressive. I heard they caught 4 groupers by themselves. And some red-spotted ones too, right? Was it the second or third son of the Wang family? He said he was strolling along the beach and was the first to spot the fish on the sand. And he was lucky enough to catch all the expensive ones. Uncle Dafu was also a little envious. For grouper, worth at least tens of dollars. And you got them for free. Who wouldn't be envious? That means he had to stay and watch over the fish hut, otherwise he would have gone to collect them too. As he spoke, he counted out some money for Lin Qing, saying, Here, 19 yuan and 46 fen, count it. Uncle Fu, could you round it up? It's so hard to calculate these odd amounts. How about just 20 yuan? Lin Qing said with a smile. Lin Dafu nearly choked on his breath, exclaiming, Damn it! People usually round up a few cents, but you're going to round up more than 50 cents to me. Do you think I'm a money-making machine? Hey, Uncle Fu, don't insult your own people. My uncle is your uncle too. Lin Qing chuckled. All right, stop talking nonsense. I'll give you 19.5 yuan, okay? Lin Dafu was amused and shook his head, saying, But speaking of which, you're really lucky. From small yellow croaker to flounder, your sea transport skills are definitely better than most people's. If you ever have any big orders in the future, remember to contact me. Even if I can't finish it, I can still contact the boss for you. I'll just take a cut. Chapter 38. Showing off a skill. You can get big shipments anywhere. Lin Qing shook his head with a smile and said, Besides, even if there really were, Jiangping and I couldn't bring it back in our little sampan. But if I really have any, I'll definitely sell them to you. We're all fishermen, so we certainly don't know as many people as you do. Okay, that's enough. Lin Dafu clapped his hands and said, With your shipping business, I estimate you'll need to switch to a metal-hulled boat in less than 6 months. But speaking of which, are you still partnered with that Jiang kid? I remember your family also has a sampan? Yes, there are, but it takes 2 people, so it's better to continue working together. 2. After chatting for a while, Lin Qing prepared to leave, as he had a lot of things to do and was going out to sea that night. On the way home, Lin Qing conscientiously handed the money to Su Qing. Honey, count the money, is it correct? So conscientious? Su Qing was somewhat surprised. I've said I've turned over a new leaf several times, but you still don't believe me. It hurts me so much, Lin Qing said, feigning sadness. Stop pretending to be pitiful. How could Su Qing not know her husband? She glanced at him with her big eyes and said, You said I didn't trust you when you were gambling before, but in the end you lost everything. I was set up. Who knows if it's true or not? Besides, if you don't want to go, who would trick you into going? Su Qing said irritably. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing felt genuinely uncomfortable. Because that's the truth. He kept saying he was set up, but if he hadn't been greedy and wanted something for nothing, would he have been tricked? Xiaocheng, I was just kidding. Su Qing panicked a little, thinking she had hurt Lin Qing's feelings. She couldn't help but grab his hand and say, I know you've changed, and I really believe in you. Don't be sad. I won't mention this again. Real? Real. That. Lin Qing wasn't actually that fragile. Half of it was an act. Yet he pretended to be profound and said, Then tell me you like me, and then kiss me, and I'll believe you. Su Qing was stunned for a moment, and her fair face suddenly flushed red again. She said, what? What does this have to do with believing or not believing? Of course it's related. You haven't said anything, how am I supposed to know if you truly believe me or not? Lin Qing said shamelessly. Upon hearing this, Su Qing knew perfectly well that her husband was teasing her again. But she didn't dare to gamble. What if Xiaocheng really got hurt? After hesitating for a long time, she finally suppressed her shyness and whispered in a voice barely above a whisper. Then I like you, is that okay? Lin Qing instantly felt like he'd eaten honey, almost dying of sweetness, and pressed his advantage, saying, "And kisses too?" Su Qing's face was so hot she couldn't bear to look at anyone. She pushed Lin Cheng away, saying, "What are you kissing for? Let's go home quickly." "How can you be so shameless?" "Say that again and I'll bite you." "I'm tough and thick-skinned, I'm not afraid." "Go ahead and bite me if you dare, little Bao." "I told you to let your mother bite me, why are you opening your mouth?" "Daddy was wrong, stop biting." "Stop biting." "Hee hee, good job, Xiao Bao, give it your all." We made a ruckus all the way home. Lin Cheng and his daughter continued their antics, with Lin Cheng making funny faces to amuse his daughter, who giggled incessantly. Su Qing sat on the edge of the bed, took out all her spoils for the day, and carefully counted them one by one. In reality, it was less than 200 yuan in total. The previous harvest of small yellow croakers was 175 yuan, plus an unexpected 19.5 yuan from beachcombing, but she counted it as if it were tens of thousands of yuan, counting it several times and unwilling to let go. After all, just 2 days ago, Lin Cheng gambled away all the family's money, but now he has won it all back. She also went to the county town and bought a lot of things, and in the end she still had so much left. How could she not be happy? "Look at how greedy you are. It's only 200 yuan, but you're making it sound like you're a millionaire." After Lin Cheng finished comforting his daughter and put her to bed, who was a little tired, he sat down beside her, amused. "I'm counting them, I'm a money grubber, what's it to you?" Su Qing pouted, revealing a rare girlish demeanor, clearly overjoyed. She then lowered her head and counted the money again before turning her back to Lin Cheng as if guarding against a thief, hiding the money somewhere unknown. Lin Cheng grimaced. Just a moment ago he said he believed in himself, and now he's doing this behind my back. "You call this trusting me?" "Yes, I believe you've turned over a new leaf, but I want to keep the money myself," Su Qing said slyly. She wasn't afraid of Lin Cheng at home. "Fine. You dared to lie to me." Lin Cheng was even less afraid. When a man and a woman fight, how could he possibly be the one to lose? Not long after, Su Qing's voice, unable to resist any longer, came from the bed. "Xiao Qing, I was wrong, it's broad daylight, please don't." "Too late. Now that the brat isn't home and the baby is asleep, and he's just finished eating and drinking, how could he possibly let his little darling wife run away?" After a rustling sound, the old wooden bed creaked loudly. Then came the barely suppressed sound. After an unknown amount of time, Su Qing peeked her flushed face out from under the covers. She first glanced cautiously at Xiao Bao's side and, finding her daughter still asleep, breathed a long sigh of relief. Then, she pinched Lin Cheng hard and said, "It's all your fault. What if Xiao Bao saw this? How embarrassing! What are you afraid of? The girl is only 2 years old, and she's only half a year old by birth. She doesn't know anything yet. It's all your fault anyway." Fine, it's my fault." "Humph, get up. I feel sticky and uncomfortable all over." "Are you feeling unwell?" "You almost." You shut up. You forced me to do it." "Yes, it's because you're too heavy and I couldn't stand it, that's why I screamed. Otherwise I wouldn't have said that." Su Qing blushed deeply. At this time, girls had no way of obtaining any sex education and were ashamed to talk about such things. Su Qing was even more shy, so how could she possibly admit to these things? She pinched Lin Cheng to stop him from saying anything. Okay, mine is still bruised, stop pinching it, it's my fault, I'll lose weight later." "That's more like it. Also, you're not allowed to say such vulgar things anymore, understand? Combat power!" Hearing Lin Cheng repeatedly admit his mistakes, Su Qing's eyes narrowed into crescents. She had finally caught Lin Cheng red-handed. And she suddenly realized that her husband's ears felt especially good to pull, and she couldn't resist pinching them several more times. But she forgot that she was completely naked, her face flushed, nestled in Lin Cheng's arms, and moving around, practically forcing Lin Cheng to do something bad. Why again?" The couple continued arguing until their baby started to wriggle and wake up, at which point they hurriedly got out of bed to clean themselves. Looking at the sky outside, It was almost 5 o'clock. Su Qing had lost count of how many times she had blushed today. Her face was burning as she said, "It's all your fault. I was supposed to go weave a net with my second sister-in-law this afternoon, and now all that time has been wasted. How can this be called a delay? It's just human nature for men and women to enjoy each other's company." Before Lin Qing could finish speaking, he was pinched and quickly changed his words, saying, "It's okay. Second sister-in-law went to the beach with second brother earlier, so she probably won't be weaving nets this afternoon. If they really ask, I'll just say I was giving my baby a bath at home." Since Xiaobao's speech isn't very fluent yet, using her as a scapegoat is the most suitable option. "You've said everything you wanted to say." Su Qing snorted twice, pushed Lin Qing, and said, "Move aside, I'm going to cook." As he spoke, he staggered, clearly having been bullied badly that day. This scene was witnessed by Lin Xiaojun, who had just returned from playing and was getting a drink of water. He asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" "Mother is all right," Su Qing replied shyly. Lin Qing was a little embarrassed. The daytime light was too good, and his wife was too beautiful. He couldn't control his strength and said, "Your mother is tired from picking fish today. Quickly help your mother to sit on the bed for a while. You come with your father to cook." "Okay." Lin Xiaojun had just gotten the tin frog, and was at the peak of his loyalty to his father. With his little arms and legs supporting his mother, he got into bed, while he happily ran off to start the fire. Children from poor families mature early, and Lin Xiaojun was no exception. He couldn't do heavy work, but he was fine with starting a fire. "Honey, you can rest. I'll cook dinner, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied." "Can you do it?" Su Qing expressed her doubts. Since they got married, she has never seen Lin Qing cook a single meal. "You'll know once it's done." Lin Qing smiled. What a joke. He almost became a cook on a fishing boat back then. It's hard to say about other dishes, but steaming a pomfret or stir-frying some vegetables should be no problem. He helped Su Qing to bed to rest and let her play with his daughter. He then took the silver pomfret, which was missing its tail, to the small kitchen, helped his son light the stove, and began to prepare the pomfret. There are many ways to cook sea fish, but if we're talking about the simplest way that best preserves its freshness, it boils down to 2 words: steaming. Fresh sea fish, in particular, doesn't need much seasoning, just add some scallions and ginger to the pot. Lin Qing simply gutted and cleaned the fish, salted it for a while, made some diagonal cuts, found some scallions and ginger, stuffed them into the fish's belly, placed a rack at the bottom of the large pot, put the plate on it, and that was it. "I'll cook some tofu and cabbage later, then the dishes will be taken care of." As for the staple food, it's very simple, just heat up the leftover sweet potato porridge from lunch, and that's it. Just as Lin Qing was busy, a shout came from outside the door. It was a vendor selling pancakes from door to door. "This is a local specialty flatbread. It's very thick, thicker than a thumb, but it's very fragrant and soft. Usually, people only come to sell it in the morning. Today, it seems they came back because they didn't sell out." Lin Qing hurriedly went back inside and asked Su Qing to buy some things. He had been wanting this for years, but it was rarely sold in later generations. It was only available at special market days. Su Qing was also thinking about what food to bring Lin Qing to eat on the sea trip that night, and when she saw the flatbread, she hurriedly went out to buy some. Lin Qing returned to the small kitchen and started heating the oil, preparing to pour hot oil and soy sauce over the fish that was about to be cooked. Compared to Su Qing's stingy cooking, he was quite generous when it came to food, scooping out a large spoonful of oil, heating it up, and then pouring it over the fish. Sizzle. As soon as hot oil is poured over it, the aroma of fresh silver pomfret mixed with the fragrance of oil immediately comes out, followed by a few drops of sesame oil. The aroma was absolutely amazing. Even Lin Xiaojun, who was tending the fire behind the stove, sniffed and said, "Dad! The fish smells so good today." "Of course, you should know what kind of skills your dad has." Lin Qing chuckled, looking at his son whose face was a little blackened by the smoke, and said, "All right, you don't need to tend the fire anymore. You've worked hard too. Go wash your hands quickly, and call your mother and the others over for dinner when they get back. Yeah. Lin Xiaojun responded and rushed out impatiently, not forgetting his tin frog, which he seemed to plan to keep even while sleeping. Lin Qing put the food on the table and ladled out the porridge from another pot. After finishing her work, Su Qing returned with the flatbread. I don't know how the person selling the pancakes kept them. They're still piping hot even now. Mom, it smells so good. As soon as Lin Xiaobao came in, he also twitched his little nose, searching around for the source of the fragrance. Su Qing, who cooks all year round, naturally knows much more about cooking than her. She glanced at the silver pomfret on the table and almost choked on her breath. How much oil did you put in? Haihe village is located by the sea, so eating fish is commonplace. Each family steams fish with oil, and some even have their own specialties, such as oil sesame, which involves adding lard and sesame oil after steaming to make it more fragrant. The problem is, who cooks fish like Lin Qing does? The rapeseed oil used for steaming the fish alone is enough for her to cook for 3 days. Not to mention sesame oil. Is that all? This silver pomfret is quite big, almost 2 pounds. We definitely need to add more. Lin Qing, oblivious to the problem, said, Quickly try my cooking and see if it's delicious. As he spoke, he took the initiative to pull the door open and let his wife and child sit down. Su Qing was almost laughing in exasperation, but the 2 children were waiting for their meal, so she couldn't lash out. She could only say bitterly, Fine, then try your cooking. If it's not good and you've wasted so much oil, you'll be sleeping on the floor tonight. That's impossible. As Lin Qing spoke, he took the initiative to put a piece of the best, boneless fish belly into Su Qing's bowl for her to taste. Deliberately trying to impress is useless. As Su Qing was saying this, she took a bite and was just about to find fault with it when she suddenly realized that it actually tasted quite good. The fish meat is tender and delicate, the saltiness is just right, and there is hardly any fishy smell. Su Qing wasn't one to lie and said, It actually does seem quite delicious. Of course. Silver pomfret is known as the cream of the sea, especially since ours is wild, so the meat is firmer. Not to mention its size, it weighs over 1 pound. In later generations, it would be worth at least several hundred yuan per pound. What do you mean by wild or not? Aren't all silver pomfret caught in the sea? Su Qing asked curiously. Lin Qing originally wanted to show off in front of his wife, but he failed. He could only say, I meant in the future. Anyway, you know it will be very expensive to eat this in the future. However, this was a long time ago. Throughout the 1980s, there was no mature commercial technology for silver pomfret, and all the silver pomfret available on the market were wild-caught from the sea. All right. Su Qing didn't understand any of this, so she just believed whatever Lin Qing said. She immediately started feeding her daughter fish, picking out the best parts of the fish, such as the belly and lips. As for Lin Xiaojun, he's a boy, so as long as he has food, that's fine. And since he's the older brother, of course he has to give way to his younger sister. Lin Xiaojun didn't mind at all, and he ate his porridge and flatbread with gusto, taking bites of fish and flatbread at a time, thoroughly enjoying himself. As the saying goes, a half-grown boy can eat his father out of house and home. The little rascal is only 4 years old, but he already eats like a little glutton. He ate 2 big pancakes, burped, patted his little belly, and considered himself full. But he wasn't satisfied. He raised his head and looked at his father expectantly and said, Dad, your cooking is so delicious. Can you cook for me every day from now on? Chapter 39, Not Interested. Lin Qing could cook 1 meal, but he wouldn't be happy to cook every day. He immediately threw out a question that was clearly a trap. Xiaojun, are you saying that your mother's cooking is bad? Huh? Lin Xiaojun had no idea that his father would suddenly ask such a question. Although he was only 4 years old, he could clearly sense the great terror hidden in it. His eyes darted around, and his survival instinct kicked in. He said, No, Mom cooks very well. I just saw that Mom works too hard weaving nets, and I thought that if you cooked, Dad, someone would help Mom with the work. Lin Qing listened, completely stunned. Was this little rascal really this clever when he was a kid? Then how come he was so quiet when looking for a partner in his past life? All you do is bury yourselves in planting seaweed all day long. Do you think wives will grow out of the sea? Even though he had passed the test, Lin Qing wasn't going to let the little guy off easily. He said, "Since you care so much about your mother, you'll be in charge of washing the dishes at night from now on." He watched short videos in his past life, and some children were not even 3 years old when they made breakfast for the whole family. "My son is 4 years old, washing a dish is nothing." Lin Xiaojun had no idea he had chores to do. He was planning to go play with his friends while it was still light out, but he said with a pained expression, "Dad, can I wash tomorrow? I made plans to play with her tonight." "Don't listen to your dad's nonsense. You don't need to wash. Go out and play. Mom will wash you." Su Qing couldn't stand it anymore. How could a 4-year-old child be ordering others around? Even Huan Shuren wasn't that bad. After saying that, she glared at Lin Qing. Lin Qing smiled helplessly, but what could he say when his wife had spoken? Moreover, he wasn't the kind of father who had accomplished nothing himself but desperately hoped his son would become a dragon, or a phoenix. He was just a fisherman who had no skills whatsoever, so how could he have such high expectations? As long as the brat doesn't steal or rob and lives a good life, there's no need for any kind of labor education from a young age. The same goes for his studies. If he can get into a good school, great. If not, he can just go home and fish by himself. "Go ahead, but remember not to go to the beach, okay?" Lin Qing instructed. In fishing villages, news of children being swept away by the waves is heard almost every year, making it a major worry for parents. "Yeah, don't worry, Dad, and I are just playing with firecrackers behind the village." Lin Xiaojun nodded hurriedly. "Wait, where did you get this firecracker?" Lin Qing asked curiously. "The family hasn't been well off these past few years. The kids don't even have the money to buy toys, let alone candy. I didn't give them any pocket money after I was reborn. It was bought in Lin Xiaojun said with some pride. "He bought a box of firecrackers for us to play with together, and that's why I rented him the frog to play with for half an hour." This left Lin Qing completely bewildered. Is this really my son who grows seaweed? He's so young and already knows how to do leasing. Most importantly, the tin frog only cost a few cents, while a box of firecrackers cost 20 cents. That's quite a clever mind. Could it be that I ruined my son's life in my past life? He wasn't given the opportunity to use his intelligence, which is why he was only able to grow seaweed in the end. "You came up with this yourself?" "Yeah, it won't break if we lend it to him, and we can play with firecrackers together." Lin Xiaojun didn't understand why his father kept asking. "All right, go have some fun, just be careful not to blow yourself up," Lin Qing said, smacking his lips. "Yeah." Lin Xiaojun rushed out as if granted a pardon, but quickly rushed back, raised his head and said, "Dad, said that his mother says every night that Dad is all looks and no substance, only lasting 3 minutes every time. What does that mean?" Lin Qing almost spat out his porridge. What the heck? Er's father was also a well-known fisherman in the village, a man who could do the work of 2 people during the fishing season. It was only 3 minutes? Su Qing almost couldn't hold back either. The corners of her mouth kept turning down, but she couldn't stop them no matter what she did. It's a bit unethical, but it's also kind of funny. Especially Er's mother, when they wove nets together, she often boasted about their harmonious marriage. She was a particularly boastful woman. And then, "It's nothing, he just complains that his dad isn't doing enough work. It's a family matter, don't talk about it to outsiders." Lin Qing couldn't tell his son the truth, so he gave a simple, vague answer. Then, as if remembering something, he added, "You too, you must never tell anyone about things at home, understand? Especially what your mother and I say or do at home, we must never let outsiders know." "Why, father?" Lin Xiaojun asked, bewildered. Lin Qing patiently explained. "Because this is our family secret. Think about it, it's like when Dad goes fishing at sea, he knows where there are lots of fish, and he can bring back a whole boatload in one go. If other people find out, wouldn't they try to steal them? Then Dad won't be able to make any money, and you won't have any new toys. I definitely won't tell anyone. Lin Xiaojun didn't know if he understood anything else, but he definitely understood that there were no toys left. He hurriedly said, Dad, don't worry, I definitely won't tell anyone. That's a good boy. Here, take this penny and use it for your pocket money. As Lin Qing spoke, he took out a dime from his pocket and handed it to his son. This was his last little stash of money. Thank you, Dad. Lin Xijuan's eyes lit up. He jumped up, kissed his dad, and then dashed out the door. You little brat, you kissed me without even brushing your teeth. Lin Cheng looked disgusted. Su Qing, who was standing nearby, chuckled and said, Why didn't you say this when the girl kissed you? Can those be the same? Lin Cheng declared confidently. My daughter is fragrant and soft, and so cute, like an angel, even when she goes to the toilet. You've got to give up. Su Qing rolled her eyes and said, When she was little, you were the most impatient when I changed her diapers. I was so naive back then. If it were now, I'd definitely be the first one to go wash it. Then wash the sheets you took off earlier. Ah? The couple bickered and ate at the dinner table. Moreover, Su Qing's table manners were really good. Although she was talking, she was still slow and deliberate, unlike Lin Qing, who would first eat a lot and then slowly eat when he was almost full. By the way, why does Er's dad have the same problem as second brother? I've never heard of that before. Lin Qing had just told his son not to talk nonsense, but now he himself was gossiping behind people's backs. The main problem is that there are so many things to talk about in this kind of thing, it's just too much to resist. Do you think there might be something wrong with the character 2 in the name, causing problems if you wear it? What nonsense are you talking about? Su Qing was a little embarrassed to say this, and said, Er's father is not the second oldest. He is the eldest in the family. We just call him Er's father because we are used to it. Then I don't know what the problem is. Lin Qing shook his head and said, I'll secretly recommend some folk remedies to my second brother later. It shouldn't be a problem to do them in 2 or 3 minutes. At least they should be at my average level. He had been building up for so long just to say this. After all, Lin Qing had been a quick-fix man before, so of course he had to regain his pride in front of his wife. Su Qing smiled slightly, glanced at him with her big eyes, and then continued eating. What do you mean? I can't have lasted more than 3 minutes. Lin Qing said somewhat guiltily. Although he lied about the 40 minutes he still had at least 25 minutes left. What kind of look is that? No, I just glanced at you. Su Qing naturally wouldn't admit it. I don't believe you. You must have something to say, so say it now. Really not. Still dare to talk back? Believe me or not? Just as the couple was feeling a bit warmer, a noise suddenly came from outside the door. Is Qingzi home? The neighbor's dog started barking wildly too. Su Qing dusted off her clothes and was about to go out to open the door when Lin Qing pressed her down onto a stool. Wow, it's the Sun brothers. Lin Qing could remember those 2 voices by heart. He recognized them instantly. Why are they here again? Should I go and tell them you're not here? Su Qing's face turned pale instantly. The days when Lin Qing recklessly indulged in gambling had truly frightened her. And it all started because of these 2 people. Moreover, Lin Qing is now even better than before he started gambling, so she's even more afraid that Lin Qing will. It's all right, I'll go meet them and see what kind of trouble those 2 bastards are up to this time. Lin Qing patted Su Qing's head and kissed her cheek, saying, Don't worry, your husband said he'd turn over a new leaf, so he'll never change. Just wait for me to come back. After saying that, Lin Qing put down his chopsticks, opened the door, and went outside. He hadn't misheard. It was indeed the Sun brothers who had arrived, both wearing thick cotton-padded coats, and with familiar smiles on their faces. Qingzi, you're eating at home so early? We even went to the convenience store to look for you. The second son of the Sun family acted like a good friend and handed Lin Qing a Hongtashan cigarette. In their area, it was a top-tier cigarette, second only to Zhonghua cigarettes, and a pack cost 1.2 yuan. Lin Qing didn't stand on ceremony and took it without hesitation. He probably bought it with his own commission, so what was wrong with taking it back? Seeing Lin Qing accept the cigarette, a hint of joy appeared in the eyes of the second son of the Sun family. It was good that he wasn't directly kicked out, which meant there was still room for negotiation and the conversation could continue. Lin Qing doesn't smoke much, except when he's particularly tired at sea, so he just tucked it behind his ear and got straight to the point. What do you want so late? Can I come to see you if there's nothing wrong? Sun's second son wanted to crack a joke, but seeing that Lin Qing wasn't really responding, he could only continue. I do have something good for you. Remember the little casino we went to last time? Now there's a new game coming from over there, the Russians roulette. And then there are the rich kids from Hong Kong. They don't care about money, they can easily win big with just a couple of rounds, and then they'll be left with nothing. Who knows, even a small house might be ruined. I'm not interested. That's right, no one loses at cards every day. Didn't you make a lot of money at sea before? Let's play a few rounds. Sun's second son was speaking excitedly, but Lin Qing interrupted him again, saying, I said I'm not interested. Huh? Not interested? The expression on the second son's face froze. Chapter 40, Husband, I love you so much. He had seen at least 80 or 100 gamblers. It could be said that the people who came to gamble from the nearby 5 or 6 villages were all brought there by him and his brother. He had also seen people who, after losing so much, swore they would never gamble again, and some even regretted it so much that they cut off their own fingers. But as long as things calmed down, as long as they had money and someone to call them, they would definitely go back. Otherwise, why would there be a term like gambling dog? Gambling is something that, once you get hooked on it, is like a leopard that can't stop eating shit. To put it bluntly, it's about getting used to the feeling of getting something for nothing, and it's hard to go back to earning money honestly. So, after they heard that Lin Qing had made money, they immediately rushed over to persuade him to go again. Unexpectedly, Lin Qing was actually able to resist going. Are you kidding me? The second son of the Sun family was still not giving up, and said, I'm not lying to you, there really are people from Hong Kong playing it. They speak in broken English and have a lisp, and it's very easy to win. Moreover, the roulette wheel is not like Texas Hold'em or Monkey King. If you're lucky, you can win back $100 in one go. Thanks, I won't gamble anymore. You guys find someone else. Lin Qing shook his head again. A rich kid from Hong Kong? Getting ripped off by our local fishermen in your little casino? Even Hong Kong movies wouldn't dare to film like this. There are probably some unknown people from Guangdong province, working with you to set this up. If this were the old Lin Qing, he might have actually been fooled by them, but now, not pulling out a machete to hit them was already considered a sign of forbearance. Also, don't come looking for me again. In a few days, I'll be bringing 2 black dogs home to guard the house. They both like to bite people, so I hope they don't accidentally bite you again. You. When Sun's third son heard Lin Qing say this, a flash of anger appeared in his eyes, and he was about to explode. But the older brother next to him stopped him, still with a friendly expression, and said, Okay, then we won't ask you to play cards anymore. Let's chat again when we have time. I'm leaving now. After saying that, she grabbed her younger brother and walked out. After walking a short distance, the third son of the Sun family couldn't hold back any longer and said, Brother, why be polite to that stinking fisherman? He's even resorting to veiled insults. Letting him play cards is a sign of respect for him, and also. Otherwise what? Sun Laoer cursed. Shut up with a polite smile? Have you lost your mind from being a card-playing swindler? You're doing them a favor by inviting them to gamble. We've already taken money from them once. Do you think everyone is a fool? I didn't. The third son of the Sun family was brought to his senses by the scolding, and stammered. I was just thinking that he was so easy to fool before, and I suddenly came to my senses. I'm still a little dazed. Snort. The second son of the Sun family said, All right, enough nonsense, let's hurry up and go to the next house. By the way, don't go to Jiangping's place. Last time we got him to gamble too, and the boss almost couldn't control him. So Lin Cheng is just going to let this go like that. The third son of the Sun family was still somewhat unwilling. He was still thinking about Lin Cheng's beautiful wife, and he'd been a bit stressed these past few days. Of course we can't just let it go like this. The second son of the Sun family chuckled, a sinister glint in his eyes, and said, There are plenty of ways to get him to gamble again. Especially since he's quite good at making money, that's even better. It proves this isn't a one-off deal. Just wait and see. After saying that, the second son of the Sun family spat out a mouthful of saliva, and then led his younger brother to travel all over the village, looking for gamblers from all walks of life. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng spat and sneered. You two beasts trying to trick me again? Don't you even look in the mirror? What are you? Today's events actually annoyed him a bit. After all, you can't just scam one person at a time. And this guy came right after he just earned some money he'd taken it home at noon, and then showed up at his door that evening. The bastard had timed it perfectly. He didn't treat him like a human being at all. Lin Cheng's original plan was to wait until August next year to give the two brothers and the casino behind them a big blow, preferably sending them all to eat peanuts. But what happened today made him very unhappy. After all, it's only the beginning of November, and there are still almost 9 months to go. We can't just sit here and wait, watching these two brothers buzz around like flies. How about we write an anonymous letter and send it to the county government? Lin Cheng pondered to himself. This is the simplest way to report people these days. After all, the wave of whistleblowing hasn't been over for long, and this method is still the mainstream. Moreover, if it's done discreetly enough, no one will find out. The problem is that the other side is running a casino on such a high scale, so obviously they have a very deep relationship with them, and simply writing a letter may not be effective. Just then, another flashlight beam flashed in the distance. Lin Cheng frowned, thinking that those two bastards from the Sun family were still up to no good, and were coming again. But it turned out that it was Jiang Ping who came. What are you doing loitering around the door? Are you bored? Jiang Ping asked curiously. Do you think I'm that free? Lin Cheng retorted irritably, then continued. The Sun brothers came to play cards with me earlier, but I scolded them away. Ah? Jiang Ping never expected these two to be so audacious. After swindling someone out of their entire fortune, they actually came back just 2 days later. He said, Damn it, they're beasts. But don't worry, those two bastards won't be able to keep up for long. My brother-in-law came over tonight, and told me that the city intends to clean up the social environment, probably in the next 2 weeks. At that time, these hooligans will definitely be the number one problem, and even the leaders of the border police station will not be able to handle them. Are you sure? Lin Cheng was pleasantly surprised. Just when he was feeling sleepy, a perfect opportunity presented itself. He had been worrying about how to deal with those two bastards. Of course. My brother-in-law wouldn't have come all this way today if it weren't for this. He said the documents have all been issued. As Jiang Ping spoke, he couldn't help but start cursing, saying, Damn it, it's one thing to mess with other people, but to target me, a police officer's family member, is just too much. Jiang Ping's brother-in-law was a policeman at the border post. Being a policeman in those days was not easy, and he had put in a lot of effort to get into the Jiang family. Naturally, he cared about his wife's family, and was very close to his brother-in-law, Jiang Ping. Therefore, although it was Jiang Ping's own fault that he was tricked out of money last time, his brother-in-law also took it to heart, and wanted to take down the gang, but he was suppressed by his superiors. Now that there's progress, I naturally came to inform you immediately. Great news! I just don't know if the measures will be strong enough, and how long they can be detained. Lin Cheng muttered to himself. In later generations, such a semi-public, or even openly legitimate, casino would be unthinkable, let alone having people from higher levels gamble there. It would be shut down within a few days, and every single one of the main participants would be dragged out and sentenced. But before the crackdown, this period was only considered a minor incident, not the worst. Now, there are many bandits and thugs who rob people on the road, and in some places, they even dare to openly attack police cars. Anyway, it's better to have someone in charge than no one. At the very least, they should be shut down for 6 months to a year. Jiang Ping said indignantly. It would be best if we could put up another big character poster or something and bring your bastard cousin back too. That thing is called a wanted poster. Lin Cheng almost burst out laughing. Who cares about that none? Just bring him back to me. I'll beat him to death and change my surname to yours. Jiang Ping complained. The two argued for a while until Su Qing couldn't sit still in the room anymore, only to find that the Sun brothers had already left. Oh right, the tickets for collecting money today. Lin Cheng suddenly remembered something, asked his wife to get the receipt for the money, handed it to Jiang Ping, and said, Don't oversleep tonight. If I can't wake you up, I'll just pour cold water on you. Jiang Ping had come for this very reason. After carefully putting it away, he sneered. When have I ever been less punctual than you? At the end of last month, when we were catching loaches, I waited for you by the river for almost 2 hours. You're just talking nonsense. You're clearly just lazy and a lot of shit and pee. Lin Cheng retorted a couple of times, then stopped arguing and said, All right, take the money and go back to sleep. We still have to row tonight. I'll check the internet later and then go back to sleep. Good. Upon hearing the words, rowing, Jiang Ping felt a sudden ache in his arm. Unlike Lin Cheng, whose body was abnormally strong, he was fine after dealing with the fish yesterday, waving his hand and disappearing quickly. All right, that's all, honey. I've already dealt with the Sun brothers. You continue eating. I'll go to the second search area and see if they have any ready-made fish traps to borrow for now. Lin Cheng gave a few instructions and then headed towards his second brother's house. Su Qing returned to the dining table with a worried look on her face and a heavy heart. She had only eaten 2 bites of porridge when she couldn't help but get up and pick up her daughter, who was playing with a roly-poly toy after finishing her meal. 5 minutes later, when Su Qing arrived at Lin Er's house, she actually saw her husband playing with the dog. Her nose tingled, and she almost burst into tears. Hey honey, what brings you here? Lin Cheng was having a great time playing with the big black dog. He wasn't lying when he told the Sun brothers that he really was planning to bring 2 puppies home to guard the house. But when his second brother's pregnant black dog suddenly saw his wife and looked like it was about to cry, he got anxious and asked, What's wrong? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Did someone bully you? Did something happen on the way? No. Su Qing sniffed, not daring to look at Lin Cheng, and said with her head down, I was just thinking that I left something at my second sister-in-law's house while weaving the net. I'd only realized I hadn't forgotten it when I got here. Let's go home together later. ? Lin Cheng looked completely bewildered. What kind of talk is this? You can't even fool Xiao Jun, you might only fool Xiao Bao at best. All right. But since he was outside, he couldn't ask any more questions. He could only borrow a fish trap from his second brother, completely bewildered, and then take his wife home. As he walked back to a deserted place, he was just about to ask what had happened. Su Qing had already hugged him, and for the first time, she pressed her soft lips to his cheek, saying with deep affection and emotion, Husband, I love you so much! Chapter 41. Let's get started. Lin Cheng was stunned. He had never experienced a kiss from his wife in either of his lives, accompanied by an I love you. Who can withstand this? Wife, I love you too! Lin Cheng immediately responded enthusiastically. In other words, they're outside now. If they were at home, Lin Cheng might have taken off his clothes. Okay. Su Qing's face turned red from the kiss, and she finally couldn't help but push him away, scolding. 1 kiss is enough, why did you have to kiss me for so long? You said it so touchingly it made me want to pluck the moon off the mountain for you. Lin Cheng said, holding his wife's hand. Then pick it. Su Qing gave a soft hum, glancing at him sideways with her beautiful eyes, looking as innocent and adorable as Xiao Bao. You wait, I'm flying up into the sky right now. Lin Cheng made a flying motion, which made Su Qing cover her mouth and laugh. She hugged his arm and said, Okay, let's go home. I don't need the moon. You're enough for me. After she finished speaking, she became extremely shy and quickly pushed Lin Cheng away, saying, "Okay, go back to sleep quickly, we have to go out to sea tonight." "Good." Lin Cheng smiled gently upon hearing this, hugged Su Qing's head, and kissed her again. He actually guessed why Xiao Qing was being so emotional and proactive today. He was simply pretending to be looking for her second brother, when in reality he was going to gamble at the casino. But then he discovered that he had truly turned over a new leaf. This made Lin Cheng feel both heartache and warmth. What pained him was that he had been a scoundrel for so long, yet his wife still chose to save face for him and did not question him on the spot. What warmed him was that he had not let Xiao Qing down. After the couple arrived home, they brought their son, who was playing wildly outside, to the house. After a quick wash, they both went to sleep. Because there aren't many entertainment options these days, everyone goes to bed quite early. After all, let alone cell phones, there were only 3 black and white TVs in the whole village. People are still basically working from sunrise to sunset. Although Lin Cheng's physical condition had improved, he was still not at the point where he didn't need to sleep. After spending some time being affectionate with his wife and children, he fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the sky outside the window was filled with stars and all was quiet. Su Qing was no longer by his side. Only Xiao Bao had one leg draped over him and one hand stuffed in his mouth, eating and sleeping soundly. The room was lit only by a dim yellow light bulb, and there were sounds coming from the small kitchen next door, which meant that Xiao Qing was making breakfast for herself. With his wife already up, Lin Cheng decided it was time to get out of bed. He got up, brushed his teeth, and washed his face. Looking at the sky, he estimated the time to be around 2:30 or 3 o'clock. "Luckily I haven't slept in it." Lin Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. He had been reminding Lao Jiang not to delay the time, because if he overslept, he would be extremely embarrassed. He glanced at the small kitchen and saw that the flatbread and porridge on the pot were already heated up, and his wife was tending the fire behind it. "I'll just grab something quick and easy. Why are you getting up so early too?" Lin Cheng said with some heartache. "I was thinking of giving you something hot to eat, it's so cold at sea." Su Qing was clearly still sleepy, her eyes were almost closed, and her pretty face looked a little listless. "Okay, hurry up and go back to bed, or Xiao Bao will cry again if he wakes up and can't find you." Su Qing responded verbally, but her hands kept moving. She brought the porridge and side dishes to the table, checked the fish traps Lin Cheng would need for the sea trip, and helped prepare food for them at sea. Lin Cheng felt a pang of heartache seeing this. What man goes to sea as busy as his wife? Most men just grab some dry food and call it a day, but Lin Cheng is cooking so early in the morning. After Su Qing finished her work, he had almost finished his breakfast. He picked up his things and said, "All right, go back inside. It's cold outside. Wait for your husband to bring back another boatload of fish for you today." "Okay, good luck, Xiao Qing." Su Qing smiled sweetly and agreed, even waving her hand like Xiao Bao, but in her heart she didn't believe it at all. After all, how could a fisherman catch fish every day? The ocean isn't his own property. He can't possibly encounter schools of fish every time. But the fact that the small town could go out to sea already made her extremely satisfied, even 100%. Of course, I wouldn't dampen my husband's enthusiasm. They're gone. After saying that, Lin Cheng headed straight for the dock. It was around 3 a.m., and there were a few people scattered along the road leading from the village to the dock, mostly fishermen preparing to go out to sea to fish. Many acquaintances were surprised to see Lin Cheng, clearly not expecting him to be there so early. A person's name, a tree's shadow. Lin Cheng's reputation as a good-for-nothing had been circulating in the village for many years. Even when he hauled a boatload of small yellow croakers, everyone just thought he was lucky and didn't expect him to be that hard-working. This time, they really set sail at 3 o'clock, which surprised many people. "The third son of the Lin family has really turned over a new leaf. I thought he was just saying that." "Yes, we were lucky. We caught a whole boatload of small yellow croakers on just one voyage. That's why our ancestors always said that a prodigal son's return is more precious than gold. There's really a reason for that." Many of these people usually use lynching as a negative example to teach their children and grandchildren, but today they all took the initiative to greet him, because as long as you are willing to work, it is an honor. Lynching greeted them all with smiles. Regardless of what people say behind their backs or how they are treated in the village, fishermen always stick together when it comes to going out to sea. After all, the sea is ruthless, and no one can guarantee that something might happen to them. Who knows, someone might lend a helping hand and save your life. When they arrived at the dock, just as they were about to look for Jiang Ping, they ran into their father and older brother. Lin's father still had his usual stern face, but when he saw that Lin Cheng had actually gotten up at 3 o'clock, he softened considerably and said, "You did well this time. Keep it up next time. Just don't come today and rest tomorrow. Earn more money to support the children. You have 2 kids." Lin Dong, the eldest brother, was also somewhat relieved and earnestly instructed. "Xiaoqing, please be very careful when rowing. Don't go to seas you haven't been to before or that are too far away. Also, if you're not a good swimmer, tie a rope around your body. Don't worry about losing face." Compared to Lin Cheng's idleness, the eldest brother is the one in the family who is most like their father. He is honest, hard-working, and willing to endure great hardship. He also takes special care of his younger brother. "Father, elder brother, I know everything, so please don't worry." Lin Cheng felt a warmth in his heart and asked, "Where are you going today? Are you still chasing the little yellow croaker?" "I'm not going. The flood season is probably over. We didn't catch many small yellow croakers yesterday. If it weren't for the half net of ribbon fish we caught, we wouldn't have even made back the cost of the fuel." Lin Dong shook his head and said, "My dad and I are going to our usual spot to see if we can get some swimming crabs and prawns. You can come with us too. There are plenty of squid there, and the prices are good. Autumn is the golden season for catching these species, and it is also the second peak season for fishermen. I'll go check again in a couple of days. This time, I'll go back to the place where I caught the small yellow croaker before. Maybe the fish haven't dispersed yet," Lin Cheng said, shaking his head. In reality, he still longed for the abalone and prawns on his shady reef. Both of these are very expensive locally. Prawns need no introduction. They are extremely famous in later generations. Abalone, on the other hand, is extremely precious because it is basically not produced in the local waters of Jiangsu province, and even when it is harvested, it is only sporadic. If Lin Cheng could go and retrieve it, he wouldn't hesitate to bring back anything, not just bicycles and sewing machines, but even a television. All right. Seeing this, Lin Dong didn't try to persuade them further. Although it was unlikely that the fish would stay, who could say for sure? Fishing these days is always a mystery. A place that seems impossible to catch fish might just be the place where you catch a big yellow croaker. Then Dad and I will set off first. Lin Dong waved the oil drum in his hand and said goodbye to Lin Cheng. "Yes, have a safe journey, may Mazu protect you." Lin Cheng also called out, watching the iron boat rumble away from the dock. Although he was prepared to rock and roll for a while, he was still a little envious when he looked at the roaring machine ship. After all, this thing really saved a lot of effort. "What are you looking at?" Just as Lin Cheng was pondering how much money he needed to save to afford a second-hand iron boat, Jiang Ping arrived, carrying a bucket of fresh water, and asked sleepily, "Look at the iron boat." Lin Cheng, refreshed by the sea breeze, said, "I'm still figuring out how long it will take before I can afford one. It's still a long way off." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping said, "I've already inquired about it. The shipyard in our county is charging 3,200 for a brand new iron-hulled boat, completely bare except for the engine and hull. I heard the price will go up again after the new year." "What about second-hand ones?" Lin Cheng asked. "He's an old fisherman. He's been sailing his tin boat for 7 or 8 years. As long as the engine is working, nothing else matters." Jiang Ping scoffed. "Even a second-hand one costs 1,700 or 1,800. The key is that nobody wants to sell it. This thing can generate money every day. Unless someone is buying a bigger ship, forget about it." "All right." Lin Cheng sighed, completely giving up. After all, there's no place right now that can provide him with a down payment loan to buy a boat, and even if there were, he only has $200 in savings. He can't possibly spend it all, can he? What if something happens? So, we still have to get the abalone. As long as we can catch all the abalone on those reefs, the iron boat will definitely be enough. That's why he brought several extra sacks and 2 fire tongs today. Let's go! Thinking of this, Lin Qing felt his blood boiling, and he didn't even feel the sea breeze was cold anymore. He tightened his old cotton-padded coat, and dragged Lao Jiang to go out to sea immediately. No, wait a minute, I took the trawl net to my dad to mend it, and he hasn't brought it to me yet. Jiang Ping quickly called a halt. You think you can be a nun? You've been thinking about bicycles all day, haven't you? Lin Qing was about to curse. You spent the whole day yesterday and still couldn't get it done. Minesweeper, my dad's out to sea today too, he won't have to wait more than a few minutes. Jiang Ping hurriedly begged for mercy. Lin Qing snorted, then suddenly realized and said, You know English, huh? What are mosquitoes? Jiang Ping asked, puzzled. There shouldn't be many mosquitoes now that it's autumn. Do you still have any at your house? Lin Qing was completely silenced. You just can't talk to someone like Chiang Kai-shek who has no culture. Oh, I see, you mean Minesweeper, right? Jiang Ping wasn't really stupid. He quickly realized what was going on and said, It's not English. It's what my second cousin, who works at the docks, heard from a Hong Kong boss. It's called Cantonese, not English. Lin Qing took a deep breath, patted Lao Jiang on the shoulder, and said, All right, brother, just pretend I didn't say anything. You think you can fool me? Explain yourself. Old Chang glared at him. Helpless, Lin Qing could only explain to him that sorry is in English, not Cantonese. Yeah? Jiang Ping said with some doubt. But my second cousin said it with absolute certainty, that it means sorry in Cantonese. And how did you know that? I remember you were only in 2nd grade, a year behind me. Nonsense, I only finished 2nd grade, but my wife graduated from junior high. Lin Qing scoffed. Don't even mention Minesweeper. I also know good morning, goodbye, you know? Holy crap. You're really good at this. Jiang Ping was immediately shocked. He always thought Lin Qing was just like him, an uneducated country bumpkin. Lin Qing showed off for a while, then suddenly said, I can speak Cantonese too. I'll teach you a phrase. When you see someone from Guangdong in the future, you can greet them by saying so hi, and ask them if they've eaten by saying Dio Lei Lao Mao. So hi. Dire Lao Mao. Jiang Ping repeated it twice, finding it quite novel, and said, Your dialect from another region is quite interesting. It's a little softer than our hard, unpleasant accent. If I run into you again, I'll go up and say hello. He spoke with great satisfaction, feeling that he had truly learned something. Lin Qing tried hard to suppress his laughter, already imagining what it would be like for Chiang Kai-shek to meet his brothers from Guangdong province. By the way, Donghua ran into me yesterday, and you'd never guess what he said. Jiang Ping added, This guy said he saw that we made money at sea and couldn't even carry the bags anymore. He said he was also planning to find someone to go to sea with him. Maybe we'll run into each other today. There are many people of the same age in the village, but the 3 of them are the best friends. Although their relationship is not as close as Lin Qing and Jiang Ping's, they are still close friends. And the fact that they can hang out together shows that they are also idle hooligans in the village. However, compared to Jiang Ping and Lin Qing's better-off families, Donghua's family was in a worse situation. His father was a bricklayer who would build houses for others when there was work, and carry bags at the docks when there was no work. He was someone who could be idle but insisted on being idle, and sometimes he had no choice but to work. These past few days, his father has been forcing him to work at the docks carrying bags, earning a meager wage of $1.20 a day. However, this was actually a good thing, as it allowed him to perfectly avoid gambling and prevented him from losing all his savings. This is a good thing. Carrying bags has no future, but at least fishing has something to look forward to. Lin Qing asked. Did he find the boat? His idea was that if Donghua couldn't find someone to go with him on the boat, he could learn to use his family's unused sampan and give it to Donghua to use, charging him a small fee as a token gesture. In his past life, Donghua didn't have a good life. He got into a fight while working as a porter at the dock and ended up in prison for 3 years. He didn't learn his father's bricklayer skills and relied on odd jobs to make a living. He didn't find a widow with a child to live with until he was 40. Lin Qing had already moved to the county town, and because he traveled around with the ocean-going fishing boats, he could only return to his hometown during the spring festival each year. As a result, he didn't have the chance to help his brother. He only remembered that every time he went back, Donghua would fill a bag with sweet potatoes for him, and every year he would leave him some persimmon cakes from his doorstep. "What are you looking for? This kid is ruthless. He didn't even consult his father. He just took out the wedding money his uncle had hidden for him and bought a sampan from the Zhou family for 150 yuan. Jiang Ping said with a sense of shock. "No, he probably doesn't know how to fish either. What are we going to do with him after we buy him? Are we going to hire someone to teach him?" Lin Qing was also dumbfounded. He knew that Donghua was always impulsive, somewhat like Jiang Ping, but he didn't know he could do something like this. Buying a boat is no problem, but you have to know how to do it. You can't just learn how to row and then start working, can you? Chapter 42 Pufferfish and Opportunity. Isn't this just pure luck? I don't know. Jiang Ping also looked helpless and said, "I guess he asked his father for help. I heard that Uncle Jing worked in the fishing team for 2 years before he became a bricklayer after learning his skills." Lin Qing is really stupid. No, is it really acceptable for a fishing business to require the whole family to switch careers? You know, bricklayers are in high demand in the village now. They have a stable income regardless of drought or flood, and they eat well. He doesn't know how it is in the city, but in the surrounding villages, they earn more than $1 a day and are provided with lunch. When the roof is completed and the beams are raised, they even get a feast. This got Uncle Jing to become a fisherman too. However, it's not necessarily a bad thing. For Uncle Jing, being a bricklayer doesn't have the same potential as being a fisherman. After all, he's not a foreman who can guarantee a job. If he could make a name for himself as a fisherman, he could get a new iron boat in a year or two, and his whole family might become rich. Alright, I just wanted to tell you about this. My dad's here, I'm going to get the net first. Jiang Ping saw his father's figure, went over to get the repaired trawl net, and then called Lin Qing to get on the boat and start rowing quickly. They still need to go to the same sea area as before, and it will take more than 2 hours just to row. Let's go out to sea! Jiang Ping shouted as he jumped onto the boat, his voice trembling, after retrieving the net. May Mazu protect us. Lin Qing also prayed silently, and then vigorously started rowing the paddleboard. Soon, the small sampan disappeared into the lights of the dock, like pepper sprinkled into a pot. The sea at dawn is deep and beautiful, with a bright moon hanging in the sky. The light from the headlights of the two people shaking their heads is reflected on the sea, creating a rather beautiful scene that makes people feel good. If you ignore the chill of late autumn and the salty smell of the sea breeze, it is really a good place to relax and travel. Unfortunately, the two people rowing late at night had no mood to appreciate the scenery, and were only thinking about getting to their destination as soon as possible. Why did my dad suddenly change his route today? Otherwise, we could have hitched a ride with him, Jiang Ping said, panting. I guess they went to catch squid. I saw they brought 2 pretty big lanterns with them. Lin Qing guessed it. Cuttlefish, also known locally as inkfish, are strongly attracted to light, and fishermen often use light to lure them for fishing. However, cuttlefish generally live in sandy or muddy waters with moderate depths, which does not match the locations they usually frequent. It seems so. My mother mentioned it last night, saying that she went to catch squid with my second uncle and the others. Jiang Ping scratched his head, then couldn't help but let out a huge yawn. Although they had resolved to turn over a new leaf with Lin Qing, getting up at 3 o'clock was still too difficult for them, especially since he had watched TV at the neighbor's house last night, and he and his wife didn't go to sleep until after 10 o'clock at night, only getting a little over 4 hours of sleep in total. But the thought of television completely banished his sleepiness, and he exclaimed excitedly, Hey Qingzi, why is television so good? The characters inside can not only move but also talk. Especially the Shanghai Bund episode that aired yesterday, it was so interesting. If I had one at home, I would watch it 24 hours a day. What nonsense are you going to show me? It'll just be snowflakes when it's time to go. Lin Qing scoffed. Nowadays, TV stations don't have that many programs to air. When the time comes, you'll just have to stare blankly at that weird pattern. That's true. Why didn't they just release it all at once? I was really enjoying it yesterday, and then it suddenly ended. Jiang Ping also joined in the criticism, saying that the people at the TV station were just sleepy and wouldn't broadcast anything. Lin Qing was too lazy to waste words with him and said, "Stop talking nonsense and throw the net to me. Have we encountered a school of fish? Should we set up a trawl net?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping was startled, handed over the net, and stood up to look around. You should know that the process for small yellow croaker was the same before. First, cast nets were used, and then trawl nets were used. It's in my dreams. Lin Qing curled his lip and said, "It's a squid. It was attracted by our headlamps. I'll cast a net and see." They must have been passing by the squid's habitat when the headlamp's light attracted them, and they followed the light. It's not easy to do without a cuttlefish hook, is it? Jiang Ping was disappointed for a moment, but quickly cheered up again. Squid costs 3 cents a pound. A truly high-priced catch. The cuttlefish hook he mentioned is a tool used locally for catching squid. It is usually made of lead as bait, and has barbs on it. Once the squid takes the bait, it can never escape. It was close, but that's not what we're after. We'll catch as many as we can. Lin Qing told Jiang Ping to hold the headlamp steady, then he swung the hand-throwing net and threw it directly at the light source. With a plop, the lead weight quickly plunged into the sea, followed by the sound of many squid splashing. Then, a patch of seawater instantly turned black, as the squid spewed out ink when they escaped. Quite a few! Lin Qing was pleasantly surprised. Normally, the squid season here is from April to June, from the beginning of summer to the summer solstice. This is the peak spawning period for squid. In other seasons, they can only catch them sporadically with trawls. But I didn't expect to catch so many in one net. There are 30 or 40 of them. There are also 2 pufferfish and a swimming crab that hasn't grown up yet. Jiang Ping glanced at it and was overjoyed. They had already made a great start before even arriving at their destination. I just forgot to bring the wine, otherwise I would have made a quick stir-fry and eaten it right at sea. It would have been so delicious. Jiang Ping said, somewhat craving something. Lin Qing swallowed hard at what he said. Stir-fried squid and drunken shrimp were famous local dishes, delicious whether eaten with alcohol or on their own. Stop talking, or I'll get hungry. Lin Qing shook off these thoughts and said, You hold the lamp, I'll pick up the squid. He carefully put the thieves one by one into the bucket to avoid being sprayed with ink. He counted about 45, but they were not very big, obviously not as big as those that came during the spring flood. They weighed only 12 or 13 pounds in total. The 2 pufferfish were also a decent size, so he took them all. The only remaining swimming crab that hadn't grown up was thrown back into the sea by Lin Qing, who muttered, Come back when it's grown up, or go back and have your parents come. Laugh. Jiang Ping laughed and chimed in. Yes, it would be best to get a whole boatload. If we could haul a boatload of swimming crabs back, I'd bring home a black and white TV tomorrow. After chatting and laughing, the 2 continued rowing vigorously, and finally, just as dawn was breaking, they reached the spot where they had caught the small yellow croaker last time. On the way, Lin Qing set down several fish traps, planning to collect them on the return trip. Shall we try making a strike first? Jiang Ping said with some anticipation. Although fish won't stay in the same place after being caught, the ocean is always amazing. Fish don't have much of a brain, so the fish might still be there, which is why they struggled to get here. Let me find my way. Lin Qing didn't rush to cast the net, but instead tried to recapture that feeling of anticipation he had before about the catch. But it was like using a powerful skill and then going on cooldown. Even though old Zhang's boat had rowed 2 miles, Lin Qing still couldn't find the same feeling as before. Does that mean it can't be used every day? Lin Qing thought about it for a moment, and felt that it was normal. After all, he wasn't a sonar or radar for finding fish. If he could find schools of fish every day, that would really be abnormal. I don't feel anything, let's try dragging one net first. He wasn't disappointed. After all, he came here for the abalone, and the fish were not so important. Become. Jiang Ping wasn't too disappointed. After all, fishermen rely on the weather for their livelihood, and he was just a heavy laborer. It was already good enough that someone as capable as Qingzi was willing to take him under his wing. The two immediately found bamboo poles, mounted the net, and resumed their manual net dragging operation. Then they hauled the net in with all their might, trying to catch as many fish as possible along the path. Although they had been through it before, the purely manual labor still left the two of them feeling overwhelmed. Because trawls carry not only fish that are passing by, but also silt, seaweed, and the wet net itself, which can weigh several times more than the catch. However, they were smarter today. Instead of using the method of releasing and dragging the net, they released the net, then rowed the boat. When the distance was about right, the two of them stood side by side on the boat and pulled the net rope directly. This process lasted for nearly an hour before Lin Qing decisively chose to close the net. We need to save our energy for the abalone on the deserted island later. Even so, the two grown men were still panting heavily, their arms aching and grimacing. However, seeing the considerable haul in their nets, both of them smiled with satisfaction and then picked up their pace to continue working. Slow down! Slow down! Old Jiang, move to the right, or the boat will capsize. Okay, pull harder! Pull! After exerting all its strength, the small sampan rocked violently, and the trawl net was finally pulled up. This net was naturally not as good as the previous one that caught a whole bunch of small yellow croakers, but the silvery luster still excited the two of them. Although the net scooped up a lot of seaweed, it also revealed many silvery creatures, mostly ribbon fish. The rest were silver pomfret. All of them were quite expensive. Especially the latter, silver pomfret, are strictly purchased according to their size, and they were very lucky today, filling their pockets with large silver pomfret weighing over 2 pounds. For fish of this size, the purchase price offered by the purchasing point is at least 1.2 yuan per pound. The ribbon fish are also good, about 30 cents a pound. The advantage is the large quantity. The main reason is that they are caught with nets, so their appearance is not as good as those caught by hook, and therefore the price is lower. If they are caught with hooks, they are shiny and silvery, and they are 50 cents a pound. Catching their breath, the two work together to clean the trawl net, sorting the catch into different categories. Ribbonfish were kept separate from silver pomfret, while small, worthless fish were simply tossed into the bucket. Just before the end, the two were given a surprise inside the net. Pufferfish! Lin Qing's eyes lit up. Baiyu Rou! Jiang Ping was also pleasantly surprised. Actually, they were talking about the same thing, but the latter was just a dialect term, referring to the guy in later online videos who often puffs up like a balloon when he gets angry and is used to polished shoes. Don't underestimate this unassuming creature, it commands a high price. After all, the deliciousness of pufferfish has been passed down from ancient times. Even though the government issued a ban on eating pufferfish in 1979, it couldn't stop gourmets' love for it. Official purchasing points might not accept it, but the fishermen at the docks never refuse it. Large pufferfish in spring can even fetch as much as 5 yuan. If it's sold to a restaurant, the price is even higher, possibly reaching 8 yuan. Unfortunately, what they caught were autumn pufferfish, which are small and less poisonous. They were juvenile fish, locally called little pufferfish, and sold for about 2 cents a pound, the same price as small yellow croaker. But it was still much better than the cheap fish that cost a few cents a pound, and the two happily put it away. Jiang Ping, who knew how to eat, said, Qingzi, could you get me 2 of these little bastards later? I'll have my wife make them to go with my drinks, and deduct them from my share. You should just rest. Lin Qing refused outright. Although the venom glands of pufferfish are not fully developed in autumn, according to local custom, as long as the internal organs are removed and the pufferfish is cooked thoroughly, there will be no problem. But no matter how long the local folk remedies have been passed down, and no matter how young the pufferfish is, it is still poisonous. If not handled properly, it could kill a person. He didn't want his childhood friend to take that risk. Stop talking nonsense! All the fish are for sale. If you want some, take 2 silver pomfret with you. It's free. Okay, I won't eat it, alright? I'll do whatever you say. Jiang Ping shrank back and immediately chose to surrender. Although he usually considered himself the eldest brother, among the 3 of his childhood friends, including Donghua, Lin Qing always made the decisions. After being told this, he immediately dared not act rashly. It's not that I don't want you to eat, but if you really want to go to town, I'll find a licensed chef to cook for you. Lin Qing said. Have you forgotten what happened to Ma Dajiao's family in the east a few years ago? They were all sent to the hospital, and they almost died. They can't even walk steadily now. Pufferfish is delicious, so there are bound to be brave souls who dare to try it. In their village, there was one such brave man who was lucky enough to have his stomach pumped at the hospital in time. Otherwise, his whole family would be almost in elementary school by now. I was just hungry, Qingzi. Don't be angry. I won't eat it again. Jiang Ping wasn't ungrateful. The two had grown up together, and knew Lin Qing was doing it for his own good. After the two talked for a while, Jiang Ping suddenly remembered something and said, Speaking of Ma Jiao's family, I just remembered something. They said they want to sell their tin boat. Huh? Why? Lin Qing immediately became interested. He's currently interested in iron boats, since rowing is really tiring. However, it's strange that Ma Dajiao's family wants to sell their boat. This is an important means of production for fishermen, and it's no exaggeration to say it's like a hen laying eggs. In particular, Ma Dajiao was the first family in the village to buy a tin boat. It is said that several people pooled their resources to buy it by taking advantage of the policy. But later, for some reason, it became his own. It's been almost 3 years since he got it, and he has certainly made a lot of money, otherwise he wouldn't have been willing to eat pufferfish. It's because he ate pufferfish. It seems like his hands and feet are trembling and he can't work anymore. He's planning to open a dried goods store in the city. Jiang Ping shook his head and said, But for his boat, many people ask about the price, but not many are interested. Why? Lin Qing asked curiously. Jiang Ping said with some disdain, The price is too high. His boat was retired from an old fishing team. The paint is all peeling off, and it only has 10 horsepower, but he's asking for 1,800. Who would be willing to pay that? I think this family is really money hungry. The price of a second-hand iron boat is around 1,500 to 1,600 yuan now. 1,800 yuan would be ridiculously expensive, especially for a small one like his. The fishing team replaced the boats with 20 horsepower engines last year. Moreover, I heard that the fishing team will be getting new boats after the new year, and another batch of boats will be sold. People in each village who can afford them are waiting for these, so naturally they don't have much interest. Lin Qing had some recollection of this matter after hearing Jiang Ping mention it. Ma Dajiao sold this boat in his past life, and actually sold it for a high price of 1,800. The reason is simple: the fishing fleet, which was supposed to be replacing its old boats in December of this year, did not release them for sale until June of the following year. Actually, Ma Dajiao himself was about to give up, and he announced early on that he would only pay 1,400. Who knew that the fishing team would issue an announcement the next day, which made his boat a hot commodity? Someone added 400 to the price and bought it for 1,800. Lin Qing's eyes lit up. Nobody knows yet that the fishing team doesn't have any old boats to sell this year. Isn't this our chance? Chapter 43, Abalone. Abalone. However, this matter cannot be rushed. First, I don't have enough money to buy a boat. Second, if I take the initiative to approach them, they will only drive up the price. I need to find a suitable time to make a move. With that thought in mind, Lin Qing shook his head, temporarily putting aside these irrelevant thoughts, and said, Let's rest for a while, then we'll head over there. He pointed to the area where the reef was located in his memory. If it weren't for the lure of the iron boat, he wouldn't be in such a hurry. But he already had the goods, only the money was missing. Of course, he had to work hard and try to find the place today and pry all the abalone back. Good. Jiang Ping naturally had no objections. His success was entirely due to his childhood friend Lin Cheng's willingness to mentor him. The two ate some of the dry rations they had brought, and feeling better, they rode in the direction Lin Cheng had indicated. However, after circling around several times, they still couldn't find the exact location. Jiang Ping couldn't help but ask, "Qingzi, what exactly are we looking for?" He doesn't mind putting in the effort, but just spinning around at sea doesn't seem like a good idea. The time they spent wandering around was enough for them to haul in another net of fish. Reef area. As Lin Cheng spoke, he was also a little puzzled. He remembered very clearly that he was in this area in his previous life. After all, he had climbed up there and pried open several abalones. Why was there none here? It can't be because he was reborn and wiped out that whole reef area, right? Where can we find this? Jiang Ping was dumbfounded after hearing this and said, "Qingzi, are you running a fever? Our land here is a vast plain, and the sea is almost the same. If you want to find a reef area, you have to go to Lian City." Indeed, the coastal areas of Jiangsu province, where they live, are mostly characterized by yellow water and muddy puddles, due to the silt carried into the sea by large rivers such as the Yangtze and Huaihe. The seabed is also very flat, like a large plain. There are very few reef areas in the nearshore areas, and even deserted islands are fewer than in other sea areas. If I say it exists, then it exists, Lin Cheng said. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and open your eyes wide and search hard. If we can't find it, we'll spend the night at sea. Dry. Jiang Ping's face turned green, but there was nothing he could do but open his eyes wide and search frantically. Because Lin Cheng was ruthless since he was little, I remember one year he suggested catching toads to play with. It was winter, and the toads were all hibernating in their burrows, but he insisted on digging a hole himself, nearly a meter deep, and managed to catch 2 toads. If we can't find it today, we might really have to find a deserted island to spend the night. The two circled around several more times until the sun was high in the sky and it was already midday. Jiang Ping was so sleepy that he could barely keep his eyes open when Lin Cheng suddenly saw a dark shadow. Stop! Stop! Row back! Lin Cheng jumped in surprise and shouted, Hurry up, I think I found it. Okay. Jiang Ping instantly snapped out of his daze, responded, and turned around to row the oars with all his might. As the ship drew closer, the shadow finally came into view of Lin Cheng. A large, hidden reef. It was only at this moment that Lin Cheng realized why they hadn't discovered it before. This reef wasn't a traditional underwater reef, but rather a floating reef. It was invisible underwater during high tide and surface during low tide, making it easy to spot. It's around noon now, which is the time of low tide this month, so this area is being exposed. Could there be any fish in here? Jiang Ping was overjoyed to find the place Lin Cheng wanted, but he soon scratched his head in frustration. You'll know when you get there. Lin Cheng chuckled. They have very few reefs in their area, so the fishermen are naturally unaware of the benefits of reef areas, but he had been there in his previous life. Do you have any fish? Remove the question mark and replace it with an exclamation mark. There's fish. And there are many. He arrived late in his past life and caught over 6 pounds of abalone and 3 sea bass. Now this whole rocky area is shared by the 2 childhood friends. They're going to take off. The thought of this dark, rocky area being replaced by a tin boat in a few days filled him with excitement. Seeing Jiang Ping raise his hand as if to take a break, Lin Cheng said directly, What's the point of resting? Hurry up and finish your game. Do you still want the TV? Holy crap! I'm a human being, not a donkey pulling a millstone. I'm practically sending sparks flying from the oars. Jiang Ping rolled his eyes upon hearing this, instinctively wanting to protest, but quickly widened his eyes and said, What the hell did you say? A television? Me? His family was among the best in the village. His maternal uncle was the village party secretary, and he had 2 older sisters, one of whom married a policeman at the border post and the other married a military officer. They also owned a tin boat. They were definitely the upper class in the village. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to go directly to the county town to buy a bicycle without even receiving the fish money. But he never dared to dream of owning a television. Besides being too eye-catching, the main reason is that the family only recently acquired the tin boat. His family and Lin Cheng's family bought their tin boats at the same time. Although they didn't take out any debts, they still managed to deplete their savings. Of course, they couldn't even dream of buying a TV that cost a few hundred yuan. Now that Lin Cheng suddenly tells him he can buy a TV, how could he not be excited? Qingzi, you're not kidding me! The cheapest 9-inch black and white peony print costs 380 yuan. Jiang Ping swallowed hard. A 9-inch black and white? Clean up this rocky area, and I'll show you a 14-inch colored Great Wall. Lin Cheng's tone became arrogant as he looked at the reef area so close at hand. What's 300 or 400? The abalone in this rocky area was so abundant that whoever discovered it built 3 large brick houses. After being forced to make it public, the villagers also got a taste of the soup. You can imagine how valuable the abalone here is. Holy crap! If this were a 14-inch color TV, I'd be willing to die here today. Jiang Ping's eyes turned red. He knew the price of this thing. It could buy 3 black and white televisions. The starting price was $1,000. You said it yourself, so don't complain about being tired later. Lin Cheng smiled because he said that to motivate his childhood friend. After all, simply finding abalone isn't enough. We have to catch them all. Unlike other swimming marine creatures that can be easily scooped up with a net, abalone attaches itself to the reef wall, and it takes a lot of effort for an adult to pry it off. I'm definitely not afraid. I'd be willing to work myself to death here, Jiang Ping said fiercely. 5 minutes later, the two finally arrived at the area where the reef was located. Without even looking carefully, they could see abalone clinging to the rocks. Although they weren't very big, their sheer number made up for it. Not to mention the various fish swimming among the exposed rocks, black sea bream, mackerel, and small yellow croaker. Jiang Ping's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. How can there be so many? What are all these? Have you ever heard of abalone? Lin Cheng could not hide his excitement. This is abalone? Jiang Ping was really about to collapse. Despite his family having been fishermen for 3 generations, this was the first time he had ever seen abalone. Because it's not produced locally at all, and you can't even find abalone in the market. In addition, abalone was generally intended for export at this time, so it's not surprising that people hadn't seen it before. But to say you've never heard of it before is an understatement. You've heard of it far too often. The 8 delicacies of the sea, passed down from ancient times, need no introduction. Abalone and lobster are now practically synonymous with preciousness. Uncle Fu won't accept this, will he? Jiang Ping asked cautiously. Are you kidding me? Lin Cheng couldn't hold back any longer and said, Have you gone mad from rowing? This is abalone. It's something the country uses to earn foreign exchange. Are you going to sell it to Uncle Fu and make him a middleman? We'll definitely sell them directly in the county town. Although Uncle Fu and his fellow fishermen could afford to eat it all if they brought it back to the dock, and at worst they could help contact a restaurant owner, abalone is too expensive. If they're not careful, the price difference could be as much as that of a large yellow croaker. Lin Cheng is unwilling to sell it locally. He has to sell it elsewhere. Secondly, it's also because they're afraid of being envied. After all, the lessons learned from his past life were still fresh in his mind, and he didn't want to bring a whole bunch of people with him. Right. We can't bring it back to the dock and sell it cheaply. What do Lin Dafu and his gang know about abalone? We need to find a big boss to sell it to. It would be best to sell it directly to a restaurant. Jiang Ping then realized what was happening and quickly replied. It should sell for at least 3 yuan per jean. What restaurant can possibly eat so many abalone? Lin Cheng almost died laughing at his childhood friend. The price difference was outrageous. Based on his knowledge from his previous life, even in Fujian, a province known for its torrential rains, abalone would cost between 3 and 5 yuan per gene, 500 grams, depending on its size. Since they don't produce abalone locally, and it's rare, the price should be at least double. Alright, the exposed area is big enough for a person to stand on. Let's hurry up and get down. As Lin Qing spoke, he handed Jiang Ping a screwdriver, which he had prepared in advance, and instructed him. Be careful to stand firm and don't fall. Also, don't use brute force. Squeeze them from the edge inwards, mainly to separate them from the rocks. Also, there might be stonefish here, so be very careful. Good. Jiang Ping listened carefully and was the first to jump onto the reef. Although he was prepared, the slippery reef still made him almost slip and fall. He wobbled a couple of times before he was able to stand up. If this were done in later generations, without waterproof gloves, an abalone knife, or a safety rope, it would be an absolutely dangerous operation. But now, why would desperate fishermen care about this? Lin Qing didn't care at all. He tied the rope at the bow of the boat to the highest reef to prevent the boat from drifting away. Then he got off the boat, tied the urea bag around his waist, and fastened it up. 1, 2, 3. Lin Qing was a skilled worker in his past life, so he was naturally adept at buttoning them, and he didn't even have to use much force to put the abalones into the bag. Jiang Ping was a little slower, but as he gradually mastered the technique, his speed increased. After all, he grew up by the sea and had at least shucked abalone and oysters before. Even when their backs ached from exhaustion, the two didn't lift their heads. They just sat on the rocks and continued digging. After all, this is abalone. Deducting a few extra would be equivalent to a day's wages for an average worker. They returned to the boat after they had collected most of the abalone from the top, intending to rest for a while and wait for the tide to recede further before heading to other places. How many? Lin Qing asked a question. Half a bag. Jiang Ping was already panting heavily, and his fingers were white from being soaked in seawater, but his face was full of excitement. He lifted the bag behind him and showed it to Lin Qing, saying, At least 20 pounds. At the price you said, that's more than 100 yuan. I never knew money could be so easy to earn in my life. What's this? Lin Qing shook his head and said, We're just doing small-scale operations. Not to mention those who are engaged in aquaculture. A single haul of their big ships into the sea would be enough to keep us busy for half a month. He wasn't referring to ocean-going fishing vessels, but rather large steel ships that were a step up from metal boats in the local area. How can you compare them? Each boat costs tens of thousands of yuan. A single trawl net costs 2,000 yuan. Jiang Ping didn't care about that at all, and said happily, I don't need any big steel-hulled ships. I just want to be able to hold this every day. You wish. They'd keep digging into your grave every day. Having this one reef is enough for us to go to the Mazu temple to burn incense. Lin Qing smiled and shook his head, reminding him. By the way, don't pack too much in your bags later. Keep it to a maximum of 35 jin, 12.5 kilograms, otherwise it'll be crushed. Put it on the boat once it's almost full. Jiang Ping nodded vigorously and said, Burning incense for Mazu is a given, and I'll burn incense for you too. Damn, if I weren't older, I'd really like to kowtow to you. Qingzi, I'm telling you the truth, when you say you're partnering with me, you're really just helping me make money, and even giving me a share. Even a biological father wouldn't be this good. Hearing his sentiments, Lin Qing teased. Then why don't you call me Dad and let me hear it? Roll. Jiang Ping glared and said, I'll definitely have one later, but this one is definitely not going to work. My dad's still around, he'd beat me to death if he found out. Ha ha. Lin Qing laughed loudly. Alright, you grew up naked, why are you talking about this? If you really want to thank me, then give your daughter to my son in marriage. I think they're a good match. Go die somewhere else. Even when called Dad, Jiang Ping hadn't broken down yet. His eyes widened instantly, and he said, I only have one daughter. She'll be married by 30. Your Lin Xiaojun, with his snotty nose, dares to dream of that. You'd better give up on that idea. It's no wonder the two brothers were so compatible. At that time, the prevailing social norm was to favor sons over daughters. Some people have paid so much in fines that they're practically bankrupt, yet they still grit their teeth and insist on having a son. But they both adored their daughter and wanted to pamper her like a treasure. Hey, that's not funny. My son's runny nose is just because it's cold in winter. He's good looking. And he's very smart. He might be the first college student in the village. Lin Qing kept praising it to his son. Although my son is only 4 years old, by Chinese reckoning, and it's not time to plant seaweed yet, how can a father not plan ahead? We'll talk about that after we pass the exam. Jiang Ping, his beard bristling and eyes wide, suddenly said, Wait a minute, why don't you say you're giving your daughter to my future son? My wife and I are planning to have another son. Of course not. Lin Qing chuckled and said, You stinking fisherman, your family is no match for my daughter. Question mark. A question mark slowly appeared above Jiang Ping's head as he said, Aren't all the people in the village fishermen? And aren't you one too? Can those be the same? Lin Qing argued vehemently, then added bluntly, Besides, your head is too small, only 1.6 meters tall. Your son will be at most 1.7 meters tall. I'm 1.8 meters tall, my wife is 1.6 meters tall, and our daughter will be at least 1.7 meters tall and a great beauty in the future. You're definitely not a good match for her. Besides, you're all dark-skinned, like a lump of coal, so your son probably won't be much fairer either. Fuck your grandpa. Jiang Ping was thoroughly embarrassed by what he was being said. If it were any other fisherman in the village, he certainly wouldn't have been so defensive. After all, everyone is the same, exposed to the sea breeze and drinking salt water. No one is any fairer than anyone else. Even the good-for-nothings at home aren't exactly fair-skinned. But Lin Qing was different. He was an anomaly. He had been with Lin Qing since childhood, going up and down mountains and down to the sea, making Lin Qing dark and dirty, while Lin Qing was fair-skinned and tall. If it weren't for his authentic Shandong accent, you might even mistake him for a college student from the city. Hey, all joking aside, don't hit me, damn it! Okay, I know I was wrong. After bickering for a while, the two got back to work. The tide had receded considerably by then, and the boat was almost impossible to tow, as if it were stuck between the rocks. However, as fishermen, the two were not too panicked, because the tide would come back and the boat would float up again. Just as the two were preparing to get down to business, Jiang Ping suddenly called out from not far away. Chapter 44 1/3 of the iron boat is in hand. Qingzi, come quick! What's wrong? Lin Qing's heart tightened, and he quickly looked over. The reef area is rich in stonefish, which are highly poisonous. Getting stung by them can cause excruciating pain and even death. This type of fish is especially rare in the area, and even experienced fishermen can be poisoned by it. But then Jiang Ping exclaimed excitedly, I found a wooden box over here! Lin Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned around, his eyes widening. What is that? Wooden box? Legends of various treasures abound along the coast, and this area is no exception. There are many stories about ancient shipwrecks, and a few years ago, experts even came here specifically to look for them. What if we find some treasure? Thinking of this, he dared not delay and quickly moved over. He found that, just as Jiang Ping had said, it was a wooden box that had been soaked and was somewhat rotten. He didn't even need to look to know that it was very old. There was also a rusty lock on the part where it was closed. Jiang Ping didn't dare to do it himself, but urged Lin Qing. Quick, open it and see what's inside. If it's gold, we'll be rich. Why don't you just drive it? Lin Qing chuckled. I've always had bad luck, you're lucky you go first. Jiang Ping, however, was very superstitious. Lin Qing had no choice but to try the lock with a screwdriver. He thought it would take some effort, but he opened it very easily. Upon opening the box, the two of them held their breath and stared intently, only to be somewhat disappointed by the result. There was no gold or treasure inside, only a pile of broken porcelain shards. Both of them were illiterate. Apart from being able to tell that it was a bottle, they didn't even know its age. This thing is already broken, can it still be considered an antique? Jiang Ping scratched his head and asked. I don't know, I only know that it definitely won't fetch a good price. Lin Qing pursed his lips. If it were intact, it might be worth keeping and selling for a high price later, but it's already in pieces, so who would buy it? Let's see if we donate it to a museum later and see if they accept it. Maybe we could even get a banner in return. Lin Qing suggested. All right. Upon hearing that it was worthless, Jiang Ping's interest waned, and he casually put the box on the boat. However, where there is one possibility, there is another. After searching around again and confirming that there was no second box, the two turned back and continued their efforts to catch the abalone. After all, no matter how tempting a treasure may be, it is still an illusion, while abalone can be exchanged for real money. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours passed until the two of them could no longer endure it, and finally boarded the boat together. You're so reckless! I can barely lift my arms! Jiang Ping's hands were trembling slightly. Anyone who has ever caught abalone in the reef area knows how tiring the job is. In addition to bending over and looking down, you also have to watch your step to avoid slipping when you exert force. Secondly, although there are many abalone in this area, they are far from the kind of abalone that are farmed and caught piece by piece. You often have to move to a different spot after catching them for a few minutes, which is quite strenuous. Let alone Jiang Ping, even experienced old fishermen like Lin Qing are finding it hard to keep up. My arms are sore, but the main problem is that my lower back is under too much strain. If he hadn't been reborn and his physique hadn't surpassed that of others, he probably would have been trembling like Chiang Kai-shek. But with the TV right in front of me, even if I'm exhausted, I have to grit my teeth and keep going. Let's eat something and rest for a bit. Lin Qing glanced at the sky, estimating that the tide was about to come in, and said, We can't keep going for much longer. Let's hold on a little longer, and then we'll head to the county town when the tide comes in. Good! Jiang Ping didn't complain of being tired. After all, the television was right in front of him, so how could he possibly stop? Anyone in the village would have fought to the death in that situation. The two immediately took out the remaining dry food and began to chew it heartily. And that's when the difference comes into play. Lin Qing ate the flatbread that Su Qing had heated up for him early in the morning. He had been carrying it with him, and it was still a little warm. There was also some salted radish next to it to go with the meal. In addition, there was a small cloth bag containing malted milk powder that he had brought specifically for Lin Qing. Although malted milk powder with radish cakes is a bit strange, it's a big difference compared to Jiang Ping's cold and hard fried rice. Fried rice is a common food for local fishermen when they go out to sea. It is made by frying ordinary rice. It is not only portable but also keeps well. Of course, the taste is not very good. How about some dried radish? Lin Qing felt a little smug and generously handed over the dried radish, saying, I'll only give you a bite of the malted milk powder at most. There's only a little bit in total. My wife herself is reluctant to eat it. Jiang Ping silently accepted it, but his heart was filled with bitterness. Why hadn't his wife prepared anything for him? I can understand if we don't have malted milk powder at home, but surely we have dried radish, right? Why didn't you bring any to eat with your meal? Looking at him, Lin Qing deliberately smugly said, It's so good to have a wife who dotes on you, unlike some people. Get out of here, and stop trying to sow discord. Jiang Ping glared at him. Ha ha! Lin Qing didn't mean to ruin the relationship between Sister Yu and Lao Jiang. After showing off, he said, Don't blame Sister Yu. She worries about things much more than my wife. Su Qing only needs to worry about the two children and Lin Qing, which is enough for the three of them. But Sister Yu is different. Jiang Ping is an only child. His mother passed away early, and he has an old father and an elderly grandmother who is almost unable to move. His wife takes care of everything on her own. Do you even need to tell me? Jiang Ping glanced at her and said, My wife only forgot today. When she remembered, her meal was much more lavish than yours. Lin Qing laughed angrily. Damn it, I gave you a way out and you're getting cocky, aren't you? Okay, then I won't bring my own food tomorrow, I'll just eat yours. After playing around for a while and resting a bit, the two got back on the boat and started digging on the rocks with all their might. Unfortunately, the weather didn't cooperate. Before they had been digging for long, a cold rain started to fall. It's already late autumn, and the rain is still a bit chilly on the face. More importantly, either of their cotton-padded jackets were waterproof, and they became half wet in no time. In addition, it was almost high tide, so Lin Qing wiped his face and said, "Old Jiang, we can't dig anymore, let's go." Jiang Ping was still a little reluctant, and wanted to dig a little longer, but soon his heart turned cold, and his lips turned white from the cold, so he had to give up in the end. "Damn weather, couldn't it have been a little later?" Old Jiang couldn't help but curse after boarding the boat. "Alright, that's enough for today. Good things come to those who wait. We can come back another time." Lin Qing pointed to the cabin, which was almost half full, and said with bright eyes, "The most important thing now is to get to the county town, and exchange all these abalone for money." Although they only dug for half a day, the two strong laborers were no joke. They transported the sacks several times. Lin Qing roughly estimated that the abalone in front of him alone weighed 200 to 300 pounds. Even based on the price in Fujian, the place of origin, it would cost at least 1,000 yuan here. And locally, it would be even more. Even if he split the profits with Chiang Kai-shek, he still earned a third of the iron boat's worth in one day. Chapter 45, Lead the Way. When it came to making money, Jiang Ping's eyes lit up. There were nearly 300 pounds of abalone in front of him. If he could sell them for 5 yuan a pound, no, even 4 yuan a pound, according to the price in the small town, it would be enough for him to run to the county town right now and bring home a black and white TV. What does this mean? What ordinary people would take years to achieve, they accomplished in a single day. "Qingzi, I won't say much more about thanking you. Just watch what I do from now on." Even though Jiang Ping knew that what he said was a bit too formal, he couldn't help but say it anyway. After all, Lin Qing had really given him too many benefits. To put it bluntly, for today's job, it didn't matter who he brought along, so why did it have to be him? Just because you provided this dilapidated sampan? They had their own. "We've been friends since we were kids, and you're telling me this?" Lin Qing could naturally sense his childhood friend's sincerity, but he simply patted him on the shoulder. He couldn't explain it. After all, he couldn't very well say that you, kid, had taken good care of me in later generations, could he? "Alright, the rain is getting heavier. Our boat is too small to withstand the wind and waves. Let's set off quickly." "Good." Jiang Ping wasn't the type to talk a lot. He just kept things to himself, then picked up the oar and started rowing hard. The sea area where they were located was far from the village's dock, but not far from the county town. With the rain falling, the two rowed hard and saw the county town's dock in less than an hour and a half. To their dismay, the rain stopped when they were halfway through rowing. "If I had known earlier, I could have worked for at least 2 more hours." But they had already rowed for so long that it wouldn't be worth going back. The two composed themselves and entered the port, finding a relatively secluded berth to dock. Jiang Ping watched over the goods while Lin Qing went ashore to find buyers. To prevent the abalone from being seen, Lin Qing specially took out an oilcloth and covered them all up before they entered the port. This is unnecessary. This is not the safe future. People are willing to kill for a few dollars these days, let alone fresh abalone worth thousands. Who knows who might steal it? "Qingzi, be careful. If it gets too bad, we'll just have to take it back to the village to sell," Jiang Ping said nervously, his earlier joy fading. "Rest assured." Lin Qing smiled, full of confidence. "Without some serious skills, how dare you go to Liangshan?" If he were searching for buyers like a headless fly, he wouldn't even bother coming to the county's dock. Although he spent most of his life before his rebirth traveling to the open sea on large ships, it didn't mean he was unfamiliar with the local area, especially the docks in the county town. He knew almost everything about which bosses were trustworthy and capable, and which were unscrupulous middlemen. Therefore, he didn't stop at the private fishing huts at the dock, and went straight to the state-run purchasing point. The staff inside were busy. When they saw Lin Qing come in, they frowned and asked, "Is there something you need?" "Hello, comrade, I'm looking for your deputy director Zhang. I'm from his hometown." Lin Qing raised his hand and handed over a Hongtashan cigarette, which he had gotten from the Sun brothers earlier. You can't hit a smiling face. The staff member glanced at the Hongtashan cigarettes, his expression softening, and said, The second office is in the back. Don't wander around, the leaders are all inside. Okay. Lin Qing dusted off the mud on his body and cleaned the soles of his shoes before going inside. He knocked and entered the office. A portly man was sitting at his desk, drinking tea and reading a newspaper, with a cigarette dangling from his hand. Upon seeing Lin Qing enter, he paused for a moment, then asked, Who are you? Director Zhang. Hello, I'm a fisherman from the village down there. Lin Qing smiled and said, I heard from a friend in the village that you buy rare and large items, so I wanted to ask you to take a look. What did you hit? Director Zhang finally understood, but his brows furrowed. Since he spread the word, many people have come looking for him, but there haven't been many truly good things, and he's been getting a little impatient. If his younger brother hadn't repeatedly asked him to help watch the goods, he would have kicked the man out long ago. Abalone. Lin Qing blinked and asked, Do you accept these? A nun? Director Zhang's accent was so sharp it was almost offensive. As the deputy director of the purchasing point, he might not have many other skills, but his ability to identify fish was top-notch. He had been doing this for 20 years and had never heard of abalone being produced locally. He said, Don't try to trick me. Do you think I don't know whether abalone is produced here or not? You're not planning to pass off oysters as abalone, are you? These two are completely different. How could they be impersonating each other? Lin Qing smiled wryly and said, My ship is right here at the dock. How could I dare to lie to you? If you don't believe me, why don't you come with me to take a look? Hearing Lin Qing's confident words, Director Zhang really couldn't sit still and said, I'll make a phone call. You go outside and wait for me. Well? Lin Qing immediately went out. In less than 2 minutes, Director Zhang came out wearing a woolen overcoat and said, Lead the way. If it weren't for abalone, you'd be in big trouble. Of course not. We are all honest and law-abiding fishermen. How could we dare to cheat in a place like this? Lin Qing patted his chest and assured him, Don't worry, sir, if even one of them is fake, you can send me to jail. Why would you need to go to jail? Director Zhang chuckled, and as he followed Lin Qing, he said, But you're quite the fisherman, you even know about abalone. This is no exaggeration. If he weren't the station master, he probably wouldn't even recognize this thing, because it's so rare locally. You can't buy it in the market, and if you want to see it, you have to travel at least several hundred kilometers to Lianqing to see a few scattered specimens. I saw it in the newspaper. It said it was some kind of rare and precious seafood, so I paid attention to the picture. I never thought I would actually get my hands on it, Lin Qing said, feigning ignorance. Upon hearing that he could identify the person from the picture, Director Zhang immediately believed it to be 80% true. How could it be wrong if it looked exactly like the picture? However, he also understood Lin Qing's implied meaning. He was implying that Lin Qing wanted a high price for his precious and rare items. Don't worry, if it's really locally produced abalone, you'll get your money's worth. Wait here for someone. He reassured Lin Qing. Lin Qing feigned excitement, but inwardly he thought, What's the use of what you say? It doesn't count. The person he was heading towards today wasn't Director Zhang, but his younger brother, commonly known as Boss Zhang. This man is no ordinary person. It's only 1982, and he already owns restaurants in both the city and the county. He also deals in seafood and dried seafood. In later years, he was involved in deep-sea fishing and owned several large ships. Lin Qing worked for him for more than 3 years. This is also why Lin Qing came to find him. After all, he knew his former boss well. Although Mr. Zhang is very meticulous when negotiating business deals, wanting to calculate every penny, once a deal is made, the amount is exactly what it should be, and he will never shortchange you by a single cent. Not long after, a thin, stick-like man in his 30s hurried over. This way. Director Zhang waved his hand. They're here. Boss Zhang looked at Lin Qing and asked bluntly, Young man, is this the abalone you mentioned? And it's locally produced? Yes, we were very careful when we caught them. They were all still alive, with big, round eyes, and wrinkled abalone. Lin Qing nodded. You know quite a lot. Mr. Zhang smiled and asked again. How many? Lin Qing said. It weighs about 200 or 300 caddies. How many? Mr. Zhang's previously calm voice suddenly rose. He was originally calculating how many abalone the scattered fishermen could get, enough to supply his own restaurant, but he never expected there to be so many. Lin Qing had already guessed that this would happen. After all, scarcity increases value. Any business owner would be excited if something that doesn't exist locally suddenly appeared before them, let alone someone like him who has access to the supply chain. Mr. Zhang was already quite composed, but he couldn't help but get excited and said, Young man, if what you're saying is true, I'll buy all your abalone. Quick! Lead the way! Chapter 46, 7.5 yuan per jean. Price agreed. Lin Qing naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, in any transaction, the other party has to see the goods before it can be done. You can't just talk and expect them to hand over their money. So he immediately led his men toward the sampan. It was already afternoon, and the fishermen were gradually returning to port. They were all a little surprised to see this group of people. One was wearing a suit, the other was wearing a wool coat, and they were following behind a young fisherman wearing an old cotton-padded jacket. What were they doing? If it weren't for the cargo on board, many people would have already come to watch the spectacle. But a few passers-by couldn't resist their curiosity and wanted to follow. Fortunately, people are still quite afraid of officials these days. After being scolded by Director Zhang, they left timidly. Lin Qing was initially worried that the news might reach the village, but seeing this, he immediately felt relieved. Upon arriving at the remote port, Lin Qing greeted Jiang Ping, who looked tense, saying, Old Jiang, don't be afraid. This is the boss I found to buy abalone, and the other is the director of the purchasing point. They are both respectable people. Good. Jiang Ping breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to lift the oilcloth covering the abalone. A distinctive fishy smell, characteristic of seafood, instantly filled the nostrils of the Zhang brothers. Director Zhang immediately pinched his nose. Mr. Zhang's eyes lit up, his face flushed with excitement. Looking at the large piece that was indeed abalone, he exclaimed repeatedly, Good, good, good! It really is abalone! It really is abalone! No wonder he was so excited. There were just too many abalone in front of him. At that time, there was no mature abalone farming technology in China. So, if you wanted to eat this delicacy, you could only rely on manpower to go into the sea and dig them out one by one from the seabed. Even high-end hotels catering to foreign guests couldn't get them, so their rarity was self-evident. But before him lay a weight of 200 or 300 pounds. How could he not be excited? Young man, I'll take all of your abalone. Boss Zhang took a deep breath and stared intently at Lin Qing, as if he would snatch the item if the latter said no. It really is similar to robbery. It was only because Lin Qing contacted him first that things turned out this way. Otherwise, the current situation would never have occurred. Putting everything else aside, the news that 300 kilograms of wild abalone appeared locally will definitely be on the news tomorrow. Not to mention those foreign-related hotels that want good things, state-owned aquatic product companies that want to export and earn foreign exchange, and self-made bosses who want to give gifts. Which one wouldn't want that? Both of you, I brought you here, so it's definitely going to be sold. Lin Qing wore a simple, honest expression and said, But this price. I won't count them by size or whether they're alive or dead. How about we price all the abalone on this boat at 6.5 yuan per jean? Mr. Zhang didn't play games and offered a very reasonable price. Aside from Lin Qing's behavior, which shows he's not an illiterate fisherman, everyone knows abalone is precious, and Boss Zhang is a local seafood businessman. He's even less likely to ruin his reputation for a one-off deal. That's fairly honest. Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that the future Mr. Zhang was an honest man, who knew what the situation was like before he became rich. It's said that triad bosses in Hong Kong can eventually be legalized. If the current boss Zhang is a double-crosser, then they're in big trouble. Fortunately, the other party's behavior wasn't unseemly, or perhaps the benefits were so great that they didn't bother with me too much. However, the fact that he was able to offer a price of 6.5 yuan on his first offer proves that he can raise the price a little higher. Just as Lin Qing was pondering how much was appropriate, Jiang Ping, who was standing next to him, felt his mind go completely blank with a boom. How many? 6 or 5 yuan per gene? They don't even care if they're dead or alive? Am I crazy, or is this Mr. Zhang crazy? He knew abalone was precious. After all, the saying, abalone and lobster, has been passed down from ancient times to the present. Lin Qing had previously told him the approximate price. But when the price of 6.5 yuan per kilogram was actually placed in front of him, he was still stunned. Is it really that expensive? Yellow croaker only costs a few cents a pound. And the stuff inside that shell is 10 times more expensive? What's more, they have nearly 300 gene, 150 kilograms of this. That adds up to at least 1600 to 1700 gene, 500 to 650 kilograms. If Lin Qing hadn't been the one to speak yet, he would have agreed immediately. Director Zhang, who was standing nearby, was also a little confused. How many? 6.5 yuan? He knew abalone was expensive, but in his opinion, giving 3 yuan at most would be enough. Why did his brother give the two fishermen the market price directly? At this moment, Lin Qing had probably thought it over enough and said, Boss Zhang, I know your price is very reasonable, but it was really hard for my brother and me to catch these abalones. Look at my brother, his arm is all bruised. Oh? Yes, I almost didn't make it back. Jiang Ping wasn't stupid. He knew Lin Qing wanted to raise the price. He quickly pulled off his cotton-padded coat, revealing his arms, and said, Look, both of you bosses, they're all a bit bruised. This was indeed the injury he sustained today, but it wasn't from digging for abalone. It was from a fall on the boat while trawling, but naturally, he had to go along with Lin Qing's story now. Sigh, this price is already high enough, others are never satisfied. Director Zhang frowned, immediately displeased. The younger brother has already offered such a high price, and these two lads are still not satisfied. If this were at a grain exchange, he could get them arrested on a mere accusation of speculation. Director Zhang, please don't be in such a hurry. Lin Qing reassured him. We country folk don't know anything about whether the price is high or not. I just read in the newspaper that abalone can be exported to earn foreign exchange. Since it's sold to foreigners, it must cost more than 6.5 yuan. And since I have such a large quantity, could you please raise the price a little higher? Are all foreigners just easy targets? Director Zhang was so angry he laughed. That's for sure. I heard that Americans eat steak every meal, and the knives they use are really expensive. Lin Qing continued to play dumb. That's called the US dollar. Director Zhang was completely speechless and said, Stop with the nonsense, it's really 6.5 yuan. He was about to say something more when Boss Zhang interrupted him, saying, I'll add 50 cents for you, making it 7 yuan per gene. If it's any higher, unless you find a hotel that caters to foreign guests, even export companies can't offer that. Compared to his rather slow-witted older brother, Boss Zhang was very perceptive and immediately understood what Lin Qing meant. It was ostensibly about the newspaper, but it was actually about the county's export company. Fearing that Lin Qing would insist, he explained, Young man, to be honest, the price is really quite fair. I have friends in Fujian, and they would be offering 5 yuan per gene for abalone, which is already quite good. I'm offering such a high price because you have a large quantity here. Mr. Zhang said sincerely. Lin Qing sighed inwardly, knowing that he really couldn't raise the price any further. Although Mr. Zhang could certainly sell it for a high price, or even an astronomical price, if he took it back and put it in his own restaurant, it would be possible. However, the dock price is not the market price, much lower than the restaurant price, so it is naturally much lower. This is probably the current price. However, farmed abalone in later generations cost tens of yuan per kilogram, and wild abalone costs 10 times more. It is really hard to accept that he sells it for a few yuan per kilogram. However, Lin Qing has other trump cards up his sleeve. Mr. Zhang, I can tell you're a straightforward person. So, I won't ask for too much. Here's the deal, 7.5 yuan. I'll come back and sell it to you when I get it. Lin Qing finally offered 50 cents. You little brat. Director Zhang glared at him, ready to use his official authority to intimidate people. But Mr. Zhang abruptly interrupted him, his eyes gleaming as he said, Fine. Deal. He paid a full 50 cents. The abalone on this boat would cost him at least $100 more. But just based on Lin Qing's last words, Boss Zhang felt it was worth it. Regardless of whether Lin Qing was just talking big to raise prices, or even if it was fake, Boss Zhang was willing to gamble a little money just because he could get nearly 300 caddies of abalone. What if there really are still some? As I said before, this is abalone, the legendary king of seafood. Even if he didn't, he wouldn't suffer any loss. If he can take this half ship of abalone, he can make the news tomorrow if he wants to. Even hotels in the city and province that cater to foreign guests might come to him to negotiate some of their money back. What's 7.5 yuan? He can make a profit of 10 yuan. A huge profit. Therefore, he doesn't mind spending a little more money to pave the way for making more money in the future. Then it's settled. Fearing things might change, Mr. Zhang immediately said, The price is 7.5 yuan per caddy. I'll buy all the abalone on your boat. Please wait a moment, I'll have someone bring the money and pick up the goods. We'll exchange money for goods. After saying that, he turned to his head and said, Brother, why don't you go back to your office and call Ajin? Tell her to quickly take 2,500 yuan from my cabinet and bring it over, and also bring the scale. Oh? Okay. Director Zhang was still shocked that Lin Qing had gotten his younger brother to take $1 upstairs with just a few words. He said, I'll go to the dock to borrow a phone, it's closer there. Don't. Mr. Zhang said. I'm going back to your office. This isn't just any ordinary matter. If someone gets word of it, I won't be able to get away with it. Oh right, look at my brain. Director Zhang slapped his forehead, not daring to delay, and turned around to jog off with clumsy steps. Mr. Zhang jumped directly onto the boat, disregarding his sharp suit and staring at the boat full of abalone as if they were rare treasures. He would occasionally grab one and hold it in his hand, looking at it with an absurdity compared to his lover. This action made Lin Qing's neck tighten. Did President Zhang have some kind of special fetish? Jiang Ping was completely oblivious. After all, Boss Zhang had spent such a high price to buy abalone, so even if he took off his clothes now, let alone his strange actions, Jiang Ping would find it pleasing to the eye. Mr. Zhang, look! With the most basic fisherman's values, he proactively grabbed a large abalone to show it off, saying, We really didn't cheat anyone. These abalone are really good sizes, and they're all still alive. Don't move! Unfortunately, Mr. Zhang stopped him with a shout, saying, This is abalone. How dare you grab it with your hands? Ah? Jiang Ping was completely dumbfounded. Can't you grab this with your hands? He's afraid you'll crush him to death. Lin Qing chuckled, took the abalone, and handed it to Boss Zhang, saying, There's a story behind abalone. This one was exceptionally large, almost a 3-headed abalone, meaning 3 of them would weigh 1 jin, 500 grams. It's incredibly precious compared to ordinary abalone. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Boss Zhang carefully examined the abalone, making sure it was still alive, before letting out a sigh of relief. He placed it beside him as if it were a treasure, took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, gave one to Jiang Ping, and gave the rest to Lin Qing, saying, Don't be fooled by the fact that I only charge you a few dollars per pound. If this abalone were made into a 3-headed abalone and sold in Hong Kong, you wouldn't even be able to smell it without paying hundreds or thousands of Hong Kong dollars. Ah? Jiang Ping's face instantly turned green. Doesn't that mean they sold at a loss? Damn it, I knew none of these opportunistic bastards were any good. Seeing that Lao Jian was about to start cursing, Lin Qing quickly stopped him and said with a wry smile. It's not as exaggerated as he said. The kind of super expensive abalone he mentioned is dried abalone. Ours is fresh, and to make it requires a very complicated process and is a gamble. Wow, young man, you know quite a lot. You even know about dried abalone. Mr. Zhang was truly surprised that a fisherman at sea knew so much, and he became quite talkative, saying, and what he said is indeed true. Making dried abalone really depends on luck. It requires dehydration and air drying. Sometimes the abalone are really big, but in the end, you might find less than 5 pieces. While chatting with Lin Qing, he inspected the abalone on the boat, scrutinizing almost every single one. Finally, he nodded in satisfaction and said, Not bad, they're all very fresh, and most of them are still alive. Boss, don't worry, we are all honest people and won't do anything shady. Lin Qing said helplessly. I was overthinking it, but it's better to do something shameful first so that the deal can go smoothly later. Boss Zhang wasn't embarrassed at all. He chuckled and directed Jiang Ping to cover the abalone with an oilcloth. Then he opened another pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, and without caring about getting dirty, he plopped down on the bollard and waited. Thank you, boss. Lin Qing quickly thanked him. He rarely smokes, so he usually doesn't accept cigarettes offered by others, but Zhonghua cigarettes are an exception. Because nowadays, ordinary people can't even buy Chinese-made goods anywhere. If you can take them out, whether as a gift or to visit relatives, it will definitely make you look good. Just like Lin Qing, Jiang Ping happily put it away, afraid that it might get wet or bend. Just as Lin Qing was about to ask about the fishing team, the sound of an engine came from not far away. A military green BJ-212 stopped not far away, and a capable woman with short hair got out, carrying a bulging Shanghai handbag. She was accompanied by 2 men, one dragging a large scale and the other carrying a wooden board. Honey, over here! Boss Zhang gave a shout, and the 3 of them immediately jogged over. Boss Zhang also went over to explain. But Lin Qing and Jiang Ping's attention was no longer on him. It was all focused on the Shanghai brand bag. Money! More than 2,000. It'll be in my hands soon. Chapter 47 almost got targeted. This ship is full of them, so be very careful when you're moving them. Do you understand? Yes, boss. At Boss Sheng's command, the 2 men quickly stepped forward and got to work, leaving Lin Qing and Jiang Ping no chance to get involved. Soon, baskets of abalone were hauled ashore. With the proprietress counting, the weights were quickly tallied up, basket by basket. The first basket weighs 64.5 jin, 32.25 caddies. The second basket weighs 51.2 jin, 27.6 caddies. The third basket. It took weighing 6 baskets to fill all the abalone, yielding an astonishing result. 298.4 jin. Upon hearing this number, even though Lin Qing was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but breathe rapidly. It really weighs 300 pounds. So that's just over 2,200 yuan? Even if Jiang Ping gets 40%, I'll still have nearly 1,500. What? A third of a steel boat? That's enough money to buy a whole used steel boat. Jiang Ping, standing to the side, was even more pathetic, trembling all over. Let alone ordinary workers, even his brother-in-law, who works as a policeman at the border post, only earns about 50 yuan a month, including his benefits. He earned a year's income in just 1 day. There are just too many people around, otherwise he would have to kowtow to Lin Qing right now. What incredible luck! To have met a childhood friend like Qingzi. He's going to help me get rich. What excited him even more was that after this incident, who would dare call him a good-for-nothing again? Meanwhile, seeing the shocked expressions on the 2 men's faces, Boss Zhang couldn't help but laugh. He thought back to the scene when he earned his first big sum of money, and it was actually quite similar to the 2 young men's experience. With the deal going smoothly, he was in an even better mood. He waved his hand and said, "It's just a little over a pound short. Don't be too precise with the calculations. Ajin, let's just say it's 300 pounds for these 2 young men. Consider it a small bonus for the successful transaction." Good. The proprietress wasn't one to nitpick, and she smiled and agreed. Thank you so much, boss and boss lady. You two are so generous. No wonder your business is so big and you can drive a Jeep. You'll definitely continue to make a fortune in the future. Lin Qing thanked him profusely. After all, kind words aren't worth much, but the 10-odd yuan you get is enough to buy 2 cans of milk powder for your daughter. Ha ha! Mr. Zhang was amused and said with a smile, All right, then I'll take your good wishes and continue to make a fortune. But this perk isn't for nothing. If you ever get anything good in the future, be sure to call me. As he spoke, he was already calculating the negotiations he would have with foreign trade companies and hotels catering to foreigners after the abalone was transported back. After all, secrets don't stay hidden forever. No matter how strictly he guarded the dock, the abalone would eventually end up on the table. He couldn't possibly eat it all by himself. And there are many articles in this collection. Favors, interests, and exchanges. Even if he gets it for just over 2,000, or even 3 or 4,000, he still has a huge profit margin. Lin Qing had no idea what Boss Zhang was thinking, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. Because no matter how much it sells for, that's their skill. You can't expect a fisherman to sell it for hotel prices, can you? Even if Mr. Zhang eventually sells an abalone for 50 yuan and serves it, he will only give a thumbs up. Therefore, Lin Qing didn't care about any of these things at all. He was only focused on looking at the proprietress, Ajin. The proprietress wasn't one to dawdle. After confirming that her husband's numbers were correct, she pulled 2 thick stacks of uncut sheets, still wrapped in paper, from her Shanghai handbag and handed them to Lin Qing, saying, Here's 2,000. Then he pulled out another stack, counted out 25 bills from them, and handed them to Lin Qing. It's 250 yuan here. 300 jin, 7.5 yuan per jin, totaling 2,250 yuan. You guys can order it too. No need, Lin Qing said politely. You two are such big bosses, you probably make several $1,000s a day. Why would you cheat us fishermen out of such a small amount of money? He said he didn't need it, but he was quite honest with himself, taking a stack with Jiang Ping and carefully checking them. Just kidding. This is a metal boat. You can't be too careful. If something really goes wrong, where will you find someone to turn to? After confirming that the numbers and money were correct, Lin Qing felt completely at ease and said, Thank you very much, boss and boss's wife. I wish you a prosperous year and wealth every day. Let's get rich together. Mr. Zhang had been thinking about the abalone for a while and wanted to leave, so he said, All right, the money and goods are settled, I'll be going now. I'm taking these abalone back to the city today. Okay. Lin Qing offered to see him off. But then Mr. Zhang, who had only taken 2 steps, suddenly stopped, turned around and whispered, I almost forgot to remind you, remember to go back as soon as possible. You're so clever, you must understand what I mean. Ah? Upon hearing this, Lin Qing felt a chill run down his spine, instantly realizing that he had completely forgotten about this. Things are different now compared to later generations. Public security is better, and the idea that robbery is severely punished is deeply ingrained in people's minds. No one would risk their life for a mere $2,000. But things were different in 1982. Society was in a state of chaos, and the central government was about to introduce a crackdown policy. Forget about 2,000 yuan, people might even use knives for 20 yuan. Moreover, the place they said was a remote location, but with a jeep coming, how could no one have noticed? Lin Qing looked around and indeed saw several figures peeking out. Although he's most likely just there for the spectacle, would Lin Qing dare to gamble? His wife and kids are waiting for him at home. Thinking of this, he disregarded everything else and shamelessly said, Boss Zhang, I wasn't afraid if you hadn't said it, but now that you've said it, I'm actually a little flustered. Could you please help us out and give us a ride to the county? We have relatives there, and we'll stay with them for a day before heading back tomorrow. Fearing that Mr. Zhang might not agree, he added, Mr. Zhang, we have a large clean cloth on our boat. Put it under your bottom, and it definitely won't get your car dirty. Sure, let's get in the car. Since Boss Zhang had already said so, he naturally wouldn't mind. He said, "But we don't need any cloth or anything. You two can just squeeze in with my two brothers." "Oh, thank you so much." Hearing that he could travel with the car, Lin Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and thanked them profusely. "No need to thank me. I'm counting on you to get more abalone so I can make another fortune." Mr. Zhang chuckled. "If I had any, I would definitely sell it to you." As Lin Cheng spoke, he didn't dare to delay at all. He told Jiang Ping to hurry up and bring all the fish he had caught earlier, which were of some value, onto the sampan. He found a small wooden bucket containing pufferfish and handed it to Boss Zhang, saying, "Boss Zhang, we are fishermen from the countryside. We don't have anything good to give as a gift. This little bit of pufferfish is just a small token of our appreciation." Mr. Zhang owns 2 restaurants and is naturally a connoisseur of fine food. He's quite familiar with pufferfish, so his eyes lit up and he exclaimed with a smile, "This is great! I even had a pufferfish feast this summer. It was incredibly delicious." He glanced at the pufferfish, which were still puffed up with anger, and poked at them a couple of times, saying, "It's a pity it's not summer now, so they don't taste as fresh. But they're still good. I'll have the kitchen cook some tonight. They'll be delicious with drinks. I'll take them. Thanks." While they were talking, Jiang Ping finished packing everything into a urea bag. Although this method would easily crush the fish and even if they survived, they wouldn't look very good, Jiang Ping didn't have time to care whether the fish lived or died. He even considered abandoning the sampan tomorrow. There's just too much money involved, it's terrifying. After packing everything into the trunk, the 5 of them got into the car, and the car drove away from the dock. Just as they left, several men emerged from a small boat not far away, all with grim expressions. The bald man at the head of the group spat angrily. "Damn it, those 2 bastards got lucky. I'd better not run into you again." 48s, 20 yuan per gene? 20 yuan per animal is more like it. Lin Cheng had no idea that they were actually being watched, but it was better to be safe than sorry, and following the car was always the right thing to do. The jeep drove all the way to the entrance of the steel plant dormitory, where the 2 men got out, expressing their gratitude profusely. Mr. Zhang didn't leave. Instead, he leaned out of the car window and reminded him again. "Remember, if you have any more goods like this, be sure to contact me. And don't worry about your boat either. I'll have my brother send someone to take it to the purchasing station for you. You can just go home from there tomorrow." Just as the 2 were about to thank him, Boss Zhang waved his hand, left with a "I'm leaving," and drove off with a roar of his engine. He could wait, but abalone couldn't. The 2 could only watch the car drive away. "Qingzi, Mr. Zhang is such a nice guy." Upon arriving safely, Jiang Ping visibly breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "No wonder their business is so big, driving such a big jeep. Not only did they give us such a high price, but they even drove us all the way to the county town. Anyone else probably wouldn't even give us a second glance." "It is possible for people to do it." Lin Cheng pursed his lips and said, "But it's not exactly a high price, it's just a fair price at most." "Isn't 7.5 yuan a high price?" Jiang Ping was dumbfounded. His wife only earns 15 yuan a month at home. "Isn't that obvious?" Lin Cheng said. "Let me just say one thing. Do you know how much money he can sell those abalone for? 20 yuan per gene?" Jiang Ping guessed the highest price he could imagine. In his opinion, this is already enough for his bangs. After all, it's doubled. What more could he want? 1 pound? Lin Cheng chuckled and said, "This is abalone. Who's going to sell it to you by weight? 20 yuan a piece is more like it." Old Jian had no idea what the king of seafood meant. He also had no idea of the value of rare seafood. Coupled with factors such as the lack of local production, lack of aquaculture technology, and the inability to transport wild abalone from other places, the batch of abalone that Boss Zhang bought could not be sold at a high price, and Lin Cheng lost his head. And don't be fooled by the high price. In the end, there might be a shortage, and you'll have to pull some strings to get your hands on some. "How many?" Jiang Ping was completely dumbfounded. The furthest he'd ever been was the county seat. He had no idea how extravagant the lives of the wealthy in the city or province were. 20 yuan can buy 7 or 8 old hens. Even if they don't lay eggs, just eating meat would be enough to feed the whole family for a week. Just for one abalone? Are you crazy? Alright, stop looking so ignorant. I specially kept a few small ones in that bucket. We'll get some to try later. Lin Qing gave him a disdainful look and then started thinking about how to eat the abalone. Being reborn is all about giving my wife and kids a good life, right? Of course, I can't sell all the good stuff. Jiang Ping wasn't the kind of person who would rather starve than eat, so upon hearing this, he exclaimed with delight. Oh, that's a good idea. Let Xiao Wan taste what abalone that costs 20 yuan a piece tastes like. Xiao Wan is his daughter, and his precious darling. As the two were talking, Jiang Ping suddenly remembered something and said, By the way, Qingzi, where did Boss Zhang get that big jeep? It looks really impressive. Oh dear, you're already talking about four-wheeled vehicles? Lin Qing raised an eyebrow. Sure, old Jiang doesn't even own a bicycle, yet he dares to dream of a jeep. I never realized he had such lofty ambitions in my past life. I wouldn't dare to think about it, I'm just curious. Jiang Ping blushed slightly and said, You know, that vehicle is so good. It's sheltered from the wind and rain, and it even has a canopy on the roof. It's so much better than a tractor. You really dare to compete. Lin Qing chuckled and gave a thumbs up, saying, No matter what, a jeep is still a car. How can it be compared to a tractor? But let's forget about it. Ordinary people can't get their hands on one. Money won't help. I reckon Boss Zhang's car is either borrowed or registered under someone else's name. Although the country has been reforming for several years, the level of development is still not there. Private cars are basically non-existent. Models like the Santana and Xiaoli, which are well known to the public and later generations, are still nowhere to be seen. Even the Tianjin Dafa will not be produced for several years. I already said I was just curious, Jiang Ping said irritably. If I didn't have you with me, I would be working at the docks right now. How could I possibly be thinking about getting involved with cars? Does the car recognize me, or do I recognize the car? I can't even ride a two-wheeled bicycle yet. Hurry up and go find your brother-in-law. The two chatted all the way to the entrance of the factory dormitory. The old gatekeeper noticed them from afar. He couldn't help but notice them, given how big the jeep was. Oh, Comrade Lin is here to see Xiao Su again? What a coincidence, he's on the day shift today and will be off work soon. The old man has a pretty good memory. Or perhaps the jeep was powerful enough that it transformed the young man from last time into Comrade Lin. Their attitude was incredibly kind. Hello, sir. We happen to be in town on business, and want to visit my brother-in-law while we're at it. Could you please open the door for us? We'd like to have a smoke. Lin Qing exchanged a few pleasantries with him, and casually offered him a cigarette. The old man was already very kind, but when he saw Zhonghua, he was even more respectful and quickly invited Lin Qing into the duty room to warm himself by the fire. No need, sir. That car had a heater, it was very hot. Just stay outside and cool off for a couple of yuan. Lin Qing put on a nonchalant expression. There was no heating at all. They almost got runny noses from the cold in the car. The old-style BJ212 did have a heater, but it wasn't the air conditioner of later generations. Instead, it used the waste heat from the engine to blow warm air, which wouldn't be hot for at least 20 minutes. The main problem is that he's carrying money, so he sees everyone as a thief and doesn't dare go anywhere. The duty room looks empty, but what if there are 20 burly men hiding under the bed? The old man followed up the conversation by asking about vehicles. After all, Haiyan is just a county town, and motorcycles are very rare, let alone four-wheeled jeeps. In their entire steel plant, not counting the trucks used for transporting goods, there are only 3 old Volga vehicles that are reserved for the leaders. Grandpa, you're overthinking it. We fishermen don't have relatives like that. He's the boss of the fishing business, and he just kindly gave us a ride after he finished fishing. Lin Qing initially thought he was just trying to use his brother-in-law's connections to boost his own image. But then I thought better of it. If you don't have the ability, don't try to make yourself look good. What if something happens at the factory and they come after you? Where can he find a relative with a car? He told the truth. The Zhonghua cigarettes I just gave you were also given to us by someone else. I knew it. The old man immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, When I saw you arrive by car, I thought you were some high-ranking official coming down incognito. It scared me so much that I almost wanted to report it to my superiors. What kind of treasure have you guys gotten your hands on? The boss drove all the way here to buy it. Pufferfish. Do you know it? You know, the kind we always call bay fish? I know, didn't we say we weren't allowed to eat it? Food is allowed, but only licensed chefs are permitted. Lin Qing made a few casual remarks, but he was extremely anxious, his eyes fixed on the factory gate across the street. The shift change bell has rung 3 times already. Why hasn't Suyu come out yet? Did she go off to date again? Dry. Just as Lin Qing was about to curse, Suyu finally arrived, walking out of the factory area with a male and a female worker. Upon seeing Lin Qing, the young man paused for a moment, then his expression changed drastically. He said something to his companion and hurriedly ran over. Brother-in-law, what brings you here again? Did something happen at home? These days, transportation is inconvenient, and unless it's something serious, people usually ask someone they know to deliver things or messages. It's rare for someone to come directly to your door, so Su Yu's first thought was that something must have happened to her sister's family. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Qing was getting impatient and said, Hurry up and lead the way back to your dorm. If anything happens because of you, I'll beat you up and sell you off like an abalone. Chapter 49. Dividing the Money. What is all this? Suyu was dumbfounded. I was just leaving get off work normally. Why did you start yelling at me like that? Enough with the nonsense, lead the way home. Lin Qing pushed him. He was genuinely scared because he had so much money on him. Suyu was completely confused, but seeing how anxious Lin Qing was, she didn't dare to delay and hurriedly led the way back to the dormitory. Once inside his dormitory, Lin Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little safer. He said, All right, you can go now. Question mark. A question mark slowly appeared above Suyu's head. What is that? Isn't this my dorm room? They were so eager to get me to lead the way and open the door before, but now they're kicking me out. Is this even human language? Jiang Ping, watching from the side, chuckled and said, Qingzi, Xiao Yu isn't an outsider, there's no need for that. One thing at a time. Lin Qing shook his head. If it were his own money, he would have entrusted it to his brother-in-law for safekeeping, let alone 2,000, or even 20,000. He wouldn't have just let him know. But since Jiang Ping is involved, it's different. The two of them agreed to keep it a secret, but suddenly another person's relative gets involved, and that changes things. Besides, there are too many people talking, and this kid is only a teenager. What if he doesn't keep his mouth shut and something gets out? Who will be responsible then? He only remembers that one hidden reef. What if, like in his previous life, someone exposes it and the whole village swarms in? Where will he go to buy a boat and build a house then? Then I'll go buy some dry food first. Suyu was also very perceptive. Seeing that her brother-in-law was speaking so seriously, she knew that something must be wrong, so she immediately said, Brother-in-law, are you going back tonight? If not, I'm thinking of borrowing 2 blankets. They probably won't go back. Wait until I tell them what's going on, then call the village office and tell your sister. Lin Qing rode. Good. Suyu responded and went out. Lin Qing made sure he was far away before closing the door and taking out the 2 large stacks of banknotes from his pocket. Looking at the thick stack of 10-yuan bills, even Jiang Ping, a second-generation villager, found his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. This was the first time in his life he had ever seen so much money. The total is 2,250. According to our agreed-upon 60-40 split, I get 60% and you get 40%. That's how it comes down to. Lin Qing was equally excited. After all, they had worked so hard, coming out at 3 a.m. and not closing their eyes for 13 hours until now at 4 p.m. The intensity of their labor, such as rowing, trawls, and catching abalone, would be unbearable for most workers. Isn't it all for making money? Now that I have the money, of course I'm happy. But when it came to settling the accounts, we got a little stuck. Lin Qing only completed the second grade of elementary school in both his lifetimes. He could handle addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division within 10, but 4-digit numbers really stumped him. Jiang Ping is even more outrageous. First grade. It was the kind of service that only lasted for 6 months before stopping. The two of them counted on their fingers for a long time, when Jiang Ping suddenly had a bright idea and said, "I've figured it out. You take 1600, and I take 650. Is it right?" Lin Qing looked at him with a puzzled expression. Although he had calculated it for quite some time and thought he should be around 1,500 or 1,600, this number still felt off. "That's definitely right," Jiang Ping said with absolute certainty. Lin Qing sensed something was wrong, so he found his brother-in-law's paper and pen and started calculating. After a while, he looked up and said, "Correct? Correct my ass! I should have 1350, you should have 900. Impossible." The two of them went over it for a while before they finally understood that Lin Qing's calculations were correct. "Distribute the money." After confirming that the numbers were correct, Lin Qing immediately began counting the money. This was no challenge for him. In his previous life, he had counted tens of thousands of dollars. He counted the bills and handed them to Jiang Ping, saying, "Here, this is 900. Count them yourself." "I watched you count, how could there be any mistakes?" Jiang Ping, however, withdrew his hand as if it were burning his own, and said, "I think I took a bit too much. Qingzi, how about this? I'll do the work for you, and you give me 400 will do. 900 is too much. I feel really uneasy about taking it. Where can you work to earn 400 a day? You went to work in a brothel, huh?" Lin Qing was amused and stuffed the money into his arms, saying, "A grown man like you, stop dawdling like a woman. We agreed on 64 before we left, so let's split it like that and get the money quickly." "But..." Jiang Ping wanted to say something more. But Lin Qing interrupted him, saying, "We've been brothers for so many years, don't say things like that to me. You've taken good care of me in the past, and now that I am capable, it's only right that I take care of you in return. Besides, are you so sure my shipping is better? What if our shipping was combined and we only discovered this nest of abalone in the end?" Jiang Ping was always rather tongue-tied at times like this, and knowing he couldn't possibly win an argument with Lin Qing, he finally accepted the money, saying, "Well, I'll take it. I won't say anything more, I'll keep it in mind." "Isn't that enough?" Lin Qing chuckled and said, "I really feel bad about it, so I'll have your girl marry my Xiao Jun." "Get out!" Jiang Ping's eyes widened. The two laughed and joked for a while, and finally, without prior arrangement, they both chose to put the money in their underwear. This is now the most common and safest choice for people when they go out. After all, it's more reassuring to leave your underwear here than anywhere else. It is also the origin of the zippered pockets on some underwear in later generations. However, Lin Qing took out an extra 20 yuan, thinking he would buy some meat for his family before going home. Although we have milk powder, it's not a direct solution. If you want to be healthy, you still need to eat meat. On the other side, Jiang Ping was also thinking about what to buy. Before he earned money, he had a big TV on his mind, but now that he actually had one, he didn't like TVs as much anymore. It's not that I don't want to watch, but there are too many other places where money is needed. Before I can support my family, it's fine. I'll just drift along all day and let my dad and wife worry about it. But after he actually took on the responsibility of supporting his family, he realized that there were countless places where money was needed to ensure his family's well-being. First of all, there's the house. His family is relatively well off in the village, but they only have one tiled house. Their small kitchen is made of adobe bricks, and it leaks when there's a typhoon. There's also the cost of the whole family's food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Everything requires money. Plus, Qingzi dotes on his daughter, so he doesn't want to fall behind. He's also quite interested in getting some of that baby formula we talked about before. So, 900 yuan isn't enough. Fortunately, the income from the abalone business allowed him to start thinking about big things like building a house. Qingzi, how much do you think it would cost for 3-tiled houses? He couldn't help but ask. Due to policy reasons, a house building boom has emerged in the village this year, but most of them are building one room at a time, and not many dare to think like Jiangping. If you want to do it properly, it'll have to be at least 3,000. Lin Cheng had considered this issue when he was reborn, since mud brick houses were really unsuitable for living in. The poor load-bearing capacity not only results in low height and poor lighting, but also means that the area is prone to collapse during typhoons and rainy seasons, requiring new mud to be applied for repairs almost every year. Another annoying thing is that mud brick houses attract rats and insects. His house was once home to a nest of rats that would squeak and squeak every night, which was extremely annoying. Of course, the main reason is that the mud brick houses are just too cold in winter. Although adobe houses have some advantages over brick houses in terms of being warm in winter and cool in summer, they are easy to catch fire. Let alone the northern-style stove Lin Cheng envisioned, even cooking would require considerable care. Is it that expensive? I heard that Niu Da's family only spent 1,500 yuan to get started? Jiangping was dumbfounded. It depends on the materials used. Good materials will definitely be cheaper. Besides, since it's all done by family members, it certainly doesn't cost much. Lin Cheng counted on his fingers and said to him, "Think about it, these days hiring a skilled worker costs 1.2 yuan a day. For 3-tiled houses, how much would the labor cost just be? And then there's the cost of bricks and sand." "Fine, then I'll go home and ask my dad and the others for their advice." Jiangping felt a headache coming on when he heard this. Lin Cheng also had the idea of building a house, but right now, the tin boat was still his top priority. After all, these are means of production that can make money. He immediately advised, "I suggest you buy the boat first, and we can talk about the house later." "Buy a boat?" Jiangping hesitated for a moment and said, "My family already has a tin boat, we can just bring it over if we buy another one." His father's tin boat was usually made by someone else. "Are you stupid?" Lin Cheng said. "Who would complain about having too many iron boats? Even if you don't operate it yourself, you can take the boat out and partner with someone. You can earn at least $10 a day." This model is not common now, but in 2 years, many people will be doing it. The boat owner does not need to go to sea, he simply provides the boat for partnership. Usually, he finds a capable and reliable person from the same village. The partner is responsible for all expenses, such as fuel costs, and the net profit is split 50/50 after going ashore. It may seem like the partners are at a disadvantage, but in reality, there are plenty of people eager to do it. Because these days, fishery resources are really abundant. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, you can make money. Many people who partnered up for 2 or 3 years turned their lives around and started their own businesses. "You can do that?" Jiangping's eyes widened. According to Qingzi, doesn't that mean you can just stay home and collect money without doing any work? This isn't about capitalism. Stop! Don't talk nonsense. Lin Cheng interrupted him, saying, "I'm talking about partnership, not hiring workers. What kind of capital is this?" He lowered his voice and said, "Besides, haven't you noticed that some self-employed individuals now employ several people?" "You can trust me, I'm right," Lin Cheng said with considerable certainty. While some people are still worried about whether the policy will change, he is very clear that there will be no turning back. The wind of reform and opening up will only blow stronger and stronger, eventually sweeping across the whole of China. "Then I'll do as you say." Jiangping gritted his teeth and still chose to believe Lin Cheng. After all, Qingzi was smarter than him since childhood, and these 2 times he had directly helped him turn his life around. If you don't believe him, are you going to believe someone else? Chapter 50. Miscellaneous Matters. Especially after the prodigal son turned over a new leaf, Qingzi has never missed a chance. Thinking of this, Jiangping said, "Then I'll ask my dad to help me find a boat." "What about you, Qingzi? You earn more than me, so you should get a tin boat too, right?" "Yeah." Lin Qing nodded. While there's nothing wrong with a small sampan, a tin boat offers more freedom and open skies. Of course, the main reason was that rowing the small sampan was too strenuous, and even he was finding it difficult to keep up. You can endure hardship, but you can't force yourself to endure hardship when there isn't any. "Then I'll ask my dad to help me ask too," Jiangping said kindly. "No need, I'll think about Ma Dajiao's ship later," Lin Qing said. "He's asking for a high price." Jiangping exclaimed in surprise. "It's all right, I have a way." Lin Qing chuckled, already having a plan, and said, "You can put on a show for me later and it'll be fine." "Okay." Hearing that Lin Qing had a solution, Jiangping felt relieved and exclaimed, "It's like a dream. I can earn nearly 1,000 yuan a day by working with you. Before, it would have taken my family more than a year to earn that. Why don't I have a sister? Otherwise, if I married you, I would be living a life of luxury." "You've got to give up." Lin Qing curled his lip and said, "If I had known I had a brother-in-law like you, I would have turned around and left. Why would I be your brother-in-law?" "Hey, what are you saying? I'm not bad either," Jiangping retorted unhappily. "I'm just a little short, a little lazy, and a little greedy." As he spoke, he became a little embarrassed, and stubbornly said, "Don't talk about me, you used to be just like me, it's only recently that you've suddenly changed your ways. Can those be the same?" Lin Qing gave him a fairy-like speech, saying, "That was me before." As the two were chatting and laughing, Suyu came in carrying a bag of steamed buns and said, "Brother-in-law, are you finished talking? Let's get something to eat. I've already arranged to borrow 2 blankets from someone." "Good." Lin Qing didn't stand on ceremony with his brother-in-law and grabbed a big steamed bun to eat. "I've been working since dawn, and I've only had a little flatbread to eat along the way. Even an Iron Man would be starving." "Brother-in-law, how did you manage to sell your goods in the county town? Didn't you always sell them at the village dock before?" While getting dried radishes for Lin Qing and the others, Suyu asked. "It's a long story." Lin Qing shook his head and said, "Anyway, we'll be troubling you for the next few days. I reckon we'll be staying here for the next day or 2. What's the trouble?" Upon hearing this, Suyu happily replied, "I spend all my time as an apprentice in the factory, and I'm just worried that I don't have many friends." Don't let his mature demeanor fool you. He's still just an 18-year-old kid. In his previous life, he would have been a student. Being 50 miles away from home, even the strongest person would miss their family. Moreover, his family is his stepmother's, and his biological father is not close to him even after having a younger son. His closest relative is his sister, so he naturally extends his affection to his brother-in-law, Lin Qing. This is also why the two had a good relationship in their past life. Hearing that Lin Qing was coming soon, I was naturally overjoyed and excitedly said, "Then I'll go to the factory later to find 2 more bed boards to make mattresses and quilts for you." "No need. You've only been here for less than a year. Don't make any mistakes because of this," Lin Qing hurriedly said. "No, some people in the factory even use leftover materials to build their own frames. What's wrong with me borrowing 2 bed boards?" Suyu said dismissively. These days, workers treat the factory like their home, meaning they have everything the factory has at home. It's just that they work in a steel factory, so things aren't easy to get. If it were an enamelware factory, they'd want to replace even their water tanks with enamelware. "All right." Seeing that Suyu didn't seem to mind, Lin Qing didn't insist and said, "But there's no rush today. I'll call the village later to ask if Uncle Zhou came to haul sand today. If he hasn't gone back yet, we'll head back later." "Where is a convenient place to make a phone call?" "The reception area is fine." "Are we outsiders easy to beat?" "It is easy to call. I am very familiar with that messenger. Brother-in-law, I just took 2 pounds of the small yellow croakers you sent yesterday. It'll definitely be no problem to borrow his phone. Suyu was slightly disappointed when she heard that Lin Chang and the others were leaving, but she quickly cheered up. After all, her sister would definitely worry if her brother-in-law didn't go back. It would be better if he went back, and he would be coming again tomorrow anyway, she immediately said. Then let's go now. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid he'll skip his shift and go to see a movie. Okay, let's go now. Lin Qing didn't dare to delay, so he stuffed the bun in his mouth and was about to leave. After all, making a phone call these days wasn't as convenient as it is in later times. If you didn't have someone you knew to help you, they wouldn't even let you in the door. If it's delayed, you'll have to walk several miles to the post office, which will take quite a while. The two followed Suyu all the way to the steel plant, greeted the gatekeeper, and went to the reception room. I was able to borrow the phone very easily. It wasn't too late yet, and the voice of the person at the village office who was also answering the phone came through quickly. Uncle Wang, this is Lin Qing. I'm the third son of the Lin family from the east, in the county. I wanted to ask if Uncle Zhou came to Hall San today. Okay? After asking a series of questions, Lin Qing hung up the phone a minute after the appointed time, looked up and said, Uncle Zhou is here this afternoon. We'll wait for him at the department store later. Xiao Yu, we'll head back now and come find you again tomorrow. Okay, then I'll take you there. Suyu also hurriedly stood up and turned to say, Xian, thanks. I'll treat you to a special meal later. No need, it's nothing, it won't even take a minute. Xian, who was the messenger, chuckled and said, If you have something to do, hurry up and get on with it, catching the train is the priority. In other words, steel mills are rich and powerful. Other companies would charge you a penny per minute. Suyu didn't stand on ceremony and turned around to take Lin Qing and the others back, carrying their bags and rushing towards the department store. Before leaving, Lin Qing suddenly remembered something and said, Xiao Yu, I put some seafood under your basin. Remember to share it with your girlfriend later, don't eat it all by yourself. Brother-in-law, do I really need to make such a fuss? Suyu said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Once you know what that thing is, you'll know whether it's really necessary or not, Lin Qing said, pursing his lips. They rushed to the department store and asked the passers-by nearby. They didn't see any tractors going by, so the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally made it in time. Lin Qing then seemed to remember something and said, Xiao Yu, you stay here and keep an eye on things for me. I'm going inside to take care of something. He was thinking of giving Sister Wu some abalone. Since he had taken such a big advantage of her before, he couldn't just give her fish once and call it a day. Moreover, relationships are based on give and take. If there's no interaction, they'll eventually fade. Some of the abalone he had specially reserved were specifically for Sister Wu. Me too! Me too! Jiang Ping, however, assumed that Lin Qing had money on him to buy something, and excitedly followed him. Chapter 51 Abalone? Qingzi, what are you planning to buy? Jiang Ping asked excitedly. That opera box, it makes sound when you put in batteries. That's right, it's a radio. Shall we go take a look? Your sister-in-law told me to buy 2 thermos flasks last time, I'll have to go look for them later. What are you going to buy? We don't have any tickets, Lin Qing said. I'm delivering some fish to someone, an older lady who helped me when I bought baby formula before. Of course, he also wanted to buy a big item for the house, otherwise he would just sleep all night and there was really no entertainment. But the problem was that everything he wanted to buy required coupons. Especially for industrial products, there are basically no items that don't require coupons. I heard that you even need industrial coupons to buy ready-made clothes. What's so difficult about that? Just find someone to handle it. Jiang Ping, being a second-generation villager, was certainly not lacking in vision. He nudged Lin Qing on the shoulder and whispered, Those guys at the gate wearing leather hats and looking around are the ones. As long as you're not buying a car, they can get you enough tickets. Let's forget about it. Lin Qing shook his head. He preferred to go through the proper channels. Getting caught smuggling tickets was no laughing matter, especially before a crackdown, where being imprisoned for 10 years would be disastrous. Besides, hiring scalpers also costs money. If you really want to take this shady route, You might as well ask one of the smugglers in the village to help you carry it, it'll be cheaper that way. Others might not know, but he was well aware that 2 families in the village claimed to work for bosses in the city, but in reality, they were involved in smuggling, and one of them was even a minor leader. Then I'll go see for myself. Jiang Ping didn't care much, or rather, having a brother-in-law who was a policeman made him not afraid at all. He said a word and went straight upstairs to find what he wanted. Lin Qing didn't have time to persuade her, so he could only shake his head and walk through various counters to the place selling face cream, calling out, "Sister Wu?" It was almost closing time at the department store, and there weren't many people around. Sister Wu was knitting a sweater when she heard this and looked up to see Lin Qing. She was quite surprised. "Hey, Xiaolin? What brings you here? Where's your little girl? Didn't she come today?" It seems that Sister Wu really likes Lin Xiaobao and still thinks about him. She then asked, "Was the previous face cream used incorrectly? If it's broken, you can return or exchange it." That's why Sister Wu is so kind. If it were any other salesperson, they wouldn't be responsible even if it was broken or just a bottle of enema after you left the counter. "No, the face cream is fine. I was just passing through the county town while fishing, and I thought I'd get some for you too," Lin Qing said sincerely. "You helped us so much before, and my family is very grateful." He always repays kindness tenfold. Sister Wu's face immediately lit up with a smile. Who doesn't like to hear kind words? But she waved her hand and said, "No need to be so polite. The seafood you gave me earlier is still not all eaten at home. You should take it and sell it to make money. Going out to sea is so hard, and we're all from the coast, we're not short of seafood." "This is different," Lin Qing said. "I saw it in the newspaper that this is very good for pregnant women." He was speaking when a sarcastic remark suddenly broke in from the side. "What could be different? Aren't they just fish, shrimp, crabs, and the like from the sea?" It turned out to be the candy vendor next door, who was eating fried dough twists. When she saw Lin Qing come in with a slight fishy smell, she was very unhappy and deliberately made a sarcastic remark. Ms. Wu frowned immediately, and was about to speak when the saleswoman covered her mouth. "Didn't you hear what Sister Wu said? She's not short of seafood at all. What kind of fish hasn't she eaten? Why would she need your little bit? Don't let your fishy smell affect your baby when you get home, ma'am. I've heard that some pregnant women can't stand this smell, and in severe cases, it can even cause—" She exaggerated over there, scaring Sister Wu so much that her face turned pale. The unborn child is the family's precious treasure, and they cannot afford to let anything go wrong. Lin Qing frowned immediately. "Is this woman crazy? What nonsense is she spouting? I don't think I've done anything to her." Just as she was about to retort, Jiang Ping, who was listening to the radio upstairs, returned and angrily said, "What nonsense are you spouting? I was born by the sea, and I've never heard of pregnant women being unable to stand the smell of fish? So, according to you, people living by the sea don't need to have children? Your mother didn't eat a single fish or shrimp when she gave birth to you, right?" Unlike Lin Qing, Jiang Ping was not as composed. He was a hot-tempered young man in his 20s and immediately launched into a tirade, leaving the saleswoman stunned. She seemed surprised that a fisherman from the seaside would dare to speak to her like that. It took her a while to come to her senses, and she immediately screamed, "Are you trying to cause trouble? I'm causing trouble?" Jiang Ping's temper flared up as well, and he pointed at her saying, "Isn't it your foul mouth that's stirring up trouble? Don't let the term, country bumpkin, make them seem simple and honest. They're quick to argue and fight, and if they really want to be tough, a salesperson is no match for them." The commotion here immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. There are often arguments in department stores, but most of them are sales clerks yelling at customers. Few customers dare to talk back, let alone point fingers and yell at someone like this. You! The sales clerk was stunned. It was the first time she'd ever been verbally abused like that, and she could barely speak. "What do you mean, you?" Jiang Ping, however, grew increasingly agitated with his rant. After all, he had experienced a roller coaster of emotions at the dock that day: the joy of making a fortune from the sale, and the sorrow of the robbery. He was already seething with anger, and now this scoundrel had appeared. Of course, he wasn't going to let it go so easily. He said, "I think people like you can't stand seeing others. My childhood friend brought some nice things to see someone, what's it to you? And you, on the other hand, were singing and dancing around. Who do you think you are? You're acting all superior just because you sold something. Get the hell away from me." The saleswoman's hands were trembling from being scolded. She had clearly never suffered such an injustice in all these years. Just as she was racking her brains to find words to continue her tantrum, a cheer suddenly erupted from the crowd. "Good! Well said! They should have been scolded a long time ago. What kind of people are they? I have to put up with this just to buy something. Exactly! He's always so arrogant. You'd think he was someone important." Clearly, these were customers who had been mistreated in the past, and they were now finally venting their frustrations. This is what we call public outrage. The saleswoman immediately stopped shouting. These days, people really do get beaten up. But it's impossible for her to just accept it like that. She's a saleswoman at a department store. She paid a huge price to get in. How could she let some lowly fisherman bully her? She immediately started nitpicking, saying, "Stop talking nonsense! If you're so capable, have your friend take the stuff out and let us all see what good stuff it is." She had already made up her mind. No matter what good stuff they brought out, even if it was prawns or swimming crabs, she would have something to say. Besides, they were a bunch of fishermen who didn't know where their next meal would come from. How could they be willing to give Sister Wu anything good? She guessed it would just be some rotten fish and shrimp, and then she could mock them mercilessly. The people of Linqing were stunned. "What's going on here? I was just delivering some seafood to Sister Wu. How did it turn into the 6 major sects besieging Bright Peak?" "Big sister, look at this," he said with a hint of helplessness. "All right, Xiao Zhang." Sister Wu also felt that the commotion had gone too far, and said, "They just sent me something, so don't get involved. Whatever it is, it's their good intention. Big sister, I'm not looking for trouble. He himself kept saying he would send nice things." Xiao Zhang persisted. "I don't believe these 2 poor scoundrels could bring you anything good. To put it bluntly, isn't this just like those old-fashioned ways of begging for favors, getting you scraps of fish and shrimp to curry favor and make you lose face by accepting a return gift? I just can't stand these kinds of country bumpkins." As she was speaking, Linqing couldn't listen anymore and directly opened the prepared bag, revealing its contents. "Look!" Xiao Zhang glanced at it and immediately got excited, gesturing wildly and shouting, "What kind of junk are these? They're all dark, unremarkable, shelled rubbish, and there are only a few of them." Sister Wu also seemed a little stunned. "Shaolin doesn't seem like that kind of person. He even gave me a few blue crabs before, so why are they replaced with dark seashells today? Could it really be like what Xiao Zhang said?" Lin Cheng was numb. He did this on purpose because he didn't want everyone to know. After all, Sister Wu's nephew had become the manager of a department store, so his horizons were naturally broader than the average person's. But unexpectedly, he didn't even recognize abalone. "Big sister, this is abalone." Linqing could only offer a brief explanation in a low voice. "Pfft." Before Sister Wu could even speak, Xiao Zhang sneered. "Do you think we're all fools? You think we'd believe you just because you're using a broken seashell to impersonate an abalone?" As she spoke, she pointed to the fried dough twist she had just eaten and said, "If yours is abalone, mine is the golden dew that the Dragon King of the Sea ate. If you don't have anything to offer, don't embarrass yourself here. Whose abalone is black and murky? I've always heard that abalone is like jade, white and tender, with a smooth texture like being an immortal. This is nothing like it." She finally found her chance, and used a string of words she'd heard from who knows where to thoroughly ridicule Linqing. "You're eating heroin, aren't you?" The conversation immediately amused Linqing, who said, "I've come all the way from Xiandu after finishing my meal. What business is it of yours what I eat? Anyway, this isn't abalone." Xiao Zhang scoffed. There were also faint sounds coming from the crowd. "It certainly doesn't look like abalone." Yes, I heard that this isn't produced here at all. Even the city only has a few here and there. It's definitely fake. If two fishermen really caught abalone, wouldn't they sell it and give it away as a gift? What would you do in their shoes? That's how ordinary people are. They're easily swayed by emotions. They were supporting them just a moment ago, but now they've sided with Xiao Zhang. Sister Wu, you can ask someone who knows the answer when you get back. We need to catch our train. Lin Chun was long past the age of arguing, and too lazy to waste words with this ignorant woman. He put the things on Sister Wu's counter, and prepared to leave with Jiang Ping. Anyway, Sister Wu will ask around and someone will surely know what it is. But Xiao Zhang wouldn't let it go, saying, Don't go! What, you're trying to run away now that your little trick has been exposed? Keep talking if you dare! You still have the nerve to pretend to be abalone. You! Jiang Ping was furious. Big bosses who run businesses in the city drive here to buy their abalone at high prices, but it's all fake here. If Lin Cheng hadn't stopped him, he would have pulled out the 900 yuan in his pocket right now to let this woman know whether it was real or not. Just as the commotion was starting, a slightly authoritative voice came from outside the crowd. What are you doing? Should we continue working? The man who arrived was a middle-aged man in his 40s, who bore a slight resemblance to Sister Wu. The nearby sales clerks quickly greeted him. Manager Wu! Manager! The person who came was Ms. Wu's relative, the person in charge of the entire Han County department store. He came down after hearing a report that there was trouble among the people below, and that his second sister was involved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown up at all in this kind of situation. Upon seeing Manager Wu, Xiao Zhang quickly seized the opportunity to complain. Manager, you've finally arrived. There's someone causing trouble here, passing off some junk from who knows where as something else. Manager Wu was listening when he was suddenly drawn to something on the counter. Huh, abalone? His exclamation instantly silenced the entire room. Chapter 52, Stunned. The game instantly went into a pause. Not only Xiao Zhang, but even Sister Wu and the surrounding crowd were stunned. Is this really abalone? People have only ever heard about this rare seafood occasionally in newspapers or by word of mouth. Sister Wu couldn't help but ask, Ayu, is this abalone? Second sister, you're a good worker when you're working, never mind. Manager Wu smiled helplessly, then nodded heavily and said, It is indeed abalone. I had the pleasure of eating it once when I went to the provincial capital with my boss on business. The abalone there wasn't even this big. It was only about the size of a wrist. And it cost 18.8 yuan per serving. As he spoke, he made a circle with his thumb and forefinger to indicate the size. Upon hearing this, Sister Wu was completely stunned. The abalone that Xiao Lin had given her was actually real. And they're even bigger than what my nephew ate for 18.8 yuan in the provincial capital. These 8 or 9, wouldn't that cost over 100 yuan? Xiao Zhang, who was standing next to him, was completely dumbfounded. How could this really be abalone? And a poor fisherman would never be willing to give it away. Manager, you must be mistaken. Where would they get abalone? This is definitely some cheap trick. Please don't be fooled by them. In his haste, Xiao Zhang blurted out something he didn't mean. I've been scammed? Manager Wu's face darkened. He said, How could I be wrong if I've tasted it myself? I think you've been judging people with prejudice for too long. You divide customers into different classes just because they come to buy something from you. You haven't completely shaken off your feudalistic thinking. Tell me yourself, how many complaints have you received since you were put in charge of the candy counter? I didn't really believe it at first, but seeing you cursing like this today makes me believe it. Is this how you treat customers? Eating during work hours? Manager, it's me. Xiao Zhang got anxious. This was clearly just a minor argument. Why did it suddenly escalate into such a big deal? You'll be suspended for now, and we'll reassign you to a new position next week. Manager Wu waved his hand, giving Xiao Zhang no chance to explain, and turned to everyone saying, Comrades, I'm late. Our department store will definitely correct this bad practice from now on, so that everyone. Good. Well done! The manager is good. The bad guys are all these snobbish salespeople. It should have been done a long time ago. The impassioned speech had everyone incredibly excited, and a round of applause even broke out in the room. In fact, Manager Wu was not standing up for Lin Qing at all. He was just a fisherman from the countryside who only knew the ant. Why would he go to such lengths to take action? He's not some upright and just official. The real reason Manager Wu dealt with Xiao Zhang was that the positions in the department store were too coveted. Many leaders wanted them, even if it was for their relatives. But there were only so many positions, so how could they get in if no one left? Xiao Sheng's sudden move has given him a chance. Although he couldn't directly lay off people with official positions, people can come up with solutions. There are plenty of ways, such as temporary transfers, job reassignments, or even having people who want to join the company come up with their own ideas. Not to mention, with so many people present, it greatly improved his reputation. Of course, to Manager Wu's surprise, Lin Qing actually brought abalone. He was a little unhappy when he heard the report that Lin Qing had brought an abalone, but he didn't expect it to be true. If it were any other seafood, he might not even be interested. But abalone, a top-grade seafood, is a surprisingly effective gift for leaders. But this couldn't be said in public, so Manager Wu said, "The matter is temporarily resolved, so please stop gathering here. Our other customers still need to shop." The customers in those days were relatively obedient, and soon most of them left, leaving only a few who were interested in abalone still lingering around. "Oh my, this is the legendary abalone! I've always heard people talk about ginseng and abalone, and today I've finally seen the real thing. It doesn't look that special. What do you know? These are found hundreds or thousands of meters below the sea level, they're very precious. Young man, are you selling these abalone? I'd like to get 2 for my old lady to try. I want 2 too, to see what they taste like." The crowd started talking all at once, and some people even mistook the place for a fish stall and asked about the prices. The department store was, after all, a high-end shopping place in the county, and many of the customers were working-class families, some even dual-income families, who were not short of money at all. Even though Manager Wu had previously offered a 18.8 yuan abalone, their enthusiasm did not wane, and they all curiously stared at the abalone. Putting everything else aside, even if it really cost a little over 20 yuan, it would be worth it. It's a rare seafood that few people in the whole county have ever eaten, and you can brag about it for at least 10 years. Hey everyone, please stop crowding and don't ask about the price. This abalone isn't for sale, it's for Sister Wu's pregnant family. It's not about the price. Lin Qing had no idea things would turn out this way, and hurriedly handed the abalone to Sister Wu behind the counter. Sister Wu wasn't stupid either. If she didn't know, that would be one thing, but now that she knew it was precious abalone, how could she let outsiders covet it? She said, "Everyone, please don't fight with my pregnant wife for this. Besides, it's just a bite to eat. We can just buy some meat at home." "How are they the same?" "Big sister, we just want to take a look. My child is getting pregnant soon." The crowd groaned in despair, but seeing that Sister Wu had simply hidden the bag, they gradually dispersed. Only after they left did Sister Wu breathe a sigh of relief, just as she was about to ask how to cook the abalone. Manager Wu, who was standing nearby, said, "Auntie, there are too many people here. Let's talk in my office." "Good." Sister Wu immediately found someone to help watch the counter, and invited Lin Qing and Jiang Ping upstairs. Jiang Ping was still in a daze, only now realizing what had happened. He nudged Lin Qing, whispering with a mixture of envy and jealousy, "Qingzi, why didn't you say so sooner? This is the manager of the department store. You even know him. If I had known it would turn out like this, why would I have stepped forward? I could have just waited for Manager Wu to come down and taken him in. Where am I supposed to meet people?" Lin Qing smiled wryly and said, "It was just a brief encounter. I met Sister Wu when she was helping me with the baby formula. We only exchanged a few words." "Then why did they immediately stand up for you, give you a good talking to, and have that woman suspended from her job?" Jiang Ping didn't believe it at all. Lin Qing was also a little puzzled. Yeah, I don't have any strong connections. I'm just a fisherman, why would anyone stand up for me? Is it because you know Sister Wu? Or am I actually the Dragon King who returns, as described in the novels my son will read in the future? I just don't know my own identity? Thinking of this, he laughed and shook his head, saying, Who cares about all that? Anyway, it's a good thing that the woman was taken down. Actually, he had some vague guesses. After all, he had been around for so many years and had some basic discernment. However, since the two of them were still in the department store, they didn't explain the details to Jiang Ping. That's true. Jiang Ping didn't care at all. As long as it was a good thing, that was all that mattered. The four of them went to Manager Wu's office. He also saw the young man who had taken him to buy milk powder before. This man was even more polite than before, and he smiled as he poured a cup of tea for Lin Qing and the other man before closing the door and leaving. Sister Wu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the door was closed tightly. She carefully placed the bag on the ground and, after confirming that the abalone inside was not dead, said, Shaolin, what can I say to you? You released such a huge surprise without making a sound. I didn't know that local abalone was so precious. Lin Qing feigned innocence and said, I just heard it was a good thing, and since my older sister's daughter-in-law is pregnant, I rushed over here. Who knew I'd run into something like this? It's a wonder you still remember your older sister. Sister Wu was immediately moved. Chapter 53. Giving Gifts. Sister Wu already had a good impression of Lin Qing. Putting aside the two adorable children, he himself wasn't like an ordinary fisherman with dark skin. He was clean-cut and fair-skinned, making him easy to like. With the abalone incident, she was even more satisfied. You're so kind to think of your elder sister, but this abalone thing is really too expensive. Your elder sister can't accept it. Sister Wu shook her head and said, How about this? I'll have Xiaoxi find you a boss, and you can sell it. If Lin Qing had sent her anything else, she wouldn't have even blinked. She would have accepted it without hesitation. But one of these items costs nearly 20 yuan, which is equivalent to half a month's salary for an average person. How could she possibly afford it? Big sister, please accept it without worry. Lin Qing smiled and said, I won't hide it from you. We caught more than just this many. The rest have already been sold. Now that the abalone is out in the open, there's no point in hiding it anymore. As long as Sister Wu and the others don't spread it around, it's fine. After all, communication is not well developed now, so it's difficult to send messages to the village. Besides, they've only been digging at that reef for 2 days at most. Real? Upon hearing this, Sister Wu felt a chill run down her spine and couldn't help but say, Don't you dare lie to your older sister! Her main reason for not accepting the money was that she was worried it would harm Lin Cheng's income. His family was clearly a typical fisherman's family, relying entirely on fishing for a living. You could tell from how reluctant his wife was to buy face cream that they were far from being wealthy. But if Lin Qing were to offer her something as an extra treat, she would be extremely grateful. Joke. This is abalone, a highly nutritious delicacy passed down from ancient times. Not to mention, her daughter-in-law is pregnant, which is exactly the kind of time when she'd love to pluck the moon from the sky to make soup. Really, I'm not lying to you, big sister. Lin Qing chuckled and said, Big sister, just accept it without worry. I'm not stupid. Alright then, I'll shamelessly accept it. Sister Wu's face crinkled with laughter as she said, But I can't take advantage of you too much. I'll get you 10 cans of that baby formula your child drinks later. No need, ma'am. This stuff isn't as expensive as Manager Wu said. His price is for the restaurant's finished product, ours is from the docks, it's different. It's only price per pound. Lin Qing paused for a moment and said, Anyway, it's not as expensive as you think, sister. We even kept some for our families to eat, so there's really no need to bring me anything. Besides, when you helped me back then, you didn't say you wanted me to give you any compensation, did you? If you insist on paying me, I'll be too embarrassed to come back next time. Having said all that, what else could Sister Wu say? She could only smile wryly and say, Alright, then I'll accept it. If you ever run into any trouble in the county, remember to come to me for help. I may not have any other skills, but after working for over 20 years, I can definitely find someone to pull some strings for you. Then thank you in advance, elder sister. Lin Qing smiled and agreed. Actually, he's just a fisherman from the countryside. Where in the county would he need Sister Wu's help if he encountered any problems? He only deals with a few people, the purchasing point and the fishing team. He only comes because he remembers the kindness Sister Wu showed his family before. When Manager Wu saw Lin Qing doing this, he couldn't help but nod slightly, feeling that the older sister's kindness this time was well done. What kind of people did she usually know? She only helped him out once out of kindness, but someone actually asked him to solve her work problem. She even said she wasn't picky and would work for him. I was so angry I almost died. Do you think we're easy targets? It seems this young man is someone I can get along with. His thoughts wandered for a moment before he quickly brought them back to the main topic, saying, Shaolin, my second sister calls you that, so I'll call you that too. I'd like to ask if you have any extra abalone? Could you spare some for me? He got straight to the point. What did you say? Sister Wu's expression suddenly changed, and she slammed her hand on the table, saying, Wu Wan, you've really grown some guts. You're just a nobody as a cadre, yet you dare to do such despicable things? Ah? Manager Wu was stunned. Then Sister Wu scolded. What do you mean, huh? They kindly gave us these things, and you, not content with just taking them for free, you want to ask them for more. Have you no shame? She was a sentimental person by nature, otherwise she wouldn't have helped Lin Qing and his family just because she thought they were nice. Now that she heard her younger brother shamelessly asking for things from them, she naturally couldn't help herself. Wu Wanren was completely stunned and hurriedly said, Sister, you've misunderstood. I don't want it, I want to buy it. I'm a cadre here, after all. How could I possibly force people to give me gifts? Why didn't you say so earlier? Only then did Sister Wu realize she had misunderstood, and she retorted confidently. Besides, why did you buy this? Is your palate so precious that you have to eat such expensive things? How could I bear to eat it myself? Manager Wu coughed and said, Sister, could you send the abalone back first? I'll talk to those two young men alone, and I'll make sure they don't suffer any losses. No, what if you do something? Sister Wu, however, did not believe her brother. Finally, Lin Qing said, Big sister, it's really okay. We've talked to Manager Wu, and out of respect for you, he definitely won't let us suffer any losses. Manager Wu is right. Abalone is a very precious ingredient, and it takes a long time to prepare. You need to hurry back and get started. The method is very simple, just get a hen, some dried scallops, and ham to make a soup. Hearing this, Sister Wu stopped arguing. After all, the abalone was the most important thing. But she still glared at her brother and said, Don't try anything funny. I'm going to question Shaolin later. If you let them suffer, I'll beat you up. That's definitely not possible. Wu Wan made repeated assurances and persuaded his elder sister for a while before finally seeing her off. Back at the hotel, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down. She offered Lin Qing and the others 2 cigarettes and said with a wry smile, I'm sorry you had to see this. That's just how my older sister is. But I mean what I say, and I promise you won't lose out. Shaolin, if you have any more abalone, how about you sell some to me? I'll pay. He gritted his teeth and gave an extremely high price. 10 yuan per jean. Jiang Ping's eyes widened instantly. He already knew from Boss Zhang that abalone was expensive, but he never expected there would be such a master. 10 yuan per caddy, is this not just eating money? He was somewhat bewildered. Why is a shellfish that's neither a prawn nor a grouper so rare? Wu Wan chuckled. If it were for him to eat, he would think twice about even buying it for 5 yuan a pound, let alone 10 yuan. But he was taking it as a gift, so he wasn't worried about the price being too high. He was only worried that the item wasn't valuable enough. Chapter 54, Favors. Jiang Ping certainly didn't understand this, but Lin Qing understood it much better. In my past life, those huge yellow croakers at the docks, costing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan each, were snapped up as soon as they came ashore. Could it be that they were all snatched up by gourmets and big restaurants? How could that be? A significant portion of these people buy them not for their own consumption, but as gifts. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to drive up the price so high. Wu Wan was the same. At this point, he was no longer concerned about the price, but rather that the gift had to be eye-catching enough to make the recipient's whole body tremble upon seeing it. Therefore, he had no problem setting the price at 10 yuan. Lin Qing shook his head, not wanting to profit from the price difference, and said, "Manager Wu, we do have some abalone left. We can definitely sell some to you tomorrow. But the price doesn't need to be so high, just 7 yuan per jean will do. You not only helped us out today, but you also got my child some low-priced milk powder before. I definitely can't take advantage of this. If Lin Qing were only doing business with Mr. Wu, he certainly wouldn't lower his own price. But he was already offering 7.5 yuan per jean to Mr. Zhang, a complete stranger. He couldn't bring himself to offer 10 yuan per jean to someone he knew, especially since Mr. Zhang had helped him out. I couldn't possibly accept that. Wu Wan had initially expected to bleed a lot of money, but Lin Qing was so accommodating. After a couple of refusals, Wu Wan's face lit up with joy as he said, "Then I'll shamelessly take advantage of you a little. But don't worry, I definitely won't let you suffer any losses later. I just wonder how many abalone you have?" Lin Qing and Jiang Ping exchanged a glance and said with a smile, "Manager Wu, it depends on how much you want." Wu Wan's eyelids twitched. In his opinion, even if Lin Qing and the others were lucky, they would only get a dozen or 20 kilograms at most, and most of them would be sold to the buyers. At most, they would only get 3 or 5 kilograms. But something seemed off about his tone. It sounded like he could have as much as he wanted. "Do you have 10 jean?" He gritted his teeth and doubled the originally set number. "Good." Lin Qing nodded and said, "Then I'll deliver it to you tomorrow. Is it in this department store?" "No, I'll come find you. Do you have a place to stay in the county town? Or should I go directly to the dock?" Wu Wan waved his hand repeatedly. How the hell can something like this be made public? "Yes, my brother-in-law works at a steel factory, and his dormitory is there." After agreeing on a time and place, Lin Qing prepared to take his leave. Wu Wan smiled and stopped them, saying, "What's the rush? You've taken such a big advantage of Shaolin and you. If I don't reciprocate, not only will my own conscience be against me, but your sister Wu won't let me off the hook either. Come with me." After confirming the abalone, he was in a great mood and led Lin Qing and the others directly to the location of the small warehouse, asking them to wait at the door. He soon came out with 2 packages. Both portions contained the same items: 2 cans of bright dairy milk powder, a packet of fruit candy, 2 cans of oranges, which were quite rare at the time, and a packet of biscuits wrapped in oil paper. The total value is at least 30 yuan or more. "Manager Wu, this is too much, we can't accept it." Lin Qing hurriedly declined. "Just take it if I tell you to." Manager Wu forcefully shoved the items into their hands, saying, "I just promised my second sister that I wouldn't let you suffer any losses. If I don't give you something, wouldn't that be a slap in my face? Besides, don't think I'm at a disadvantage. Xiao Jiang may not know the true value of abalone here, but Xiao Lin, you definitely know it. So don't refuse, let's give and take. Then we'll accept it." Having said all that, Lin Qing had no choice but to accept, saying, "I will definitely bring the abalone on time tomorrow." "Good." Manager Wu chuckled and said, "Then I won't take up any more of your time. I also need to check my accounts." As he was saying this, he suddenly said, "Little Jiang, haven't I seen you before? Were you on the 3rd floor looking to buy a bicycle?" "Ah, yes." Jiang Ping was surprised that such a high-ranking official would still remember him. He said, "I came with Lin Qing that day, but we went to the hardware store first, and then came here to look around. Who knew that neither store had the Deyongjiu I wanted, so I didn't buy it in the end. Then come find me again tomorrow or the day after, and I'll help you arrange one. Are you having any difficulties with the bills?" "Thank you so much, boss." Jiang Ping beamed with joy and quickly said, "My family has bicycle tickets, no need to trouble the leader." "Okay, just come find me on the 5th floor then." Manager Wu smiled and agreed, then instructed them to exit through the back door before going upstairs to get back to work. Jiang Ping followed Lin Cheng out the back door, but still felt like he was dreaming. Not to mention the milk powder, biscuits, canned food, etc. in the bundle in my arms, the leader even helped me with the bicycle. What incredible luck I had! "Qingzi, thank you so much." He couldn't help but grab Lin Cheng's arm and thank him. "Why are you thanking me?" Lin Cheng chuckled and said, "If anyone should be thanking someone, it should be Sister Wu and Bao Yu. They didn't do it because of me." "What's the difference?" Jiang Ping shook his head and said, "Without you, would Sister Wu even know who I am? Let alone abalone. Without you leading the way, I'm afraid I'd never know what abalone looks like in my entire life." He was already thinking about what to give his childhood friend later. Everything is reciprocal. Lin Cheng treated him like his own son, helping him make money. If he didn't show any appreciation, he would feel guilty. His original plan was to wait until he had earned enough money from abalone, then get Qingzi a TV as a token of his appreciation. But Lin Cheng repeatedly said to keep a low profile, which troubled him. Because televisions are really eye-catching, there are only a few in the whole village, and whoever buys one will definitely be the talk of the town for days. How about we get a bicycle? This thing isn't too conspicuous, and quite a few families in the village own bicycles. And it's perfect for buying all the way back. Thinking this way, he also thought the radio was quite nice, since it played storytelling and the like every day, and he was sure the recipient would like it. "What mischief are you up to, you little rascal?" Seeing that he hadn't spoken for a while, Lin Cheng couldn't help but complain. "Hurry up and let's go! My brother-in-law is getting impatient." "Huh! Oh, okay." Jiang Ping then came to his senses and hurriedly followed. Roadside. Lin Cheng and Jiang Ping laboriously climbed onto the back of the tractor, which was loaded with gravel, and carefully placed everything in the cargo box, making sure it wouldn't fall off. This wasn't like the last time they came empty. If they weren't careful, it could tip over. They had to hold on tightly to the railings. After making sure everything was ready, he said to Su Yu, "All right, Xiao Yu, you should go back now. We'll come back tomorrow. Also, remember to eat those seafood dishes I put under your wash basin with your boyfriend. Don't eat them all by yourself." "Good." Su Yu agreed, both amused and exasperated, thinking to herself, "My brother-in-law still treats me like a child. What kind of seafood is so worth it that you have to find your partner to eat it with?" Chapter 55, Arriving Home. On the tractor. As Uncle Joe slowly manipulated the handrail, he asked, "Are you here in the county to buy things again?" It's no wonder he was curious. After all, Lin Cheng and the others had just been there, and now they were back again. These days, people generally don't go to the city to spend money unless it's something really important. In short, I have no money. Where would I get so much money to buy things? My brother-in-law wasn't feeling well, so I came to visit him. The things he bought were work protective gear from his factory, and he asked us to take them back with him. Lin Cheng had already prepared his plan, since it would take at least 2 more days. However, this time he only gave Uncle Joe 2 cigarettes. After all, the tractor still belonged to the government, and hadn't been bought by Uncle Joe yet. Besides, giving too much would make him look like a sucker. Uncle Joe didn't mind at all. Seeing that it was Hongtushan cigarettes, he put it in a special iron box and said with a smile, "Thanks." Then they started chatting again, and he asked, "So your boat is also parked in the county town?" "Yes, we're setting sail directly from the county dock tomorrow. We'll need your help, Uncle Joe, to give us a ride. Don't worry, there will be plenty of cigarettes." "Hey, talking about that." As Uncle Joe said this, a smile appeared on his face. After all, no matter how good the tractor driver's pay is, it can't compare to the comfort of extra money. The village rule is that if the whole family goes, they should at least be given a pack of cheap cigarettes for 2 cents. Lin Cheng and Jiang Ping are generous, so they might even get a pack of Nanjing cigarettes. After talking for a while, once they reached the road back to the village, the three of them lost interest in talking. It's so cold. Winters in northern Jiangsu are much colder than those in southern Jiangsu. Moreover, they were sitting on a gravel roof, where every time they opened their mouths, they were hit by a blast of cold wind. If their cotton-padded coats were windproof, they would have succumbed to the cold long ago. Even so, when they arrived at the village's sand storage area after dark, the two of them were so cold that their noses were running. Uncle Zhou acted as if nothing had happened and even reminded them. If you're going tomorrow, remember to come early. The village has changed sand and gravel yards for hauling goods, so you'll have to come an hour early. Okay. Lin Qing responded, stepped out of the back compartment, stamped his feet to feel less cold, and then picked up his things to go back. Old Jiang was the same, shivering as he said, "Why is it so cold today? It's freezing. It wasn't this cold in previous years." "Global cooling," Lin Qing said casually. Jiang Ping was stunned and asked, "What is that? A ball? Why is it cold?" "Football, okay?" Lin Qing said irritably. "Get lost now, and remember to get up early tomorrow." "Hey, I've noticed you're getting pretty cocky lately. Get ready for this monkey-picking peaches move." Jiang Ping didn't know what Lin Qing was talking about, but he knew that Lin Qing was up to no good, so he immediately attacked his lower body. Before he could even grab him, he saw someone not far away and quickly pulled back. In doing so, he lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. But then they saw a woman holding a child standing by the road leading into the village not far away. Who else could it be but Su Qing? "Ahem, well, sister-in-law, Qingzi and I were just joking around," Jiang Ping said, feeling awkward. It's fine for childhood friends to joke around, but if a friend's wife finds out that you're trying to steal someone else's peach, it's a bit embarrassing. "Honey, what brings you here?" Lin Qing was overjoyed and didn't care about Lao Jiang, who was usually a bit of a brooding guy. He quickly walked over and tried to pull Su Qing into his arms, saying, "Didn't you say you were coming back with Uncle Zhou's car? Why are you waiting out here in this cold? And you even brought the girl with you." Su Qing turned away and dodged, saying, "I didn't mean to wait for you. It was Xiao Bao who insisted on coming out because you weren't coming back for so long. I had no choice but to come." Seeing the blush on Su Qing's face, whether from the cold or embarrassment, Lin Qing knew perfectly well that there were outsiders present and his wife was embarrassed. He turned to her and said, "What are you standing there for? Your wife didn't come to pick you up. What are you doing here? Hurry up and go home." Normally, Jiang Ping would tease Lin Qing a bit, saying things like, "You two have such a good relationship, are you planning to have a mistress?" But upon hearing this, he was speechless. "You're ruthless." He could only glare at Lin Qing, leave behind this sentence, and stumble home. With the third wheel gone, Lin Qing naturally dropped the pretense, hugged his wife tightly, then kissed their sleeping daughter on the cheek and said, "Let's go home." After Lin Qing's shameless antics a few times, Su Qing seemed to have gotten used to it. Instead of pushing him away, she moved closer to him. Although she was still shy and quickly pulled away, she had made great progress, which made Lin Qing very happy. After the intimacy ended, Su Qing's previous anxiety returned, and she said, "Why did you come back from the county town again? I was so worried, I thought something had happened. We just happened to catch some fish that the village fishermen wouldn't accept, and since it's close to the county dock, we went there," Lin Qing explained. He wasn't home yet, so he dared not mention the word abalone. He had also instructed Jiang Ping that he couldn't tell anyone about it except his wife, who was the one who had to pay him. "What did you hit? Uncle Fu won't accept it?" Su Qing asked curiously. Don't be fooled by the small size of the village's fishing huts. They buy a wide variety of fish, from small tofu fish that cost just a few cents to large sharks. They have buyers from upstream suppliers who are even located in the city. Tractors come twice a day to help them buy fish. Basically, if there are buyers in the market, they have buyers. Barbarian fish. Lin Qing continued to ramble, which was the same line he had agreed upon with Jiang Ping beforehand. Because the country has banned the consumption of barramundi, the purchasing points really don't accept it, which is a good cover-up. Oh. Su Qing nodded knowingly. She had been married into the family for several years and had watched her father-in-law and the others go out to sea. She had a basic understanding of seafood. Pufferfish, also known as river pufferfish, did indeed have to be sold discreetly, otherwise someone might report them. She immediately asked, "How did the sales go?" "Your husband is in charge? How could it be bad? I'll give it to you when we get home." "Good." Su Qing smiled happily. What she was most pleased with was Xiao Qing's current attitude. He showed no signs of wanting to go out and fool around. Lin Qing had no idea that paying money could make his wife happy. Suddenly, he remembered the abalone in the bag and said, "Oh right, honey, I also brought some seafood. You can make a braised dish for us later." "Oh, but I've already cooked dinner. Let's leave it for tomorrow," Su Qing said. "This stuff won't keep for long. It might spoil by tomorrow." Lin Qing shook his head and said, "Since you've already cooked it, I'll bring a plate over to Grandpa and Grandma as well." Besides worrying that the abalone might die, he was even more worried that Su Qing would be reluctant to eat it after knowing its price. "Oh well." Su Qing didn't think much of it and nodded in agreement. Chapter 56: Deceiving the Family? The couple said this and soon arrived home. Lin Xiaojun was playing rock-paper-scissors with at the door. Whoever won could wind up the tin frog. It was freezing cold, and the two children's faces were red from the cold, but they were having a great time playing. Upon seeing Lin Qing return, Lin Xijuan's eyes lit up as he rushed over, shouting, "Dad! You're back!" When she saw what he was carrying, she hugged his leg and shook it incessantly. "Dad, did you buy me something delicious again?" "Her nose is quite sharp." Lin Qing chuckled. His income had exploded today, so he was in a great mood and was more lenient with his naughty son. He took out some biscuits from his bag, gave his son two, and said, "We'll eat soon. Here, have one, and give the other to her." Lin Xiaojun had never eaten cookies before, and he was a little reluctant to part with them. But he and were best friends, and in the end, he reluctantly shared a piece with Huang. "Thank you, Uncle Lin." Was even thinner and smaller than Lin Xiaojun, but he was very polite. He thanked them first before carefully accepting the cookies. Cookies these days are very simple. They don't have complicated ingredients or fillings like chocolate. They're just a square cookie with a little bit of sugar on top. The taste is so, but for people of this era, it's a rare treat, let alone for two children. The two younger ones wanted to savor every single flavor. Especially my own little rascal, he doesn't put it in his mouth at all, he just licks it little by little with his tongue. Lin Qing looked at the old man's phone on the subway with a face full of nausea. "Son, your father has always been a bit of a slacker, but at least we always have enough to eat at home. Occasionally we might not have enough to eat, but it shouldn't come to the point of having to lose all our dignity." Especially when he was so focused and attentive, even cupping his lower body with his hand as if afraid of losing a single bit of powder, it was even more heartbreaking. Su Qing felt a pang of heartache seeing this and decided to let her son take a couple more pieces to eat. Just then, Lin Xiaojun suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed in surprise, "How could I forget this? Let's go eat at Abing's house and let him laugh at us for never having eaten anything good before." Didn't hesitate. He grabbed the biscuits and ran after Lin Xiaojun. "It's almost time to eat," Su Qing hurriedly called out. "Yes, Mother, I'll be back soon," Lin Xiaojun shouted without turning his head, and then in a flash, the two little ones had already disappeared. Su Qing rubbed her temples. 4 or 5 years old is the age when even dogs dislike children. She didn't believe it when she heard people say it before, but she has completely come to believe it after a year. Lin Qing found it somewhat amusing. He didn't remember his son being so vengeful in his past life. However, there's no need to worry too much about the children. "Why are you getting more and more disobedient as you get older? Fine, I'm going to burn that seafood thing you mentioned. You hold our daughter." Su Qing muttered something, handed her daughter to Lin Qing, and then picked up the bag Lin Qing had brought back. Suddenly remembering the cookies from earlier, she said, "Wait, where did you get these cookies? Didn't you go to the county town to sell goods? Why are you buying things again?" Cough cough. Lin Cheng had anticipated this and said, I just happened to be visiting Sister Wu, so I just happened to be passing by. You've got too much money, haven't you? Su Qing was furious. They had just gone to the county town to buy things the day before, and now they were buying more. Who lives like this? When she saw what was in Lin Cheng's package, her eyebrows shot up, and she grabbed Lin Cheng's waist and pinched him. You bought baby formula again! Fruit candy! And what's this? Canned food? You're really not going to give up, are you? Be gentle, honey. Lin Cheng gasped in pain and quickly explained. It didn't cost any money, really. Manager Wu gave it to us. Either Lao Jian nor I paid any money. He's lying to me. Does he have too much money to burn? Su Qing huffed and puffed, then used a little more force. Poor Lin Cheng was holding his daughter and didn't dare to move too much, saying, It's true, honey. Manager Wu asked us to bring him some seafood as a gift. You can ask Lao Jiang if you don't believe me. You're not lying to me? Su Qing loosened her grip slightly. No, Lin Cheng said. I'm not stupid. If you asked me to buy it myself, I definitely won't buy milk powder. The rest of the milk powder in this family hasn't even been finished yet. All right. Su Qing then realized she had misunderstood Lin Cheng and let go, saying, Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you were wasting money again. Haven't I been saying this all along? You're the one who got so worked up when you heard it that you tried to pinch me. Lin Cheng carefully placed his daughter on the bed, covered her with the blanket, and then rubbed his lower back, saying, How can you be so strong? Your ears are going to be pulled off. Who told you to have a criminal record? As Su Qing said this, she reached out and rubbed Lin Cheng's skin a little shyly. Let me rub it for you. You think a simple rub is enough? Lin Cheng blinked and said, If you rub other places, I won't feel pain anymore. Where? Su Qing hadn't even reacted yet. She only realized what was happening when Lin Cheng grabbed her hand and pulled it down. Her face instantly turned bright red, and she slapped Lin Cheng several times, yelling, Pa! Shameless! Who would care about their wife's reputation? Lin Cheng grinned mischievously, opened his mouth wide, and kissed her rosy lips. No, the food isn't ready yet. Su Qing turned her head and struggled. Just one kiss, hurry up, or it won't be good if Xiaojun sees it when he gets back. Lin Cheng pleaded. Su Qing was at her wit's end. Knowing that Lin Cheng would not give up until he got what he wanted, she could only close her eyes and whisper. Then hurry up. Lin Cheng doesn't care about this or that, he just starts eating. 2 minutes later, Su Qing was having trouble breathing. Her face flushed red as she pushed Lin Cheng away and slapped him several times. Kissing is fine, but hands are fine too. Go cook. You take care of Xiao Bao. Remember to wash her face when she wakes up. Good. Lin Cheng has already gotten enough of a good deal, so of course he's happy with whatever he does. After putting the things down, I prepared to sit on the bed and take a good look at my precious daughter. Perhaps the commotion was too loud, for Xiao Bao had already woken up. His eyelashes fluttered, and soon a pair of large, clear eyes appeared. Upon seeing Lin Cheng, a look of obvious joy appeared in his eyes, and he said in a childish voice, Daddy. Hey, Dad's here. Hearing the call, Lin Cheng felt his heart melt. He hurriedly took out the things he had just put away and said like a treasure, Look what delicious things Daddy brought you. Cookies and canned food. Which one do you want to eat first, little Bao? Manager Wu is indeed generous. Canned food is a rare commodity these days. This time, he gave him 2 cans directly, 1 can of oranges and the other of yellow peaches. Lin Cheng wasn't interested in the former, but he had heard that canned yellow peaches were a good thing. According to his friend from northeast China who worked on ships in his later years, this stuff was almost like a panacea. It could cure any minor ailment, such as a cold or fever, by eating 1 can. Of course, we need to arrange it for our daughter as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaobao's voice took a turn, and he didn't even reach for the canned food and biscuits. Instead, he went straight to Lin Cheng and said in a childish voice, I don't want anything, I want Daddy to hold me. Lin Qing paused for a moment. He only regretted that he couldn't fly, otherwise he would fly up to the sky right now and pluck the moon down to give to his daughter. At this moment, no one, not his wife, not his son, not even himself, was as important as the little one in his bed. Okay, Daddy's going to hug you. Lin Qing felt like he was being coaxed into a smile. He picked up his daughter, held her in his arms, kissed her several times, and then rocked her gently in his arms. Lin Xiaobao loved this the most, and soon started giggling. Then he played in Lin Qing's arms, sometimes scratching his face, sometimes tickling his beard, and sometimes rubbing his face against him, pouting and saying, "Daddy's beard is long and prickly. Dad got up too early this morning and forgot to shave. He'll shave it off in a bit. Bad beard." The father and daughter were enjoying a pleasant time when the door was suddenly pushed open, a gust of cold wind blew in, and Lin Xiaojun, with snot running down his face, rushed in. Lin Cheng's brows furrowed instantly. What should he do if his precious daughter got cold? Lin Xiaojun, unaware of the situation, excitedly asked, "Dad, the cookies you bought are so delicious. Can I have another one?" Eat, what else do you know besides eating?" Lin Qing said irritably. "You're not allowed to eat anymore. Your mother will be cooking soon." If there were no comparison, it wouldn't be so bad, but once you compare, the son really can't even compare to the daughter's finger. "All right." Lin Xiaojun was a little disappointed, then pleaded, "Dad, can I have milk powder one more time today?" Lin Qing glanced at his serene daughter in his arms, then at his son, who was covered in dirt and looked like a mud monkey, and he was furious. But since he was still her own son, she said, "Yes, from now on you and Xiaobao will have a bowl of milk powder or malted milk every day before bed." "That's great, Dad!" Lin Xiaojun jumped up excitedly and said, "Dad, can I drink it earlier today?" "Why drink it so early? Drinking it before bed helps you grow taller, but drinking it early means you won't get any nutrition." "I'll drink it early today, and I'll drink it before bed from now on," Lin Xiaojun explained earnestly. "I told Abing earlier that I had drunk milk powder, but he didn't believe me, so I'm going to drink it early today, and then go over and burp so he can smell it. Let's see if he still dares to say I haven't drunk it." The people of Linqing were stunned. What kind of operation is this? You could at least give someone a little bit to eat, but after eating it, you burp and let them smell the aroma. Su Qing happened to come over to ask Lin Qing to handle the seafood. Hearing this, she couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, saying, "You're not allowed to go. Stay home obediently." "Mother." Lin Xiaojun immediately became anxious. He usually doesn't have anything to show off, and now that he finally has it, nobody believes it. Lin Qing also felt that this was not good. After all, he had already said it, and if he couldn't do it, it would be easy for his son to feel ashamed among the other children. He said, "It's okay, let Xiaojun go. But don't bother with the hiccups or anything. After you finish eating, take some of your milk powder with you and let Abing have a sip too. Wouldn't that make him believe you? Maybe you could even become friends." "Oh, then I won't bring it to him." Although Lin Xiaojun was young, he knew that milk powder was a good thing. Even his grandmother was reluctant to drink it, so he was unwilling to let others drink it. He shook his head repeatedly. Lin Qing had originally planned to educate his son, but seeing how stingy he was, he couldn't continue the conversation. That's understandable, though. These days, rural kids really haven't had much good food, so they're really reluctant to part with it. He didn't force his son to share. After all, in an era when people weren't even full, talking about such things was all nonsense. "Okay, then I approve of you drinking it early today, and then go burp." Lin Qing could only reply helplessly. "Thank you, Dad." Lin Xiaojun was overjoyed, but he quickly turned to Su Qing because he knew that in this family, his mother's word was law. Su Qing had already rolled her eyes, but since Lin Qing had already agreed, she couldn't argue anymore. While carefully wiping his face and hands with a handkerchief, she said, "You can drink, but you have to stay home and take good care of your sister. Your father and I are going to get some seafood. If we do well on our mission, you can drink it in advance." "Okay, Mother, don't worry. Father, quickly give me my little sister. I love her so much, I want to hold her. Lin Xiaojun couldn't wait to hug Lin Xiaobao. Lin Chen didn't dare to give it to him directly. Both of them were little kids. His son had such small arms and legs. What if he fell and got hurt? After putting his daughter on the bed, he took out her beloved roly-poly toy and let the two of them play together before he felt at ease and went to the small kitchen with Su Qing. Inside the small kitchen, the abalone that Lin Qing brought back had already been washed twice. Su Qing just didn't know how to prepare it, so she asked him to do it. Dinner was actually prepared long ago: a pot of rice, a bowl of cabbage and tofu, and a bowl of braised mixed fish. The latter was probably brought back by Dad from his sea trip today, since it wasn't worth much and each of the sons' families got a share. Moreover, Su Qing clearly felt sorry for her husband's hard work at sea, so she put extra oil in the tofu as well as the mixed fish. Is this what you caught today? What kind of snail is it? I don't think I've ever seen one like it before. Su Qing asked as she stuffed straw into the stove. There are many things we haven't seen at sea, even Dad doesn't recognize them all, just eat them. Fearing that something might be amiss, Lin Qing mumbled something and began to prepare the abalone. Although he wasn't a great chef, he had spent most of his previous life at sea, so cooking a simple abalone dish was no problem for him. He deftly cleaned the abalone again, then used a brush to remove the black membrane and mucus before starting to remove the internal organs and mouth. Finally, score the surface with the crosshatch pattern, then wash it again to make sure all the sand and other sea debris is removed. Then, blanch it in cold water with cooking wine and ginger. After that, it's just a normal braising process. It is worth noting that fresh abalone should not be cooked for too long, otherwise it will become hard and taste almost like plastic. After all that work, even though my technique wasn't very good, the food still smelled pretty good when it came out of the pot. Su Qing couldn't help but sniff, saying, "This smells so good." Of course, that's right. Lin Chen couldn't resist showing off a bit, but thinking about the problems that would arise if he were exposed, he turned around and said, "This is a meal cooked by your husband. How could it not be delicious?" To prevent Su Qing from asking further questions, he finished speaking and put the abalone into 2 plates, picking up the one that was obviously larger, and said, "I'll take it to Grandma and the others first." Yeah. Su Qing had no idea what it was, assuming it was just snail meat that she hadn't seen much of in the sea. She said, "Take 1 can of this for Grandma and the others too. 1 can be enough for Xiaobao and Xiaojun." "No way, the baby formula already scolded me once. If I take this over, Grandma will probably nag me a lot." Lin Qing smiled and shook his head, then headed towards the old house with the abalone in his hand. Chapter 57, Discussing the House. When we arrived at the old house. Grandparents are having dinner right now. The food on the table was exactly the same as what we had at home, a bowl of mixed fish, vegetables and tofu, but instead of rice, there was sweet potato porridge, and an extra small plate of pickled vegetables, which Grandma specially prepared to eat with the porridge. "You've arrived in Xiaocheng." The old lady smiled as soon as she saw Lin Cheng and quickly invited him to sit down, saying, "Have you eaten yet? If not, you can eat here. Xiaoqing has finished cooking. I'll go back and eat later. I caught some seafood and made a plate for you to try." Lin Qing didn't stand on ceremony with his family, and sat down next to his grandmother, placing the plate on the table. "We're not short of vegetables at home. Your dad caught a lot of crabs today. He even kept 2 that were missing legs. I checked, and they're both female crabs. Grandma will take them to you tomorrow. Grandma muttered to herself. "By the way, I heard from the people at the village office that you came back from the county town again." In those days there were few forms of entertainment, and telephones were extremely rare, so idle people with nothing to do naturally started gossiping. "We caught some barracuda, but it's autumn, so we can't sell it for a good price here. Jiangping and I discussed it, and decided to go to the county town to visit Xiaoqing's younger brother as well." Lin Cheng explained. "The boat is fine, it's been left at the state-run purchasing station." Lin's father frowned immediately. "Who else goes out to sea to fish like him, having to make a special trip to the county town just to sell some pufferfish. Just as I was about to say something to him, the old lady nodded and said, "Good, as long as you're doing the right thing. However, please be careful when you're out and about. If you encounter anyone blocking your way, don't hesitate to give them money." "Yes, Grandma, don't worry." The grandfather and grandson talked for a while, then quickly turned to Lin Cheng's brother-in-law, saying, "Xiao Yu is a good kid too. He works in the city all by himself. You and Xiao Qing are his only relatives. It's right for you to go visit him when you have time." After hearing this, Lin's father was speechless. After all, they knew their daughter-in-law's family situation, so it wouldn't be appropriate to continue the conversation. Lin's mother stared at the dishes Lin Qing brought over for a long time before asking, "Xiao Chen, what is this?" Lin's father was a frequent fisherman, often catching all sorts of random seafood. He would bring home the cheapest catches to eat, killing more fish than an average family could in several lifetimes. He recognized many different kinds of fish, yet he couldn't recognize what was on the plate on the table. "Sea snail meat," Lin Qing blinked and said. "Mom, you should try it. I cooked this myself." "What kind of seashells are so big and so neatly arranged?" Lin's mother wondered. "Just eat it, it's definitely not poisonous." The old lady dotes on her grandson the most. Without saying a word, she picked up a piece with her chopsticks and ate it directly. The old lady had lost several teeth, and her original intention was just to support her grandson. However, she didn't expect that it would be so easy to chew. It was not only soft and tender, but also had an extremely sweet and fresh taste that exploded in her mouth. The best part was the slightly chewy yet crisp texture, which made it hard to stop eating. "Wow, this tastes really good." The old lady was very generous with her praise, saying, "My grandson is so amazing. He cooks so well, he could be a head chef at a restaurant." Lin's father grimaced as he listened. Lin Qing is his son, how could he not know that? He can burn the pot to pieces while lighting a fire, and he goes to work as a chef in a restaurant. It would be a good thing if he didn't make the customers sick. It was probably made by his daughter-in-law. Let him come over and brag about it. Moreover, he has eaten a lot of conch, and he always knows that the bigger the conch, the less delicious it is. Some old conch are so big that they can't even bite into the ones on this plate. How delicious can they be? However, since his mother was praising it, he couldn't say anything right away. He just waited for his son to let him try it so he could give him a good talking to. Unexpectedly, Lin Qing completely ignored him and turned to his grandfather, saying, "Grandpa, you should try it too. It tastes really good." The old man didn't say anything, but stared at the plate of conch meat for a long time, feeling that something was wrong. He was an old fisherman who had been fishing for half his life, and he still occasionally went out to dredge the net, but he had never seen conch meat that looked like this before. However, the ocean is teeming with life, and his grandson would never harm him, so the old man ultimately said nothing, but nodded, picked up a piece with his chopsticks, and took a bite. To my surprise, it tasted absolutely delicious. Just like my wife described. Fresh, sweet, and crisp. And with a slightly chewy texture. The taste is indeed excellent, even sweeter and more tender than regular conch meat. Grandpa nodded. Right, sir? I wouldn't specially send over food that's not tasty. Lin Qing chuckled, then turned to his father and mother and said, Dad, Mom, you should try this too. I'm not bragging, but this is better than any crab with roe. Good, little Sanzi knows how to be filial. Lin's mother smiled and agreed. Like his grandmother, he had always doted on his youngest son, Lin Cheng. He was very pleased with the recent change in him, as he not only made clothes for the whole family but also knew how to deliver vegetables. He immediately picked up a piece and started eating. The result was exactly the same as that of her grandparents. They raved about the snail meat. Then he added, Don't bring any more vegetables from here anymore. Your father and I aren't old yet. If you have anything good, give it to the two little ones first. Xiao Bao is already weak. Exactly, does our family need your seafood? At this moment, Lin's father also started eating abalone. He was somewhat surprised that the snail meat really tasted extraordinary, but he still said, From now on, Just go out to sea honestly and don't do any more of those messy things. That would be the greatest filial piety you can show us. Even abalone can't shut Dad up. Lin Qing couldn't help but mutter to himself. If this weren't his biological father, he would have argued back a bit, but there was nothing he could do. This was because what he had done before was indeed too terrible, so Lin Qing could only respond with a bitter face. Seeing that his family members weren't treating the abalone like anything special and were enjoying it immensely, Lin Qing felt relieved and asked about the important matter at hand. Dad, I have a question for you. If I want to change my homestead, can the village committee approve it? What do you mean? You want to rebuild the house? Lin's father was taken aback. Don't be fooled by the dilapidated state of Lin Qing's current residence, which is practically unrecognizable as a mud brick house. In reality, the house was only built a few years ago, back when Su Qingxing and Xiao Jun were still living there. That was because all three brothers in the family had gotten married, the eldest and second eldest had children, and the youngest son's wife was pregnant. The old house was simply too small for them to live in, so Lin's father gritted his teeth, took out his savings, and built houses for all three brothers, which was essentially a division of the family property. Yeah, living in an adobe house is just awful. Lin Qing didn't hide it from his family. After all, he would need their help to build a house. He said, Now that we've started earning money, Xiao Bao and the others are all grown up, and 2 rooms are really not enough for them. Chapter 58. The Favoritistic Grandma. Lin's father immediately frowned. No matter the era, building a house is a big deal, let alone in Lin Qing where people still think of tiled houses. Although prices are low now, the money earned is also less. Building 3 tiled houses requires at least 2,000 yuan as a starting point, not to mention changing the homestead, which would cost at least 100 yuan. With the money Lin Qing earned from his trip to sea these past 2 days, it's still a long way off before he can save enough. However, he definitely supports his son's desire to live a good life and spend money wisely. It's better than spending your days away from home and then losing your entire fortune in the end, right? Thinking of this, his brow relaxed slightly, and he said, You'll definitely support me if you remember, but I can only offer a maximum of 3. He originally wanted to say 300, but then he remembered that there were still his eldest and second eldest brothers. He couldn't just give all the family's wealth to Lin Qing, that would be too unfair. So he quickly changed his mind and said, 200. The rest you'll have to figure out yourself. It wasn't that Lin's father was stingy, it was just that the family's expenses were too high. Although he could earn 500 or 600 a year with the iron boat, the problem was that the boat was bought with borrowed money, which hadn't been paid off yet. The family's savings had also been depleted a few years ago when they built houses for the 3 brothers, so they really couldn't provide much more support. Dad, you're overthinking it. I didn't come to borrow money from you. Lin Qing was both amused and touched, and said, Keep your money. I'll figure out how to pay for the house myself. I mainly want to ask about the land for the house. His idea is to apply for a new homestead while keeping the mud brick house they currently live in. It wasn't for any commemorative purpose. The main reason was that more than 20 years later, the government demolished that area to develop it into a tourist attraction, and each family received more than 2 million yuan in compensation. So, if possible, he thought he would keep the houses. Even if they weren't demolished, he could use them as warehouses or let visiting relatives stay. When Lin Qing said this, Lin's father frowned even more deeply and said, I'll ask the party secretary later. There's no precedent for this in the village, so it probably won't work. Although they are a fishing village and their main income comes from fishing at sea, the issue of homesteads is not so simple. The amount allocated to each household is based on national policies. Okay. Lin Qing nodded. He didn't necessarily need the house. If it didn't work out, he could just buy it later. In any case, the sale of rural houses would be allowed in a few years. He said, If it really doesn't work out, Dad, you can ask the party secretary to exchange the homestead for the plot to the west of the old house. There was a large vacant lot to the west of their old house, which was originally intended to be a commune factory, but it didn't happen for various reasons, and after the reform and opening up, nothing came of it. The old house? Upon hearing this, not only Mr. Lin, but even Mrs. Lin looked up in surprise and said, "Little Sanzi, you're not wrong, are you? You wanted to stay away from the old house back then." Even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, Lin Qing couldn't help but blush. That's right. The reason he chose the land where he lives now was to be far away from the old house, and most importantly, to be far away from his father, Lin, who always has a dark expression. I was just being immature back then, Lin Qing explained with a wry smile. Now that I'm older, of course I want the whole family to be together. He even had a big argument with his father about this. Thinking of this, Lin's father's face darkened. If Lin Qing hadn't already turned over a new leaf, he would have given him another good scolding. He said, "All right, stop talking nonsense. I'll bring some things to ask you about it later." "Thank you, Dad," Lin Qing shouted happily. "He's your father, there's nothing to thank him for." The old lady chimed in after the father and son finished their business. "It would be nothing if I worked myself to death for you." When Lin's father heard this, he almost choked. How could it be that I should be exhausted to death? But the old lady only had eyes for her beloved grandson, not him. She continued, "Xiaoqing, building a house is no small matter. Don't try to handle it all by yourself. Your grandfather and I will each contribute, and don't hesitate to help your father too." "Mother!" Lin's father finally couldn't hold back anymore and said, "You shouldn't come along. Didn't I tell you long ago that no one should touch your retirement money? What's the point of giving it to him?" Like Lin's father, Lin's grandmother also had 3 sons, namely Lin's eldest uncle and second uncle. Although the 3 brothers were all fishermen and had some disagreements with each other, they were all quite kind to the old man. They would bring gifts such as rice during festivals, so the old man and woman had some money. "You know it's our retirement money." The old lady usually didn't interfere much in family matters, but Lin Qing was an exception, saying confidently, "We can spend money however we want, it's none of your business. Besides, if you could contribute more, would we still need our retirement savings?" Lin's father was put on the spot by just a few words, and could only say, "Mother, that's not what I meant. I just barely have enough money to pay off the debt. Once the new year comes, I'll definitely support you when I have more money." "How much support?" The old woman pressed for an answer. 3. As Lin's father said this, seeing that the old lady's expression was not right, he gritted his teeth and said, 400. That's more like it." The old woman's expression softened, and she said, "Money is something you can't take with you when you die, so what's the use of saving it? It's better to use it to build a house in Xiaoqing." "Mom, I know you feel sorry for the 3rd child, but there are still the eldest and second children. Lin's father said with a wry smile. "As a father, I have to treat them all equally. How can you say it's not fair? Xiao Dong and Xiao Tian take turns going out to sea with you every day to make money, isn't that enough?" The old woman retorted. "In a small town, he only gets a turn once a month. Where do you expect him to earn money? If it weren't for Xiaoqing's own hard work and making money at sea, he probably wouldn't even have enough to eat right now. How dare you, as his father, talk about treating everyone equally?" Lin's father was completely numb from listening. "Lin Qing only goes out to sea twice a month. Is that because of him? No, it's because he can't endure the hardship. The reason they couldn't afford to eat was because that brat gambled away all their family's savings. Can this really be blamed on him?" Unfortunately, for the old lady, matters concerning Lin Qing are never going to be resolved. So Lin's father could only meekly agree, saying, "Mother, I know I was wrong. I will definitely help Xiaoqing more in the future and try to help him build the house as soon as possible, okay?" "That's right." The old lady's expression softened considerably, and she turned to Lin Qing, saying, "Xiaoqing, don't be polite with your father. Use his help whenever you need it. If he doesn't help, come find your grandma." Although Lin Qing didn't need his family to contribute a single penny, he felt incredibly warm inside hearing his grandmother speak so favorably of him, and said, "Yes, I understand, Grandma." Chapter 59 Daily Life. "But Grandma, I really don't need the family to contribute any money. You can keep your retirement money for yourself." Lin Qing still felt sorry for his father. Maintaining such a big family and 3 sons was already difficult enough, so how could he let him take out more of the family's savings? He said, I have hands and feet, how can I keep sponging off my parents? Besides, haven't you seen how many times I've gone out to sea and how I've caught something every time? I'm better at sea shipping than most people. Who knows, if I catch a few more small yellow croakers, I'll have enough money to build a house. Since he couldn't talk about abalone, he steered the conversation to the vague and uncertain topic of maritime transport. Surprisingly, the older generation actually fell for it. Not only did the old lady nod in agreement, but the grandfather also agreed, saying, That's true. Since Xiaoqing returned, he has never gone out to sea empty-handed. This sea transport is indeed extraordinary. He was a seasoned fisherman who knew what it meant to rely on the weather for a living. Even a small boat, let alone a sampan, could return empty-handed. Lin Cheng and Jiang Ping, 2 greenhorns with little experience, were able to return fully loaded every time, which proved that they were indeed lucky at sea. Okay, then Grandma won't rush your dad. The old lady smiled and said, You earn it first, and then talk to us when you don't have enough. Also, remember to burn incense at the temple later to thank Mazu for her blessing. Yes, Grandma, don't worry. Once the temple is repaired, I'll invite a statue of Mazu to be placed on the boat. Lin Cheng solemnly agreed. There is no one by the sea who does not value their faith. Not to mention that he, as the second generation, naturally had even greater respect for Mazu. The family chatted for a while, and then Lin Cheng was urged by his grandmother to go home for dinner. By the time Lin Cheng arrived at his doorstep, it was completely dark. In the dim light of the room, the sound of Lin Xiaojun tapping on a bowl could be heard. He said with a hint of grievance, Mom, I'm so hungry. When can we eat? How many times have I told you? Don't bang on the bowl. Only beggars bang on their bowls. Do you want a beating? No, Mother, I'm not going to knock anymore, I'm just hungry. Don't bang on your bowl even if you're hungry. We'll eat when your dad gets back. When will Dad be back? Soon. Hearing these conversations, Lin Cheng felt a sense of peace. He pushed open the door and went inside, saying, Why are you waiting for me? Let's eat first. It's not like we have so many rules at the old house. You have to follow the rules no matter where you are. Su Qing glared at Lin Cheng, annoyed, and said, I just taught my son a lesson, so shut up and don't lead him astray. Okay. Lin Cheng shrank back and immediately shut up, saying, Then let's eat. Lin Xiaojun had been waiting impatiently, but having just been lectured by Su Qing, he still waited until Lin Cheng sat down and started eating before picking up his chopsticks himself. He took a bite of tofu and ate it with large mouthfuls of rice, showing none of the picky eating or anorexia that children in later generations are known for. That's normal. A few years ago, people couldn't even get enough to eat, so where would they go to be picky about food? That same year, the Lin family acquired an iron boat, which significantly improved their quality of life, allowing them to eat their fill. However, their diet was still quite bland, so their son would get extremely anxious whenever he saw tofu cooked with plenty of oil. Lin Cheng felt a pang of heartache seeing this. He picked up an abalone for his son, placed it on his bowl, and said, I was in such a rush today that I forgot to buy some meat. Honey, if you have time tomorrow, buy 2 pounds of spare ribs. Why buy meat when it's not a holiday? Su Qing was feeding her daughter when she heard this, and her beautiful eyebrows immediately furrowed. She said, Besides, who buys ribs when buying meat? Are you stupid? Spare ribs are the best. Lin Cheng explained. Braised or with some seaweed, wouldn't that be delicious? As for why we bought meat, of course it's for eating. Didn't you see the girl's hair is still yellowish? All right. Su Qing instinctively wanted to refuse, but after looking at her daughter's somewhat yellowish hair and her husband's tired face, she finally nodded and said, I'll go see him tomorrow. But who would be stupid enough to buy pork ribs to eat? The best cut is fatty pork, so you can just cut a little bit each time for stir-fries. Pork belly is the next best option. Pork belly! Definitely not the fatty kind. Lin Cheng was so scared he almost dropped his chopsticks. Su Qing looked at him questioningly. Didn't you used to love eating fatty meat the most? We've changed our gambling habit along with it, and we won't be cooking fatty meat in our house anymore. Lin Qing casually told a lie. In later generations, who would still eat those big, fatty slices of meat? It would be sickeningly greasy. Compared to other pork belly is better. It's very fragrant when made into braised pork. All right. Su Qing didn't know when Lin Qing had changed his mind, but since he said so, she agreed. The family was eating. Lin Xiaojun was the first to finish eating, and after gulping it down like a whirlwind, he begged Lin Qing to make him some milk powder. This was something that had been promised long ago, and Lin Qing kept his word. He took down the milk powder can from the top of the cabinet, scooped out 2 spoonfuls, put them in a bowl, dissolved the powder, and then put it on the table. It's too hot this time, I'll drink it later. Yes, thank you, Dad. Lin Xiaojun nodded like a chick pecking at rice, then sat down in the chair, staring intently at the bowl of milk powder, constantly inhaling, as if he wanted to inhale all the flavors into his stomach. Can't you be a little more sensible? Lin Qing found it amusing. What does success mean, Dad? Lin Xiaojun raised his little face and asked. Success is... Just as Lin Qing was about to explain, Lin Xiaobao and Su Qing's arms also smelled the milk powder and immediately rebelled. To adults, vegetables, tofu, and braised abalone are considered a healthy and nourishing dish, but for infants, even bird's nest and shark fin soup can't compare to the benefits of baby formula. Mother! Mother! Lin Xiaobao squirmed in Su Qing's arms, his little hand pointing intently at the bowl of milk powder, his eyes full of longing, saying, Drink this. Eat your food first, then drink your milk powder later. You'll get your share. Su Qing felt completely overwhelmed. My daughter has always been the best eater, and I hardly ever have to coax her. But ever since we got formula and malted milk powder, she's completely changed. She practically eats that as her main meal. Despite how well she behaved and was affectionate with her dad last night, she begged him several times today for milk powder. If it weren't for the toys diverting my attention, I probably would have eaten this as my main meal. It's okay, milk powder will fill her up just the same. If it's not enough, we can give her another meal at night. Lin Qing didn't force the girl to eat. Although he didn't have any grandchildren in his previous life, he had seen the other children in his family. 2-year-olds are at the age where they eat both milk powder and food. It's not a problem for them to eat only milk powder for 1 or 2 meals occasionally. Why is there so much in Chapter 60? You're just spoiling her. When she grows up, she'll be asking you for things every day. Su Qing said irritably, but still listened to Lin Qing and went to make formula for her daughter. If she wants it, she can have it. As long as her father can still work, we'll buy her whatever she wants. Lin Qing smiled and agreed, then reached out and hugged his daughter affectionately for a while. Although Lin Xiaobao was still watching his mother make milk powder with longing eyes, he knew that his mother had only agreed because his father had spoken. He turned his head and kissed Lin Qing on the cheek. This immediately made Lin Qing's face light up with joy, and he seemed to perk up completely. Humph, then you can wait to support her for the rest of your life. Su Qing pursed her lips, and after preparing the formula, she put her daughter on a high stool to sit next to her brother, waiting for the formula to cool down. Oh, I'm happy to raise my daughter. It would be best if she never got married. Lin Qing's greatest fear in his past life was seeing other people's daughters. Every time, he would involuntarily think of Xiao Bao, especially girls of the same age. He would always think that if Xiao Bao hadn't had that accident, she would definitely be about the same age as them. He vowed never to experience that heart-wrenching feeling again. Naturally, he wanted to spoil his daughter rotten and make up for all the fatherly love she had missed in her 2 lifetimes. Okay, then you can work for your girl until she's 80, all the way to your coffin. Su Qing muttered a few words, but couldn't help but smile. Who doesn't want their husband to love their children? Especially since Xiao Bao is a girl, she is not valued much in rural areas nowadays. Hey honey, this conch you brought back looks pretty good. It looks dark. Su Qing suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Of course. Otherwise, would I have brought them back specifically? Lin Qing said proudly. It's just that there wasn't enough time today. Otherwise, if we stewed them with chicken, they would taste even better. They would be fragrant, nourishing, and so delicious that you would swallow your tongue. No way. Su Qing shook her head repeatedly and said, This is fine enough. Why buy a chicken? You don't know how expensive free-range chickens are now. Aunt Wang bought one for more than 4 yuan. She said the price in the city is even higher, more than 1 yuan per jing. It's rising so fast? Lin Cheng's brow twitched. 2 days ago, when Sister Yu suggested he buy some laying hens, each one was only a little over 3 yuan. How did the price go up so much? Don't be fooled by the fact that it's only increased by a few cents or $1. It's quite expensive now. Many people in rural areas might not even earn $1 a day. Su Qing shook her head. I don't know. Anyway, don't buy any recently. Pork is more cost-effective. I'll go buy some pork belly tomorrow. We still have some meat coupons that Xiao Yu gave us that we haven't used up yet. Okay. Lin Qing also gave up the idea of making chicken soup with abalone. Making money was one thing, but there was no need to be a sucker. Because he remembers very clearly that in his previous life in 1985, he bought a free-range chicken in the village for only 4 yuan. Moreover, the real price surge occurred after 1985, when prices were breaking through the barriers. Before that, money was still quite valuable. As the couple were talking, Su Qing suddenly remembered something, looked at Lin Qing, and said, Wait, you haven't told us how much money you made today. I'll tell you after I finish eating. Lin Qing dared not say it now, because mentioning abalone would give him away. Instead, he pretended to be mysterious and said, Let me tell you in advance, just wait and count your money. It will definitely exceed your expectations. Really? Su Qing's eyes lit up immediately. Although her only hope was that Lin Qing would stop gambling and live a good life. Who wouldn't want their husband to be capable and able to make their life better? Especially since Lin Qing had already demonstrated his skills, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. Could he have caught another boatload of small yellow croakers? What's so special about small yellow croakers? They're scary when I tell you. Lin Qing chuckled, almost shaking, but quickly regained his composure and said, I told you to eat first, hurry up and eat, especially the conch I brought back. I'll pay you after you finish eating. Just tell me. Let's eat first. Snort. Su Qing pouted and couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Qing. That's how people are, the less someone tells you, the more you want to know. But Lin Qing just wouldn't tell her, so she had no choice but to pout and say, Fine, I'll eat it all. I'll eat it all and leave you nothing. As she spoke, she picked up 2 abalones at once and stuffed them both into her mouth. Lin Qing found it amusing. My wife was so cute when she was young, she was like a little kid. However, my wife is only 20 years old this year. If we consider her age in later generations, she would really be a college student. But seriously, Xiaoqing, the conch you brought back is really delicious. I've never had it before. Su Qing ate too and asked curiously. She has been married for almost 4 years. Before she got her current house, she lived with her 2 uncles' families. The whole family of more than 10 people lived in the old house. With so many people, they ate whatever was available. Since the family was a fisherman, they ate fish and shellfish all the time. The amount of fish they killed alone was more than she had eaten in her parents' home for more than 10 years. Logically speaking, I've already tried all the local seafood, but I've never tried this conch that my husband brought back. Don't even mention you, even my grandfather, a fisherman who's fished his whole life, has never eaten it. Lin Qing chuckled and said, We rarely produce this kind of conch in our area. You can only find it sporadically in Lian City. I was just lucky to get a little bit. All right. Su Qing nodded and asked, Is there no one willing to buy this? If so, you should sell it. Dad always says that scarcity increases value, so it's sure to fetch a good price. Yes, I have. Seeing his wife eat several without stopping, Lin Qing wasn't worried anymore. He blinked and confessed, We went to the county town today to sell these. Otherwise, who would go so far? No wonder. Su Qing suddenly realized, and while pouring some of the braised abalone broth into her bowl, she asked, "Isn't the price very good?" "It's all right," Lin Cheng thought to himself. "As expected of my wife, she has quite a taste for food. She even invented abalone sauce rice herself," he said. "Anyway, it's more valuable than yellow croaker. Hurry up and eat 2 more. I'll pay for them later. You've eaten enough. We'll save the rest for you and Xiaobao." Su Qing didn't eat much and was already full. She wiped her hands, stretched them out in front of Lin, and said, "Okay, I'm finished eating now. Can I pay now?" "Good." Lin Qing didn't delay and immediately reached into his underwear to take out money. Su Qing's face flushed instantly, and she couldn't help but hit Lin Qing. "Why did you put it there?" Chapter 61, Settlement of Accounts. Su Qing's face flushed instantly, and she couldn't help but hit Lin Qing. "Why did you put it there?" "Of course we'll put the item right next to the baby, otherwise what if it gets lost?" Lin Qing said shamelessly. It's only because the 2 children are still alive that Lin Qing would have let Su Qing go and get the money herself. Pooh! Even though Su Qing was a mother of 2, she was still blushing. She hit Lin Qing several times, and finally pinched his waist, saying, "Don't talk nonsense! Hurry up and take it out!" Okay. Lin Qing gasped, no longer daring to make any more suggestive remarks. He quickly pulled out all the money and handed it to Su Qing, saying, "I'm handing it all over to the authorities. Are you happy now, my dear wife? But you'd better be prepared." "Of course I'm happy, and I'm mentally prepared." Su Qing held a thick wad of cash in her hand, her face beaming with joy. Just as she was about to praise her husband for earning so much money again, she suddenly realized something was wrong. The banknotes in her hand weren't the 1 yuan notes she expected, but 10 yuan notes. All of them. A thick stack of brand new 10 yuan notes. "How can there be so many?" Su Qing's hands trembled slightly, and even her voice trembled a little. She considered herself a knowledgeable person. After all, her family's wealth had once exceeded 400 at its peak, but compared to the large sum of money in her hand, it was nothing. "Didn't you say you were mentally prepared?" This was the first time Lin Qing had seen such an expression on his wife's face. He was extremely pleased with himself and said casually, "Look at you, it's just a little over 1,000 yuan, what's the big deal?" What husband doesn't want to show off in front of his wife? If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to trick her into eating abalone, Lin Qing would have already put on the act. "It's just a little over 1,000. Upon hearing this, Su Qing felt an urge to grab Lin Qing's ear and give him a good whack. "Just a few days ago, this family was worried about food supplies, and you're telling me this?" "Yes, this is what I earned in a day. I should have more tomorrow and the day after. Keep it safe, and don't lose it or let it get chewed by mice." Lin Qing said something in a fake and pretentious way. To show that he didn't care, he even picked up a piece of tofu from his plate and ate it. Su Qing felt her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Staring at the thick wad of money in her hand, her eyes burned. She took several deep breaths to calm herself down, but her pretty face was still a little pale as she said, How did you earn this? How can you have so much? Xiao Qing, you didn't do anything, tell me honestly." There are quite a few highway robbers these days, and it's not just local, it's the same all over the country. In some places, farmers work during busy seasons and then act as petty thieves during their free time. This is especially true in poor and remote areas, as you can see from the Sun brothers in their village. Even if Lin Qing and Jiang Ping were rowing a sampan, or even if they were to bring back a boat full of large yellow croakers, they still wouldn't be able to sell it for more than 1,000 yuan. Moreover, they came back from the county town, so how could people not suspect that they had done something illegal or criminal? Ah? Lin Qing was a little confused. What should I say honestly? I just fish and sell goods, what else is there to say? Seeing that Lin Qing still refused to admit it, Su Qing's eyes immediately reddened, and she said, "You still won't admit it? When we got married, didn't you tell me that even if we starved to death, we would never steal or rob? But now..." Lin Xiaojun and Lin Xiaobao, who were happily drinking milk powder nearby, rushed over when they saw their mother crying. "Mother! Why are you crying? Mother! Mother! Lin Xiaobao even waved his little fists at Lin Cheng, looking fierce as if he wanted to hit him, showing none of the affectionate behavior he had shown towards his father earlier when he wanted milk powder. Stop, stop, stop! Lin Qing finally understood what Su Qing meant, and felt both amused and exasperated. He hurriedly explained. Who told you I stole or robbed it? I earned this money from fishing. I don't believe it. Su Qing sniffed and said. Dad's tin boat only made a few dozen yuan today. After deducting the cost of fuel, he only made a little over 30. Where are you going to earn so much with your little wooden boats? Xiao Cheng, I'm begging you, if it's stolen or robbed, let's just return it. Isn't it better for us to earn money honestly? Even if you don't go to sea, I'll weave nets. This can lead to jail time. My dear wife, I really didn't do any of those things. Lin Chen was preoccupied with his own problems and regretted not mentioning the abalone earlier. Instead, he put on an act and said, These are all money that Jiang Ping and I earn honestly. As for why there are so many, it's because the fish are rare. Do you know abalone? Seeing Lin Qing speaking so sincerely, Su Qing finally began to believe him and said, I've heard of it. Last time I was chatting with my second sister-in-law and the others, they talked about abalone and sea cucumber. I think I also read about it in a book when I was in school. They said it was something very precious. Right. Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, his wife was educated, otherwise it would have been difficult to explain. He said, This is what we're selling today. We were lucky enough to catch a whole boatload. Selling it in our village would be too conspicuous, so we went to the county town to sell it. Real? Su Qing said with some doubt. It's absolutely true. If you don't believe me, come out to sea with us tomorrow. Lin Qing wiped away his wife's tears. This is also the point of the matter. After all, either he nor Jiang Ping could hide such a large sum of money from their wives. In addition, there were still so many abalone on that reef, which was really worrying. If someone happened to pass by and steal them, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Therefore, Lin Qing plans to have the women from both families go out to sea with him tomorrow, and get another boat so that he can pry all the abalone back in one day and secure the profits. Hearing Lin Qing say this, Su Qing finally believed it and whispered, Then, so you really earned this money? Otherwise what? Huh! Lin Qing snorted. He was actually thinking of giving this woman some nourishment, but he treated me like a criminal instead. I'm sorry, honey, I was wrong. Su Qing's face instantly brightened, and she hugged Lin Qing, saying, I shouldn't have doubted you before. You're so amazing, honey. That's it. Lin Qing glared at him and said, At least give me a kiss and I'll forgive you. Don't want. Su Qing refused, with the two children watching nearby. Her face flushed with embarrassment, she slapped him. Lin Qing, however, wouldn't tolerate her. If he didn't teach this silly woman a lesson, what would she dare to do next time? He snatched the money back from her hand and said, If you don't kiss me, I'm not paying. You dare! If you don't kiss me, I dare! You! Helpless, Su Qing could only cover her son's eyes and give Lin Qing a light kiss on the cheek. This can't be counted. Lin Qing was about to say that a kiss was necessary, but he didn't expect Su Qing to be so cunning. She took the money back from his hand while they were kissing and gave him a smug look. You're cheating. So what if I cheat? Su Qing glanced at him smugly, then happily counted the money, saying, How much is this? It feels like more than 1,000 yuan. 1,300. Lin Qing concealed the secret stash of 50 yuan without batting an eye. So much? Su Qing pressed on. Oh, why is that abalone so expensive? How much does it cost? 7.5 yuan per jean, of course that's too much. Lin Qing said. There's a reason why it's expensive. Didn't you just keep saying it was delicious? What did you say? Chapter 62. How could you bring yourself to do that? You mean to say that what I just ate was abalone? Su Qing could hardly believe her ears and turned to look at the few abalones left on the plate. Okay. Lin Qing felt a little guilty and whispered, I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you wouldn't be willing to eat it. Now that you've eaten it, you don't feel bad about it anymore. Su Qing didn't speak, just stared at the plate of conch meat, then looked at Lin Qing. Her whole body stiffened, and the next second she grabbed Lin Cheng's waist tightly and wouldn't let go, her voice trembling as she said, "You, Lin, are you trying to make me angry? People wouldn't even eat it for 75 cents. This stuff costs 7.5 yuan a pound, and you actually brought it home to eat." Especially when she thought about how he had coaxed her into eating so much, Su Qing felt like biting Lin Qing to death. 7 yuan and 50 cents is enough to buy 5 jin of pork. That's more than enough for the whole family to eat for a week. But they ate it all in just a few bites. Ahem, I was just thinking of giving you something nourishing. You work so hard weaving the nets and taking care of Bao. Abalone is really good for you. I heard it's very nutritious. Lin Cheng's face turned green from being pinched, but he didn't dare to shout. He could only try to explain in an even softer voice. I'll give you nutrition. Su Qing was so angry that tears were about to fall, and she opened her mouth and bit Lin Cheng's arm. She doesn't even earn $1 a day weaving nets. This plate of abalone is equivalent to 10 days' worth of income. And Lin Qing is still talking to him about nutrition he doesn't understand. Hey, a gentleman uses words, not fists. Don't bite me. Lin Qing couldn't hold back any longer. Su Qing showed no intention of letting go, biting Lin Cheng until he was twitching before finally releasing her grip. She then lashed out at his waist, and it took quite a while for her anger to subside. But looking at the abalone on the plate on the table, she still couldn't suppress her heartache. 7 yuan and 50 cents a pound? Even women in postpartum confinement wouldn't dare eat this. How could you do that? It's simply a sin. Why are you so particular about your words? Lin Qing dared not say another word, fearing he would be punished again. Only after confirming that his wife wouldn't lay a hand on him did he whisper, "Wife, I know I was wrong, but we've already eaten today, so please don't hold it against me. Besides, it wasn't just for you. I also took a lot over to Grandma and the others." Snort. Su Qing couldn't say anything more now, since it involved her husband's filial piety. But thinking about how they had eaten 2 plates of abalone, which cost nearly 20 yuan, she felt heartbroken. She hit Lin Qing several times before she could finally vent her anger. "I want to go tomorrow too." Su Qing grabbed Lin Cheng's clothes and said fiercely, "If you dare bring such expensive things back again, I'll..." She wanted to threaten Lin Qing, but didn't know how to say it, so she could only say harshly, "I'll take Xiao Bao to Grandma and cry." Okay, I definitely won't do it again." Lin Qing was startled and quickly made a promise. He was a troublemaker since he was a child. At home, he wasn't afraid of his father or mother, but he was afraid of upsetting his grandmother. Then, he wiped away Su Qing's tears, patted his wife's back, and finally kissed her cheek, saying, "Okay, are you calm now?" "No." Su Qing quickly wiped away Lin Cheng's drool, pouted as if to show disgust, but felt a sweet warmth in her heart. In today's society, men usually make the decisions at home, and there are even quite a few cases of men hitting women. How could she not feel comforted when her husband was being treated like this? Yet he wasn't angry at all and even humbled himself to coax her. Just as Su Qing was about to put Lin Qing in his place, a soft, childlike voice suddenly came from the side. "Daddy and Mommy kissing, how embarrassing!" Su Qing blushed instantly. She had been so emotional that she had forgotten her daughter was right next to her. Lin Xiaojun was also grinning foolishly on the side, saying, "Dad, I want you to kiss me too." Lin Qing was also a little embarrassed. Although he prided himself on having lived 2 lives and having a thick skin, he was still a bit awkward about being intimate with his wife in front of his son. He hurriedly explained, "Dad and Mom didn't kiss. Your mother had something on her face, and Dad was tired from fishing all day, so he had no choice but to kiss her." "Stop talking." Su Qing, who was standing next to her, blushed deeply. "Is that how you explain it? Isn't this just making things worse?" Compared to Lin Qing, she had far more ways to distract the 2 children. She said, "The formula is cold. Do you still want to drink it?" "Drink?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaojun disregarded everything else and hurriedly ran back to his seat. Lin Xiaobao panicked, but she was too small to reach the high stool. She cried out, "Drink! Drink, Grandma! Goo goo, goo goo isn't waiting for me!" In their local dialect of northern Jiangsu, goo goo means older brother. "One bowl per person, I didn't steal yours." Lin Xiaojun held the bowl and drank the milk powder, his eyebrows almost flying up. He swallowed a big mouthful before speaking. Killing mushrooms. Lin Xiaobao was too young to understand. He only felt that his brother was going to take away his delicious drink. In the end, Lin Qing carried her to a stool and fed her with a spoon, which finally calmed the siblings' conflict. However, when Lin Xiaobao saw that Lin Xiaojun was drinking it himself, he actually pushed Lin Qing away and put his mouth to the edge of the bowl, slurping up the prepared milk powder. "My daughter is so capable, she can drink milk by herself now." If this were Brat, he would have been scolded by Lin Qing at the very least. He wouldn't even accept his own father's service, let alone want to kill him. But my daughter is naturally well-behaved and sensible, a good baby who knows how to support herself. Su Qing, watching from the side, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She tugged at Lin Qing's clothes and said, "Girl, you don't need to worry about her. I can watch over her. Come over and count the money with me." "What's the point of counting such a small amount of money?" Lin Qing pursed his lips. Although 1,000 yuan has great purchasing power now, it is still far from enough to cover what Lin Qing has to do: a metal boat, building a house, each of which is a huge expense. What's more, he was a boatman in his previous life, and during the fishing season, his salary was tens of thousands of yuan. This little money? Su Qing was almost crushed by Lin Qing's tone. Just a week ago, her entire family had only 200 or 300 yuan, which she had saved up over several years. Now, more than 1,000 yuan was nothing to Lin Qing. "If you dare to talk big again, I'll pinch you." Su Qing rolled her eyes at Lin Qing and said, "Come here quickly, I want to count them properly. Also, tell me how many kilograms of abalone you sold, I need to do the accounting." She didn't suspect Lin Qing of hiding money, but she was worried that her husband, who hadn't attended school for more than 2 years, might be cheated when someone tried to settle accounts, while she herself had at least completed junior high school. What was said unintentionally may have been taken to heart by the listener. Lin Qing, who had some hidden money, was already uneasy, and hearing this made him tremble even more. Chapter 63, You're Up Against Hanzhou. I forgot the exact number, but the boss gave a total of more than 2,000 yuan. Jiangping and I split it 64 times. In the end, I got 1,300 yuan, and he got 850 yuan. Lin Qing wanted to cover it up. "I'm asking you how many kilograms." Su Qing gave him an annoyed look and said, "Don't try to talk nonsense with me." As his wife of several years, how could she not know what Lin Qing was thinking? "If you tell the truth, I might leave you a few dozen or 100 yuan for spending money. But if I find out..." Su Qing wrinkled her little nose, waved her fist, and said, "Just wait and see, I'll take Xiaobao to Grandma and cry." As the saying goes, one trick is all you need to succeed in anything. And knowing Lin Qing's weakness, Su Qing naturally had to make good use of it. Lin Qing chuckled to himself. Just like Su Qing knows herself, how could he not know his wife's personality? They'd rather split a penny in half to spend, so where would they find a few dozen or 100 for pocket money? Giving 5 yuan would be considered a huge favor. Therefore, he decided to resist the strict punishment and go home for the Chinese New Year. "Really, honey, you have to believe me. It weighed a little over 200 jin but less than 300 jin in total. I said a few more celebratory words at the end, and the boss gave us a little more. I got 1,300 yuan, and I didn't hide a single penny from myself," Lin Qing said sincerely. "Really?" Su Qing looked at Lin Qing suspiciously, but in the end she chose to believe him. After all, if it were the Lin Qing of the past, he would have been lucky to get 130 yuan back, let alone all of it. He would have gone to the town casino to gamble long ago. "You've passed." As Su Qing said this, she carefully counted the money again. Finally, unable to contain her excitement, she threw herself into Lin Cheng's arms and nuzzled around like a little baby, saying, "Honey, how are you so amazing? You earned so much money in just one day. Your dad and the others couldn't earn as much as you do in a single day even after saving for 2 years. Of course, don't you know who I am?" Lin Cheng immediately started shaking. "My husband is the best." Su Qing blushed with excitement, and actually leaned in to kiss Lin Cheng on the cheek. This was an unusual act for the conservative Su Qing, which was enough to prove her happiness and joy. After all, that's a whole 1,300 yuan. In an era when the average monthly income in rural areas was only a dozen yuan, or even 10 yuan, this was an absolute fortune. A fortune enough to completely transform the lives of an entire family. She no longer had to worry about food for her family, no longer feared that if she didn't get the money from selling the fishing nets today, there would be no food left for the family, and she wouldn't feel guilty at night hearing Xiao Jun and Xiao Bao murmuring that they were hungry. Thinking of this, Su Qing's eyes reddened again. Because only she knows how much she has suffered over the years, how much her 2 children have endured with her, and now, her man has finally stood up for her. To put it bluntly, if she had known that losing all her savings would reform her husband, she would have dragged him into gambling long ago, instead of waiting until today. Fortunately, I finally got what I was waiting for. Why did she suddenly start crying all of a sudden? Lin Cheng was feeling smug and wanted to hear more praise from his wife, but unexpectedly she started crying. He hurriedly wiped away her tears and said, "Isn't it a good thing that I've made money?" "I'm fine," Su Qing said a little shyly, burying her head in his chest. "Then why?" As Lin Cheng said this, he suddenly realized why. After all, the 2 of them had lived together for decades, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. He gently stroked her long hair and said, "All right, I've turned over a new leaf, haven't I?" Su Qing ignored him and just sobbed softly in his arms, as if she wanted to vent all the grievances she had accumulated over the years. Lin Cheng felt both heartache and joy. The heartache stemmed from guilt for his past actions, which had caused his family so much suffering. The joy, however, came from the fact that his future wife, whom he would never even glance at, could now vent her emotions in his arms. It was simply wonderful. "Okay, stop crying." After Su Qing cried for a while, Lin Cheng, worried that she would hurt herself, pinched her earlobe and said, "If you cry again, I'll take the money away. I won't give it to you." Upon hearing this, Su Qing, who had been sobbing just moments before, immediately raised her head, clutched the money tightly to her chest, and looked at Lin Cheng with wary eyes that were red and swollen like a rabbit's. She pouted and said, "You'll never touch the family's money in your entire life." She spoke aggressively, but unexpectedly, because she moved too fast, she blew a snot bubble out of her nose. Lin Cheng burst out laughing on the spot. Su Qing blushed instantly, quickly sucked back her breath, buried her head in Lin Cheng's chest, and pinched his waist, saying, "Don't laugh." Okay, I won't laugh," Lin Cheng assured him, drawing in the cool air. After a while, Su Qing raised her head again, her face still flushed. Making sure the money was still in her hand, she said, "You're not allowed to take money anymore, understand? I'm not gambling anymore, so I can't take it." Lin Cheng protested. "I'm a grown man, I should at least have 10 or 20 yuan on me. Who knows if you're really not going, or if it's just temporary? Anyway, I don't believe you." As Su Qing said this, she tilted her head and thought for a moment, then took out a 10 yuan note and put it in Lin Cheng's hand. "However, you've been behaving well lately, so I can give you a 10 yuan reward." "You're only giving me 10 yuan? Lin Cheng glared and said, "You told me before that you'd honestly give me 50 or 100. Now it's shrunk tenfold." "But you didn't explain." Su Qing blinked her big eyes and pretended to be stupid. "I haven't explained yet. 1,300 yuan, I gave it all to you without keeping a single penny." "I don't care." Su Qing shook her head vigorously, basically saying that she was going to deny everything and even push Lin Cheng out the door, saying she was going to find a place to hide the money. Lin Cheng pretended to be helpless as he squatted down at the door, but he was actually overjoyed inside, having gotten another 10 yuan. He had long anticipated that he wouldn't get a lot of money from Su Qing, otherwise he wouldn't have hidden his own money in advance. But he didn't expect that by showing a little skill, he could actually get another 10 yuan. Wife, you're only 19 years old, you're still too green to compete with me now. He thought to himself with a touch of smugness, already figuring out what to do with his secret stash of money. Unexpectedly, a flashlight in the distance suddenly flashed, and two figures walked over. A man and a woman, one in front and one behind. Who else could they be but Jiang Ping and sister-in-law Yu? But then Jiang Ping, looking like a wilted eggplant, followed behind. Upon seeing Lin Qing, he acted as if he'd seen a savior, and immediately tried to speak. Qingzi, tell your sister-in-law, what should we do? Shut up! Sister-in-law Yu, however, roared like a shrew, silencing him completely. Turning to Lin Qing, she forced a smile and said, Qingzi, I know about today's fish catch. Thank you so much. I used to think you guys were just wasting your time. Sister-in-law, why bring up those things? We grew up together, practically naked. Lin Qing waved his hand with a smile, but his heart skipped a beat. I don't know how Sister Yu is at home, but she is very respectful to men in public. She never speaks harshly to Jiang Ping and his friends and is quite virtuous and gentle. But today she shouted it all out. Could it be that his hidden stash of money has been discovered? But even if they were discovered, it wouldn't cause trouble here. After all, he and Jiang Ping had already agreed that each of them would hide 50, so they could explain things to both sides later, and their testimonies had already been matched. Besides, these days, rural people care a lot about face, especially after making such a large sum of money. Even if they hid some money, no one would come knocking on their door. Your sister-in-law will express her gratitude to you later. Sister-in-law Yu tried hard to maintain her composure and said, Tell me the truth first. As they were talking, the man next to them winked at Lin Qing, his expression practically begging him to kneel down and save his life. At this moment, Su Qing also heard the commotion and came out, quickly inviting her sister-in-law and the others to come inside. Sister-in-law Yu probably didn't want things to get too ugly, or she was worried that the abalone incident would be leaked, so she kept her words to herself. Only after entering the room and sitting down did she take a deep breath and say, Qingzi, tell your sister-in-law the truth, did you give Jiang Ping 450 today? Ah? Lin Qing was stunned after hearing this. Dude, you're really daring. I feel like I'm awesome just because I hide 50 yuan. You're talking to Hanzhou. Chapter 64, A Super Pit. Wrong. They sold abalone for a total of 2,250 yuan, divided into 64 portions. Lin Qing received 1,350 yuan, while Jiang Ping received 900 yuan. So, did old Cheng not hand over half of it to his sister-in-law? Not to mention Lin Qing, even Su Qing standing next to him stared wide-eyed. According to her husband's instructions, brother Jiang received 850 yuan this time. Just by looking at the couple's expressions, Sister Yu could tell something was wrong. She took a deep breath and said, Qing, I know you're the most honest person. Tell me properly, how much did you give him? Lin Qing gave a wry smile, unsure of how to begin. Even though he and Jiang Ping were childhood friends, he couldn't just watch him die. But this is their family matter. No matter how close he is to his childhood friend, he shouldn't get involved. And to put it bluntly, exposing him on the spot is just destroying the relationship between the couple. But then again, splitting money is no small matter, especially a sum of nearly $1,000. If things aren't clearly explained, there might be some unpleasantness in people's minds. Sister-in-law, about this matter. Just when Lin Qing was in a dilemma. Knowing he was doomed, Jiang Ping took the initiative to confess, whispering, Wife, please don't make things difficult for Qingzi. I'll tell you, okay? Qingzi gave me 900. How much? 900? Upon hearing this number, Sister Yu nearly fainted. She tried to guess as high as possible, but only came up with 200. After all, who can earn thousands of yuan a day? Furthermore, although her husband was a bit of a slacker, how could he possibly be hiding so much money from her? She never expected. Jiang Ping's face was filled with despair. He hadn't initially intended to hide so much, but once he got home, he got a little carried away. Every married man knows how difficult it is to ask his wife for money. Sometimes you can only get 5 cents or $1 after pleading your way through the house. But if you hide it away as a secret stash, it's a different story. You can spend it however you want. Of course, the most important thing is that I earned a lot this time. Are you kidding me? 900 yuan. How many people can earn that back in a day? In his opinion, if he could pay half, it would be enough to make his wife happy for half a month, and he wouldn't even ask about the specific amount. All I have to do is quietly talk to Qingzi and ask him to cooperate, and I'll be set for myself with those few hundred yuan. Why would I even bother smoking budget cigarettes then? I could afford a pack of Nanjing cigarettes a day. What happened next went pretty much as he'd predicted. His wife was overjoyed, hugging and kissing him several times. She even insisted on adding a stir-fried pork dish to his dinner, gave him a massage afterward to thank him for his hard work, and prepared water for him to wash his feet, making him feel like a pampered lord. However, excessive joy can lead to sorrow. Jiang Ping was so busy showing off that he forgot that besides the large sum of money he had hidden, he also had 50 yuan that he and Lin Cheng had agreed to each hide, which was in his pocket. Meanwhile, sister-in-law Yu was so excited that she couldn't sleep at all, so she grabbed Jiang Ping's clothes and went to soak them in water. This one soaking caused the problem. A sudden clash of thunder and fire nearly killed Chiang Kai-shek. Moreover, this guy is also a genius. After being interrogated, he didn't choose to deny everything like Lin Cheng, nor did he confess everything. Instead, he chose to confess only part of the truth. He thought that by giving up a small portion, he could appease his wife, but he forgot that she was the woman who had been by his side for many years and knew his temperament well. After receiving the 100 yuan that was hidden inside, Sister Yu was so angry that she laughed on the spot, and dragged him all the way to Lin Cheng's house. And why is it that Chiang Kai-shek always listened to Lin Cheng from a young age? Simply put, he wasn't very bright. Even at this point, he still clung to the idea that Lin Cheng could cooperate with him, stubbornly refusing to confess. Only when he could no longer deny it did he honestly confess. Upon hearing the number 900, Sister Yu nearly fainted from shock. She guessed that her husband had hidden at most 300 yuan, but she never expected that he could hide nearly 500 yuan. "I'll beat you to death, you heartless bastard! I've been with you for so many years, what have I ever done to wrong you? I worry about the old and the young, and you treat me like a thief." Lin Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. Sister-in-law Yu is usually quite gentle, but the more gentle she is, the greater the power she becomes after the explosion. After just a few words, Jiang Ping was overwhelmed. "Honey, let's talk this out at home. I know I was wrong, and it definitely won't happen again." Sister-in-law Yu wouldn't listen to a word, she just kept crying. Jiang Ping was at a loss and said repeatedly, "Wife, I really didn't mean to hide it from you. I just wanted to hide some money. And it's not just me, Qingzi also hid several tens of yuan. It's just that I hid a little more. Qingzi, please say something for me." Question mark. A question mark slowly appeared above Lin Cheng's head. He froze. "What did I say? That I hid money too? Dude, are you even human? You should apologize to your sister-in-law. Why drag me into this? I haven't even won my 50 yuan yet." Su Qing was actually quite happy to be watching and trying to mediate the fight. Because her husband wasn't like Jiang Ping, who knew to hand over all his money and treated her so well. Upon hearing this, her big eyes turned into daggers as she looked at Lin Cheng, gritting her teeth as she said, "You hid it too?" Lin Cheng's lips twitched. "You son of a bitch, Jiang Ping, I'll beat you to a pulp and then I'll change my surname to yours." But with the traitor right in front of him, Lin Cheng couldn't deny it anymore. He forced a smile and said, "Well, I did keep a little bit, but honey, it's not my secret stash. It's pocket money I'm saving to buy snacks for Xiao Bao and the others later." "Where?" Su Qing said angrily. She was so happy before, thinking that her own husband was the best, but it turns out he's just like her. "Here." With a bitter expression, Lin Qing pulled a clay pot from under Xiao Jun's bed, reached inside, and found 5 10-yuan bills in his hand, which he obediently handed to Su Qing. You! Su Qing blushed and said. So that's why you sat on the bed as soon as you got back. I was thinking you were going to be affectionate with Xiao Bao. Turns out you were hiding money. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Seeing that a fight was about to break out here, Sister Yu couldn't care less about arguing with Jiang Ping anymore. She hurriedly comforted him, saying, How much has Qingzi hidden? He's still thinking about you. Unlike my family, who wants to hide all their money. He's a scoundrel. There's no such thing as a lot or a little when it comes to this. Hiding a few dollars doesn't really matter. The two women immediately formed a united front and began to berate the two bad men. After a lot of commotion, sister-in-law Yu was finally calmed down. Jiang Ping also knew better and kept apologizing, swearing that he would never do such a thing again, and that was the end of it. After seeing the couple off, Su Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Things had finally calmed down. Actually, she wasn't really angry. She was just trying to appease sister-in-law Yu by scolding Lin Qing. After all, Lin Qing only had 50 yuan hidden away. After all that had happened recently, she knew her husband was probably telling the truth. He wanted the money to buy some snacks for their daughter. So she took out the 50 yuan she had confiscated earlier, but after thinking about it, she took back 20 yuan, leaving her with only 30. She handed it to Lin Qing and said, Hey, don't look so sad. Here's 30, but don't spend it recklessly, okay? Okay, thank you, honey. Lin Qing, who had just been frowning, suddenly beamed with joy and said with a smile, I knew my wife was the best. She wouldn't hold these things against me. Who said I don't hold grudges? I'm just letting it slide this time. If you do it again next time, I'll settle the score with you. Su Qing put on a fierce look, trying to intimidate Lin Qing. But she forgot that her adorable face, so similar to her daughter's, was not dangerous at all when she tried to look fierce. Instead, Lin Qing found it amusing and shamelessly kissed her on the cheek. Get away! It's covered in saliva! It stinks! Su Qing pushed Lin Qing away, feeling somewhat annoyed. This guy always acted this way. Why didn't she have any authority at all? When mother was alive, she would scold father, and father was always afraid of her. It's the same at my mother-in-law's house. She doesn't usually get angry, but whenever she does, my father-in-law doesn't dare to say a word. It seems to be the same at my older brother's houses. But when it comes to my house, he just smiles and jokes around with me. She glared at Lin Qing with annoyance, her face darkening as she tried to project an air of authority. But when she turned her head, she saw Lin Qing making a face and burst out laughing. Don't make me laugh! I'm angry! I didn't make you laughed on your own. Lin Qing complained. And who should be angry? I worked so hard to earn money, and you just hugged me, didn't even kiss me, and then gave me 30 yuan to get rid of me. It's no different from when I was a kid and I begged for candy and my mom gave me 2 cents to get rid of me. If anyone should be angry, it should be me. Su Qing felt a little embarrassed by what was said. Her face flushed slightly as she replied, Who said we didn't kiss? Her voice softened a little. When I hugged you just now, I clearly kissed you. You just brushed against me. Does that count as a relationship? Lin Qing glared at him. Even if you just rub against someone, it still counts as a relationship. Su Qing quickly regained her confidence and said emphatically, Besides, who said it was only 30? My sister-in-law and the others gave me 10 yuan before they arrived. Thank you so much. Lin Qing laughed in exasperation. Why? Su Qing pouted, unhappy. If you don't want it, you can just give it back. I'm taking this money for you Lin family members to spend. How much of it could I possibly spend myself? Seeing Su Qing say this, Lin Qing stopped trying to be clever and said, Okay, I was just saying that. Think about it, didn't I hand over the money as soon as I got back? If I didn't want you to manage the money, would I have handed it over so obediently? I'm not stupid. Do you think I don't know who's good to me? I'm actually a little uncomfortable that you're giving me this as if it were pocket money for your son. That's more like it. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's expression immediately brightened, but when she heard what followed, she almost couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You're no different from my son! Little Ching, you're so good!" As she spoke, Su Qing, who had done something wrong, immediately tried to sneak away to the small kitchen next door. But she forgot that Lin Cheng had lived with her for 2 lifetimes. How could he not know her? Lin Cheng, as if he had springs in his butt, rushed to Su Qing's side in 2 strides, grabbed her, and reached out to tickle her. "What did you just say? Say it again?" "I'm not going to say anything more. I'm not going to say anything more." Su Qing quickly begged for mercy, trying to push Lin Cheng away with her buttocks so he would stop scratching her. But it clearly had side effects. Lin Cheng is only 19 years old this year, a few months younger than Su Qing. He's in the prime of his life, and with his beautiful wife making such a move, how could he possibly resist? If Su Qing hadn't been holding a plate and the children were still there, Lin Cheng would have taught her a lesson right now. Even so, once they arrived at the small kitchen where only the 2 of them were, Lin Cheng put aside his interest and, while Su Qing was washing the dishes, began to grope her. "What are you doing?" Su Qing's face turned bright red. "Didn't you say you wanted to be my mother? Isn't it normal for my little baby to need milk?" "You..." Su Qing felt her face burning hot. However, doing that here really crossed her bottom line, something she absolutely couldn't agree to. She pleaded, "Chao Qing, I really know I was wrong. We'll, tonight." "Okay, but you have to agree to my conditions from last time." Lin Cheng didn't really want to stay here. After all, houses nowadays don't have air conditioning and underfloor heating like in later generations. A small kitchen could really freeze a bird to death. Therefore, he lowered his voice and whispered a few words in Su Qing's ear. Upon hearing his whisper, Su Qing's already flushed face instantly turned into a fiery sunset. "Obscene! But circumstances dictate that we must get through this crisis first," so he nodded, blushing. Lin Cheng didn't believe her and asked suspiciously, "Are you sure you really agree? If you dare to lie to me, you'll be punished even more severely." "I really agree, but only this once, tonight." Su Qing didn't dare to look up at Lin Cheng and said softly. Lin Cheng was instantly energized, wishing he could go to bed right away. However, it was almost 7 o'clock, time to go to bed. Lin Cheng quickly washed up and got himself clean and ready for bed, waiting for the children to fall asleep so he could have some intimate time with his wife. However, he underestimated Su Qing's sense of shame. In order not to keep her lewd promise, this woman actually took her daughter to the small bed and coaxed her son to her side. He even lied to Lin Xiaojun, saying that his dad missed him, which made the little radish head so happy that he came over with his pillow in his arms, sniffling. "Dad, you miss me?" "Hee, I miss you too. I want to sleep with you every day." Lin Xiaojun grinned, snuggling into Lin Cheng's arms. Hugging his father, he said affectionately, "Dad, the milk powder you bought is so delicious. I went to burp today, and everyone was so envious. Some even begged me to burp more so they could smell it. But I'm not stupid. I only let my best friend smell it. I burped several times for him." Lin Cheng's face turned green. Did this brat not want him to sleep properly? Talking such disgusting things so late at night. But his son is only 4 years old this year, and he adores his father so much. How could he not respond? He could only smile wryly, reach out and hug his son, and tell him a story. However, Lin Cheng wasn't very knowledgeable, and after rambling on for a while, he finally told his son a story about Sun Wukong fighting Erlangshun, only to find that the brat had already heard it before. "I can't remember any of the other books, but I'll see when I can buy you a picture book to read." "Thank you, Dad." Lin Xiaojun was overjoyed. He turned his face toward Lin Cheng and, just like his sister, leaned in to kiss him, saying, "Dad, I love you so much." Lin Cheng looked at his snotty nose and felt numb. He quickly reached out and pressed his face, took some tissues from the bedside and wiped it clean for him, saying, "What are you kissing me for? You're almost 4 years old. Go to sleep now." To everyone's surprise, Lin Xiaojun pouted and said, "But you were happy when my little sister kissed you." "Well..." Lin Cheng gave a wry smile and could only lean in to let his son kiss him, which finally calmed the boy down. Meanwhile, Su Qing, sitting opposite her, was almost bursting out laughing. She had expected this to happen. After all, her son was at the age where he wanted to imitate everything others did, and seeing how close Xiao Bao and Lin Qing were, he naturally followed suit. I never expected it to be so funny. In contrast to Lin Shijuan's boundless energy, Lin Xiaobao in her arms was much more well-behaved. Although she wasn't asleep, she lay obediently in my arms, her soft little hands holding her, which was so heartwarming. Especially since my daughter drank formula before bed, she still smells of milk, which is much more comfortable than being held by my own smelly man. She listened to the sounds coming from the big bed while gently patting the baby. Soon the house became quiet, and everyone drifted off to sleep. But Su Qing clearly underestimated how enthusiastic men were about that kind of thing. Even if I stay up late, I'm still full of energy, let alone late at night. Lin Qing was no exception. Not knowing whether it was 11 or 12 o'clock, Su Qing only felt a slight movement on the bed. She had just opened her eyes groggily when she felt her daughter being carried away by a pair of large hands. Just as I was wondering what was going on, a figure exuding masculine energy had already slipped into the bed. Trying to run? Do you think you can escape? Su Qing was about to speak when her mouth was covered. Before long, the small wooden bed began to creak and shake. Chapter 65. Can you blame me for this? Early the next morning, when Lin Qing opened his eyes again, the shy and charming face beside him from the previous night was gone, replaced by his son, who was fast asleep and almost put his foot in his mouth. You brat, you're feeding your dad spiced pig's trotters, aren't you? Lin Qing chuckled and scolded, pinched his son's cheek, tucked him in, took a deep breath, counted down to 10, and then suddenly got out of bed. The difference between winter in the north and south lies here. The temperature in the north is lower, but most houses have heated brick beds, stoves, or underfloor heating, so even if it's freezing outside, the houses are warm like summer. The temperature in the south is slightly higher, but there's nothing like that, and the houses are just as cold as the outside. The worst off is in northern Jiangsu, which is right in the middle of the line. It's not too hot in the south, but it's very cold in the north, and there's no heating. So getting up every morning is a test of willpower and physical strength. Fortunately, he was a young man in his prime, and he got up in one go, brushing his teeth and washing his face with cold water in one go. He was about to go to the small kitchen to find his wife when he suddenly remembered something. He went back to the big bed and peeked at his sleeping daughter through the gap in the quilt. He found that she was curled up in a ball, her soft face moving with her breathing. She was so cute. Lin Chum was immediately motivated to make money. He closed the door and made sure the cold wind wouldn't get in before going into the small kitchen next door. Su Qing had been busy inside for a while. The flatbread and sweet potato porridge on the table were steaming hot, and there were also leftover dishes from yesterday, all of which had been heated up. She even stir-fried an extra dish of cabbage and green beans. It was only a little past 2 o'clock, and Lin Qing felt a little sorry for her, wondering what time she had gotten up. He said, "Why did you get up so early? You can just eat whatever you want." "I didn't get up early for very long." As Su Qing spoke, she didn't dare to look up at Lin Qing, clearly still immersed in yesterday's shyness. Hee hee. Lin Qing chuckled strangely twice. He loved seeing his wife blush, or rather, every man in the world wants to show off in this kind of situation. He coughed and said, "Yesterday. If you say another word, I'll hit you with these fire tongs," Su Qing said, blushing with embarrassment, holding up the fire tongs. Okay. Lin Qing immediately dared not act rashly and quickly said, "I didn't say anything vulgar, I just wanted to ask if you were satisfied with yesterday's service." "I was." "You still dare to talk?" Su Qing couldn't hold back any longer. She brandished the fire tongs and was about to knock on Lin Qing's head. Although they'd been married for several years, this was the first time she'd ever witnessed such a wild scene. Just thinking about it made her feel ashamed. Where did those people from that small town learn all that stuff? Okay, I won't say any more. Lin Qing thought to himself. Women are just hypocritical. In the end, it wasn't me who took the initiative, but saying that would definitely get him a scolding, so Lin Cheng decided to stop while he was ahead and get down to business, saying, "So, when we go to the old house to call for Mother, will you go or should I go?" "Go ahead, otherwise Mother will definitely scold me again." Su Qing slightly pursed her lips. Although she has a very gentle personality, and is the kind of person who doesn't fight or compete, Lin's mother is not a bad mother-in-law. But the relationship between a daughter-in-law and her mother-in-law will never be as close as that between a biological mother and daughter-in-law. There will always be some unspoken power struggles. Good. Lin Qing nodded without asking any further questions. It was just a matter of running around a bit more. Going to the old house to call my mother over wasn't just about getting her to watch the children for a day. It was also about needing a boat. After all, there are only 2 people on duty, and a small sampan is enough. But now that Su Qing and her sister-in-law are also going, it's a bit of a stretch. And since they also need to carry abalone, they naturally need to bring another sampan. This was agreed upon yesterday. Old Jiang and his wife would go to the county town to take the boat that was moored at the purchasing point, while they would take their own boat. Lin Qing originally wanted to go to the county town, but Lao Jiang felt bad about taking too much money and refused to let Lin Qing make the trip, so this arrangement came about. As they were talking, the last abalone was heated up. The couple were having dinner. It was still pitch black and all was quiet. Su Qing couldn't help but yawn. "Why don't you just not go? I think 3 people are enough to dig up abalone there," Lin Qing said, feeling sorry for his wife. "It's nothing, I'm just not used to it yet, I'll be fine in a while." Su Qing shook her head. In fact, she didn't find getting up early tiring at all. On the contrary, she felt quite excited. After all, she had never actually gone out to sea before, since marrying Lin Qing. Usually, she would just go beachcombing with her mother and the others. This was her first time going out on a boat. Lin Qing saw the expectation in her eyes and said helplessly, "You'll know when you go out to sea, it's really not that fun. Eat quickly." Su Qing ignored him and kept urging him on. "All right." Lin Qing shook his head, lowered his head and slurped down his porridge. He glanced at the 3 abalones that were left and said, "You should eat some too. They're already cooked and can't be sold." Ever since learning the price of abalone, Su Qing has stopped eating it altogether, and won't even look at it, as if just glancing at it would break her heart. "I won't eat it even if it doesn't sell." Su Qing got angry just thinking about it, and she wanted to hit Lin Cheng with her chopsticks. She said, "Why did you bring such expensive stuff home to eat? Bringing it home is one thing, but you tricked me into eating so much." "Then I'll eat it." Lin Qing didn't want to get caught up in an endless argument, so he immediately picked one up with his chopsticks. Although the abalone had been left overnight and was slightly firm, it still tasted quite good, living up to its reputation as the king of seafood. "You can eat this one, and give the other 2 to Xiaobao. She didn't eat any yesterday." Didn't Xiaobao eat yesterday?" "Yes," Su Qing said bitterly. "It's all your fault. You insisted on talking about conch meat. I was afraid it would make her stomach upset if she ate it because it's cold in nature, so I only fed her a small bite. I ate the rest myself." Lin Qing was stunned for a moment. How could this be my fault? But arguing with a woman about this won't get you anywhere, so he just buried his head in his porridge, finishing a large bowl with some dried radish. When he felt he was almost full, before Su Qing could react, he gave her a hard kiss on the cheek before turning and leaving. Old house. Lin's father also got up and was eating. However, unlike Lin Qing, who had leftovers from yesterday, he only had pickled vegetables. It wasn't that there were no vegetables to eat, but the older generation was used to being frugal and couldn't bear to cook, so they just made do with whatever they had in the morning. "Go and call the eldest brother later. The second brother said he wasn't feeling well yesterday." "Is it serious? Should we go to town to get in for drip?" "It's nothing, I took oxytetracycline." "Okay, I'll be there in a bit." As the couple were talking, Lin's mother saw Lin Qing and asked in surprise, "Xiao Chen? What brings you here?" "I've come to ask my mother for help." Lin Qing moved a small stool and sat down on the side. Seeing how delicious the steamed buns his mother had heated looked, he took one without hesitation and started eating. He said, "Mom, can you help Xiaoqing take care of the children for the day? I'm planning to take her out to sea with me, and I also want to use the wooden boat at home. Using a wooden boat was no problem at all, because after Lin Qing caught a whole hold of small yellow croakers in the small sampan, his eldest and second eldest brothers couldn't sit still either. They used to take turns going out to sea with their father for one day on and one day off, but now they've also dealt with the old man and are going out to sea to work on their days off. Although the earnings weren't as incredible as Lin Qing's, they could still make a few dollars a day, so everyone was full of energy. Besides, the second brother wasn't feeling well today, so it was no problem for Lin Qing to drive. But Lin's mother frowned and said with some difficulty, "Can't you have your sister-in-law take care of it? I'm going to your Aunt Ning's house today, and everything is ready." Chapter 66, Taking My Wife to Sea. The Aunt Ning that Lin's mother mentioned was the local dialect. It meant Lin's aunt, her younger sister. She had married into another village years ago. Her uncle's family also worked on ships, but they sailed the open sea with large ships. Every year, Lin's mother would spend a few days in the vicinity to visit her sister. "Mother, you should take care of her." Lin Qing shook his head like a rattledrum. Su Qing and her sisters-in-law got along quite well, and her eldest sister-in-law was also a nice person. However, there was one thing Lin Qing couldn't stand. Her eldest sister-in-law liked to chew food up and feed it to the children. She herself thought it was nothing, but Lin Qing found it a bit unacceptable. "Let me do it. I'll go with my mother to Aunt Ning's place in a couple of days." Lin Qing was also missing his aunt. He remembered that his aunt doted on him when he was little, and would always save some of the good food for him, which made his cousins cry. Now that he had the chance, he naturally wanted to visit them. He said, "I'll bring you lots of things when I go." "That's okay too." Hearing this, Lin's mother did not object. She's always been the type to show off, and now that her son has finally turned over a new leaf, it would be great to bring him over to meet her sister. "Then I'll come to your house after breakfast and bring the kids with me." "Good." Lin Qing didn't stand on ceremony with his mother, and immediately started eating the steamed bun. This time, Lin's father unusually refrained from scolding him, only saying, "When you take Xiaoqing out to sea, be sure to pay attention to safety, and remember to put 2 bubbles on the boat." After all, Su Qing didn't grow up by the sea. Although she can swim, there are just too many unexpected things in the vast ocean, so it would be more reassuring to have her with her. "Don't worry, Dad, it's all ready. Jiang Ping's family has an empty oil drum, I'll go get one in a bit." Lin Qing nodded. Not to mention his father was worried, he was scared too. If it weren't for the fact that it was really hard to tell others, he would have loved to tell his father, and asked him to help him shuck the abalone. As for the empty oil drums, they are the life rings he has prepared. Forget about swimming rings without life jackets. There are none in the village, and even the town may not have them. Local villagers even use bamboo tubes tied to their bodies as life rings. As for the issue of women not being allowed to go to sea, it is rarely mentioned anymore along the coast of northern Jiangsu. After all, they were so poor they could barely keep their backsides covered, so they couldn't care less about these red tape rules. After stuffing the steamed bun down, Lin Qing was about to go back and pack his things when he suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh right, Mom, I brought back 2 cans of food yesterday. You can share the peach one with Xiao Bao and Xiao Jun. I think Xiao Jun seems to have a bit of a cold. I heard that eating this is effective. You can share the orange one with Grandpa and Grandma." "Why are you wasting money again?" Lin's mother frowned immediately. She hadn't said anything when they bought milk powder and fabric before because she was worried that her youngest son had finally turned back from his ways and she didn't want to discourage him from living a quiet life. But now that they're buying it again, she can't accept it. Who lives like this? Buying things from the department store every few days. What kind of family can afford to eat like this? Not to mention that canned food is quite rare. Ordinary people would only buy a couple of cans when giving gifts or asking for favors. But he bought them for his 2 children to eat as snacks. They even claim it can cure diseases. Isn't that just nonsense? "I didn't buy it, a friend gave it to me." Lin Qing quickly offered an explanation. Why isn't anyone delivering it to me? Lin's father also chimed in with a stern face. With such a dark expression, you look at everyone like they owe you 10 yuan. No one's going to give you any money. Lin Qing muttered to himself, then said, Dad, it really was a gift from someone. I got some barramundi yesterday, sold it in the county town, and the shop owner gave me some. Moreover, canned yellow peaches can really cure colds. That's what that teacher from Northeast China at the Educated Youth Settlement said. That's a lie. The story about canned yellow peaches curing colds was something he heard from an old man from Northeast China when he was a sailor in his past life. The story was told in great detail, so Lin Qing remembered it. Huh! Are there any educated youth from Northeast China in our Educated Youth Settlement? Lin's father scratched his head. Most of the local educated youth came from Shanghai, Nanjing, and Suzhou. I remember one, but she was a woman, and she even taught us how to make egg sauce. Lin's mother has a good memory. I might have misremembered, but that's the general idea. Lin Qing quickly added. Then I'll head back first, Mom. Come on over after you've finished eating. With that, he hurriedly left. Lin's father watched his retreating figure, frowned, and snorted, saying, He never thinks about making money, but he's very good at cooking. I don't know how he developed this personality. Alright, that's enough, just shut up. Lin's mother said irritably. You're the one I'm most worried about, but you just can't hold back with your words. I saw you grinning from ear to ear in the middle of the night after we caught those little yellow croakers, but then I immediately started scolding you. Can't you say a few nice words to Xiaoqing's face? When did I ever worry about him? Lin's father immediately lost face and said, I'm happy because Xiaojun and Xiaobao won't have to go hungry anymore. Yes. Lin's mother secretly rolled her eyes and said, I'm done eating. Pack a few more steamed buns for Xiaoqing and the others later. No. Lin's father let out a muffled groan. After returning home, Lin Qing hurriedly packed his things, taking everything he could, such as fire tongs, baskets, and bamboo poles, and even the family's casting net. Even though we're out at sea digging for abalone, we still need to maintain a certain appearance, otherwise what if others notice? This isn't just a matter of tens or hundreds of dollars. It could easily cost thousands. You can't be too careful. Su Qing helped tidy up the things, and the couple were busy and flustered. After a while, Lin's mother came over after finishing her meal. She glanced at Xiaojun and Xiaobao, who were sleeping, and then told Lin Qing and the others to go out to sea without worry. The couple trusted their mother completely, and set off for the dock with their belongings. Halfway there, Lin Qing made a detour and went to Jiang Ping's house, where he took the oil drum. At this moment, the parents-in-law also got up, but since they had to leave from the county town and wait for Uncle Zhou's tractor, they were not in a hurry. Qingzi, why don't you eat something else here? Sister, you asked? No need, I ate at home before coming out. Early in the morning, Lin Qing wasn't in much spirits. He exchanged a few casual pleasantries and left. When they arrived at the dock, many early morning fishermen had already set off. Many of the people on the street were acquaintances, and they were all quite surprised to see Su Qing coming along. Fortunately, Lin Qing had already prepared a response and managed to handle the situation. Just as they were about to look for the family sampan, Lin's father called out from not far away. Lin Qing then saw that his father and elder brother were already waiting for him. They pointed to the sampan next to them, indicating that this was the family's boat. The two of them even helped check the fishing boat to make sure there were no problems before letting Lin Qing and the others board. Be extremely careful when going out to sea. If you encounter cargo that you can't pull, it's better to lose the net than to exhaust all your strength. Lin's father still gave him some words of advice, though he was still a little worried. Besides natural forces like wind, waves, and storms, many dangers at sea are also caused by greed. There was a man in their village who supposedly caught a tuna or something in a net and wouldn't let go. He was eventually dragged off the boat and drowned. His body has never been found. Lin Dong also said solemnly, Yes, sister-in-law, this is your first time going to sea, so please don't be reckless. Just listen to Xiaoqing's advice. A fisherman sets out on a lone boat, battling the wind and waves, competing with the sea for food. It sounds quite romantic, but in reality, it's not fun at all. Behind it all lies countless tears and bloodshed. Su Qing wasn't stupid, so of course she didn't dare to be negligent. She said seriously, "Dad, big brother, don't worry. I'll listen to Xiao Qing and everything. I'll do whatever he tells me to do, and I won't do anything else." Only then did the two feel relieved enough to set off in the tin boat. Lin Qing and Su Qing boarded the sampan together and rowed hard. Soon the sampan disappeared into the night. Lin Qing was worried that his wife would get seasick, so after rowing for a while, he asked, "How are you feeling? Are you feeling unwell?" "I don't feel uncomfortable." Su Qing's face turned slightly pale, but she still shook her head. She wasn't actually in much physical pain. The main issue was the psychological pressure. Just imagine sailing at night in a tiny boat less than 2 meters wide, with the seawater just out of her hand, that feeling of loneliness and fear in complete darkness, with only a sliver of moonlight. Chapter 67. How lucky can a newcomer be? Moreover, Lin Qing's family's sampan was considered quite large, measuring 7 meters long and 1.8 meters wide, almost qualifying as a medium-sized sampan. If it were Jiang Ping's family's standard-sized sampan, it would sway precariously, looking like it was about to capsize at any moment, which would probably bring tears to one's eyes. "I'm just a little afraid of falling," Su Qing explained quietly, since there was nothing shameful about telling her husband anyway. "I see." Lin Qing felt slightly relieved. As long as it wasn't seasickness, it would be easy to handle. Seasickness is a major taboo when going out to sea. It's a strange thing. It can happen inexplicably, regardless of one's physical condition or state of mind, and sometimes the cause is hard to find. Once it happens, forget about working. You'll feel dizzy, uncomfortable, nauseous, and some people can even vomit profusely. If that's the case, Lin Qing will have to turn back even if he doesn't go to get the abalone. Because something really bad could happen. But as for being nervous, that's easy to handle. "I have an idea, come here and give me a kiss," Lin Qing said with a smile. "What?" Su Qing glanced at Lin Qing. "What time is it?" He still has to tease her. "I'm serious, a kiss makes me feel less nervous." Lin Qing spoke confidently, put down the oars, and walked directly to Su Qing's side. As Lin Qing moved, the sampan swayed slightly. Su Qing's face turned even paler, and she said nervously, You slow down, be careful not to fall off. Just consider falling in as taking a bath." Lin Qing found it somewhat amusing to see Su Qing like this for the first time. It was only because it was autumn or winter that he noticed. In summer, when it was unbearably hot, many people would be swimming in the sea. However, to take care of Su Qing, he slowly walked over, squatted down in front of her, grabbed her right hand, squeezed it hard a few times, and then suddenly hugged her and kissed her lips. Woo! Su Qing had no idea that Lin Qing would actually kiss her, and she kept pounding his back. But Lin Qing shamelessly refused to let go, kissing her for almost a minute before finally releasing her and asking, "Do you feel better now? What's so good about it?" Su Qing grabbed his waist and said, "You bully me at home, and you're still bullying me at sea. Just you wait until we get back, and I'll show you what I'm made of. You'll be sleeping on the floor tonight." As she said this, she suddenly realized that she wasn't as scared as before. "How are you feeling? Are you feeling better?" Lin Qing chuckled. It wasn't that he intentionally wanted to take advantage of Su Qing. It was something he'd seen on Douyin in his past life, that kissing your lover when you're nervous can help relieve stress. The reason is that kissing your lover can regulate hormones, activate nerves, and create a whole host of emotional connections. Basically, it's a theory that's supported by logic. According to Lin Qing's own theory, it simply provides a familiar atmosphere and environment. Su Qing blushed slightly, never expecting it to actually work. She thought the little town had suddenly become beastly, and wanted to do that at sea. It's not that she has impure thoughts, it's just that Lin Qing was too much trouble yesterday, which made her unable to help but think about him. She blushed for a moment, then her expression suddenly changed, and she said, Wait, Xiaocheng, then, when you and Jiangping are nervous, don't you also? What the hell? Upon hearing this, Lin Qing nearly fell off the boat, staring wide-eyed as he said, Stop talking nonsense. We all grew up by the sea, how could we relieve tension like this? We're not nervous at all, okay? He thought about Chiang Kai-shek's long, narrow face and couldn't help but shudder. Sending him to kiss Chiang Kai-shek is worse than sending him to sea to feed the fish. Goose, goose, goose! Su Qing couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw Lin Qing's reaction. With this excuse, Lin Qing finally found an opportunity to kiss Su Qing. He kissed her left cheek and then her right cheek. In the end, Su Qing didn't care about being nervous, she just wanted to punch him. No more kissing! Su Qing pushed Lin Qing away with a distressed look, saying, The face cream I put on this morning is almost all gone from your kisses. Hurry up and start rocking, didn't you say the distance was far? Lin Qing scratched his head, feeling that he was somewhat like the perverted man, and returned to his original position, grabbed the oar, and started rocking it hard. It's no wonder that rowing boats, blacksmithing, and tofu making were among the most arduous professions in ancient times. Just the act of rowing out to sea was enough to make ordinary people complain endlessly. Fortunately, Lin Qing's physique is far superior to that of ordinary people after his rebirth, and the wind direction is also very good today, making it quite easy to rock. After being reassured, Su Qing was no longer nervous and even dared to put her hands in the sea to play in the water. Unfortunately, the coastal areas of northern Jiangsu are located at the mouth of the Yangtze River and the abandoned Yellow River, so the sea surface is relatively turbid all year round, lacking the deep blue beauty of other regions. However, there are exceptions. On days with calmer seas, you can occasionally see clear waters from places far from the shore. The floating reef that Lin Qing and his group were going to was like that. Even so, Su Qing had a great time. Lin Qing didn't rush him. Sometimes he would even stop on purpose to let Su Qing tease the small fish that weren't afraid of people by the side of the boat. After all, the reason he and Lao Jiang rowed so desperately before was because they couldn't find a place. Now that they had determined the location, they weren't in such a hurry. Besides, it was a floating reef that would only surface at low tide. Even if they arrived early, they couldn't dig it up. So the couple strolled along leisurely, during which Lin Qing even cast his net once. Unfortunately, my luck was SOSO. I only caught 2 or 3 small fish and some worthless seashells. Would you like to join in the fun? Lin Qing looked at Su Qing staring at him expectantly and asked with a smile. But I can't. Su Qing shook her head. I'll teach you. Having worked as a boatman for so many years, teaching someone how to throw a net by hand was a piece of cake for Lin Qing. He deftly cleaned the net, turned the boat sideways, and had Su Qing stand in the middle of the sampan. He then stood behind her and guided her through the movements. Lower your center of gravity, grip the net opening with both hands and then. With Lin Qing's dictation and instructions, the clever Su Qing quickly grasped the essentials. With a whoosh sound, the hand-thrown net was launched in an oval shape. Whoosh! Throw the net into the sea. Great job! Our Xiaoqing is so smart! Lin Qing gave a thumbs up. Although it's not yet skillful enough and the toss isn't perfectly round, it's really impressive that it turned out like this on the first try. Of course! On the deserted sea, Su Qing revealed a rare, bright expression befitting a 19-year-old girl. She waved her fist at Lin Qing with a hint of smugness and said, Little Qing, shall I close the net now? Wait a moment, the net isn't spread out yet. You can pull it up once the weight has reached the bottom. Lin Qing thought for a moment, then put it simply. You'll feel the main thread in your hand suddenly become lighter, and then you can pull it. Good. Su Qing then waited patiently. Once the line in her hand really felt lighter, she hurriedly pulled on it. But she didn't expect that what was easy at first would suddenly become difficult to pull up. She said anxiously, Xiaocheng, is it caught on the rocks below? I don't have the strength to pull it up. Let me see. Lin Qing stepped forward and took over. Although there are many mudflats along the coast of northern Jiangsu and the seabed is mostly mud and sand, there are still rocks. Trawls and cast nets often get caught on the bottom. If you're lucky, you can pull them up. If you're unlucky, you can't get them up even if you go into the sea. You can only cut off a part of them, and try to save as much as you can. But as soon as Lin Qing took it, he realized something was wrong. This didn't seem like the impact of a bottoming out device. Normally, you can't budge a hanging object no matter how you pull it, but the force he applied had a slight elasticity, and you could even feel a slight conflicting force from left to right. As a seasoned fisherman, he immediately realized that this wasn't a snag on the bottom, but rather a broken net. Su Qing, standing to the side, was filled with regret. She thought to herself, I should have never used that hand-thrown net. Now look what I've done. I haven't caught any fish, and I've even lost money on a net. You know, sea nets are very expensive. One costs over 10 yuan. I almost cried just thinking about it. Just then, Lin Qing said, What are you standing there for? The internet's been overloaded. Come and help. Ah? Su Qing was stunned for a moment, then her eyes widened. What do you mean, ah? Come here quickly. I think there are bass and swimming crabs in the net. Lin Qing pointed to the net that had been brought to the side of the boat, and said, There are even prawns. Wow, wife, you're so lucky. Even a newcomer shouldn't have this much luck. Let me see. Su Qing's mood instantly brightened. She went to the side to take a look and saw that the hand-thrown net was packed full of shrimp and crabs, just like the sea bass and swimming crabs that Lin Qing had mentioned. There were also a lot of local prawns caught in the mesh of the net, namely prawns and sand goby. Su Qing's eyes instantly sparkled, and she showed no sign of tears at all. She said, There are so many! Honey, slow down, don't let them slip through your fingers. Chapter 68. The Crab King. Su Qing stepped forward, wanting to help pull the main line, but Lin Qing stopped her and told her to hold the oar to keep the boat balanced. This is the biggest challenge of casting a net, because it's at sea. Unlike on land where you can just pull hard with all your might and do whatever you want as long as the line and net don't break, it's different at sea. The only thing you can rely on is the boat, and they're using a sampan. If you use too much force, the boat could capsize. Therefore, Lin Qing did not rush to pull him away. Once Su Qing had positioned herself as a human counterweight on the other side of the boat and maintained the balance, she began to reel in the line with force. He first pulled the net to the side of the boat, then squatted down slightly, hoisted the main line onto his shoulder, tilted and strained, using his own weight as a weight, and finally managed to pull the net onto the sampan little by little. Bump! The catch hit the boat, causing the entire sampan to rock twice. Su Qing paled slightly, but Lin Qing burst into laughter, finally succeeding. As the saying goes, a net full of seafood can be very profitable in the sea, but once it's on the boat, it's like a fish on a chopping board. It's all right, honey, you can come and collect the fish now. Lin Qing called out, turned around and took out several bamboo baskets prepared under the cabin, and brought over the water specially used for washing fish, ready to start sorting. They didn't do this step when they caught small yellow croakers before because most of them were the same species, and they caught too many, so the sampan was almost full of water, and if they made any slight movement, the boat would probably capsize. But now that the boat is empty, Lin Qing can no longer leave it unattended. He is not only afraid that the catch will be crushed and ruin its appearance, but also that some of the fish will be crushed to death. As we all know, seafood, whether alive or dead, has completely different prices, and dead seafood is often unsellable. Good! Su Qing responded and quickly came over. She might not be good at casting nets to catch fish, but dismantling fish and cleaning nets is her forte, and she feels no pressure doing it. However, she did not immediately dismantle the net. Instead, she went to Lin Qing's side and took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat and seawater off his face. The sun will come out soon, it will dry in a bit, no need to wipe it. When has Lin Qing ever enjoyed such treatment? His lips were practically curling into a smile. No, what if it gets typhoid fever? Su Qing insisted, carefully wiping him clean and even buttoning up the top button of his clothes before turning to tidy up the hand-throwing net. Her little hands were busy, picking up the net from the sinker and soon untying it and pulling it up. Lin Qing was also busy, sorting the fish together. As he said before, this net was mostly filled with sea bass and swimming crabs, especially the sea bass. Although they were only about 1.5 pounds each, there were more than 20 of them. They were also the best tasting spotted sea bass, which is very popular with people living by the sea. The price of fish fluctuates depending on its size. Small ones are only a few cents per pound, but large ones are more valuable, with some even selling for several dollars per pound. However, fish like the ones they caught, which weigh over a pound, are only worth a little over 3 cents. But the sheer volume is overwhelming. After picking out and packing all the sea bass, Lynching roughly weighed them and found that they weighed at least 40 pounds. Even after removing the ice, the sea bass still weighed at least 40 pounds and were worth at least 11 or 12 yuan. Wow, so many!